Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
The Sword Prince. Chapter 1. Author note. I'm using a translator. Sorry if it has many mistakes. If you want to cut off your hand, go ahead, but first, look behind you. Archer commanded in a calm voice. Shirou immediately turned around in the direction of Archer's voice. His right hand was still bound by the noble phantasm in the form of a chain. The chain had been identified as Enkidu, possessing the trait Divine Construct, and was stored in the Unlimited Blade Works record as an imperfect copy. Suddenly, a short black sword projectile shot over Shirou's head and pierced the head of the heroic spirit, directly in front of him. Damn you, Archer, cursed Gilgamesh as his voice slowly faded into the portal. That man always has to show off, Shirou muttered, already imagining Archer's smug smile in his mind, which always annoyed him. The portal, which had been strongly sucking in everything around it, slowly began to shrink and disappear. Shirou exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The adrenaline and tension from the fight against Gilgamesh started to drain from his body. The pain he'd ignored earlier began to surface all over his body. Shirou's body was covered in cuts, his arms were numb, and his legs were shaking. Despite the pain, his mind was filled with concern for Rin and Saber. How are they? Has the Holy Grail been destroyed? I don't want the tragedy of the Fourth Holy Grail War to repeat itself. Holding his wounds, Shirou walked, dragging his exhausted legs. Rin, Saber, I'll be there soon. Wait for me. Unbeknownst to him, the portal that had closed earlier began to reopen. Damn. Shirou felt his weakened body being pulled into the portal. With his remaining strength, he grabbed the ground with both hands. His lower body was already hovering and almost entering the portal. Idiot. Archer quickly started running toward Shirou, who was nearly sucked into the portal. Shirou's grip on the ground began to weaken, and he eventually lost to the gravity pulling him into the portal. With his vision blurred, Shirou saw the shadow of a white-haired man reaching out to save him. Ironic that out of everyone, it's Archer trying to save me, he thought. Rin, Saber, I hope you're okay, Shirou wished before his consciousness faded. Scene break. Receiving sample. Processing. Testing eligibility. Connecting. Sample connected to Heroic Spirit EMY. Error. The same entity has already been summoned. Sample does not qualify as Holy Grail's core. Sample must be deleted. Deleting sample. Deleting sample with Second True Magic Kaleidoscope. Activating Second True Magic Kaleidoscope. Searching for sample disposal location. Disposal location found. Sample successfully disposed of. Scene break. The sunset began to set between the hills around the Ryudu Temple. A white-haired man in a long-sleeved red outfit stood, enjoying the setting sun. No one knew that this was his last moment in this world. Archer, Rin shouted, calling him. Out of breath, she ran towards Archer and stopped near him, placing her hands on her knees to catch her breath. Archer. Rin straightened her body, staring at Archer's back. It's a pity, but there's nothing we can do. Give up on the Grail, this time, Rin, Archer said, then let out a small laugh. Rin began to lose her patience. What do you mean? This is no time for jokes. Turning around, Archer spread his arms, making an apologetic gesture. Sorry, but seeing you so anxious, I couldn't resist teasing you. Hearing Archer's words, Rin calmed her anger and crossed her arms. Archer, will you make a contract with me again? She asked hopefully. For a moment, Archer didn't know what to say, but he had already made up his mind. I can't do that. I doubt I have the right to stay here. Besides, I no longer have a purpose in this world. My fight ends here. In a desperate voice, Rin protested, But if that's the case, you'll never be saved. Rin began to sob, thinking about Archer's fate. Archer was surprised by Rin's statement. It had been a long time since he'd heard words from someone who genuinely cared about him. His heart was touched, but he knew who Rin should really save. Ah, Rin. Rin, who had started crying, looked back at him. Archer began to make his final request. Please take care of me. As you know, I'm not very good at this and tend to cause trouble for others. Please give me your shoulder to lean on. Rin knew Archer was referring to the younger Shirou. Archer. Rin said softly, understanding that this was Archer's last request to her. She then made up her mind to fulfill that request. Yes. I know. I'll work hard so that he doesn't grow up to be a jerk like you. I'm sure he can learn to love himself. So you should too. I know, and I've found the answer I was looking for. Archer remembered his purpose for participating in the Holy Grail War, to kill his past self. But what he found was something better, his resolve to become the hero that had long died. Don't worry, Tosaka. Archer used Rin's high school nickname. Then he smiled happily, a smile without regret. From now on, I will also continue to strive. Archer knew he would be called back by Alea to become a counter-guardian, but this time, he wouldn't regret it and would try to be a hero with all his heart. Even if only hell awaited him, he would continue to move forward, just as he had taught himself. Archer's body, made of mana, faded and disappeared without a trace from the world. Archer ended with a smile of no regret, just like at the time of his execution at the end of his life. Rin, who had been sobbing, now started crying loudly. Scene break. The world became pitch black without light. After a while, light began to flicker in Emiya Shirou's eyes. The small light began to shine brightly, ending his dream. Without realizing it, his eyelids were full of tears that flowed down his cheeks. Archer. He whispered softly. At that moment, he knew that deep down in his heart, he had forgiven Archer. Chapter 2. Since he was a child, Shiro Emiya had difficulty expressing himself. After being rescued by Kiritsugu from the Fuyuki City fire, Shiro slowly learned to socialize again. The tragedy had burned away his entire identity, erasing who he was before, killing all his emotions, and leaving a vessel filled with void. From that empty vessel, Kiritsugu saved Shiro and gave him a dream. Avalon, which healed him, filled the void with sword. At that moment, Shiro Emiya was reborn as a sword in human form. Shiro rarely expressed the emotions in his heart. The smile he often gave was fake. But this time, his tears were genuine, coming from the heart. While wiping away his tears, Shiro pondered. Why am I crying? Shiro lay down, recalling his dream last night, remembering how Archer had acknowledged and supported his dream. Don't worry, Tosaka. From now on, I will also keep trying. Archer had smiled sincerely. Shiro's heart was touched, knowing exactly what Archer would experience. The dream he had long regretted was now rekindled. He would become a hero who could save everyone. Getting up from his lying position, Shiro clenched his fists. Yash. I won't lose to Archer. The blanket fell from his body, revealing his bandage-wrapped wounds. Huh? Who treated me? Shiro looked around, finding himself in an unfamiliar bedroom. The walls were made of unpainted stone, the wooden door had no handle, and the blanket was made of animal hide. The bedroom door then opened, and an elderly man with brown hair and a mustache entered, carrying a tray and a glass of water. The man had large brown eyes, giving him a naive and childlike impression. Oh, son, you're finally awake, the man smiled warmly. Stunned, Shiro bowed his head in response. Thank you for saving me, sir. The man placed the tray on the wooden table beside the bed and then handed the glass of water to Shiro. You're welcome, son. My name is Arthur McGurk, a corn farmer. Shiro Emiya, I'm still a student, Shiro replied, accepting the glass and then drinking. Shiro felt puzzled by the man's unfamiliar name. Remembering what had happened last night, Shiro began to speculate that he had been transported far from Fuyuki. Is this the result of the Grail? Shiro wondered. The man furrowed his brow. Were you attacked by bandits? Is that why you're hurt? Recalling Gilgamesh's face, Shiro smiled faintly. Yes, you could say that, sir. You poor thing, getting hurt like that and passing out in my field. Arthur-san shook his head sadly. My wounds have already started to heal, sir. Shiro moved his injured body. See, I'm perfectly fine now, Shiro smiled to reassure the man. Young people these days, Arthur-san smiled back. I'll get you some clean clothes. Wait a moment. No need to trouble yourself, sir. My clothes are already goo. Don't be shy, son. You can't possibly wear those torn clothes again, Arthur-san said as he left the room, closing the door. Shiro was deep in thought about his fate. After being sucked into the Grail, it seems I've ended up far away, maybe in Europe or America. But why can I understand Arthur-san's speech? Shiro was confused. Is this a side effect of the Grail? He wondered, recalling how Saber could speak Japanese despite being born in England. The bedroom door opened again. Here you go, Shiro-kun. Arthur-san handed him a cream-colored tunic and brown leather pants. Shiro took the clothes. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to trouble you. He felt guilty for being treated so well. Arthur-san just smiled. It's no problem at all. You've come all this way from the Far East to study, only to be robbed at the border of Rakia. Far East? Rakia? As far as I know, those aren't places on Earth. Shiro was stunned. Kaleidoscope. Shiro started to recall one of his fragmented dreams. Maybe I'm mistaken, or perhaps I've been thrown into another dimension. Something that normally seemed impossible might occur due to the Grail's influence, Shiro reassured himself. Seeing Shiro lost in thought, Arthur-san apologized. Sorry for making you recall painful memories. It's okay, sir. I'm just as shocked by how this happened, Shiro replied. Did you survive on your own? The man asked. Survive? Shiro paused for a moment. Yes, I was traveling alone, sir. Oh, are you attending Silverleaf Academy in the capital? I heard they offer scholarships for students from outside the region. Actually, I plan to enroll there. Shiro's tongue felt bitter from his lie. In that case, let me take you to the city center so it will be easier for you to get there, Arthur-san said enthusiastically. Eh? Can you travel already? Shiro nodded. Avalon had healed his wounds. Then hurry up and change, take a bath, and I'll prepare the cart. Arthur-san quickly left the room and closed the door. Scene break. After Arthur-san left the room, Shiro removed all his bandages. He could see that his wounds had completely healed. He then bathed in the attached bathroom and quickly put on the clothes Arthur-san had given him. Wearing the long-sleeved cream-colored tunic and leather pants felt strange to Shiro. He had never worn clothes like these before. Looking at himself in the mirror, Shirou thought, I look like a medieval European youth. Shirou left the room and looked out the window. He saw Arthur-san loading several sacks into a wooden cart, with a horse tied at the front. Without hesitation, Shirou quickly left the house and helped the man load the sacks onto the cart. The sacks were filled with Arthur-san's corn harvest. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, son. You should rest first. Shirou smiled. I've had plenty of rest, sir. After they finished loading the cart, Arthur-san moved to the front of the cart and sat down. Shirou-kun, sit here next to me, Arthur-san pointed to the seat beside him. Okay, sir. Shirou immediately followed Arthur-san's instructions. Seeing that Shirou was seated beside him, Arthur-san then whipped the horse's reins. Hi. The horse neighed and began walking, pulling the cart. The journey began. The surroundings were filled with greenery as they traveled. Various plants adorned the landscape, including corn, tomatoes, grapes, oranges, and many others. For Shirou, this was a new experience, and he enjoyed the fresh air and the natural scenery. While holding the reins, Arthur-san started a conversation. Shirou-kun, it seems like you're from an urban area? Yes, sir. I live in Fuyuki City, Shirou replied. Massaging his forehead, Arthur-san said, Fuyuki, huh? I've never heard of it. After a moment, he continued, but with a name like that, you must be from the Far East, right? Yes, I do live in the East, sir, Shirou answered truthfully, though not entirely. Japan is in the East, after all, he thought. Where exactly are we going, sir? Shirou was curious about the city they were heading to. Of course, we're heading to the city center of Amnes. My cornfield was on the outskirts of the city, Arthur-san explained. I'll take you through the East Gate, and then I'll head to the market to sell my corn harvest, the man added. Shirou listened attentively. And where should I go next, sir? Arthur-san answered, just go to the guild. I heard the guild is organizing a trip to the capital. A student like you should be given a ride. Shirou was stunned for a moment. Why is that, sir? Even though Rakia is a military country, we also value education. That's why students from faraway places like you shouldn't be neglected, Arthur-san said proudly. If I had studied diligently back then, I would have. The journey continued with Arthur-san reminiscing about his youth and his desire to become a famous philosopher. Being a good listener, Shirou calmly listened to the man's nostalgic stories. A few hours later, they arrived in the city of Amnes. The city was surrounded by stone walls and iron gates guarding each entrance. After entering through the East Gate, Arthur-san said his goodbyes. Take care, son, and don't let the same thing happen to you again. Arthur-san patted Shirou's head. Shirou stood silently, contemplating the possibility of facing Gilgamesh once again. I hope he doesn't make it to this world. I don't want to fight him a second time. Shirou was confident that he had won by sheer luck. Gilgamesh had underestimated him, Rin had provided mana, and Archer had saved him. Many people had helped Shirou, and one of them was Arthur-san. After the man stopped patting his head, Shirou asked, Arthur-san, why did you help me when all I did was trouble you? Shirou felt unworthy of receiving so much help. He couldn't repay the kindness Arthur-san had shown him, from saving him to giving him direction. I want you to fulfill the dream I couldn't achieve. That's why you must study hard, Arthur-san said with a gentle smile. Before Shirou could respond, the man forced a pouch of coins into Shirou's right hand. Without realizing it, Shirou was already holding the pouch. Sir, I can't accept. Shirou tried to refuse the generous gift from Arthur-san. Don't worry about it. The man smiled and returned to his cart. Arthur-san, thank you very much. Shirou bowed deeply. You're welcome, Shirou-kun. Arthur-san waved from atop his cart. Shirou waved back until the cart began moving again. As the cart disappeared from view, Shirou looked around for the guild, building to continue his journey. Shirou thought about fulfilling Arthur-san's hopes for him. It was rare for him to meet someone as kind as Arthur-san, who helped him selflessly. Without asking for anything in return, Arthur-san had helped him when he was injured and now provided him with provisions and a purpose. As he walked around, Shirou reflected on his experiences so far. He had been sucked into a portal caused by the Grail. The Grail had rejected him as the core and discarded him through the second magic kaleidoscope, leading him to this unknown world. While unconscious, he had dreamed that Archer asked Rin to take care of him. Hey, that doesn't make sense. If I'm here, who did Archer mean? Maybe I dreamed of an Archer in another dimension where he managed to save me from the portal? Or did my soul split into two? One part was discarded into this world, and the other survived the portal. Shirou scratched his head, feeling frustrated trying to understand the possibilities and mechanisms of the true magic used by the Grail. Because he wasn't paying attention to where he was going, Shirou bumped into a rough figure walking in his direction. Hey, watch where you're going, said the middle-aged man he had bumped into. Sorry, sir. I'm just looking for the guild. Around here, Shirou quickly apologized. In that case, get in there quickly, the man said roughly as he walked away. Shirou noticed the building next to him, bustling with people coming and going. The building was larger than the surrounding ones. It was painted blue and had two large limestone pillars supporting it from the outside. Shirou then climbed the small steps and entered the building. Inside, several counters had lines of people waiting. Interestingly, each line seemed to have a different type of person. The eastern line was mostly filled with people who looked like soldiers, wearing armor and carrying sheathed weapons. The northern line also had armed people, but they were not in uniform, and their equipment varied. They looked like mercenaries to Shirou. The western line was mainly filled with civilians and didn't appear threatening. Since he had no military business, Shirou chose to stand in the western line. While waiting, Shirou used structural analysis on the weapons of the other two lines. Trace on Shirou chanted in his mind. Activating his 27 magic circuits, he converted his body's OD into prana. Then, with that energy, he used tracing on the weapons and armor in the northern and eastern lines. At first, everything seemed normal. The materials used were mostly iron or steel. However, a person who appeared to be the captain of the soldiers had armor made of an unusual material, mithril. Compared to iron and steel, mithril. Perhaps this is a material unique to this world, Shirou speculated. But what surprised Shirou even more was that some of them had experience killing monsters. Most of them were from the northern line. A young man in the northern line had a poison dagger that had killed several goblins. Another had a bow that had injured a kobold. I didn't expect there to be phantasmal beasts in this world, Shirou thought. Phantasmal beasts were fantastical creatures in Shirou's world that had long been extinct since the end of the Age of Gods. The mystery in this world seemed to thrive everywhere. Shirou also noticed several people carrying long staffs with magic stones at the tips. They must be in the caster class, Shirou thought, amused. Before he realized it, it was his turn to conduct his business. The female clerk at the counter wore a black vest over a long-sleeved white shirt and black pants. The uniform gave a modern impression, making Shirou feel confused. How can I help you? The clerk asked. My name is Shirou Emiya. I'd like to know if there's a group offering rides for foreign students to the capital. Please wait a moment. After a few moments, the clerk checked a list of names and responded, yes, there's an economy class group departing tomorrow morning. The Orco group still has 9 seats available. Would you like to register, Emiya-san? Yes, please. The clerk wrote Shirou's name on a card and stamped it with what appeared to be the guild emblem. She then handed it to Shirou. Please show this to the Orco group leader. Don't lose it, the clerk said with a playful smile. Okay, thanks. I'll keep it safe, Shirou replied with a smile. Shirou took the card and saw that it had details like his seat number, foreign student package, transit points, and the destination city. Shirou left the guild building and went to buy supplies for the next day's journey. Scene break. After buying supplies and renting a room using the money Arthur-san had given him, Shirou rested in the rented room. On his bed, he experimented with magecraft. He tried projection, summoning Kansho, and Bakuya. Unlike usual, this world did not reject magecraft, like Gaia, in his own world. However, the materials that made up Kansho and Bakuya began to destabilize when they were not in contact with him. This world cannot handle prana stably. In a few days, my projections will likely disappear. After dismissing Kansho and Bakuya, Shirou projected a small ribbon with a small bell that only rang when shaken vigorously and tied it to the side of his pants. When this bell falls and rings, it will mark the time limit for my projection. Finished with his experiment, Shirou lay on the bed, thinking about the upcoming journey. He thought of Ren and Saber and hoped they were safe. He remembered his dream of becoming a hero. Will enrolling as a student help me become a hero? In a world where monsters still roamed, it would certainly be easier for Shirou if he went hunting using magecraft. But Arthur-san, who had saved him, hoped that he would become a diligent student. Sighing, Shirou thought, let's see where fate takes me. He decided to continue on the journey he had signed up for. After strengthening his resolve, Shirou drifted off to sleep. That night, Shirou Emiya dreamed of swords and war. It was a dream that left him drenched in cold sweat the next morning. Chapter 3. Waking up in the morning, Shirou Emiya found himself drenched in cold sweat. His hands trembled as he reached for water to calm himself. Shirou's room was on the upper floor of the inn, so he had to go downstairs to get a drink. The inn's ground floor consisted of several rooms. Beside the stairs was a tall, empty reception desk. On the left and right were several closed doors. Continuing down the hallway, Shirou found a bar that was open early in the morning. Excuse me, ma'am, may I have a glass of water? Would you like to add breakfast? Looking briefly at the menu on display, Shirou decided to be frugal. 1 portion of dry bread and soup, please. Coming right up. Shirou sat at one of the empty tables. The bar was still quiet, and he was the first customer of the day. Despite this, the tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and the floor looked clean. Shirou was sure that the bar had been cleaned early in the morning. Still shaken from his dream, Shirou recalled a counter-guardian, carrying out his duties. Destroying anything with the potential to endanger humanity, whether it was civilians, children or adults, men or women, magus or ordinary humans, anything with the potential for disaster was eradicated without a trace. The last time Shirou had such a vivid dream was when he was master to Saber. Back then, he dreamed of Saber's memories from the moment she pulled out the sword, Caliban, to her death at the hands of Mordred. Archer's memories. Why am I dreaming of them? Archer was not Shirou's servant. So why was he dreaming about Archer? Sample Terhobungdangan. Heroic spirit EMY. Is this because of the Grail, connecting me to that man? Shirou recalled the nightmare that had haunted him last night. The massacre, the killing, and the destruction were all the main themes of his dream. Yet, the eyes of the main actor in his dream were not those of someone who had given up. His eyes were filled with determination, even in the face of hell. He was summoned to cleanse humanity's evil. To kill everyone, animals, and anything involved with that evil. It didn't matter if those killed were victims, perpetrators, or just unfortunate people caught in the wrong place. Without freedom, the counter-guardian eradicated anything with the potential to endanger humanity. Archer, in his black armor, passed through that hell for an uncountable time. His long-regretted resolve was now reignited. Without realizing it, deep in his heart, Shirou felt admiration for Archer. Although he couldn't save everyone, he continued to try. I have no regrets. This is the only path. Perhaps that is the true meaning of a hero. Here you go, son. The woman's voice interrupted Shirou's thoughts as she placed his order on the table. Thank you, ma'am. Shirou started eating the bread, dipping it into the soup. The taste wasn't much different from the bread in his own world, and the chicken broth in the soup was familiar. This was good news for Shirou because it meant he could cook with ingredients he knew. Add one more portion, please. Shirou thought back to the last time he had cooked. Was it when he cooked for Taiga and Saber? It felt like so long ago, even though he had only been separated from them for a few days. Will I be able to return? It would take a miracle like the Grail to bring him home. Shirou didn't want to get lost in such dreams. Dreams like that would weaken him and make him lose focus. Shirou needed to decide on one clear goal. I will fight in this world. After finishing his meal and paying, Shirou, carrying the supplies he had bought the day before, left the inn to find the group he would be traveling with. It didn't take long for Shirou to find a group of people loading goods near the city's western gate. They were loading the items onto horse-drawn carts. Shirou quickly approached the group but was stopped by a guard holding a spear. What business do you have here? The guard asked. Handing over the card given to him by the guild, Shirou replied, I'm a passenger in this group. The guard read the card and then apologized. Oh, sorry. It's still too early. Come back around 10:30. Shirou was surprised to hear the guard mention time with such precision. Considering this world seemed like a medieval setting, Shirou hadn't expected clocks to be invented. The guard's expression softened. Why don't you explore the city a bit? It's not every day we get foreign students like you visiting this town. All right, sir, Shirou complied. Shirou wandered around, taking in the city's sights. Workers began leaving their homes in the morning, bidding farewell to their families. Housewives were heading to the market, and merchants were setting up their wares. Shirou's attention was drawn to a mechanic's shop that had just opened. Using structural analysis, Shirou examined one of the watches on display. The black watch had mechanisms and materials similar to those he was familiar with. However, instead of a battery, the watch used a small magic stone as its power source. Excuse me, sir. How much is this watch? Only 300 valis, son. The money Arthur-san had given Shirou amounted to 2,000 valis. After deducting his expenses, he had 1,500 valis left. Without hesitation, Shirou bought the watch. His remaining money now totaled 1,200 valis. Pleasure doing business with you, son. Leaving the mechanic's shop, Shirou checked his new watch. The long hand pointed to 6, and the short hand was between 9 and 10. It was already 9:30, so Shirou decided to return to his travel group. As he neared his destination, Shirou's attention was once again diverted. He was drawn to the books displayed in a shop window. Thinking he still had some time, Shirou decided to visit the shop. Information is one of the most powerful weapons. Understanding this world will make it easier to conquer, Shirou remembered a saying he had once heard. Out of the many books, Shirou chose 2 thin books titled Ares and Rakia and Understanding Different Races and a Map of the Continent. How much for all of this? Shirou asked the cashier. 700 valis. Shirou took out some coins from his pocket and paid the cashier. Thank you. Please come again. The cashier smiled politely. Shirou arrived at the meeting point exactly at 10:30. The Orko group seemed to be getting ready. The guard from earlier immediately let Shirou in. Shirou looked for his assigned seat according to the number on his card. After finding the correct cart, Shirou climbed inside. He found a young woman already sitting inside, wearing a long cloak with the hood pulled over her head. She had a short magic staff resting on her lap and was focused on reading a book. Excuse me, I'll be sitting here, Shirou said. The woman remained silent, not responding. From his position, Shirou could see her shining blonde hair and green eyes focused on her book. The book was covered in a black binding, so Shirou couldn't tell its title. Only 2 people in this cart? That's pretty few, the driver remarked, looking inside the cart from his seat. We're leaving soon. Are you both ready? Yes, sir, Shirou replied, while the woman simply nodded her head. All right, let's go. The horse-drawn cart began to move, along with the other carts in the group. Shirou's cart was at the very back, giving him a clear view of the city of Amnes, slowly disappearing from sight. The journey went smoothly since the road was well-trodden. The path made it easier for the horses to travel. On both sides of the road, grasslands and a few trees lined the way. Shirou spent the journey reading the books he had purchased, while the woman in front of him continued to ignore him. When they stopped for a meal break, Shirou offered her some of his food, but she simply turned her head away. The woman kept her head down and never showed her face. After the break, Shirou continued reading. The first book he read was about the god Ares and the formation of the kingdom of Rakia. Initially, Shirou thought the book referred to Ares as the god residing on Mount Olympus. To his surprise, Ares had literally descended to this world in the form of a man who sealed his divine power, known as Arcanum. Ares and other gods descended from Tenkai, the upper world, to Jinkai, the lower world. Like other gods, he grew bored and came down to Jinkai to play. The gods formed Familia, and Ares, Familia, became the kingdom of Rakia, the largest Familia, with thousands of members. Ares founded the kingdom of Rakia, personally selecting its king and successors. The kingdom expanded from nothing and began to conquer surrounding areas, enlarging its territory. The spearhead of Rakia's military was the magic sword, forged by a man named Kratso and his descendants. Magic swords were weapons crafted in such a way that they could produce elemental magic. However, after a few uses, the magic sword would shatter into pieces. Perhaps the instability of prana in this world causes this, Shirou speculated. The territory of Rakia expanded rapidly due to the magic swords forged by Kratso. However, at one point, Rakia's soldiers burned down several elf forests, enraging the spirits who cursed the remaining descendants of Kratso. This curse marked the end of Rakia's victorious expansions, and most of their wars now ended in defeat. The book ended with this summary. Shirou processed the information he had just learned, drawing several key points. First, the Age of Gods had not ended in this world, and gods and goddesses descended to this world to play, sealing their powers as Arcanum. However, they were allowed to bless their followers with fauna. Second, there were sentient non-human races living alongside humans, such as elves and spirits. Third, non-magus, humans could create magic swords, which reminded Shirou of the mystic codes from his own world. However, mystic codes, crafted by magi, were more varied, not just limited to swords, and were more durable in use. Having finished the first book, Shirou moved on to the second one for further understanding. When Shirou set aside the book on Ares and Rakia, his eyes met those of the woman in front of him. Shirou's golden eyes locked with her green ones. Shirou smiled at her. Expecting to be ignored, he was surprised when she made an effort to return his smile, though it was a bit stiff. Shortly afterward, she quickly averted her gaze. Perhaps she's just shy, Shirou thought. Shirou continued reading his next book, Understanding Different Races, which was even thinner than the previous one. This book provided brief descriptions of non-human races along with illustrations. Did I buy a children's book by mistake? Shirou wondered. The book's simple explanations allowed Shirou to grasp the concepts quickly. Broadly speaking, the races in this world were divided into humans, demi-humans, and spirits. Demi-humans consisted of various races, such as elves, who had long, pointed ears and mostly lived in forests. Elves had low birth rates, long lifespans, and a natural talent for magic. Then there were dwarves, who were short, broad, and incredibly strong, so strong that they could defeat monsters without fauna. Amazonas was a race of dark-skinned women known for their love of fighting. Amazonas only gave birth to female Amazonas children. As a result, they would eventually leave their villages to find men. Then there was the Paloma race, short in stature but not as strong as dwarves. They were known for their agility and ability to see in the dark. Most of the demi-humans fell under the category of beast humans. Beast humans were humans, but with animal features like Boaz, who had boar ears, cat people, who resembled cats, Chianthrope, who had dog ears and tails, and various other types of beast humans. And finally, there were the spirits. The name reminded Shirou of heroic spirits, the heroic souls who had ceased to reincarnate and were stored in the throne of heroes. However, according to the book, spirits in this world had nothing to do with heroic spirits. They were a race that descended to Jinkai to help humanity before the gods and goddesses came down. Spirits also had magical potential greater than elves. Having gathered enough understanding, Shirou closed the book and placed it beside his seat. His legs were stiff from sitting for too long, so he stood up and stretched his body. Just as he stood, the cart he was riding in gradually came to a halt. "We're almost there, but since it's getting late, we'll rest for a bit," the driver announced. The female passenger in front of Shirou had long fallen asleep. She slept with her head resting against the seat. Her hood had slipped off, revealing her delicate, clean face, partially covered by her tousled blonde hair. Though asleep, her face bore a determined expression. However, what surprised Shirou the most was her ears, which were long and pointed, like the ones he had seen in the book. So that's what she was hiding. She's an elf. Shirou now understood why she had been so distant. Being an elf among humans would naturally draw attention, so she avoided interaction and kept her face covered to conceal her race. Shirou stepped out of the cart to survey the area. A dozen or so horse-drawn carts were arranged in a circle. Some passengers had disembarked and were sleeping outside the carts. Some of them carried lanterns lit by magic stones. A campfire had been lit in the center of the circle of carts. Approaching the campfire, Shirou sat down to enjoy its warmth while gazing up at the sky. A crescent moon shone brightly, surrounded by stars. Without any clouds, the sky was especially clear. The sky looked just like the one in Shirou's original world. This stirred feelings of nostalgia within him. Shirou had always enjoyed gazing at the sky from the veranda of his home, often accompanied by a few cups of tea. He had developed this habit after Kiritsugu entrusted his dream to him in his final moments, a beautiful dream that Shirou knew was impossible to fulfill. "Kiritsugu, can I become a hero in this world?" Shirou murmured to himself. For a while, Shirou drifted off, lulled to sleep by the warmth of the fire. However, he was suddenly jolted awake by a sharp, unpleasant smell that disturbed his peace. The smell was like damp cloth that had been left unwashed for too long. But this wasn't just any damp smell. Shirou's nose was sensitive to mystical things, and now he was certain something was wrong. Rising from his resting position, Shirou did some light stretching to prepare his muscles. He steeled himself and began searching for the source of the foul odor. The smell came from multiple directions around the circle of carts. Shirou followed one of the scent trails, creeping silently toward the center of the circle where several tents had been set up. Shadowy figures were moving around the tents. As Shirou drew closer, he caught a glimpse of one of the shadows in the moonlight. The figure had the head of a wild dog with a protruding tongue. The creature was hunched over, standing about as tall as Shirou's shoulder. Its body, from its feet to its thighs, hands to its arms, and head to its neck, was covered in maroon fur. What made these creatures threatening were the claws protruding from their toes and fingers, as well as the fangs visible in their mouths. The group of monsters seemed intent on surrounding the tents that were now occupied. Shirou couldn't allow any casualties from this attack. "Trace on," Shirou muttered as he summoned Kancho and Bakuya into his hands, preparing to strike. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, Shirou sprinted toward one of the monsters on the far end of the group, extending his right hand to stab the creature with his sword. Stab. Kancho easily pierced the monster's back. Poof. The creature's body dissolved into black dust, leaving behind a small, magic stone that fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Shirou moved on to his second target, which was still confused about what was happening. This time, he slashed at the target's head with Bakuya. Blood spurted from the monster's neck before it, too, dissolved into dust. Seeing their comrades being killed by Shirou, the group of dog-headed monsters began howling. "Awah." The dozen or so monsters gathered together, preparing to attack Shirou all at once. Both sides took positions, observing each other's movements. Shirou steadied his stance, with Kancho in his right hand pointed forward and Bakuya ready to strike. The monsters knew that Shirou's swords were dangerous and were looking for an opening in his defense. From behind, Shirou channeled his OD, converting it into prana to reinforce his elbow. He half-turned, slamming his reinforced elbow into the head of the monster that had tried to ambush him from behind. Crack. The sound of a skull cracking echoed as the monster was flung 2 meters backward, landing face down. No sooner had the first monster fallen than 3 more leaped at Shirou from the front. They thought they had a chance since Shirou had been distracted, but with swift precision, Shirou adjusted his stance and slashed at the incoming monsters with both swords. Sret. Kancho and Bakuya easily sliced through 2 of the 3 attacking monsters. However, the third one managed to get close enough to swipe at Shirou's face with its clawed right hand. Shirou dodged slightly, causing the claw to miss its target. At point-blank range, Shirou easily drove his sword into the back of the third monster. Poof. The monster disappeared into a cloud of dust. The anti-monster trait of Kancho and Bakuya made all attacks from these swords particularly effective. It felt like a hot knife cutting through butter. Shirou encountered almost no resistance when striking the monsters. A single effortless slash could deliver a fatal blow. Having gauged his enemy's strength, Shirou shifted his stance to a more offensive position. With both swords ready, he prepared to launch an attack. But the monsters had also learned about the power of their opponent. They realized they were no longer the hunters but the hunted. Dropping to all fours like wild dogs, they began to flee, yelping in fear. Shirou considered whether to chase and hunt them down or check on the potential victims first. He decided to inspect the nearby tents before going after the remaining monsters. Dispelling Kancho and Bakuya, he approached one of the tents. A young man with a shocked expression stood in front of the tent, his brown eyes wide as he watched Shirou's fight. "Hey, are you hurt?" Shirou asked. The young man was silent for a moment, then slapped his cheeks to snap himself out of his stupor. "No, I'm fine. The kobolds hadn't started their attack when you arrived." "That's good to hear." Shirou felt somewhat relieved. Before continuing his hunt, he instructed the young man to sound the alarm, warn everyone, we're under monster attack. "Yes, sir." The young man replied with a military-like salute. With that taken care of, Shirou dashed off, following the lingering scent of the remaining monsters. Most of the smell had faded from the area around the Orko caravan, but one particularly strong scent led him back to his cart. There, just in front of his cart, a skirmish was underway. "Move back." A young elf woman with her hood down was surrounded by 3 kobolds. She swung her short magic staff like a baseball bat, trying to keep the monsters at bay. "Trace on." Shirou charged at the kobold on the edge of the group, slashing it with Kancho. Sret. The diagonal slash from the upper left to the lower right easily tore through the monster's body. Moving swiftly, Shirou struck down a second kobold. The third monster tried to escape, crawling away in fear. Shirou pulled his right arm back and hurled Kancho at the fleeing kobold. Like a boomerang, the black blade flew forward and pierced the monster right between the eyes. As the creature disintegrated into dust, Kancho dissolved back into prana. Fiu. Shirou exhaled, surprised that his throw had perfectly hit the target's head. He then turned halfway around to face the elf woman he had just saved. With her hood down, Shirou could clearly see her beautiful, surprised face. Her large green eyes were wide with shock, and her long blonde hair flowed gently over her shoulders, reflecting the moonlight. For a moment, Shirou was at a loss for words. The woman appeared unharmed, her face still clean and her clothes in perfect condition. A sharp attack would have left visible marks, but a blunt one might not. Shirou wanted to ensure that she was okay, but before he could speak, the elf woman addressed him. "You're hurt," she said softly, stepping closer to Shirou and touching his right cheek. The scrape he hadn't noticed was now under the gentle touch of an elf. "I must have gotten this during the kobold fight," Shirou thought, feeling a bit embarrassed as he turned his face away. "It's nothing, just a small scratch." "Even so, please allow me to repay your kindness." The elf woman gently turned Shirou's face back toward her, placing her fingers on his wound and chanting a soft spell. After a few moments, Shirou heard the conclusion of her incantation, Lesser Heal. A small magic circle appeared at the tip of the elf's finger. The wound on Shirou's cheek began to close, leaving no trace behind. Once she had finished healing him, the elf removed her hand from Shirou's cheek. "Thank you," Shirou said with a smile. Previously, the woman hadn't returned his smile, but now, with her cheeks slightly flushed, the elf returned a small, beautiful smile that Shirou found enchanting. "You're welcome," she replied shyly, lowering her head. "Hey, what are you two doing over there? Hurry up and get back on the cart." The driver's shout interrupted the moment, spoiling the atmosphere. Hastily, Shirou and the elf climbed back into the cart and took their seats, sitting across from each other, now feeling a bit awkward. "Hi." The horses at the front of the caravan neighed as the driver urged them onward. Without waiting for the passengers' approval, the cart took off at a much faster pace than before. The journey now moved swiftly, and the cart shook slightly from the increased speed. Despite this, Shirou initiated a conversation with the woman across from him. Extending his hand, he introduced himself. "My name is Shirou Emiya from the Far East," recalling the most fitting name for his homeland in this world. "Saria Balsis, from the Forest of Alf," she replied, her hand trembling slightly as they shook hands. "Nice to meet you," they both said, exchanging smiles. Chapter 4. The sun was rising in the eastern sky as the caravan of Orko traveled toward the small town of Gustensel for a stopover and rest. The journey, which was usually undertaken during the morning, had been forced to continue overnight due to the monster attack. Although such attacks were rare, a second wave was often more powerful than the first. So, even if they managed to repel the initial kobold attack, there was no guarantee that they would remain safe in the same spot. The worst-case scenario was that the kobolds would return with a larger, stronger group. Gruduk, gruduk, gruduk. The drivers whipped their horses to move faster. The Orko caravan rushed toward its destination, which was now in sight. Most of the passengers were still on edge after the attack. Some were wounded and receiving treatment. The tense atmosphere was thick with silence, reflecting the passengers' collective anxiety. But in the last cart of the caravan, a loud female voice broke the silence. "What? You're going to enroll in Silverleaf Academy?" Saria, the elf, exclaimed. The conversation between Shirou and Saria, which had started awkwardly, gradually became more comfortable. Saria had loosened up, showing her face more openly than before. Her blonde hair now flowed freely over her shoulders, and her pointed ears were clearly visible, distinguishing her as an elf. Her green eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Shirou. After introductions, their conversation had shifted to discussing their respective travel plans. Saria intended to study magic in Altina, a city of magic where expert mages gathered. Altina reminded Shirou of the clock tower in London, the headquarters of the Magi. When Shirou mentioned his plan to enroll in Silverleaf Academy, Saria strongly objected. "Why would you want to study there? That academy only teaches philosophy and military science. Are you planning to become a philosopher? Or a military commander? It would be a waste of your magical talent," she said in a lecturing tone. Silverleaf Academy, located in the capital of the Kingdom of Rakia, focused on teaching philosophy and military science. This was heavily influenced by Ares, the founder of the kingdom. Shirou wasn't particularly interested in studying either of these subjects. "Actually, I got a suggestion to apply to that academy." Shirou remembered Arthur Sand's face as he spoke. Silverleaf Academy is said to be offering scholarships. Shirou felt guilty about letting Arthur Sand down. The man had saved him, nursed him back to health when he was unconscious, and supported his decision to go to school. "You'd be better off coming with me to Altina. They'll appreciate your magical talent there." "I've never seen magic like yours before," Saria said, piquing Shirou's curiosity. "What do you mean? What kind of magic are you used to seeing?" Shirou asked. Saria pointed to herself with her right hand. We elves are born with the natural ability to perform magic. The kind of magic I'm familiar with is the kind that elves perform. Then, Saria squinted her eyes and looked at Shirou suspiciously. But I've never heard of a human who could do magic without a god's blessing. Have you ever joined a familia, Shirou-san? Hearing that, Shirou could only give a wry smile. No, I've never met a god. Then how are you able to perform magic, Shirou-san? Saria asked, her voice filled with wonder. Shirou hesitated for a moment, considering whether to keep the existence of magecraft a secret. In this world, magic seemed to be commonplace, but the magecraft he practiced was different and could attract unwanted attention. Taking the easier route, Shirou answered, it seems I have a natural affinity for it, just like you, elves. He spoke a partial truth. Shirou had been born with a magical potential embedded in his soul as magic circuits. But the magic he practiced was different from what Saria had in mind. With an expression of awe, Saria said, wow, the world is indeed vast. I never imagined I'd meet a human who could summon swords like you, Shirou-san. Shirou smiled. It seems you really love magic, Saria-san. What motivated you to leave your hometown to study it? Saria leaned back against her seat, smiling as she recalled her past. When I was a child, I saw the 9 hells, magic performed by Reverio Joe's Alf when she returned to the Forest of Alf. 9 hells. Is she a legendary mage in this world, like Merlin and Solomon in mine? Shirou wondered. You don't know? She's the strongest mage in Orario, the city of adventurers. Even though you're from the Far East, you should have heard of her, Saria said, shaking her head. The ends of her hair swayed gently against her cheeks. When I was a child, I watched her demonstrate one of her most powerful spells in an open field, Saria continued her story. Shirou realized that, unlike the magi in his world, the mages in this world seemed more open and didn't keep their magic a secret from ordinary people or other mages. Shirou agreed with the magi in his world. It was better to keep one's techniques hidden so as to maintain an element of surprise against enemies and prevent them from preparing countermeasures. Imitating her idol, Saria recited the incantation with a serious expression, harbinger of the end. The white snow. Blow with the wind before the twilight. Closing light. The freezing land. Blizzard. The 3 severe winters. My name is Alf. When Fimblevetter. Saria shouted, imagining that she had successfully cast the spell. With her serious demeanor, Saria raised her magic staff in her right hand, but the gesture came off as more cute than impressive, like an adept mage. Saria continued her story with dramatic flair. Crystal ice formed as far as the eye could see. It was as if time itself could stop because of her magic. I stood in the front row, and I could feel the cold of her spell. Remembering the awe-inspiring sight, Saria smiled. Seeing such incredible magic inspired me to become a mage. Chuckle. Shirou couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Feeling teased, Saria glared at Shirou. What's so funny? I'm just glad you're opening up more now. Remembering how she had initially ignored him, Shirou continued, you seem to really love magic, speaking about it with such enthusiasm, even though you were so quiet before. After a brief silence, Saria explained, actually, this is the first time I've ever spoken to a human. I grew up in my hometown's forest, never seeing the outside world. But for the sake of my dream, I said goodbye to my parents and ventured out into the world. At first, I thought humans were greedy, dishonest, and deceitful. Then Saria smiled gratefully, but I was wrong. There are good people too, like you, Shirou-san. And used to being praised, Shirou felt his cheeks heat up. It's nothing. I'm not that good. Shirou felt undeserving of such praise for what he had done. He had saved Saria of his own free will. Shirou lowered his head. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward again. Shirou wanted to break the silence and start a new conversation. Just as Shirou was about to speak, the driver called out, we've arrived in the town of Gustensel. We'll regroup here tomorrow morning to continue the journey. Saria pulled her hood back up, gathered her belongings, and stepped out of the cart first. Come on, Shirou-san, she called from outside. Having packed his things, Shirou followed Saria out of the cart and walked alongside her. Where are we going? As they walked, Saria scanned the buildings in the town of Gustensel. The town seemed smaller than the previous one. The part of Gustensel they were passing through was filled with street vendors. Merchants had already set up their stalls, and housewives were crowding around a shop. Saria's gaze settled on a small eatery at an intersection. How about we have breakfast first? Sure, I'd like to try some local cuisine, Shirou replied. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Saria cheerfully hurried ahead of Shirou and entered the eatery. Shirou quickly followed Saria through the eatery's wooden door. Inside, the staff was busy serving customers, and the place was bustling with people enjoying breakfast. Most of the tables were already occupied, but Saria had managed to grab a small table in the back corner. Sit here, Shirou-san. Saria gestured for Shirou to sit across from her at the small table. Following her invitation, Shirou took a seat directly in front of Saria, with the table separating them. Saria handed him the menu. What would you like to order, Shirou-san? After scanning the menu, Shirou made his choice. One traditional pasta dish and a glass of water. Hearing that, Saria called the waitress and ordered, we'll have 2 servings of traditional pasta and 2 glasses of water. Shirou raised an eyebrow. The same order? Saria smiled playfully. I also want to try the local cuisine. Starting a new topic, Saria asked, so, Shiro-san, have you changed your mind about attending Silverleaf Academy? To be honest, hearing your argument about that school makes me doubt if it's the right choice, Shiro replied. See? Then why not come with me to Altina? We can study magic together, Shiro-san, Saria said, already imagining it. Studying magic together at a magic academy. It reminds me of when Tosaka asked me to continue my studies with her at the clock tower as her magus apprentice. Shiro remembered Tosaka inviting him to study together during the final phase of the Grail War. Shiro could still picture Tosaka sitting on the desk, hugging her knees as the sun set. I wonder how she is. I hope she's okay, Shiro thought. Thinking about what might have happened made Shiro's mood even gloomier. Being far away from them, Shiro felt powerless to help. Shiro-san, Saria's voice finally reached Shiro's ears. What is it? Breakfast is served. What were you thinking about? Saria leaned in and looked into Shiro's eyes with concern. From that position, Shiro could clearly see the elf's beautiful face and the pointed ears she had beneath her hood. Shiro stammered as he replied, Hey, nothing, I was just thinking about home. The Far East, right? Your hometown, Saria recalled their previous conversation. Saria continued, I sometimes miss my friends back home too. We grew up learning magic together. But now I've decided on my goal, left them all behind, and I won't regret the path I've chosen. Saria declared, clenching her left hand. No regrets. Shiro could only smile bitterly. Saria's words resonated with what was in Shiro's heart. Even though he was separated from Rin and Saber, Shiro Emiya should have no regrets and should keep fighting. That's why, Shiro-san, Saria wagged her finger, before you continue your journey, you need to be sure of your goal. You've come a long way from home, don't waste it by enrolling in the wrong school. Saria was still trying to persuade him. All right, I'll consider it, Shiro said, still uncertain about his choice. Don't take too long. If you're set on enrolling at Silverleaf Academy, you'll continue the journey with the Orko caravan, Saria explained. But, if you change your mind and want to study with me, Saria placed her hand on her chest, we can find another caravan heading to Altina. This city is frequented by travel caravans since it's at the border, so it shouldn't be hard to find one, Saria explained as she began her breakfast. Following Saria's lead, Shiro also started enjoying his pasta, understanding why the eatery was so popular. Studying magic with this elf girl doesn't sound too bad, Shiro thought. Perhaps Altina wasn't as bad as the clock tower, which ignored morality. The mages in this world were very different from magus. With this in mind, Shiro leaned more towards going with Saria to Altina, rather than fulfilling Arthur Sand's hopes of him taking a scholarship at Silverleaf Academy. After breakfast, Saria paid for both meals. When they left the eatery, Shiro protested and tried to repay the money she had spent. As they walked, Saria replied, At least let me repay your kindness, Shiro-san. I saved you because I wanted to. You don't need to feel indebted, Saria-san, Shiro insisted. Taking advantage of the situation, Saria countered, Then I treated you because I wanted to. There's no need for you to repay me, Shiro-san. Shiro was left speechless, unable to respond. Shiro and Saria walked along a path by the side of the road. Horse-drawn carriages passed by in the middle of the street, and some were waiting for passengers on the roadside. The stone-based buildings with European medieval designs gave a classic impression to Shiro. Beside him, even with her hood on, Saria's bright mood was palpable. Fufufu, Shiro-san, you should get used to accepting other people's kindness, Saria chuckled behind her hood. Unintentionally, Saria's words struck a chord in Shiro's heart. Shiro felt like the kindness of others was wasted on him. Feeling uncomfortable, Shiro changed the subject. Saria-san, where are we going next? Saria stopped walking and placed her finger under her chin. Actually, I still want to explore the city. But it would be best if we booked a room at an inn first. We wouldn't want to be left without a room to sleep in tonight. Then let's find an inn. Shiro began scanning the buildings around them. The pair of friends, from different races, began searching for a suitable inn. They started looking in the area around the eatery where they had eaten. That area was on the outskirts of the city and was filled with street vendors. Finding no inns there, Shiro and Saria continued searching towards the city center. As they moved towards the city center, the main street became increasingly crowded with horse-drawn carriages. On the sidewalk, Shiro walked on Saria's right side, right next to the main street. On the left side were luxurious buildings with spacious courtyards surrounded by high fences. Shiro-san, look over there. There's an inn. Saria pointed to a building directly across the street. From across the street, they could see that the inn had 2 floors. The walls were painted dark blue with black patterns. In front of the inn stood a sign that read Treisha Inn with stylish, colorful writing. After observing the inn's building, Shiro said, Let's check it out. It might be suitable. The two of them looked both ways, checking for any approaching horse-drawn carriages. Just as they were ready to cross, they heard a young man's voice calling from behind, Excuse me, sir, may I speak with you for a moment? Shiro turned around. Yes, what is it? Saria, who was standing beside Shiro, lowered her head to hide her face. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tyler Henry. The brown-haired young man extended his right hand. He was dressed in a white shirt layered with a black coat, giving him a formal appearance. Emiya Shirou shook the young man's hand. There was something familiar about him. After the handshake, Tyler said, "First of all, I want to thank you for saving me and the passengers of the Orko caravan." The young man bowed his head in gratitude. "Glad I could help," Shirou smiled. He was relieved that the monster attack hadn't resulted in any casualties. That was also thanks to Tyler Sand's timely announcement. If he had been late, the passengers would have been overwhelmed by the kobolds. That's why, as the city secretary of Gustensel, I'd like to invite you to visit the town hall. Tyler gestured towards the building right next to them. After hearing about your actions, the mayor of Gustensel also wishes to meet you. It turned out that the luxurious building beside the road was the town hall. Shirou was quite impressed with the building's architecture. The building was supported by grand marble pillars standing proudly in front. It was adorned with beautiful carvings of rose flowers and vines. The front yard stretched wide, with neatly trimmed grass. Shirou glanced at Saria, concerned about her identity as an elf. His eyes seemed to say, "What do you think, Saria-san?" Saria tugged on Shiro's arm and whispered in his ear, "I'll wait for you at the inn across the street, and I'll book a room for you too. Be on your best behavior in front of the mayor, okay?" Saria smiled teasingly at Shirou. "Thank you, Saria-san," Shirou responded with a gentle smile. Saria waved her hand, which Shirou returned. Then she crossed the street and entered the inn. Shirou's eyes followed Saria's movements until she went inside. "Actually, you could have brought your girlfriend along to the meeting, Emiya-san." Tyler broke the silence. Hearing the word girlfriend, Shirou felt a bit embarrassed. "No, she's just a friend. Besides, she's not interested in attending the meeting." Noticing Shirou's embarrassed expression, Tyler smiled. "Oh, my apologies for assuming, Emiya-san. But you two make a lovely pair." A young man and woman traveling together in the same carriage, having breakfast together, exploring the city, and searching for an inn, with one booking a room for the other, it did seem like something a couple would do. Thinking about it that way, it does sound like we're a couple, Shirou realized. He didn't want that to cause misunderstandings and make Saria uncomfortable. Even so, he was Saria's only traveling companion. Tyler continued his words and then walked on. "All right, Emiya-san, let me escort you into the city hall." Shirou obediently followed Tyler through the city hall gate. Only fate knew that his meeting with the mayor of Gustensel would open a third path for Shirou Emiya. Chapter 5. For a government building, the town hall of Gustensel was quite luxurious. The walls were painted a light cream color, and precious metal ornaments decorated the walls. Each employee at the town hall worked quietly at their counters. After passing the reception desk, Shirou followed Gustensel's city secretary, Tyler Henry, toward the mayor's office. "After you, Emiya-san," Tyler gestured for Shirou to enter first. Politely, Shirou stepped into the room. "Excuse me." Tyler followed behind, closing the door to the office. Inside, a middle-aged man sat behind a desk in the center of the office. When he saw guests entering his room, he stood to greet them. His rather large body was covered by his official uniform. "You must be Emiya Shirou, right? Tyler has told me about you." The man smiled as he extended his hand. While shaking his hand, the man continued, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Arvin Henry, the mayor of this town. Please, have a seat." Shirou sat on a small sofa on the right side of the room, while the mayor sat directly across from him. They were separated by a black glass table. Noticing that there was no refreshment for his guest, Arvin instructed his secretary, Tyler, "Go make some drinks and bring some snacks over." "Yes, sir." Tyler obediently left to carry out his superior's orders. Shirou noticed that both men had the same last name. Arvin San also had, almost bald, brown hair and a thin mustache, the same color as the secretary's. Shirou had never been invited by a regional leader before. However, this didn't compare to his adoptive grandfather, who was the leader of the Yakuza in his area, or even the former king of Britain, Arturia Pendragon. Calmly, Shirou began the conversation. "Sorry, may I ask why you wanted to meet with me?" Raising an eyebrow, the mayor replied, straight to the point, "Huh? That's fine. I don't dislike that quality." Placing both hands on the table in a dramatic fashion, the mayor continued, "Okay, we'd like to hire your services." "My services? What kind of services?" While stroking his mustache, the mayor answered, "Don't be so modest. I know you're not an ordinary person. Tyler has told me how you summoned a sword with your magic." Hearing his magic mentioned, Shirou straightened his back, starting to feel tense. "With magic like that, it's clear you've been blessed by a god. And hearing how you skillfully used that sword to fight monsters, I wonder, are you a former adventurer on a journey?" Arvin asked, presenting his analysis. Shirou knew his magic was unusual, but there were still many things he didn't know, such as what the mayor meant by adventurer. Taking the safe route, Shirou changed the subject. "My background isn't important. I'd like to know what you mean by hiring my services." "Who? How mysterious," the mayor replied mockingly. Shirou narrowed his eyes, unimpressed with Arvin's lack of seriousness. Noticing Shirou's disapproving expression, the mayor cleared his throat and straightened his jacket. "Ahem, in short, I, as the representative of Gustensel, want to hire you to exterminate some monsters." "All right, I'm listening." As you may know, monsters have been attacking the road leading to this town. Some eyewitnesses saw that they came from the hills by the road. I want you to wipe them out all the way to their lair, so no more lives are lost. Shirou was interested in the job. He didn't want to miss the school enrollment deadline. While Shirou was weighing his options, the office door opened. Tyler entered, carrying a tray with a bottle of syrup, 2 glasses, and some cookies, which he placed on the table. "Excuse me," Tyler said as he poured syrup for both Shirou and Arvin. "Oh ho, please enjoy," Arvin said as he began eating without hesitation. Shirou also began eating the cookies. The crunchy sensation and the variety of flavors from the cookies spread across Shirou's tongue. "So, what do you think? Are you interested? It's rare to have adventurers like you in this town. By exterminating the monsters, you'll be saving many lives," the mayor asked, holding a glass of syrup. Shirou, who had been hesitant, lost his doubt upon hearing the mayor's words. Even if he missed the school deadline, or didn't go at all, Shirou preferred to save others. "All right, I'll do it. When can I start?" Shirou asked, his voice filled with determination. Hearing Shirou's response, the mayor smiled broadly. "Ho ho, the sooner, the better. Tomorrow morning would be perfect. As for your payment, would you prefer cash or something else?" "Cash is fine." Shirou hadn't thought much about payment for his services. "Okay. How does 100,000 valis sound? You can keep any magic stones or drop items you find." Arvin began negotiating. "I'll take it, but I'd like to hire a guide and buy a horse first." "For a guide, take this kid." Arvin pointed to Tyler, who was standing beside the sofa. "As for the horse, you can find one in town. Would you be willing to join us, Tyler-san?" Shirou wanted to ensure Tyler wasn't being forced. "It would be my pleasure, Emiya-san," Tyler answered without hesitation. "All right, I'll meet you at the city gate tomorrow morning," Shirou said. "Understood." After Tyler replied, the mayor stood up. "Wait here for a moment," he said, walking over to his desk. Shirou also stood, curious about what the mayor was doing. However, his attention was drawn to a longsword hanging on the wall behind the mayor's desk. The sword had a black hilt and a long, double-edged red blade that emitted an aura of burning fire. With his magic, Shirou knew it wasn't an ordinary sword. The sword was a magic sword, with the fire element and strong explosive power. From the information the sword gave him, Shirou knew that magic swords would shatter after being used. Displaying such a sword in a room was like hanging a missile ready to explode. Arvin returned from his desk, carrying a pouch of money. He walked over to Shirou and handed him the pouch. "Here's 20,000 valis up front. You'll get the rest after you finish exterminating the monsters." Shirou accepted the pouch and asked, "Why do you have an active magic sword on display? If it's triggered, this whole town hall could burn down." Really? That sword's been hanging there for ages. It was made by the Crotso ancestors to kill powerful monsters. No wonder it's still active." Arvin scratched his mustache, pondering the situation. "But I guess it's fine hanging there, since it hasn't exploded yet," Arvin replied nonchalantly. Swallowing the mayor's logic, Shirou gave a wry smile. "If you think so, all right, but it's better to be cautious." Arvin just nodded at Shirou's advice. "If that's all, I'll be on my way," Shirou said, bowing his head. As Shirou opened the office door to leave, he heard Tyler say, "Take care, Emiya-san." Leaving the town hall, Shirou walked toward the inn directly across the street. Along the way, he thought about how to tell Saria that he couldn't go with her. Shirou didn't want Saria waiting for him to finish the job, especially since it involved going to dangerous places. Shirou decided to bid her farewell. Upon entering the inn, Shirou approached a young man sitting at the reception desk. "Excuse me, do you have a room reserved under the name Shirou Emiya?" The receptionist replied, "Just a moment." After checking, he answered, "Yes, your room was reserved by Saria Balsas, number 202. Here's your key." May I know the room number she reserved?" Shirou felt awkward asking for the room number of a girl he had just met. "Saria Balsas reserved room number 201, right next to yours." "Thank you." Shirou headed to his room on the second floor. He climbed the wooden stairs and found his room, located right next to room 201. The room Shirou had was medium-sized for an inn. It was equipped with a bathroom and a small bed in the corner. Shirou placed his belongings beside the bed, then took a bath and changed his clothes. As he was changing, Shirou suddenly remembered the small bell he had projected, tied to the side of his pants. Using the spell Structural Analysis, Shirou could tell that the particles making up the bell were no longer stable. The bell was nearly dissipating into mana in the air. With a simple analysis, Shirou concluded that objects he created with projection wouldn't last more than 3 to 4 days without direct contact with him. Satisfied with the conclusion, Shirou dispelled the bell back into magical energy. Since Shirou didn't have any spare clothes, he used the same outfit as before, only this time it was created by his magic projection. Man, projection is really useful. For most magus, projection, or as they call it, gradation air, isn't very useful because it's far inferior to the original item. This is because gradation air is the result of a mental image of an object in the magus's mind. However, most magus cannot perfectly recreate an item due to their limited ability to understand and visualize the structure of the object. The result is an inferior object that quickly dissolves into mana. But Shirou Emiya, an amateur magus, had perfected the basic spell of structural analysis, allowing him to fully understand an object. Especially when it came to swords or weapons in general, he could even grasp their history. This spell, performed simultaneously with structural analysis, was called tracing. With perfect understanding, Shirou was able to upgrade gradation air to projection, which allowed him to project an object with high accuracy. As long as Shirou understood the object, he could replicate it. Even legendary crystallizations of someone's essence, known as noble phantasms, could be easily faked by him. No wonder they call me Faker, Shirou thought, recalling the ironic nickname that perfectly described him. After changing clothes, Shirou left his room and knocked on the door of room 201. Knock, knock. Saria, are you in there? No answer. Saria, he called out a little louder. Maybe she's asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, Shirou decided to look for lunch and buy a horse for tomorrow's journey. For lunch, Shirou ate at the same inn where he had breakfast. However, finding a horse proved to be more difficult. At first, he searched the central market. After several rounds, Shirou couldn't find any horses. The only live animals he found were livestock like chickens, ducks, goats, and so on. After asking one of the livestock sellers, Shirou received a suggestion to go directly to a stable in the location of one of them. The stable was far on the right side of the city. From the market, Shirou had to take a detour. He arrived there in the late afternoon as the evening sun shone in the distance. Choosing a horse was not as hard as finding the stable. Shirou petted each horse available for sale. There was a reason behind this. Shirou was using structural analysis on each horse he touched. Unlike swords, armor, or other inanimate objects that Shirou could analyze with a glance, living beings had a natural magic resistance in their bodies. This resistance made it difficult for Shirou to use his magic on the horses. To reduce the resistance, Shirou needed to physically touch the living creature he was targeting. Trace on. Strong leg muscles. A powerful heart. Long-lasting stamina. Hard hoofs. No defects. Shirou made his choice. A stallion with a sleek black mane and coat was led out of the stable by Shirou. He projected his saddle, reins, and bridle onto the black horse. All of the riding equipment came from one of the rider-class servants, making it easier for Shirou to tame the horse for riding. After a few test rides, Shirou decided that the black stallion was his choice. He reserved the horse for pickup the next day. After paying a 2,000 valis down payment out of the total 5,000 valis, Shirou returned to the inn. Shirou arrived back at the inn late at night. The stable he visited was quite a distance away, requiring a long detour to get back to the inn. To rest his body before tomorrow's expedition, Shirou went straight to his room and lay down to sleep. In that half-conscious state where one is between being awake and asleep, Shirou reconsidered his decision. I'm sure this is the right choice, but I also don't want to disappoint Saria or Arthur-san, who saved me. Saria, who was happy to have found a travel companion, would be disappointed to hear that he would part ways with her after such a short time. Shirou hardened his resolve. Arthur-san, who believed that Shirou would continue his education, would one day discover that the young man he saved didn't meet his expectations. Shirou closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. To save one person means not saving another. Shirou recalled the words of his adoptive father. Even if it meant disappointing others, Shirou believed that by wiping out the monster lair, he would save many lives. He regulated his breathing, forcing himself to calm down. After a while, all of his worries began to fade, and the dream world started to take him away. That night, Shirou dreamed of a young man who dreamed of becoming a hero. A dream very similar to his own past, not too long ago. A dream about the Holy Grail War. Chapter 6. Shirou jolted awake from his sleep. His comfortable sleeping position had turned into a tense sitting posture. The clothes he wore were drenched in cold sweat due to the dream he had. A dream about the Holy Grail War. Why did I dream about that? Shirou began to think. The dream he had last night felt identical to the Holy Grail War he had experienced, but there was something slightly different about it. While rubbing his eyes, Shirou started recalling the dream. At first, it mirrored what he had experienced before. He saw the battle between Archer and Lancer in the schoolyard. Lancer noticed him and immediately rushed to silence the witness. His chest was pierced by Lancer's spear, Gibalk. Rin healed him with a red jewel infused with prana, using the jewel's healing magic to repair his chest and heart that had been stabbed. Then, in the dream, just like before, he was attacked by Lancer once again at his home. Cornered by Lancer's attacks, Shirou accidentally summoned Saber in his home storage room. Saber successfully protected him from Lancer's assault, though she was wounded by Lancer's spear. Rin and her servant came to check on Shirou's condition, but Saber confronted Rin and Archer. Shirou wasn't quick enough to stop Saber, and as a result, she inflicted a severe wound on Archer. Archer. Shirou furrowed his brow. He vaguely remembered that the Archer with Rin wasn't counter-guardian Emiya, but someone different. She was a beautiful woman with green hair and brown streaks. The woman had lion-like ears. She wore green attire and a short skirt, wielding a short black bow adorned with gold. In the dream, Shirou was able to read the history and legend of the bow using his tracing magic. The black bow was a noble phantasm, belonging to the ancient Greek, heroic spirit, Atlanta. That was all he could remember from his dream last night. Strange. Why was my dream different from what I experienced? Could this be a side effect of kaleidoscope? Shirou shook his head. It was useless to think about things he didn't understand. Instead of making baseless assumptions, it was better to prepare for today's monster hunt. Shirou got up from his bed and started getting ready for the day. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the room in the early morning. The sun was just peeking through the inn's window, and most of the guests were still sound asleep. But a young red-haired man stood in front of one of the inn's doors, already dressed and prepared for monster hunting. That morning, Shirou had woken up early and gotten ready. He packed his belongings, prepared his horse, and equipped his weapons for the hunt. Around his waist were two short sword scabbards, each containing a sword named Kancho and Bakuya, ready to be drawn for battle. Shirou had prepared the swords so that he wouldn't need to use projection. Shirou planned to conceal his projection, ability to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. The magecraft he practiced was not the same as the magic in this world, and he didn't want to cause trouble or draw the attention of gods. Shirou shuddered at the thought of what might happen if he attracted the attention of bored gods. Misfortune befalls those who attract the attention of immortals. Ancient Greek heroes had experienced firsthand the dire consequences of the gods' attention. Like Medea, who was forced to fall in love with Jason by Aphrodite, and that love drove her to kill her own brother. Or Arachne, a woman whose weaving skills surpassed those of the gods. Her talent provoked Athena, the goddess of wisdom, war, and crafts, to curse her into becoming a spider. From these stories, Shirou was convinced that hiding his true abilities was the right choice. Knock, knock, knock. Once again, Shirou knocked on the door. Creak. The wooden door slowly opened. A blonde girl with messy hair peeked out from behind the door. What is it so early in the morning? The girl rubbed her eyes. Her blurry vision tried to make out who was standing in front of her door. Shirou-san. Oh, hey, good morning, Saria-san. Shirou greeted Saria, who seemed surprised that he had come to her room so early. You, wait a minute, Shirou-san. Saria quickly shut the door to her room. I just wanted to talk for a sec. Shirou's words were cut off by the sound of the door closing. Hold on. It seemed Shirou would have to wait a little longer before going off to hunt kobolds. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Saria rushed to tidy herself up. How could I show my messy side in front of someone else? Especially to the hero who saved me. An elf should always appear elegant and dignified, not disheveled like this. Saria scolded herself as she took off her nightwear. She changed into a simple white shirt and long black pants. She didn't have many changes of clothes with her. After all, she had left home without permission, or, more accurately, run away from home. Saria was an elf from the Forest of Alf. But she wasn't just any elf. The Balsis family was one of the most respected noble families in the Forest of Alf. Her family was also part of the lineage of high elves, known for their strong magical potential. Saria had even mastered magic without receiving blessings from the gods at a relatively young age. She had received magical education in her hometown and showed great promise with elf magic. However, that magic paled in comparison to the god-blessed magic wielded by her idol, Reverial Joe's elf. Following in her idol's footsteps, Saria fled her home to go to the city of mages, Altina. Her parents would never have given her permission, so after mastering all the magic she had learned, Saria ran away without telling them. She left without thinking, without a plan, and without proper preparation. Saria traveled with minimal supplies, hitching rides with caravans and wagons heading toward Altina. On her journey, she encountered all kinds of people, from various races. For the first time in her life, she saw other races besides elves, dwarves, hobbits, beast humans, and humans. However, most of the humans she met were bothersome, constantly harassing her or trying to extort her. Perhaps it was because she was an elf girl traveling alone. That's why she always hid her face, or rather, her elf ears, in public. But not all humans were the same. One human had saved her from a horde of kobolds. He didn't even ask for anything in return. It reminded her of the main character in the hero stories she had read as a child. The red-haired human named Emiya Shirou, with a strong back and gentle smile, asked, "Are you all right?" Saria smiled faintly, remembering that event, which hadn't happened long ago. She felt safe with him. She no longer felt uncomfortable showing her pointed elf ears around him. All her secrets would be safe with him alone. In front of the mirror, Saria slowly brushed her messy blonde hair. Even if I can reveal my secrets to him, I can't show him my disheveled side. After finishing brushing her shoulder-length hair, Saria put on some perfume she had brought from home, something she almost never used. P-S-S-T, P-S-S-T, P-S-S-T. Yash. Saria clenched her right hand into a fist, then opened the door to her room. Please come in, Shirou-san. Excuse me, sorry for disturbing you. Shirou said quietly as he closed the door. The room was a simple room. There wasn't much furniture. A pair of windows were on the wall, and there was a single bed in the corner. In the center of the room were two small chairs facing each other. Saria sat in one of the chairs, placing her hands on her lap and tilting her head with a sweet smile toward Shirou. The morning sunlight shining through the window made the girl's smile even more radiant. Gulp. Shirou swallowed nervously. It was the first time he had clearly seen Saria's face without her hood. Her blonde hair fell softly over her shoulders. Her blue eyes smiled along with her lips. Her pointed elf ears made her look even more charming. Even in simple clothes, her pose and behavior exuded elegance. If Saria had gone to school with Shirou back in high school, she would have surely been the idol of Hamurahara Academy. Of course, Shirou would have only admired her from afar, never having the chance to get close to someone like her similar to his situation with Tosaka. But who would have thought I'd end up dating Tosaka, even if it was only for a short while? Shirou shook his head. There was no use in comparing Saria to Tosaka. He had to keep looking forward and not get stuck in the past. Not that he was moving on from one girlfriend to another. Even if Saria might be more beautiful than Tosaka, Shirou had no intention of dating her. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves, then pulled out the chair and sat down. Saria seemed to be observing Shirou's outfit and the two swords sheathed at his waist. Curiously, she asked in a teasing tone, "So, what brings you here so early in the morning to visit a girl's room, Shirou-san?" I just wanted to tell you, Saria-san, about my decision on where I'm going." Shirou looked into Saria's eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her blue eyes widened. "So, what's your decision, Shirou-san? Are you going to Altina?" Guilt pierced Shirou's heart. With difficulty, he replied, "I'm sorry, Saria-san. I might not be able to accompany you to Altina." Disappointment was evident on Saria's face. Frowning, she asked again, "So, you're going to the academy in the capital, then?" Shirou shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it. Actually, I'm taking a job to exterminate kobolds, offered by the mayor of the town, and it looks like I won't have time to take the entrance exam." Saria nodded. So that's why you're all geared up now. So, if not the academy or Altina, what's your plan, Shirou-san?" Shirou leaned back and closed his eyes. "I guess I'll just keep doing this, hunting monsters that are threatening people." "P50T, you came all the way from the Far East, only to end up becoming a monster hunter?" Shirou fell silent, knowing he hadn't met either Arthur Sands or Saria's expectations. Unexpectedly, Saria reached out with both hands and clasped Shirou's right hand. "But I think it suits you." Saria gave a soft smile, and from her expression, it was clear she had come to terms with letting Shirou go. "Go, hunt, and embark on your adventures, my hero. Someday you'll carve your name in the labyrinth city of Orario." Chapter 7. "Okay, that's the last one," Shirou said as he picked up the crystal stones from his kobold hunt. Shirou hunted with ease, even though it was his first time hunting monsters. Perhaps it was because he targeted the group of monsters from a considerable distance. A hunter who can take down their prey without being detected makes the hunt more effective. One by one, Shirou shot his targets, causing panic among the monsters. They scattered, running in all directions, trying to escape the projectiles shot from Shirou's black bow. But none of them escaped his lethal shots. The monsters couldn't hide from Shirou's keen sense of smell, which detected the magical energy within them. Though shooting kobolds from a distance was easy for Shirou, the hard part was gathering the drop items left behind by the monsters. Trace on, Shirou summoned a small bag, just big enough to hold the crystal stones he had collected. Slinging the small bag over his shoulder, he began descending the mountain. The mountain he was on was dry and full of small rocks. From the top, one could see down without obstruction, which was one reason why Shirou had such an easy time shooting his prey. At the foot of the mountain, a young man sat on a rock, waiting for Shirou. He stood up when he saw Shirou coming down the mountain, showing no signs of exhaustion or injury. "Shirou-san, I hope you've got good news from your hunt." Shirou shook his small bag, and the sound of the crystal stones rattling could be heard. "Here's my haul. I guarantee none escaped." Tyler raised an eyebrow. "You work fast, Shirou-san," he said, shaking his head before asking, "Are you interested in becoming a full-time worker for our town?" Shirou didn't need to think long before replying, "Sorry, I'm not interested in staying in one place. I want to travel." Living in a city and protecting its residents wasn't a bad job, Shirou thought, but traveling from city to city, from village to settlement, searching for dangerous monsters and eliminating them would help more people. As they rode their horses back toward the city, Tyler asked, "Traveling, huh? So that means you're planning to go to the dungeon city, Orario?" "Orario," Shirou repeated, unfamiliar with the word. "Yes, surely you've heard of it. Even if you live in a remote place, everyone knows that city. It's where the dungeon is located, the place where monsters are born," Tyler explained. "A place where monsters are born?" Shirou was stunned by this information. He thought that instead of wandering aimlessly, it would be better to go straight to the source of the problem and deal with it there. "Tyler-san, could you tell me more about that city? I've never heard of it before." Tyler smiled and began telling the story as they rode toward Gustensel. Shirou listened attentively to Tyler's explanation. The young man told him how the city of Orario was created to prevent monsters from emerging into the world. It was also where the gods bestowed their blessings through their sacred blood, known as Ichor. Adventurers who received these blessings first had to join a god's familia. With the blessings of their respective gods, adventurers could fight monsters much stronger than themselves. They grew from being weak to becoming more powerful through their experience hunting monsters, known as Exelia, which could be tracked and updated by their god. The adventurers' progress could be seen quantitatively in their status, which measured their strength, dexterity, agility, and magical power magic. Each was ranked from 0 to 999, with 0 to 99 being I, 100 to 199 being H, 200 to 299 being G, 300 to 399 being F, 400 to 499 being E, 500 to 599 being D, 600 to 699 being C, 700 to 799 being B, 800 to 899 being A, and 900 to 999 being S. If an adventurer's status reached at least rank D, and they had gained enough Excelia, their god could raise their level, resetting their status to 0 again. New adventurers started with level 1 and a status of 0. All of this reminded Shirou of the RPG video games that were popular in his world. Characters started at level 1 and kept gaining experience points, EXP, to increase their level and strength. Shirou wondered if there was some connection between video games and this world. Could the gods be playing a game and implementing it in the mortal world? Or was he thrown into a game world? Shiro-san, we've arrived. Tyler's voice interrupted Shirou's wandering thoughts. While I go get your reward, I'll also talk to the mayor about arranging transportation for you to Orario. Riding a horse all the way will be tough. It's better if you go with someone who has a carriage, Tyler suggested. Thank you, Tyler-san, Shirou replied, nodding slightly. He had no reason to refuse such kindness. Not only that, but Tyler had also opened a path for Shirou so he wouldn't wander aimlessly. While waiting, Shirou reflected on his choices and his past. He remembered how he ended up in this world, getting sucked into a portal along with Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. How he was saved by an old man and later met the beautiful being he had never seen before, the elf named Saria. He had met new people he had never known before. Stranded in a new world that even Archer had never seen. Shirou started to feel a bit homesick for Rin, Fujine, Saber, Issei, and even hearing Shinji's voice would bring him some comfort. But such was fate. No one could predict it. Perhaps in the future, he would travel to Orario and meet new people. He would continue pursuing his dream of becoming a hero of justice. For that reason, he hoped the familia he would join would be fair and just, not abusing their power. Familia are built through the blessings of gods. If I can understand a god's character, maybe I can gauge the familia and the people in it, Shirou thought. Shirou began recalling the gods he had read about. He knew only a few Japanese gods and a little about the ancient Greek ones. As he pondered, Tyler emerged from the town hall with good news. Shiro-san, good news. There's a man who's heading to Orario now. You can join him and ride with him. Shirou was surprised. He hadn't expected to leave so soon, but there was no point in hesitating. He decided to head for the city. Thank you, Tyler-san. Tyler led Shirou to the carriage, and Shirou followed him. When Shirou saw the carriage, it seemed familiar, as though he had seen it before. I heard there's a young hero who can clear out a monster nest on his own. An old man stepped down from the horse-drawn carriage. A cold sweat broke out on Shirou's forehead. He hadn't expected the old man who saved him before to be standing right in front of him. Arthur-san? Oh ho, I didn't expect young Shirou, who once wanted to be a student, to turn into a hero. Arthur said with a faint smile. Chapter 8. Gruduk, Gruduk. The sound of the horses' hooves echoed from inside the carriage Shirou was riding. He had placed all his rewards and meager equipment inside the carriage. The crystal stones he had collected were handed over to the Guild of Gustensel. Now, the money in his possession amounted to 110,000 valis. So, you're headed to Orario, huh? That's different from what you said earlier. Arthur broke the silence from the driver's seat at the front of the carriage. Hearing this from inside, Shirou blushed in embarrassment. Oh, I changed my mind. I think my abilities could be put to better use as a hero. Ah ha ha ha. The old man laughed heartily, holding his large belly. Kids these days, always so fickle. Even though I'm a bit sad that you won't be going to become a philosopher at Silverleaf Academy, becoming a hero in Orario is a much better fit. Even from inside the carriage, Shirou could see the wide smile on the old man's face. Did you know that, besides being a philosopher, I also wanted to be a hero when I was young? Arthur started sharing stories from his youth. Shirou felt a sense of déjà vu, but listened intently to the man who had saved him once again. We'll need to take a break soon. Orario is quite far, so we'll need to stop at a few inns for a rest, Arthur explained with a broad smile on his face. All right, thank you, sir. The two of them entered one of the inns after storing their belongings and horse-drawn carriage. The inn they stayed at was of lower quality than the one Shirou had stayed in before. Even the price was higher, which Shirou understood, as the inn looked deserted and had only a few guests. Shirou entered the room he rented, which was right next to Arthur's room. Good night, sir. Good night, kid. Sleep well. The journey is still long. Arthur reminded him. Shirou closed the door, lay down, and covered himself with a blanket. A long dream had just begun. The dream had just started, but Shirou knew it was a continuation of the dream from the previous night. He saw his other self, who had won the Holy Grail War alongside Saber. With their combined strength, they defeated Gilgamesh and destroyed the Holy Grail. In that dream, All he could see was Saber returning to the throne of heroes, still unable to erase the regrets she had during her time as king. The two of them parted with smiles filled with unspoken words. After the bitter end of the Holy Grail War, Shirou didn't stop pursuing his dream. He and Rin traveled together to England, to the headquarters of the Mages Association at Clock Tower. While Rin was accepted as an apprentice of the true magic user Zelrich, Shirou continued his father's legacy and became the second Magus killer, efficiently hunting down criminals targeted by the Mages Association. In the dream, his relationship with Rin wasn't as close as he remembered in his previous world. Shirou, consumed by the dream he promised to his father, pressed forward without caring about the consequences. He killed criminals, exposed the scandals of nobles at Clock Tower, hunted vampires or dead apostles, and did it all relentlessly. Every time he met Rin, she tried to remind him, but Shirou always ignored her, and eventually, she gave up on him. It all came with consequences. The people who had supported him ended up betraying him. Shirou, who had always prioritized justice without favoritism, eventually felt the weight of his actions. All the factions he had wronged harbored grudges against him, while others saw him as a mad dog who couldn't be reasoned with. His life ended with a false accusation. He was captured by the elite forces sent by the Mages Association and sentenced for crimes he had never committed. His punishment was death by hanging. Shirou felt no regret, knowing that this was always going to be his fate. As he was led to the gallows, he looked around. The people surrounding him glared with hatred, and Rin looked at him with disappointment. But Shirou still smiled, even as the noose was placed around his neck. When the lever was pulled and the floor gave way, his body began to fall, and his head hung. In a whisper, he muttered, "Father, have I become a hero?" Shirou woke up, drenched in sweat. His tunic was soaked from the nightmare. He knew exactly what the dream was about. It was a glimpse of Archer's past. "I won't have any regrets." Shirou knew that he might end up the same way. Even though he was in a different world, his dream remained unchanged, and people's attitudes might still be the same. Who knows, his end might even be worse than Archer's. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Forcing himself to get up, Shirou opened the door. Through the window, he could see that the sun had already risen, and morning had arrived. Normally, he woke up before sunrise, but the dream had delayed his waking. Slowly, Shirou opened the door, and there stood the old man with a broad smile. "Wake up, kid. You've got to get ready. We're leaving in a few hours." "Thank you for the reminder, Arthur-san." That morning continued with breakfast prepared by the inn, a bath in the public bathhouse, and a trip to the market for supplies. Time flew by, and before Shirou realized it, he was back in Arthur's carriage. Time passed quickly as Arthur kept talking. Throughout the journey, Shirou half listened to Arthur's stories and responded half-heartedly to the old man's questions. The dream from the night before continued to haunt him, souring his mood. The journey continued, and each night they either stopped at an inn or slept inside the carriage on the roadside. Nothing disturbed them, except for Shirou's recurring nightmares. At the end of Archer's life, he was given the chance by the consciousness of humanity, Aleya, to become a counter-guardian. He thought that by becoming a counter-guardian, he would continue the dream his father had given him. Archer accepted Aleya's offer with a grateful heart. But what he had thought was completely wrong. He wasn't called to be a hero, he was summoned only as an executioner, a tool to kill without mercy. He was sent into war zones, killing everyone involved, eradicating infectious diseases by slaughtering all the patients, and burning their bodies until nothing remained. He destroyed mass weapon factories, even if it meant wiping out entire cities. Each time he was summoned, he became more submerged in a sea of blood from his victims. Again and again and again. He did this for years without counting his age. The dream continued every time Shirou slept at night. Each night, Archer completed 1 or 2 missions in the dream, and with each one, Shirou came to understand why Archer had become so cynical. He had gone from a young man, full of optimism about his dream, to someone who despised the dream and loathed his younger self for never thinking about anything or anyone besides the dream. The dream always ended with Archer being summoned as the servant, Archer in the 5th Holy Grail War, the same war Shirou had experienced as Saber's master. "Wake up, kid, we've arrived." Arthur shook Shirou's body, waking him from his midday nap. As usual, Shirou woke up drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked. "You always seem restless when you sleep. Do you often have nightmares?" Arthur asked, sounding concerned. "It's nothing, sir. Just memories of the past," Shirou replied, giving a white lie. He didn't want to worry the man who had helped him so much. He already felt like he was a burden. "Ah ha ha ha." Arthur slapped Shirou's shoulder and said, "New surroundings will make you nervous, but I'm sure you'll become a famous adventurer in this city." The old man said it with the intention of cheering Shirou up. Shirou smiled and jokingly replied, "When I'm famous, I won't forget to give you an autograph." "Ah ha ha ha." Arthur burst out laughing, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. "I'll be waiting for that, but don't take too long, I'm not getting any younger." After that, the two of them parted ways with a hug. Arthur gently patted Shirou's hair before heading off to take care of his own business in Orario. Shirou wondered if Arthur saw him as his own son or grandson since the old man lived alone with no one else by his side. Shirou hoped he could fulfill the promise he had made to Arthur, as he had failed to fulfill his previous promises. From outside the city, Shiro could see a tall tower rising into the sky. He knew it was Babel Tower, which Arthur had told him about during their journey. The tower reminded him of the Tower of Babel from ancient Babylon. Whether there was a connection or not, Shiro didn't know. Entering Orario, Shiro immediately felt a different atmosphere. Orario was much busier than the previous cities he had visited. Many different races appeared to live peacefully here, and Shiro saw more races than just elves. He noticed a dark elf woman preparing her arrows. A short, stocky man, also known as a dwarf, with a thick beard, carried a hammer on his shoulder, while a small-framed young man lugged a large bag that was twice the size of his body. Those three must be in a group, thought Shiro. However, the most unique sight for Shiro was the beast humans, who had animal body parts. Most of them had animal ears, like those of cats, dogs, wolves, and many others. Thud. Without realizing it, while Shiro was busy watching the people around him, he bumped into a girl directly in front of him. The girl had bluish-gray hair tied in a small knot styled into a ponytail. She fell to the ground, while Shiro remained standing, his right knee bent forward. Ouch. The girl winced in pain, holding her head, which was adorned with a white maid's headband. Feeling guilty, Shiro extended his hand. Miss, are you all right? The girl took Shiro's hand and stood up with his help. She dusted off her white apron, which covered her light green maid's uniform. Without any hint of anger or frustration, she smiled sweetly and asked, "First time in Orario, huh?" Shiro, who had expected her to be upset, froze for a moment. He felt like a country bumpkin who had never been to the city before. Scratching his head, he replied, yes. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. Let me think." The girl placed her index finger on the corner of her lips. Flustered, Shiro quickly apologized again. "I'm really sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you." The girl's smile grew wider. "That's more like it. How about this? Tonight, come to the Hostess of Fertility restaurant and order the special menu under my name." Many questions popped into Shiro's head, from the restaurant's location to what the special menu might be. But first, he asked the most important question. Ordering the special under your name. May I know your name?" Without hesitation, the girl with the grayish-blue hair extended her hand. "Sirflova. I'm a waitress at Hostess of Fertility. If you order the special, I'll get a bonus." Shiro shook her hand. "Shiro Emiya. I'm just a traveler who recently arrived in the city." As he shook Sir's hand, Shiro noticed something unusual with one of his senses. It wasn't his sense of touch that felt the softness of the girl's hand, nor was it his sense of sight that appreciated her beauty. It was his sense of smell that detected something out of the ordinary. He wasn't a perverted guy who enjoyed sniffing girls, but his nose was sensitive to supernatural occurrences. During the Holy Grail War, he was able to detect the sigils placed and hidden by Ryder. This time, he smelled the scent of flowers blooming in the winter coming from Sir. Shiro knew that the scent wasn't from perfume, but rather from a supernatural aura emanating from Sir. He began to wonder, could Sir be something other than human? Shiro had never smelled anything like this from Saber or Rin. Oddly, the scent reminded him of Ryder, Berserker, and even Gilgamesh, though none of them had a floral fragrance. You can let go of my hand now." Sir's soft voice snapped Shiro out of his thoughts. Hurriedly, Shiro released her hand, which had been in his grip for too long. "Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it." He was worried she might think he was making excuses just to hold her hand. Sir giggled at Shiro's panic. "So, what about my offer?" Feeling embarrassed, Shiro couldn't possibly refuse the girl's request, especially since he had wronged her twice. "Of course, I'll accept, but I don't know where your restaurant is." "That's easy. Our restaurant is pretty famous. Just turn right from the entrance to the dungeon, and it's on that street. If you get lost, you can ask any of the locals." Sir explained the location with both of her fingers. Shiro nodded. "All right, I promise I'll be there tonight. I'll be waiting, don't forget," Sir said, waving as she walked away. Stiffly, Shiro returned the wave. Chapter 9. As the sun set in Orario, the glowing neon lights and the bustling sounds of people filled the air after Shiro's busy day. There wasn't much he could do that day. He arrived in the late afternoon, and after meeting Sir, he spent his remaining time wandering around the city. From Shiro's perspective, Orario seemed like a peaceful and orderly city. While it couldn't be called wealthy, the residents he observed looked happy. After his stroll, Shiro made his way to keep the promise he had made to the waitress he met earlier. Standing before him was a restaurant with a sign that read, "Hostess of Fertility." "This is the restaurant where Sir works," Shiro muttered, then opened the door to enter. He was greeted by the bustling atmosphere of the restaurant. Hostess of Fertility welcomed guests with a warm and cozy vibe. Though it wasn't luxurious, the restaurant had a unique elegance that invited anyone who stepped inside. The restaurant's walls were decorated with soft colors and simple designs, creating a relaxing and pleasant environment. The waitresses were young, attractive girls in green uniforms, wearing aprons and made headbands. They came from various races. Shiro noticed a pair of cat people with black and brown hair, respectively, carrying dishes to the rowdy restaurant customers. A blonde elf with cold blue eyes was pouring drinks. And a human girl with light blue hair sat waiting at a table in the center of the restaurant. It was Sir, the girl Shirou had promised to meet. Seer sat there, looking as though she was waiting for someone. Shirou, who had already spotted her, approached. Hey, have you been waiting for me long? Shirou asked as he sat down beside Seer. Her eyes widened, and she smiled. So you finally came. How could you let a pretty girl wait for you? Before Shirou could respond to Seer's teasing, the light blue-haired girl called out, Mamma Mia, one special order for the main table. Cold sweat began to form on Shirou's forehead. The money he brought to Orario was limited, coming from his kobold hunt. Seeing the panic on Shirou's face, Seer's smile widened. Era, Shirou-san, could it be you don't have enough Valis? The scent of winter lavender flowers grew stronger from Seer's body, as if it intensified when she successfully teased him. Not wanting Seer to think he was some pervert who enjoyed sniffing women he had just met, Shirou turned away and sighed. Looks like I'll need to find a side job because my savings have been squeezed dry by a certain waitress. Seer giggled at Shirou's complaint. If you can entertain me tonight, maybe I'll help you find a side job. Hearing Seer's ambiguous words, Shirou was taken aback, and embarrassment began creeping onto his face. He shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of the strange thoughts. So what do you mean by entertain, Seer? Seer had been watching Shirou's changing expressions, clearly amused. She giggled, feeling satisfied after teasing him. Don't get any strange ideas. You're new to Orario, aren't you? Shirou nodded. So, tell me something interesting from your hometown, Seer continued. My hometown. Shirou thought back to his home in Fuyuki. The traditional house Karitsugu left behind, which was clearly too large for him. Seer observed Shirou as he smiled to himself, reminiscing about his past. Yes, your hometown. Surely there's something interesting there, right? Shirou nodded slowly. Fuyuki. It's not a big city like Orario, but it's full of memories. There are many places I loved, like the park near the river or the summer night market that was always lively. But what left the biggest impression on me was my home. A traditional, large house with a peaceful atmosphere. However, behind all that tranquility, a lot of things happened. Seer's eyes gleamed with curiosity. A lot of things happened? What do you mean? Shirou paused for a moment, contemplating whether to talk about the Holy Grail War and the chaos he had experienced. But he decided not to go too deep. I went through a lot there. Battles, losses, and meeting people who became important to me. Even though there was a lot of sadness, I cherish every moment I experienced there. Seer nodded slowly, seeming to understand there was more behind Shirou's words. Sounds like a place full of memories. I'm glad you shared that with me. Maybe one day you can show me that place. Shirou gave a faint smile. Maybe, if fate allows. The food they ordered finally arrived, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Enjoy, Shirou-san. This is one of the best dishes at Hostess of Fertility. Shirou nodded and began eating, feeling a bit more relaxed, though his mind was still filled with memories from his past. Seer, on the other hand, continued to watch him with a warm smile, enjoying the conversation and the company of this mysterious man. Amidst the warm and comforting atmosphere, Shirou felt a brief sense of peace, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. However, beneath that peace, there was a feeling that something big and unexpected awaited him in Orario. Something that would test the limits of his abilities and perhaps lead him to a fate even greater than he had ever imagined. After enjoying the delicious meal for some time, Shirou looked around the restaurant, realizing how warm and welcoming it was. But he knew that staying in Orario wouldn't be easy, especially with his dwindling funds. Shirou decided to ask, Seer, do you know of any cheapins around here? I need a place to stay while I look for work. Seer smiled softly, thinking for a moment. A cheapin, huh? There are a few places in the city, but I have a better idea. Shirou looked at her curiously. What idea? There are some rooms upstairs in this restaurant that aren't being used. Mamma Mia sometimes rents them out to people who need temporary housing, especially if they work here. I could talk to Mamma Mia for you, Seer said, her smile widening. Shirou looked surprised but also relieved. Are you serious? That would be really helpful. But would it be okay for you and Mamma Mia? Seer shook her head. Of course. Besides, I'm sure Mamma Mia wouldn't mind, especially if you can help out here in return. How about it? Shirou pondered for a moment. Working at Hostess of Fertility wasn't what he had in mind when he first arrived in Orario, but it would give him a place to stay and a chance to get to know the city better. Plus, he couldn't keep relying on others without making an effort himself. If Mamma Mia agrees, I'd be very grateful. I'll help out here to cover the cost of my stay, Shirou said firmly. Seer smiled excitedly. Great. I'll go talk to Mamma Mia right now. Wait here. Seer got up and walked toward the kitchen, where the loud voices of the chefs could be heard. While waiting, Shirou felt a warmth in his heart, something he hadn't felt since leaving Fuyuki. He couldn't help but be grateful for the kindness Seer and the people of Orario had shown him so far. Not long after, Seer returned with a wide smile. Mamma Mia agreed. You can stay in one of the rooms upstairs. But in exchange, you have to help out here every day. What do you think? Shirou nodded confidently. That sounds fair. Thank you so much, Seer. I'll do my best. Great. Come on, I'll show you to your room, Seer said as she led Shirou to the stairs that went up to the second floor. As they walked upstairs, Shirou felt that although he was far from home and facing a lot of uncertainty, he wasn't alone. In Orario, he would make new friends and perhaps fulfill his dream. With renewed determination, Shirou prepared himself for the challenges and adventures ahead. Seer's POV. As Shirou followed my steps up to the second floor, I couldn't help but keep watching him. There was something incredibly intriguing about this man, something different from the other adventurers who often came to Orario. Though he smiled and spoke politely, there was a shadow of darkness behind his deep brown eyes. Like a once sharp blade, now dulled and rusted. I had seen many people in Orario, adventurers, merchants, even people from far-off places. But Shirou Emiya, he was a puzzle that piqued my curiosity. His soul, which should have been filled with youthful vigor, seemed tired, like a war veteran who had lost his innocence far too soon. When I looked at him more closely, I could see invisible scars beneath the surface. He hid them well, but not from someone with trained eyes like mine. Every movement he made, the way he spoke, even the way he smiled, it was all a shield. A defense to protect himself from deeper wounds. What have you been through, Shirou-san? I wondered to myself. What could have damaged a soul so deeply at such a young age? I remembered the first time I saw him earlier today. His gaze, though gentle, carried a heavy burden. Like someone who had witnessed too much death, too much suffering. That wasn't something that time alone could heal, especially if the wounds were etched so deeply into his heart. While he appeared calm and courteous on the surface, there was something within him that drew me in. A strange allure that made me want to know more. Would he ever open up to me? Or would he continue to keep his secrets locked away, letting the rust in his soul consume him from within? But one thing was certain, I wanted to see what lay hidden behind that shield. Maybe not now, but someday. I wanted to understand who Shirou Emiya really was and what had shaped him into the person he had become. When we reached the door to the room that would be his new home, I turned to him and smiled. This is your room, Shirou-san. I hope you'll feel comfortable here. He returned my smile with a nod, though I could see a hint of confusion in his eyes. Perhaps he was wondering why I was being so kind to him. But that wasn't something for him to worry about right now. I knew I had to be careful. Someone like Shirou could be a danger to himself if not treated with care. Yet, beneath all the hardness and damage, I could sense something pure within him. Something that hadn't been completely lost, even though it was buried under layers of darkness and pain. Shirou-san, I said softly, if you ever want to talk or need anything, don't hesitate to come to me, okay? He seemed surprised by my words, but then that soft smile returned to his face. Thank you, Seer. I'll keep that in mind. I just nodded and left him there, standing at the door of his new room. As I walked back downstairs, I couldn't stop thinking about how fascinating this man was. Shirou Emiya was a mystery, and I was determined to uncover all his secrets, little by little. Because even though his soul seemed rusted and scarred, I was sure there was something beautiful hidden inside. Something worth discovering. Chapter 10. Night had fallen over Orario, and after a long day, Shirou finally lay down on the bed in the small room provided by Seer and Mamamiya. Though simple, the room was quite comfortable. Soft-colored curtains shielded the room from the chill of the night, and the noise from the restaurant below began to quiet down. Shirou felt tired, not only from his journey but also from the heavy thoughts that constantly haunted him. After a while, his eyelids began to grow heavy, and before he knew it, Shirou had fallen into a deep sleep. However, his sleep was not an escape from reality. Instead, he quickly plunged into a strange dream, one that felt so real, as if he had returned to a past that wasn't his own. In the dream, Shirou stood in an unfamiliar place. All around him was a ravaged battlefield, filled with the ruins of buildings and scorched earth. The sky was a blood-red color, and in the distance, Shirou could see the blurry shadows of figures engaged in battle. In the middle of the battlefield, he saw someone familiar, a man dressed in red with dark black armor, wielding twin swords in both hands. His white, disheveled hair and sharp, weary eyes emitted a strong aura of determination and fatigue. Archer. Shirou's heart raced as he realized who was standing in front of him. This man was him, or at least, a shadow of his future filled with disappointment and regret. But something was different this time. Shirou saw Archer fighting, not to kill or erase traces of his past, but to protect someone Shirou had never seen before. That figure was a young man with brown hair and eyes full of courage, Fujimata Ritsuka. Ritsuka, a master from Chaldea, appeared to be leading his forces with unshakable spirit, and Archer was by his side, protecting him from every incoming attack. Something had changed in Archer. He was no longer consumed by hatred or despair. Instead, Shirou could sense a hope that had begun to reawaken within him. Archer fought with all his might, shielding Ritsuka from countless threats. Every strike he made seemed full of conviction, as if he had rediscovered his purpose in life, a purpose that had been lost for so long. As Shirou watched, he felt a mix of emotions. He knew that Archer was a reflection of his own wounded self, but seeing Archer now fighting for someone else, for a greater cause, reignited a spark within him. Suddenly, Archer turned towards Shirou, as if aware of his presence. Their eyes met, and for the first time, Shirou saw a small smile on Archer's face. I know you're there, Shirou. Archer's voice echoed in Shirou's mind. I know you may still doubt the path we chose. But through this battle, I've realized something. Even though we've fallen, even though we've failed, the dream of becoming a hero still lives within you. It never truly died. Archer paused, gazing at the crimson sky filled with flashes of distant combat. Through Fujiwara Ritsuka, I've come to understand that being a hero isn't always about saving everyone, but about fighting for what's right, even if it's just for one person, one moment, or one final chance. Shirou stood silently, captivated by Archer's words. He felt confused yet enlightened. This dream, or perhaps this memory, had changed the way he viewed his own journey. Archer continued, I may just be a broken shadow of you, but if there's one thing I want to tell you, it's this. Never stop dreaming, Shirou. Never stop fighting to be a hero, even if the world laughs at you, or even if that dream leads you to suffering. Shirou reached out to Archer, wanting to say something, but before he could, the battlefield began to fade. The dream world started to collapse, and Shirou felt himself being pulled back into the darkness. Back to reality. Shirou awoke, breathing heavily, drenched in cold sweat. He sat up in bed, staring out the window where the sky over Orario was beginning to lighten with the dawn. Archer's words still echoed in his ears, stirring a strange mix of anxiety and hope within his heart. That dream, was it just an illusion? Or was it truly a memory from a future that never came to pass? But one thing was certain, the spirit of becoming a hero, which he had once questioned and doubted, was now beginning to grow again inside him, like a small flame flickering in the dark night. With newfound determination, Shirou sighed deeply. He knew that his journey in Orario had just begun, and with all the challenges ahead, he would fight, not just for himself, but for the dream he had always chased, to become a hero, no matter how difficult the path might be. After waking from the powerful dream, Shirou spent a few moments reflecting before deciding to get out of bed. The soft morning light was beginning to filter through the small window in his room, and he could hear faint sounds from downstairs. It was still too early for the restaurant to open, but he felt restless. Shirou decided to head downstairs to see if there was anything he could help with. When he arrived at the main floor, the restaurant was still quiet. However, he saw someone already busy setting up tables and chairs, ensuring everything was neat and ready for the day. The figure was a blonde elf with piercing blue eyes, who exuded a calm and serious demeanor. Shirou recognized her as the waitress he had seen the night before, who seemed different from the others with her more regal and composed aura. The elf seemed focused on her work, not noticing Shirou as he entered the main dining area. Good morning, Shirou greeted softly, trying not to disturb her too much. The elf turned gracefully, and for a moment, her bright blue eyes gazed sharply at Shirou. However, her gaze softened slightly as she recognized him as the guest who had just checked in. Good morning, she replied in a soft yet controlled voice. You're the new guest who arrived yesterday, correct? Shirou nodded. Yes, my name is Shirou Emiya. I'm staying here thanks to Seer and Mama Mia's help. The elf nodded slowly, then introduced herself. I am Ria Lion, one of the waitresses at Hostess of Fertility. Welcome to Orario. Thank you, Ria-san, Shirou replied politely. I woke up early and thought I'd help with the preparations. I don't want to just stay here without doing anything. Ria studied Shirou for a moment, as if assessing his intentions. After a few seconds that felt like a careful evaluation, she finally nodded. If you want to help, I won't refuse. We're still getting the restaurant ready for breakfast. There are a few things you can do, she said, her voice calm and professional. I'd be happy to help. What should I do? Shirou asked, feeling relieved to contribute. Ria stepped over to a nearby table and picked up some cleaning supplies. You can start by cleaning the tables and chairs in the main area. Make sure everything is neat and ready for the customers. Shirou nodded and immediately grabbed a cleaning cloth and a bucket of clean water. He began working meticulously, making sure every table and chair was in perfect condition. Meanwhile, Ryu continued her duties, arranging cutlery and ensuring the kitchen was ready for the day. As they worked together, the atmosphere became more comfortable. Though Ryu didn't speak much, her calm presence gave Shirou the feeling that he was accepted here, at least for now. After a while, Ryu finally broke the silence. You're quite skilled at this. Have you worked in a restaurant before? Shirou smiled slightly, still wiping down a table. Not professionally, but I often cook and take care of my own home. So, I'm used to this kind of work. Ryu nodded, seemingly impressed, though she didn't show it clearly. That's a useful skill, especially in a place like this. Shirou just nodded in agreement. I'm happy to help. I want to show my gratitude for being allowed to stay here. Ryu paused for a moment, looking at Shirou with her calm blue eyes. You don't need to feel like you owe anything. If you work hard and show good intentions, that's more than enough. Ryu's simple words carried a deep meaning for Shirou. He felt relieved that the people in Orario, despite their differences, had a strong spirit of mutual support. After a while, the restaurant began to look ready to open its doors. Shirou and Ryu stood for a moment, admiring their work. You've been a great help today, Shirou-san, Ryu said in a tone slightly warmer than before. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Shirou smiled and bowed slightly in gratitude. Thank you, Ryu-san. I'll remember that. The front door of Hostess of Fertility chimed softly as it opened, and 3 familiar girls entered with energetic steps. They were the regular waitresses of the restaurant, well acquainted with the loyal customers and the atmosphere of the place. Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar seemed ready to start their day, wearing their neatly pressed green uniforms with cheerful expressions on their faces. Anya, A cat people with orange hair and bright green eyes quickly noticed the unusual scene. Near one of the tables, Rio was talking to a red-haired man she didn't recognize. The man seemed to be working, wiping the table with focused attention. Anya excitedly jumped forward, her tail moving energetically. Yeah? Who's this guy? She asked curiously, her ears twitching. Chloe, a Chianthrope with brown hair and a playful grin, followed behind Anya, her gaze filled with interest. Oh, do we have a new employee? Mamma Mia didn't tell me about this, she said with a small laugh. Lunwar, a human girl with wavy black hair, looked a bit calmer but no less curious. It's strange. Mamma Mia usually doesn't let outsiders work here without a reason. Rio, noticing her friend's attention, turned towards them and explained calmly. This is Shirou Emiya, a guest staying here. He's just helping out temporarily. Shirou paused his work for a moment and bowed slightly to the three girls who had just entered. Good morning, I'm Shirou. It's nice to meet you all, he said with a friendly smile. Anya immediately approached Shirou, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yeah, you seem hardworking. But why are you here, Shirou? Before Shirou could answer, Chloe chimed in teasingly, are you trying to steal the hearts of the girls here? Or maybe Ria's heart? Hearing that, Shirou chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. No, I just wanted to help out because I felt bad staying here without doing anything. Lunwar, with a gentle smile, patted Chloe on the shoulder. Don't tease our guest, Chloe. Shirou-san, thank you for your help. You've made our work easier this morning. Shirou smiled and nodded. You're welcome. I'm happy to help. It's the least I can do compared to the kindness you've all shown me. Anya seemed pleased with his response. You seem like a good person, Shirou. But yeah, Mamma Mia doesn't impress easily. So, you'll have to work hard. Chloe laughed again. Oh, that's true. But don't worry, Shirou-san. If you keep being this diligent, maybe we can convince Mamma Mia to hire you permanently. Ryu only offered a faint smile, observing the interaction between them. She felt relieved to see that Shirou was being accepted well by her colleagues. Even though Shirou was a stranger in Orario, he seemed like someone who could easily become part of their small community. All right, let's get to work, Ryu said, taking the initiative to end the lighthearted conversation. The restaurant will open soon, and we need to make sure everything is ready. Shirou nodded and eagerly returned to his tasks. He felt happy and a bit more at ease being around these friendly people. Perhaps, even though he was in a world completely foreign to him, he had finally found a place where he could feel accepted, at least for now. Meanwhile, Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar also returned to their duties, occasionally flashing a smile or a glance of interest towards Shirou. It seemed like today would be an interesting day at Hostess of Fertility. As Shirou continued working alongside the other waitresses, a question arose in his mind. He glanced around but didn't see the girl who had helped him before. Wiping sweat from his forehead after finishing cleaning a table, Shirou asked, by the way, I haven't seen Seer this morning. Is she not working today? Anya, who was carrying a stack of plates, paused for a moment and turned with her characteristic smile. Yeah, Seer-chan? Oh, she likes to come in late, especially if she had too much fun the night before, she replied with a teasing tone. Chloe, hearing this, chuckled softly. Yeah, that's true. Seer has a habit of coming in late when she feels like there's no rush. But don't worry, she'll show up soon. She's probably just sleeping in. Lunwar nodded in agreement. That's how Seer is. But strangely, Mamma Mia never gets mad at her. Seer always has a way of making herself likable, no matter what. Shirou smiled lightly at their explanations. Oh, I see. I thought Seer was the type of person who was very disciplined, but it seems she's pretty relaxed about time, he murmured, returning to wiping the table. Chloe continued with a mischievous expression. Oh, don't be fooled by her sweet face, Shirou-san. Seer can be quite laid back when she wants to be. But she's also very reliable, especially when it comes to making customers feel comfortable. Rio, who had been quietly listening while setting up the utensils, added in a calm tone, Seer has her own way of doing things. And even though she's often late, she remains one of the best waitresses here. The customers love her. Shirou nodded, feeling like he understood a bit more about the mysterious girl who had helped him. I see. Well, I hope she shows up soon, he said, still smiling. Inwardly, Shirou was curious about who Seer really was. There was something intriguing and slightly mysterious about her that made him want to know more. However, he decided to wait and see. After all, he was just happy to be in a place where the people were so warm and welcoming. Hostess of Fertility began to fill with morning sunlight, and the restaurant became busier with customers coming in for breakfast. The aroma of toasted bread, hot soup, and other delicious foods filled the air, creating a lively and pleasant atmosphere. Customers started sitting at their tables, and the waitresses Anya, Chloe, Lunwar, and Rio efficiently began taking and delivering orders. Shirou saw the bustling activity and felt a desire to help even more. Noticing the busy kitchen at the back of the restaurant, he realized there was an opportunity to lend a hand. With steady steps, he walked towards the kitchen. At the entrance of the kitchen, he was stopped by a loud, authoritative voice. Hey, what do you think you're doing, kid? This kitchen is for staff only. The voice belonged to a large woman with impressive blonde hair and a tough demeanor. This was Mamma Mia, the owner of the restaurant, known for her strict reputation in running the kitchen. Shirou paused for a moment and smiled politely. I understand, Mamma Mia, but I wanted to offer my help. I'm fairly good at cooking and thought I could ease some of the workload here. Mamma Mia glared at Shirou with sharp eyes, as if assessing how serious he was. Huh. Kid, my kitchen isn't a place to mess around. I don't let just anyone come in and ruin the reputation of this restaurant with questionable food. Shirou, not one to back down easily, decided to take up the challenge. In that case, how about I cook something for you to taste first? If it doesn't meet your standards, I won't push it. Hearing that, the waitresses nearby stifled their laughter, realizing the boldness of Shirou's decision to challenge the notoriously strict Mamma Mia. Even Rio, who rarely showed much emotion, seemed surprised by Shirou's daring. Anya whispered to Chloe, "Yeah, he's really brave. Does he even know who he's dealing with?" Mamma Mia narrowed her eyes, then smiled in her signature way. Huh. All right, kid. I like your spirit. If you can make something worthy of being served in my restaurant, I'll consider letting you work in the kitchen. But if it's not up to par, don't expect to come near this kitchen again. Shirou nodded firmly. Deal, Mamma Mia. With determined steps, he approached the kitchen counter, which was already stocked with ingredients. In the kitchen of Hostess of Fertility, Mamma Mia gave Shirou temporary permission and allowed him some space to work. Shirou quickly began selecting ingredients, fresh vegetables, meat, herbs, and spices available in the kitchen. With trained precision and speed, he began chopping, slicing, and preparing the ingredients with skilled hands. Ryu, Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar stood at the kitchen door, watching as Shirou worked with focused concentration. His hands moved quickly and confidently, as though he was well-versed in the art of cooking. They observed how he combined the ingredients with care, using techniques that seemed quite advanced. After a short while, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. Shirou had finished preparing a simple dish, a hearty meat soup with fragrant vegetables and a slice of toasted bread topped with garlic butter. He plated the dish and, with confidence, presented it to Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia, known for her sharp palate, took a spoon and tasted the soup Shirou had made. She chewed slowly, her eyes still locked on Shirou as if trying to read his thoughts. For a moment, there was silence, and the atmosphere grew tense. The waitresses waited with anticipation. Anya held her breath, Lunwar watched cautiously, and Chloe smiled, clearly enjoying the suspense. Shirou stood calmly, waiting for Mamma Mia's verdict. After a few moments, Mamma Mia finally swallowed the bite and set the spoon down. Her face remained serious, revealing no clear expression. Suddenly, Mamma Mia laughed heartily. Huh. Not bad, kid. Actually, it's delicious, she said with a satisfied grin. You know how to use ingredients properly, and the taste is spot on. But don't get too full of yourself. This is just one dish, and my kitchen has more challenges for you. Shirou smiled in relief. Thank you, Mamma Mia. I'm ready for the next challenge. Mamma Mia nodded. All right, kid. You can work in my kitchen, but only under supervision. I don't want any mistakes here. Got it. Shirou nodded enthusiastically. Understood, Mamma Mia. With that, Shirou was officially allowed to help in the kitchen of Hostess of Fertility. The waitresses cheered softly, and the day began with a livelier atmosphere. Shirou felt satisfied, knowing he had taken a small step to prove himself in this new city. As the kitchen buzzed with activity, the front door of the restaurant gently opened, and the long-awaited figure finally appeared. Sirflova entered with her usual cheerful smile, though she looked slightly surprised to see the restaurant already bustling with activity. The blue-haired girl seemed puzzled, especially when she saw Shirou in the kitchen, busily helping with breakfast preparations. Sir's eyes widened, full of curiosity. She quickly approached the other waitresses gathered near a table, still nibbling on the leftovers of Shirou's cooking. Hey, what's going on here? Sir asked with a small laugh. How is Shirou working in the kitchen? Mamma Mia is usually very strict about who's allowed in there. Anya, who was munching on some of Shirou's garlic toast, grinned widely. Yasir-chan, you missed something exciting this morning. Shirou challenged Mamma Mia and convinced her with his cooking. You should try it too, it's delicious, she said, handing a piece of garlic toast to Sir. Chloe, wiping her lips with a napkin, added teasingly, Yeah, Sir. Even I didn't expect it, but his cooking is really worth trying. Even Mamma Mia agreed, and you know how rare that is. Sir accepted the piece of toast from Anya, still looking curious. She glanced towards the kitchen, where Shirou was focused on chopping vegetables. Sir's eyes narrowed slightly, as if trying to make sense of the situation. I didn't think Shirou would attempt something so bold. But I'm intrigued, she said, taking her first bite of the toast. As the first bite entered her mouth, Sir's eyes widened slightly, and a broad smile spread across her face. The rich, buttery flavor of the garlic toast, with its crispy exterior, surprised her. Wow, this is really delicious, Sir exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect Shirou's cooking to be this good. Lunwar, sitting next to her, nodded with a smile. I agree. Maybe we should have Shirou cook more often, she said, half-jokingly. Sir chuckled and nodded, but then glanced back at the kitchen, where Shirou was enthusiastically working on his new tasks. There was something in her gaze, a mix of admiration and deep curiosity. I guess we'll just have to wait and see, she murmured softly. She then walked over to the kitchen, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. Shirou-kun, She called out cheerfully, making Shiro turn around with a bit of surprise on his face. "Oh, Seer. You're here," Shiro said, relieved to see her. Seer smiled widely. "Of course. I just didn't expect to see you working in the kitchen. I heard you managed to convince Mamamiya with your cooking. Is that true?" Shiro scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, I thought it was the best way to repay the favor since I'm staying here, and I wanted to help as much as I could." Seer laughed again. "You're quite an interesting person, Shiro-kun. But don't push yourself too hard, okay?" Shiro smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Besides, I'm happy to be working here." Seeing their interaction, the other waitresses exchanged glances with smiles on their faces. It seemed like today at Hostess of Fertility had become more exciting than usual, with Shiro's presence bringing a fresh dynamic to their daily routine. After a busy morning of serving breakfast, the customers began leaving Hostess of Fertility with satisfied smiles, praising the dishes prepared by Shiro. The restaurant was filled with the mouth-watering aroma, and everyone in the kitchen felt proud of their work. Shiro, having just finished his tasks, felt happy seeing the customers leave with smiles on their faces. As the breakfast rush ended and the restaurant started to quiet down, Mamamiya called Shiro over for a conversation. "Shiro, I need to talk to you for a moment," she said in a gentler tone than usual, as she instructed the waitresses to take a break and clean up the dining area. Shiro nodded and followed Mamamiya to a small table in the corner of the restaurant. "Of course, Mamamiya. What did you want to talk about?" Mamamiya sat down, wiping her hands with a napkin, and looked at Shiro seriously. "I've seen how you work in the kitchen and how the customers respond to your cooking. You've got talent. So, I've decided to let you stay in one of the rooms upstairs as long as you work here. It'll give you a comfortable place to stay while you're in Orario." Shiro looked pleased with the offer. "Thank you, Mamamiya. That would be very helpful." Mamamiya continued, "However, there's one thing I'd like to know more about. It seems like you're not just here to work. What's your real purpose in Orario?" Shiro thought for a moment before answering. "I came to Orario with the intention of becoming an adventurer and exploring the dungeon. I want to see the world beyond my hometown and find ways to improve my abilities. I believe becoming an adventurer will provide me with valuable experiences." Mamamiya nodded, observing him closely. "An adventurer, huh? That path is full of challenges and risks. In Orario, being an adventurer isn't easy, and the dungeon can be very dangerous. But if you've already made up your mind, I won't stop you. However, I'd advise you to be cautious and perhaps gather some information or training before diving in." Shiro nodded seriously. "I understand. I've been preparing myself and plan to start training and look for a guild that can support me. I just want to make sure I'm ready before entering the dungeon." Mamamiya smiled, satisfied with Shiro's explanation. "All right, I'm sure you'll do your best. And don't worry about your place to stay. As long as you work here, you can use the room upstairs. It's not too fancy, but it's comfortable enough." Shiro felt relieved and grateful. "I really appreciate that, Mamamiya. Thank you so much for this opportunity." Seer, who had been listening to the conversation, decided to join in. She approached the table with a friendly smile. "Sorry to interrupt, but I overheard your conversation. Shiro-kun, before you start as an adventurer, maybe it would be a good idea for you to join a familia." Shiro looked at Seer curiously. "Familia? What's that?" Seer enthusiastically explained, "In Orario, familias are groups of adventurers and other members led by a god or goddess. Joining a familia can help you get training, support, and the resources you need to become an adventurer. They can also help you with dungeon information and battle strategies." Mamamiya added, "Seer's right. Joining a familia is a smart move before you dive into the dungeon. They can provide you with the necessary training and help you understand how to survive in that dangerous environment." Shiro considered their advice and nodded. "That sounds like a good idea. I'll gather information about the familias and consider joining one." Seer smiled, satisfied. "Great. If you need help finding the right familia or more information, don't hesitate to ask me. I can introduce you to some people who might help." Mamamiya smiled, pleased that Shiro was receiving extra support. "All right, if you decide to look for a familia, make sure you also keep up with your responsibilities here. Your room upstairs is ready for you." Shiro felt relieved and thankful for their advice and support. "Thank you so much, Seer, Mamamiya. I'll seriously consider everything you've suggested." With a renewed sense of purpose and the support of Seer and Mamamiya, Shiro was ready to start a new chapter of his adventure in Orario, seeking the right familia and pursuing the dream he had long chased. Chapter 11. After getting advice from Seer and Mamamiya, Shiro decided to research the various familia in Orario. With enthusiasm and a strong sense of curiosity, he stepped out of the Hostess of Fertility, ready to explore this unfamiliar city. The streets of Orario were filled with a myriad of activities. Adventurers in their shining armor, merchants selling their wares, and ordinary citizens busy with their daily lives. Shiro walked through the bustling streets, his eyes scanning every corner, looking for information about a familia that might suit him. After some time, Shiro found a small shop with a prominent sign, Blue Pharmacy, Mayak Familia. The shop appeared modest but well-maintained, with various medicinal herbs and potions displayed in the front window. Intrigued by the shop's appearance, Shiro decided to enter. As he opened the door, a small bell above it chimed softly. A distinctive scent immediately greeted him, a mixture of various medicinal herbs and potions, creating an atmosphere that was calming yet subtly charged with magical energy. Behind the counter, Shirou saw a young man with long, dark blue hair. The man had a calm and wise aura, yet there was something different about him. Shirou sensed something unusual, as if he was facing something far greater than what the naked eye could see. "Welcome to Blue Pharmacy," the man greeted with a friendly smile. "Is there something I can help you with?" Shirou paused for a moment, still surprised by the sensation he felt. However, he quickly composed himself and replied, yes. I'm looking for information about the Familia in Orario. Can you help me?" The man's smile widened. "Of course. Let me introduce myself. I am Machigatte, the leader of Machigatte Familia and the owner of the shop." Hearing the name, Shirou gasped. He realized that he was standing face to face with a god. A surreal feeling began to envelop him. Before him stood a god who had sealed his own powers to live among humans and run a simple pharmacy. Shirou, whose senses were attuned to magical energies, detected a unique scent coming from Machigatte, the distinct smell of medicinal herbs. But there was something more, a faint yet undeniable divine aroma. This scent reminded him of Seer, though different. If Seer had the fragrance of winter flowers, Machigatte had a soothing herbal aroma, yet both had the same divine element. "What's wrong, young man?" Machigatte asked, breaking Shirou's reverie. "You look surprised." Shirou shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. "Sorry, Machigatte-sama. I just didn't expect to meet a god so directly like this." Machigatte chuckled softly. You don't need to be so formal. Here, I am just an ordinary pharmacy owner. But tell me, what do you want to know about the Familia?" Shirou took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "I just arrived in Orario and planned to become an adventurer. I was told that joining a Familia is a wise step before entering the dungeon." Machigatte nodded. "That's true. A Familia is not just a group, but also a family. We gods bestow our blessings upon our followers, helping them grow and develop." Shirou listened carefully, still impressed by the situation. He had never imagined casually talking to a god like this. "So, young man," Machigatte continued, "are you interested in joining a Familia?" Shirou paused, contemplating the question. "I am not sure yet, Machigatte-sama. I want to learn more about the Familias in Orario before making a decision." Machigatte smiled wisely. "That's a wise attitude. It's not good to rush such a decision. A Familia is a sacred and lifelong bond." Shirou nodded, feeling relieved that Machigatte understood his hesitation. "Thank you for your understanding, Machigatte-sama. May I ask, what makes Machigatte Familia different from the others?" Machigatte smiled softly. "Machigatte Familia may not be the largest or the strongest in Orario, but we specialize in making potions and healing. We believe true strength comes from the ability to help and heal others." Shirou sensed the sincerity in Machigatte's words. Although the Machigatte Familia might not be the strongest, there was something appealing about their philosophy. "That's very noble, Machigatte-sama," Shirou said sincerely. "I will consider Machigatte Familia in my search." Machigatte nodded, satisfied. "Thank you, young man. Remember, choosing a Familia is not just about strength or fame. It's about finding a place where you truly belong." Shirou nodded, feeling like he had gained new insight. After chatting further and purchasing some simple potions as a token of gratitude, Shirou bid farewell to the Blue Pharmacy. As he stepped out, Shirou felt a complex mix of emotions. His meeting with Machigatte had opened his eyes to the reality of his new world, a world where gods walked among men, sealing their powers to live alongside their followers. With his mind filled with new information and unanswered questions, Shirou continued his journey through the streets of Orario. He knew there was still much to learn before he could decide which Familia to choose. However, one thing was certain, his adventure in Orario had just begun, and many mysteries awaited to be uncovered. As Shirou left the Blue Pharmacy, his mind remained on his encounter with God Machigatte. Yet, there was one thing that kept nagging at him, the divine scent he sensed from Machigatte and how it reminded him of Seer. Shirou paused at the side of the road, his eyes looking far away as his mind spun. His meeting with Machigatte had opened his eyes to the possibility that gods could live among humans, hiding their true identities. And now, that thought led him back to Seer. Could it be? Shirou muttered to himself, could Seer also be a goddess? Shirou recalled his encounters with Seer. The girl seemed ordinary at first glance, a friendly waitress at the hostess of fertility. Yet, there was something different about her. Her genuine kindness, wisdom in her words, and, of course, the fragrance of winter flowers with a divine touch. But why? Shirou asked himself. Why would a goddess choose to hide her identity and work as an ordinary waitress? Shirou remembered how Machigatte, a god, chose to run a simple pharmacy. Could Seer have a similar reason? Or was there another motive behind her disguise? However, Shirou also realized that he might be jumping to conclusions too quickly. After all, he had only just arrived in Orario and still knew little about this world. There might be other explanations for the divine sin he sensed from Seer. I shouldn't rush to assumptions, Shirou decided. There are many mysteries in Orario that I don't yet understand. Maybe Seer is indeed a goddess, or maybe there is another explanation for what I sensed. Shirou took a long breath, realizing that his speculation would lead nowhere without further evidence. He decided to stay vigilant and observe, but not confront Seer directly about his suspicion. The best I can do now is keep learning more about this world, thought Shirou. Maybe in time, the mystery about Seer will reveal itself. With renewed determination, Shirou continued his journey through the streets of Orario. His eyes now wide open, observing every detail of the city and its inhabitants carefully. He was determined to understand more deeply about his new world, about the gods and their familiars, and, of course, the mystery behind Seer's kind smile. As he walked, Shirou realized that his adventure in Orario might be far more complex and exciting than he had imagined before. With each step, he got closer to uncovering the hidden mysteries behind the facade of this bustling city. And perhaps, one day, he would discover the truth about Seer and his own place in this wondrous world. After wandering around Orario, Shirou returned to the hostess of fertility to continue his work. As dinner time approached, the restaurant began to fill with customers. Shirou quickly took his position in the kitchen, helping with the meal preparations. Though he was not allowed to use the kitchen before, his exceptional cooking skills had won Mamma Mia's trust. While working, Seer approached the kitchen and greeted Shirou with a bright smile. "So, how was your day? Did you get a lot of information about the familia?" she asked while carrying some fresh vegetables. Shirou paused from his work for a moment and turned to Seer. "Yes, I visited a few places, including the Machigatte Familia's potion shop," he replied. "There's a lot I learned." Seer chuckled. "Oh, the Machigatte Familia? They're well known for their potions. Did you meet Machigatte himself?" Shirou nodded. "Yes, he was very kind and helped me understand more about this world." As he spoke, Shirou once again sensed the scent of winter flowers unique to Seer. The scent was very similar to the divine aroma he sensed from Machigatte earlier. This time, Shirou decided to get closer and pay more attention. He took a deep breath, trying to catch more of the nuances of the aroma surrounding the girl in front of him. Seer blushed slightly, seeing Shirou sniffing at her quietly. "What's wrong?" she asked playfully. "Do I smell bad?" Shirou smiled slightly, trying to hide his nervousness. "No, that's not it," he replied. "It's just, the flower scent you have is so unique, like something I've smelled before." Seer chuckled softly and answered, "Oh, that might just be an ordinary fragrance." However, Shirou wasn't sure. He recalled the same scent from Machigatte, a mixture that had a divine aura. It became increasingly clear to Shirou that Seer was hiding something. Could you perhaps be a goddess in disguise? Shirou wondered silently. But he decided not to ask directly. Although his curiosity was strong, Shirou chose to keep his suspicions to himself. After all, he still didn't have enough evidence. Besides, revealing such a secret could cause problems he didn't want to deal with. Seer looked at Shirou, trying to read his expression. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, leaning her back against the kitchen table. Shirou shook his head. "Nothing important," he replied with a calm smile. "I just feel very lucky to be working here and to meet people like you." Seer smiled back, seemingly pleased with Shirou's answer. "Well, I'm glad to hear that you feel that way. If there's anything you'd like to ask, I'm here to help." Shirou simply nodded. "Thank you, Seer. I'll remember that," he said, while his mind continued to dwell on the divine scent he had noticed from her. In his heart, Shirou decided to keep his suspicions about Seer a secret, at least for now. He continued working, helping to prepare dinner while quietly observing the girl beside him, wondering who Seer really was behind her sweet smile. Shirou and Seer continued their work in the kitchen, preparing dinner for the increasing number of customers. While chopping vegetables, Shirou felt this was a good opportunity to learn more about the gods and the reasons they were in this world. He glanced over at Seer, who was busily stirring soup with skillful movements. "Hey, Seer," he called out, trying to be casual even though his curiosity was burning inside. "I want to know something about the gods and goddesses who have descended to this world." Seer paused for a moment, looking at Shirou with intrigued eyes. "Oh? What do you want to know?" she asked with a gentle smile. Shirou proceeded cautiously, "Like what I saw with God Machigatte, he runs a potion shop and bestows blessings on his familia members. Why do gods like him decide to descend to this world and live among humans? What is their purpose?" Seer seemed to ponder for a moment before answering. "That's a good question, Shirou," she said while glancing at him. "There are many reasons why gods decide to descend to this world. Most of them do it out of boredom." "Boredom?" Shirou repeated, raising his eyebrows, unsure if he had heard correctly. Seer nodded with a small laugh. "Yes, boredom. In heaven, the gods have eternal lives, and there's not much to do. They can't feel things like suffering, struggle, or even the pleasures of life as we do. So, they come down to this world to seek new experiences, to feel a more real life, and to understand human emotions." Shirou nodded, trying to digest what Seer was saying. "But why do they give blessings to humans? Is there a specific reason for that?" Seer smiled again. "Giving blessings is a way for the gods to be directly involved in human life. By giving blessings, they can form a familia, like their own family. They feel joy, sadness, and the struggles of their familia members. In many ways, it's a way for gods to experience human life more deeply." Shirou reflected on Seer's words. "So, it's all about experience and understanding human life, but aren't there some gods who have specific goals or motives?" Seer looked at Shirou intently for a moment, as if considering how much he wanted to reveal. "Yes, there are also gods who have specific purposes," she finally answered. "Some gods might descend to search for something, test their strength, or even pursue a certain dream. Every god has different reasons. However, most of them just want to experience life in a more real way." Shiro listened carefully. I see. So, you could say they're searching for meaning in life just like humans. Seer nodded with a warm smile. Exactly. Even though they are immortal and possess extraordinary power, the gods also want to find meaning in their lives, just like humans. Shiro gazed at Seer more deeply, trying to see if he could catch anything from her manner of speaking or behavior that could confirm his suspicions. Thank you, Seer. Your explanation was very helpful. Seer's face brightened with a smile as she focused back on her work. Glad to help. After all, life in Orario is full of questions, but also full of answers if you're patient enough to look for them. Shiro held back a small smile, deciding not to delve further into his suspicions. However, now he felt a bit more understanding about the reasons behind the god's presence in this world, and maybe understood a little more about Seer, even though there were still many mysteries left. Chapter 12. 2 weeks had passed since Shiro began working at the Hostess of Fertility. Every day, the tavern was filled with customers, adventurers, merchants, and locals who came to enjoy the delicious dishes and warm atmosphere. During this time, Shiro not only learned about the work in the kitchen but also gained much information about this new world of his. Shiro often spent his breaks chatting with his coworkers, listening to their stories about life in Orario and the various familia in the city. Taking advantage of his curiosity, Shiro would ask questions at the guild whenever he had the chance, seeking more information about the gods, familia, and what it took to become an adventurer in this city. One day, while peeling potatoes in the kitchen with Rio, an elf who always seemed serious and calm, Shiro decided to start a conversation. Rio, he called out as he set down his knife. I'm curious, do you know which familia is the strongest in Orario? Rio looked at Shiro for a moment with her sharp blue eyes. There are several very powerful familia, she finally answered. But if we're talking about raw strength, Loki familia and Freya familia are probably the most famous. They have many high-level adventurers and are always at the forefront of dungeon exploration. Shiro nodded, recalling the two names he had heard several times before. I heard that Loki familia is led by the goddess Loki, who is known for her intelligence and unpredictable tactics. Ria gave a faint smile. That's right, and Freya familia is led by goddess Freya, who has a captivating allure. Many adventurers have fallen in love with her and devoted their lives to her. Shiro absorbed this information. Are there any other familia worth knowing about? He asked again. Ria nodded slowly. There are many other prominent familia as well, like Hephaestus familia, known for crafting the best weapons and armor. They often collaborate with adventurers to ensure their equipment is of high quality. She continued, there's also Ganesha familia, which is responsible for maintaining security and order in Orario. They often hold events and tournaments to strengthen relationships between familia and the city's residents. Shiro listened attentively, storing every bit of information given. And what about the smaller or less well-known familia? Rio thought for a moment. There's Mayak familia, which you already know, specializing in healing and potions. There's also Takamikazuchi familia, small but known for their determination and some quite talented adventurers. On other days, Shiro spoke with Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar about the same topic. They provided a broader and more relaxed perspective on the various familia, including some gossip and interesting stories. Freya familia is a bit scary, you know, Anya said one day while wiping a table. A lot of people say Freya can make anyone fall in love with her just by looking at them. Chloe added with a mischievous grin, and Loki familia, they might be strong, but they're sometimes a bit eccentric. Many say Loki herself likes to cause little problems just for fun. Lunwar, who was usually more serious, explained, but don't forget that there are also many smaller but very respectable familia, like Hermes familia, which often acts as a mediator and liaison between various groups. During these 2 weeks, Shiro also observed how adventurers interacted and behaved, looking for clues about who could be trusted and who should be avoided. From the information he had gathered, Shiro began to understand that Orario was not just an ordinary city, it was a hub of various interests, powers, and the ambitions of gods and adventurers. Each familia had unique characteristics and different goals that reflected the nature of the god or goddess who led them. Shiro pondered all this information. If I want to become an adventurer and explore the dungeon, he thought, I have to join a familia. But which familia would be right for me? Though he felt there was still much to learn, Shiro knew that the time to make a decision was getting closer. And whatever happened, he was determined to make this journey an opportunity to test his dreams and resolve. With renewed enthusiasm, Shiro continued his work at the tavern, while still thinking about his next steps in this new world. One calm afternoon, when the tavern was still quiet, Shiro decided to take a short walk around the district where the Hostess of Fertility was located. The sun was beginning to dip westward, casting a soft orange glow over the rooftops and buildings of Orario. Along the way, Shiro observed the bustling daily life, from merchants peddling their wares to children playing happily in the streets. As he walked past a narrow alley, he suddenly heard a small, panicked voice. Oh no, what am I going to do? Shiro stopped in his tracks and turned toward the voice. In the corner of the alley, he saw a girl with long black hair, with a large white ribbon tying it up. Her distinctive blue and white outfit made it easy to identify her as a goddess. In her hands, she held a small bag of potatoes, looking confused and frustrated. Shiro approached, trying to get a better look. The girl was attempting to peel the potatoes with a small knife, but the result was not neat. She seemed overwhelmed, and there were traces of flour dust on her cheeks. "Excuse me, do you need some help?" Shirou asked gently. The girl was startled and turned to see Shirou with her big blue eyes. "Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there." "Yes, I'm trying to make jagamaru-kun, but I was late buying the ingredients, and now I'm not sure where to start." Shirou smiled. "I can help if you'd like. I often help in the kitchen, so I know a few ways to prepare potatoes quickly." The girl's eyes lit up. "Really? Oh, thank you so much. My name is Hestia, goddess of Hestia Familia. I always make these jagamaru-kun to sell, but today I'm having a bit of trouble." Shirou nodded and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, goddess Hestia. I'm Shirou. Let's see what we can do with the ingredients you have." As Shirou drew closer, he noticed Hestia's distinctive warm scent, like the comforting smell of a home hearth. The aroma made Shirou feel a bit nostalgic, reminding him of his old home in Fuyuki during the winter, where the fireplace was the center of warmth. Without saying much more, Shirou quickly got to work. He deftly peeled the potatoes and cut them into the right size. Hestia, who was watching in awe, felt a little embarrassed to realize how much more skilled Shirou was at this. "I'm really grateful," Hestia said with a shy smile. "I rarely cook, except for this. Jagamaru-kun is my favorite snack, and I love sharing it with others. But sometimes, well, it turns out like this." Shirou chuckled softly. "It's okay, goddess Hestia. Everyone has their own specialties. And if you love jagamaru-kun, then I want to help you make it better." After the potatoes were neatly cut, Shirou began heating the oil and taught Hestia how to fry them properly, so they were crispy on the outside yet soft on the inside. Hestia, who had initially seemed nervous, began to smile wider as she saw the potatoes turn a perfect golden color. "Wow, you're really good at this, Shirou," she exclaimed with enthusiasm. "It seems this batch of jagamaru-kun will be much tastier." While waiting for the potatoes to cook, Shirou asked, "Goddess Hestia, may I know why you make these jagamaru-kun? I know you don't have any familia members yet, right?" Hestia nodded, her eyes shining with determination. "Yes, that's right. I don't have any familia members yet, and I want to form a familia someday. So, I'm trying different ways to earn a little money and attract potential members. Making and selling jagamaru-kun is one of my ways to get noticed." Shirou nodded understandingly. "I'm impressed by your hard work. Many people may not realize how difficult it is to be a goddess without a familia." Hestia smiled with great determination. "Yes, but I believe in effort and sincerity. Besides, I want to prepare my familia in any way I can." Shirou felt touched by Hestia's sincerity. "Then, I'd be happy to help whenever you need, goddess Hestia." When the jagamaru-kun was ready, Hestia took a bite, and her eyes widened with delight. "This is so delicious." "Thank you, Shirou. I'm sure these will sell quickly." Shirou smiled, feeling relieved to have been of help. "You're welcome, goddess Hestia." As Shirou and Hestia were serving the freshly fried jagamaru-kun with great enthusiasm, the tempting aroma began to spread around them. Several passers-by stopped to smell the delicious scent. However, among the crowd, one person was paying special attention, Ace Wallenstein, a famous adventurer from Loki Familia. Ace, with her neatly flowing blonde hair and sharp golden eyes, approached the cart with quick steps. As she got closer, her nose caught the distinctive savory aroma of jagamaru-kun, and she immediately directed herself to Hestia. Driven by her curiosity, Ace ordered several jagamaru-kun and immediately took a bite. Her calm expression quickly turned to admiration as the savory and crispy taste touched her tongue. "This is much tastier than usual," Ace remarked with awe, her eyes still fixed on the snack she was tasting. Hestia, seeing Ace enjoying the jagamaru-kun so much, felt delighted. "Really? Thank you so much. I worked hard to make them better this time." Ace nodded while continuing to chew contentedly. "This flavor is different from what I've tried before." "Who made them?" Shirou, standing beside Hestia and observing the interaction, felt a little awkward but also proud. "I helped make them," he said, adding a friendly smile. Ace looked at Shirou with curiosity, clearly impressed by the quality of the food. "You made them? They taste amazing." Hestia, who didn't yet know Ace very well, tried to recall the adventurer's name. "Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ace. Sorry, I can't quite remember your last name." Ace gave a slight smile, not bothered by Hestia's mistake. "Ace Wallenstein. And I really appreciate your efforts. I'll order more." With that, Ace bought almost all the jagamaru-kun in stock, leaving Hestia and Shirou feeling both satisfied and a little surprised. As Ace left, Hestia looked at Shirou with deep gratitude. "You really made today better, Shirou. Thank you for your help." Shirou smiled, happy to have been able to help and make a difference. "You're welcome, goddess Hestia. I'm glad I could help and see the jagamaru-kun so well received." That moment boosted Shirou's confidence and further strengthened his bond with Hestia and the community around them. As someone new to Orario, he felt more connected and motivated to continue learning and adapting to this new world. That evening, the atmosphere at the Hostess of Fertility was quite lively. Customers were enjoying their meals and chatting in a warm and cheerful setting. Shirou, who was working in the kitchen, was handling several orders quickly and efficiently. However, the atmosphere turned tense when a drunk customer, who appeared to be a level 3 adventurer, began to bother Seer, who was serving a table near the bar. The drunk adventurer rudely grabbed Seer's arm and spoke in a disrespectful tone. "Hey, beautiful. Why don't you come over to my table and serve me a bit closer?" Seer tried to smile calmly, but it was clear she felt uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm busy with other tables. Please give us some time." However, the drunken customer became more impatient and started to get pushy. Seeing Seer in trouble, Shirou quickly moved to help. He approached with good intentions, but unexpectedly, the drunk adventurer shoved Shirou roughly. Shirou fell to the floor, feeling pain throughout his body. Ria, one of the stronger waitresses in the restaurant, witnessed the incident. With remarkable speed and strength, Ria stepped forward and kicked the drunk adventurer out with a powerful kick. The adventurer flew out of the restaurant, his angry scream fading away into the distance. Ria helped Shirou up. "Are you okay?" she asked with concern, helping Shirou brush the dust off his clothes. Shirou nodded, though his face showed some pain. "Yeah, thank you, Ria. I'm okay." Seer, standing beside him, looked very grateful. "Shirou, thank you for trying to help me. I'm sorry you had to get involved like this." Shirou gave a weak smile. "It's no problem. I just wanted to help." However, after the incident, Shirou found himself reflecting deeply. He observed Ria's extraordinary strength, thanks to the blessings from the gods. The difference was obvious between those who were blessed and himself, who had no blessing. In this comparison, Familia members like Ria seemed like artificial demigods who could grow stronger as they leveled up. Shirou, without such power, felt weak and helpless. In his heart, Shirou felt frustrated. Without a god's blessing, he had to rely entirely on his magecraft skills to have any chance of fighting against those who were blessed. Aware of his physical and skill limitations, he knew that to survive and thrive in this world, he might need to join a familia and gain a blessing that could help him. Shirou decided not to let this defeat stop him. "I need to get stronger," he murmured to himself. "If I want to fight in this world and protect people, I have to obtain power equal to those blessed by the gods." With renewed determination, Shirou continued his work at the restaurant that night, thinking about the next steps he needed to take. He knew that his journey in Orario had only just begun, and there was much to learn and do. But he also realized that to reach his goal, he would have to face many challenges and overcome his limitations in more strategic and effective ways. Chapter 13. Seer observed from the corner of the room, her eyes soft yet sharp. Her gaze was fixed on Shirou, who was still standing in the kitchen after the incident earlier. There was something about this young man that intrigued her, something beyond just his physical appearance or his friendly demeanor. Although Shirou seemed like an ordinary person at first glance, she knew there was more to him. She watched as he diligently helped in the kitchen, his hands moving swiftly as he chopped vegetables, prepared ingredients, and cooked with remarkable skill. His face appeared focused and serious, but there was also sincerity in every movement. When Shirou cooked, there was a certain light that emanated from him, a glow that seemed to come from within his darkened soul. However, that light was not pure. It wasn't the light of a hero filled with courage and nobility, but more like the glint of a rusted metal. A distorted light, covered by a dark layer. Seer could sense a deep wound within Shirou's soul, a scar that seemed not fully healed. When Shirou tried to protect her from the drunken adventurer earlier, she glimpsed that shining soul more clearly. Even though he was clearly weaker and knew he had no chance of winning against a level 3 adventurer, Shirou still stepped forward without hesitation. There was courage there, but also desperation, like someone forced to keep moving forward because there was no other choice. It was as if he felt he always had to help others, no matter what he had to sacrifice. "What makes you so stubborn, Shirou?" Seer murmured quietly to herself. She realized that Shirou wasn't just trying to help her, but also fighting something within himself. Perhaps it was a shadow of the past or a trauma that had damaged his soul. Seer observed more closely, trying to sense the emotions and motives hidden behind Shirou's actions. From what she saw, Shirou's soul seemed built upon deep guilt, a regret that continued to haunt him, compelling him to always seek ways to atone for sins only he knew. But for Seer, or rather, for Freya, the goddess hidden behind Seer's identity, Shirou's soul did not match the Otter she was waiting for. Otter, who was supposed to have a pure, brave spirit, burning with genuine passion. Shirou's soul was more like a rusted sword, sharp but fragile, filled with a desire to atone for past sins, not driven by a pure passion for life and love. However, despite all that, there was something intriguing there. Shirou was not an ordinary person. Freya could sense a unique potential within him, something that could shine brightly if that rust were removed. Perhaps this was what made Freya, in her role as Seer, unable to fully ignore him. Seer smiled slightly. "You are a mystery, Shirou," she whispered to herself, "maybe not the Otter I'm waiting for, but there's something that makes me want to see more of you." She would continue to watch Shirou, trying to understand more deeply the soul hidden behind his friendly smile, his calm steps, and his stubborn determination. No matter what she would find, Seer knew this journey would be interesting and perhaps, just perhaps, she would discover something unexpected behind the dark shadows of Shirou's past. Freya's POV. At the top of Babel, in a grand hall with a throne surrounded by the soft glow of the moon, Freya sat gracefully, gazing out of a large window overlooking the city of Orario. The night breeze swept through her long silver hair, and her sharp silver eyes sparkled like stars in the darkness. In front of her stood Otter, her loyal protector and the strongest warrior in Freya Familia. Freya rested her chin on her hand, her delicate fingers tapping lightly on her cheek. Otter, her voice was soft yet carried an undeniable power. What do you think of the boy named Shirou? Otter, with his sturdy posture and ever-serious gaze, frowned slightly. He is interesting, Lady Freya, he responded in a deep voice full of respect. But I do not see anything extraordinary in him, aside from a courage that might be called foolishness. Freya smiled slightly, recalling how Shirou, a young man who didn't even have a god's blessing, dared to step forward to protect Seer from a drunken adventurer. Courage that some may deem foolish, Freya continued, might be a great strength for others. There is something in him, a distorted glimmer, like a gem covered in mud. She stared deeper, as if seeing something far beyond space and time. His soul is so rusted, yet there is light there. And when he cooks, when he helps others, that glimmer becomes clearer. She smiled, this time wider, full of interest. He's not the Otter I'm waiting for, but he's still fascinating. Freya paused for a moment, pondering. Should I come to him directly? Offer him a place in our familia? Maybe that way, I could see more clearly what potential lies beneath that rust. Otter, hearing this, furrowed his brow. Lady Freya, he spoke cautiously, do you think he deserves such an honor? You rarely step in personally to offer someone a place. Freya turned, her eyes filled with deep fascination. No, Otter, she replied softly but firmly. Not yet. But that doesn't mean he can't become worthy. What do you think, if I came to him myself? Do you think he would accept my offer? Otter thought for a moment before answering. If you came personally, it might surprise him, perhaps even make him feel honored. But the boy seems like someone with a strong resolve. He might refuse if he feels that his goals differ from what you offer. Freya smiled again, this time with a hint of laughter dancing on her lips. Ah, you're right. Shirou is someone filled with doubts, but also with a burning resolve. Very interesting. How about I start this game? A little push might help unlock his potential. She then looked at Otter with sharp eyes. We will see, Otter. If he truly has potential, then he will come to me. If not, we will let him find his own path. But for now, I will watch and observe further. Freya rose from her throne, her steps light and graceful, like a shadow dancing under the moonlight. I want to see how he develops in Orario, how his soul adapts and evolves. And if the time comes, perhaps I will visit him myself. Otter bowed his head, accepting the decision with obedience. As you wish, Lady Freya. Freya nodded, then gazed again out the window, at the city of Orario shimmering under the night light. Let's see where this path will lead him, she murmured with a smile on her lips. Shirou Emiya. I will be waiting. Chapter 14. Shirou sat near Hestia's merchant cart, holding a small book with a simple cover. The book was a general guide about the dungeons in Orario, something Seer had given him in the hopes that Shirou could gain a deeper understanding of the challenges he would face if he decided to become an adventurer. The soft sunlight illuminated the pages of the book, while a gentle breeze caused his hair to flutter slightly. As Shirou guarded the cart, his thoughts kept turning, reflecting on the contents of the book. He read about the structure of the dungeon, the monsters that roamed within, and basic strategies for survival. Even though he already had some knowledge of combat from his past experiences, Shirou realized that this dungeon was not an ordinary battlefield. It was a place where mysterious forces and magic intertwined, full of unforeseen dangers. In the midst of his reading, he heard the sound of light footsteps approaching. Shirou looked up and saw Ace Wallenstein, the famous swordswoman from the Loki Familia, walking toward him. Ace glanced at the book in Shirou's hand with a curious expression. Are you reading a dungeon guide? She asked in a flat yet attentive tone. Shirou nodded, closing the book for a moment. Yes, I'm learning more about the dungeon. I'm thinking of joining a familia that focuses on dungeon exploration. Ace's eyes narrowed slightly, as if trying to understand Shirou's decision. So, you really want to become an adventurer? She asked again, this time with a more serious tone. There was a hint of concern in her voice, though she tried to hide it. Shirou smiled faintly and nodded again. Yes, I want to explore the dungeon and see what I can learn. But I also need to find the right familia. Ace was silent for a moment, pondering Shirou's response. In her heart, there was growing concern that if Shirou truly became a full-time adventurer, he might no longer have time to cook jagamaru-kun, her favorite food. However, an idea suddenly popped into her mind, making her smile slightly. If you're serious about learning more about the dungeon, Ace said in a softer tone, the library at the Loki Familia Mansion has a much more extensive collection of books than this guide. You can come there, if you want. Shirou seemed surprised by the offer. Really? That would be very helpful. But, isn't that only for members of the Loki Familia? Ace nodded slowly, looking directly into Shirou's eyes. Yes, but if you want, I can arrange for you to visit. And, if you're interested, you could consider joining the Loki Familia. In her heart, Ace thought about how wonderful it would be if Shirou became a part of the Loki Familia. Besides gaining access to all the resources needed to become an adventurer, Ace would also get to enjoy Shirou's cooking every day, a thought that made her heart beat faster. Shirou, unaware of Ace's hidden motivation, pondered for a moment. I'll think about it, he said with a smile. I really appreciate your offer. Ace nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the book in Shirou's hand once more. You'll definitely find more knowledge in our library. And who knows, maybe you'll find something that helps you achieve your goals faster. Shirou smiled, feeling more motivated. Thank you, Ace. I'll seriously consider your offer. Ace just nodded, but in her heart, she hoped that Shirou would accept her offer. Perhaps then, she could ensure that her favorite dish, Jagamara-kun, would always be nearby. And maybe, just maybe, she could get to know Shirou better. With those thoughts, Ace continued on her way, while Shirou returned to his book, but this time with new enthusiasm and a bit of curiosity about what was to come. Shirou paused for a moment after Ace made her offer. In his mind, he felt very fortunate for this opportunity. The Loki Familia was known as one of the strongest familias in Orario, with many high-level adventurers and extensive experience in dungeon exploration. This was a golden opportunity that might only come once in a lifetime, especially for a newcomer like him who had neither reputation nor significant power. When Hestia returned from buying groceries, Shirou immediately greeted her. Hestia-sama, he said with enthusiasm, I might go for a while to visit the Loki Familia mansion. Ace-san invited me to check out their more extensive library on dungeons. Hestia looked at Shirou with a bit of surprise, her eyebrows furrowed. Loki Familia? Huh? She asked, her voice tinged with caution. You know who Loki is, right? That goddess is notorious for causing trouble. Shirou smiled reassuringly. I know, Hestia-sama. That's exactly why I want to go and see for myself what Loki and her Familia members are like. It's also a good opportunity to see if the Loki Familia might be a good fit for me. Hestia looked slightly worried but nodded slowly. All right, Shirou. If you feel this is the right thing to do, I won't stop you. But be careful, okay? Shirou nodded confidently. Of course, Hestia-sama. Thank you for your understanding. After saying goodbye, Shirou turned to see Ace still sitting there, eagerly devouring Jagamara-kun like a child enjoying their favorite snack. Shirou approached Ace and conveyed his decision. Ace-san, he called softly, causing Ace to pause from her meal and look at him. I've decided to visit the Loki Familia mansion and check out the library, as well as get a closer look at the members and goddess Loki herself. Ace's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing Shirou's decision. Really? That's great. I'll take you there, she said with a gentle smile, feeling relieved and happy that Shirou accepted her offer. Shirou nodded gratefully. Thank you for this opportunity, Ace-san. I want to learn more about the dungeon and also make sure if the Loki Familia is the right choice for me. Ace, still holding the last of her Jagamara-kun, smiled happily. Don't worry, Shirou. I'll make sure you get all the information you need. Shirou smiled, feeling more enthusiastic and ready for his new adventure. He knew there was much he didn't know about this world, and perhaps this journey would give him the answers he sought. With Ace as his guide, Shirou felt more confident that he would find his way in this mysterious world. Shirou followed Ace with steady steps, entering the grand gates that led them into Twilight Manor, the headquarters of the Loki Familia. The majestic building stood gracefully, reflecting the strength and prestige of the Familia residing within. Despite its massive and grand size, there were no guards blocking their entry, as if Ace's presence alone was enough to guarantee security. Ace walked confidently, not saying much as she led Shirou through the vast courtyard and toward a smaller, more hidden back door. Shirou observed his surroundings, impressed by the architecture and atmosphere of the place. Every corner of the manor seemed filled with history and stories, something only those who had lived here for a long time could truly feel. They arrived at a large wooden door that seemed simple compared to the other grand doors in the manor. Ace opened it easily, and they entered a room filled with towering bookshelves. Sunlight streamed through large windows, illuminating the room and creating a calm and peaceful atmosphere, far from the hustle and bustle outside. Shirou stepped into the library, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the impressive collection of books. Shelves were filled with various books about dungeons, history, and even some novels that seemed to be written by famous authors in Orario. Each book appeared well-preserved, reflecting the importance of knowledge within the Loki Familia. This is our library, Ace said as she glanced at Shirou, who looked mesmerized. Here, you can find information about dungeons that you might not find elsewhere. Shirou approached one of the shelves and carefully pulled out a thick book titled, Exploring the Dungeon, Complete Edition. He flipped through its pages, seeing diagrams, maps, and detailed notes about the monsters on each level of the dungeon. This is amazing, Shirou murmured, his voice filled with awe. I never imagined seeing a collection of books like this. Ace nodded. The Loki Familia is indeed known as one of the best in dungeon exploration. The knowledge gathered here is the result of years of experience. Shirou then noticed other shelves containing history books. He picked up a book discussing the history of Orario and the gods who descended to the human world. Along with his curiosity about Seer, he felt this book might give him more insight. As he examined other books, Shirou also noticed several novels tucked among the serious collections. These novels seemed to provide entertainment for the Loki Familia members who might want to break from the daily pressures and challenges they faced. Ace watched Shirou, who seemed absorbed in the world of books. If you want, you can come back here anytime, she said. You can read as much as you want. Shirou smiled at Ace. Thank you, Ace-san. This is truly an amazing place. I really appreciate this opportunity. Ace only nodded, appearing pleased to see Shirou so interested. In her heart, she felt increasingly confident that Shirou would be a valuable addition to Loki Familia. However, for now, she chose not to push him and let Shirou enjoy his time in the library, hoping that the desire to join Loki Familia would grow within him naturally. Shirou carefully opened the book titled Dungeon Exploration Guide, Complete Edition, his fingers touching the thick pages filled with detailed illustrations. The guide was neatly organized and structured, with each chapter dedicated to a specific floor of the dungeon, complete with descriptions of the types of monsters that could be encountered, their weaknesses, attack patterns, and any special dangers that might be faced. There were even detailed diagrams of hidden traps and safer alternative routes to take. Shirou was mesmerized. This book is so detailed, it's like a tactical manual, he murmured, his eyes fixed on the intricate drawings of monsters surrounded by small notes. Ace, standing beside him, gave a faint smile. Reveria-sama often forced me to memorize all of that when I was little, she said, recalling her strict training. Shirou raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised to hear the name. Reveria? Who is she? Before Ace could answer, a soft yet firm voice came from the reading room behind them. I am Reveria Joe's elf, the voice asserted with a tone full of authority. Shirou turned around and saw an elf woman with long green hair cascading down her back, her eyes sharp and full of alertness. She had an aura that combined the calmness of a sage with the decisiveness of a leader. Reveria looked at Shirou with a curious expression. Who is he, Ace? She asked seriously. Ace nodded politely. This is Shirou. He's interested in learning more about the dungeon, and I brought him here to explore the library. Reveria sighed lightly, her face remaining calm but slightly weary. Loki Familia is not currently recruiting new members, she stated firmly. But I'm glad to see you taking the initiative, Ace, she added, her tone softening slightly, though her eyes remained sharp as she gazed at Shirou. Shirou felt slightly tense under Reveria's intense stare, but he tried to maintain a calm demeanor. I understand, he said politely. I just want to learn more about this world and the preparations needed to explore the dungeon. Reveria nodded slowly. That's a good attitude. However, the issue isn't just about intent. Joining Loki Familia as a level 1 adventurer would be a significant challenge. Most of our members are already at a high level. If you want to join, you must be prepared to face the reality that you will be far behind, she explained. Ace hesitated for a moment before speaking, but Shirou seems to have potential, Reveria-sama. Maybe we could. Reveria raised her hand, interrupting Ace with a faint smile. I don't doubt his potential. However, you know that in Loki Familia, we only accept those who are ready to face immense pressure. Shirou, if you truly want to join, I suggest you consider it carefully. This isn't an easy decision. Shirou nodded seriously, appreciating Reveria's advice. I understand, Reveria-san. I will consider everything carefully, he replied. Reveria nodded before returning to the reading room, but there was a slight smile at the corner of her lips, as if she appreciated the sincerity she saw in Shirou's eyes. Good luck, she said briefly before turning away. Shirou realized that he would have to seriously consider his next steps. Twilight Manor and Loki Familia, although highly appealing, also had demands and expectations that couldn't be taken lightly. Ace stood tall beside Shirou, seeming determined to defend him. Reveria-sama, Shirou has his own unique strengths, she said, her voice steady. Reveria raised an eyebrow, showing greater interest now. Oh? And what are those strengths, Ace? She asked, curious. Ace was silent for a moment, hesitating to answer. After a few seconds, she spoke in a softer tone. He is very good at cooking. Shirou was surprised to hear Ace's response, while Reveria tried to suppress her smile. Shirou could feel his cheeks warm slightly, realizing that Ace might want him to join just because of his cooking. Reveria sighed lightly, but her tone remained gentle as she said, Ace, cooking is indeed a wonderful skill, especially for maintaining team morale. But it's not enough to be an adventurer. Perhaps Shirou is better suited to being a chef here, she said with a bit of humor in her voice. Ace looked slightly embarrassed, realizing her intentions had been uncovered. Reveria then turned her gaze back to Shirou. However, Shirou, she continued in a more serious tone, do you have any other skills? Something you think would be useful in the dungeon, besides cooking? Shirou thought for a moment before answering, I'm skilled in archery. I'm quite proficient with a bow and arrow. Reveria's eyes lit up slightly, intrigued. Though she was a high elf and a skilled mage, she also had an interest in archery. Oh? Interesting, she said, a slight smile appearing on her face. Coincidentally, I have a hobby in archery myself. How about we test your skills, Shirou? Shirou felt a bit nervous, but also excited to accept the challenge. Sure, I'm ready, he replied confidently. Reveria nodded and led them out of the library to the backyard of Twilight Manor, where a training arena was set up. Several archery targets were already in place. Let's see how skilled you are, Shirou, she said as she picked up her longbow. She handed another bow to Shirou, along with some arrows. Show me, Reveria said with a tone of anticipation. Shirou accepted the bow, feeling its balance and weight, then focused his gaze on the target. He took a deep breath, concentrating fully on his aim. Shirou drew the bow steadily, channeling his energy, and released the arrow. The arrow flew swiftly and hit the center of the target with perfect precision. Ace smiled proudly, while Reveria was slightly surprised, her eyes narrowing as if to make sure of what she had just seen. Not bad at all, she murmured. Perhaps I was too quick to judge. Shirou smiled, knowing that this was only the beginning of the greater trials ahead. He stood tall with the bow in hand, eyes focused on the targets lined up along the training arena. He felt the weight of the bow, the tautness of the string as he drew it back, balancing his breath with a smooth, concentrated motion. He took a deep breath and held it, then released the arrow in one decisive motion. The first arrow shot forward with astonishing speed, cutting through the air and striking the center of the target with perfect precision. The sharp metallic sound echoed as the arrow embedded itself right in the bullseye. A's eyes widened slightly, while Riveria raised an eyebrow, showing unexpected admiration. Without hesitation, Shirou took the next arrow and quickly released it, followed by the third, fourth, and so on. Each arrow flew through the air and hit the center of the target without missing a beat. His movements were so quick and efficient, it was as if he had been doing this his whole life. A's couldn't take her eyes off Shirou, while Riveria observed every move intently, searching for any sign of weakness or hesitation. But there was none. Each of Shirou's shots was flawless, reflecting incredible accuracy and concentration. He hit every available target, all his arrows striking the bullseye with undeniable precision. A's looked at Shirou with clear admiration, while Riveria seemed astonished. Every shot on target. Riveria muttered softly, almost in disbelief at what she was witnessing. Shirou, this is an extraordinary skill, she continued, her tone turning more serious. Not many adventurers, even those at high levels, can shoot with such consistency. Is nodded in agreement, her face showing irresistible admiration. I knew you were talented, but this is more than I imagined, she said with a wide smile. Shirou lowered his bow and exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you, he replied humbly. I'm just trying my best. Riveria approached, seeming to consider something carefully. Shirou, even though we're not currently seeking new members, your skills are remarkable. And while this is just a suggestion, perhaps you should consider joining a familia that can truly appreciate your talents, she said wisely. Shirou nodded, understanding the implication behind Riveria's words. I'll think about your advice, he responded, feeling more confident in his abilities and the opportunities ahead. A's, still smiling, seemed more motivated to convince Shirou to join the Loki familia. In her heart, she could already imagine enjoying more of Shirou's cooking while watching his archery skills develop in real battles. Shirou nodded firmly, solidifying his decision. All right, I agree to join the Loki familia, but I'd like to meet the goddess Loki first, he stated. Riveria nodded in agreement, while Ace smiled with enthusiasm. Follow us, said Riveria as she turned, gesturing for Shirou to follow. Ace walked beside him, clearly pleased with Shirou's decision. They walked through the long corridors of Twilight Manor, heading toward Loki's private quarters. When they arrived at a large door with intricate carvings, Riveria knocked lightly. Soon, a cheerful and lively voice was heard from inside. Come on in. Don't be shy. Riveria pushed the door open, and Shirou immediately felt something different. The air inside the room was warm and lively, full of vibrant energy. A unique scent filled his nose, a scent that was familiar yet hard to describe, like a mix of cotton candy, sweet wine, and various flowers, with a touch of divine aroma that penetrated his senses. It was as if the entire room was filled with the aura of a festive yet sacred carnival. There, in the middle of the brightly decorated room, sat Loki on her throne, with a wide, mischievous smile. Her red hair flowed wildly, and her sharp eyes radiated deep curiosity. Oh, so this is the new recruit I've been hearing about? Her voice teased. Shirou looked at Loki, feeling a bit nervous but remaining calm. The presence of this goddess was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Her spirit was so strong, her energy like a colorful storm. But there was also a dark side hidden behind her smile, like a goddess who enjoyed toying with the fate of others. Loki tilted her head slightly, looking at Shirou with great interest. You have an interesting scent, she said with a small laugh. Like someone who carries a heavy burden, but with a great spirit to fight for what they believe in. Shirou was a little surprised by the comment. Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm making the right decision, he replied cautiously. Loki stood up from her throne, stepped closer, and examined Shirou closely. You want to join the Loki familia, huh? She smiled, a bit mysteriously. But before that, I want to know, what can you bring to our familia? Riveria and Ace watched the interaction in silence, letting Loki assess Shirou on her own. I can shoot well and cook fairly well, Shirou answered honestly. But more importantly, I have the determination to grow stronger and learn more. And I'm looking for a chance to help others, to protect those who are weak. That's my main reason for being here. Loki's smile widened, her eyes sparkling. A standard answer, but I can sense something deeper within you. All right, let's see if you're truly worthy of being part of the Loki familia. I love surprises, and I think you can provide me with one. Loki turned to Riveria and Ace, still with her wide smile. What do you two think? Should we take this kid? Riveria looked at Shirou with a soft yet serious gaze. He has potential, and I think he could be a good addition if we give him a chance. Ace nodded quickly, with a slight smile on her face. I'm sure he can bring something different to our familia. Loki laughed heartily, as if pleased with the answers from her two best fighters. All right, Shirou Emiya. Loki, welcome you to the Loki familia. But remember, here, we play seriously. Don't disappoint me, okay? Shirou nodded, feeling a mix of relief and excitement. His meeting with Loki had given him a deeper understanding of this goddess's personality and what might await him within this familia. His adventure had only just begun, and he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. Ace and Riveria exchanged glances before they left the room. They knew the moment when a god grants their blessing is something personal and full of meaning, especially for a new member. "We'll take our leave," Riveria said politely, and then she and Ace exited the room, closing the door behind them. Loki approached, her eyes gleaming with undisguised curiosity. "All right, Shirou, take off your shirt. I'll give you my blessing," she said, pulling out a small needle from her pocket. Shirou, though a bit nervous, obeyed Loki's command and began to remove his shirt, revealing a muscular body marked with scars here and there. Loki, with a teasing smile, couldn't help but comment on Shirou's appearance. "Wow, your body is pretty good for a beginner," she joked as she brought the needle close to her finger. After pricking her finger, a drop of ichor, the sacred blood of the gods, oozed out. She touched Shirou's back with her bloodied finger, channeling the ichor into his body. A warm and strange sensation crept along Shirou's spine as the blessing began to take root. Loki then took a sheet of paper, placed it on Shirou's back, and carefully traced the results of the newly given status. Loki looked at the paper seriously, studying Shirou's newly acquired status. His basic stats appeared standard for a beginner. Nothing stood out in strength, endurance, or agility. But when her eyes reached the magic section, Loki paused for a moment. "Eh?" Loki raised an eyebrow. "Magecraft?" she murmured, looking slightly confused. This magic seemed different from what she had seen among adventurers in Orario. There were no detailed explanations, only the word Magecraft written in letters that seemed to symbolize a different kind of power. "What is this, Shirou?" Loki stared at him with curiosity. "I've never seen this type of magic before. Where did you learn it?" Shirou was silent for a moment, feeling doubt creeping into his mind. Magecraft, as taught by his adoptive father, Kiritsugu, was something unique and different from the magic in this world. Finally, he decided to answer cautiously. "It is something I learned from my father, Kiritsugu," Shirou replied, his voice calm yet firm. He chose his words wisely, not wanting to reveal too much about the origins of his magecraft abilities. Loki gazed at him sharply, trying to delve deeper into Shirou's soul. "Kiritsugu, huh?" Loki chuckled, a thin smile forming on her lips. "I'm curious to know more about this, but I guess you have the right to keep your secrets." She lightly patted Shirou on the shoulder. "But one thing is certain, kid. If you have this advantage, you need to learn how to use it properly in the dungeon." Shirou nodded, feeling somewhat relieved that Loki didn't press him further. However, he also knew that his desire to keep Magecraft a secret would only fuel Loki's curiosity. Loki then stepped back with her characteristic sly smile. "Well, welcome to the Loki familia, Shirou. You'll find many interesting things here. Don't disappoint me," she said with a challenging tone. Shirou nodded again, with a growing resolve in his heart. He knew that joining the Loki familia was only the beginning of the long adventure that awaited him. And with every step, he would get closer to uncovering deeper mysteries, both about this world and about himself. Loki handed Shirou the paper, with a mischievous grin on her face. "Here, take a look for yourself," she said. Shirou took the paper and looked at his status. Level 1. Strength, I0. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic, Magecraft. Skills, none. Shirou stared at the status with a mix of curiosity and slight disappointment. All of his stats were at the base level, I0. Meanwhile, his magic was simply listed as Magecraft, without any further details. Loki, noticing Shirou's expression, chuckled softly. "Relax, kid. That's normal for beginners. Excelia, the life experience you gain in battles or adventures, will fill up your status and change those numbers," she explained, pointing at the values on the paper. "Excelia?" Shirou asked, wanting to know more. Loki nodded. "Yes, Excelia is the form of experience you accumulate every time you face a challenge, like defeating monsters in the dungeon, or even through hard training. Every time you gain Excelia, I can update your status by pouring my ichor into it again," she explained, pointing to the finger she had cut earlier. "That Excelia will turn into Fauna, which appears as an increase in your status strength. For example, if you fight a lot of monsters, your strength or defense might go up. If you study and practice magic, your magic stat might increase." Loki looked at Shirou with a sharp but hopeful gaze. "So, the harder you work, the more Excelia you accumulate, and the stronger you'll become. But remember, it all depends on you. This is the beginning of your journey as an adventurer," she added with a spirited smile. Shirou nodded, starting to understand how this new world worked. "So, I have to work hard to gather Excelia and improve my status?" "Exactly," Loki replied with a laugh. "And don't worry, rookie. In this familia, you'll get plenty of opportunities for that. This world might be different from the one you knew, but as long as you're brave and willing to learn, you can achieve anything." Shirou nodded again, this time with a smile on his face. He felt excited to begin his new journey, to gather Excelia, and to test the limits of his abilities in the Loki familia. Shirou returned to the restaurant, the door to the hostess of fertility creaking softly as he pushed it open. Some waitresses, busy setting tables and preparing for the evening, turned their heads toward him. Friendly smiles and light greetings welcomed him. Seer, who was arranging glasses at the bar, immediately approached Shirou with curiosity. "Shirou, you're back. What's up?" she asked with a smile. Shirou smiled and nodded. "I just wanted to say goodbye. I've joined the Loki Familia." The room suddenly fell silent. The other waitresses, Anya, Chloe, Ryu, and Lunwar, turned to Shirou with surprised expressions. Anya even dropped the spoon she was holding. "Really? How did that happen?" Chloe asked in disbelief. "That's the Loki Familia, the strongest familia in Orario." Ryu looked at Shirou calmly, but her eyes showed interest. "Tell us, Shirou, how did you manage to join them?" Shirou chuckled softly at their curious reactions. "Well, it's a long story, but in short, I met Ace at the Jagamarakuin cart, and she offered to visit the Loki Familia library. From there, I met the goddess Loki and, well, now I'm a new member." Seer smiled broadly. "Wow, I didn't expect that. Congratulations, Shirou. But does that mean you won't be working here anymore?" Shirou shook his head. "No, I'll still help out here when I have time. I promised Mamma Mia, and I also enjoy working with all of you." Lunwar giggled. "Of course, we'll miss you if you just leave. Make sure you come back often, Shirou." Anya enthusiastically added, "Yes, yes. Shirou has to come often and cook for us again." Mamma Mia, who had overheard the conversation from the kitchen, appeared with her arms crossed over her chest. "This kid always has surprises, huh? But remember, Shirou, this place will always be open for you." Shirou nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Mamma Mia. I'll definitely be back." With warm farewells and some light-hearted jokes, Shirou felt more ready than ever to start his new chapter in the Loki Familia. However, he also knew that this place, the hostess of fertility, would always be a second home for him. Seer gently helped Shirou pack his belongings in the restaurant's small changing room. One by one, she neatly placed his items into Shirou's bag. Shirou watched her with a smile on his face, but his mind was far busier than it seemed. The scent of winter flowers he had smelled before returned. The same scent he noticed when he first suspected something about Seer. Now, with Seer so close to him, the scent became clearer, almost filling the air around them. Shirou felt his heartbeat quicken, and the question that had been lingering in his mind nearly slipped out. "Seer." Shirou began, his eyes narrowing slightly as if trying to read the secrets hidden behind the girl's smile. "Aye." Seer looked up, smiling with the gentle smile she always showed. "Yes, Shirou?" she asked in a tone full of curiosity. Shirou paused for a moment. He could sense something mysterious in Seer's eyes, something he couldn't fully understand. His urge to ask if Seer was a goddess almost escaped his lips, but something held him back. Perhaps it was respect, or maybe the realization that he still didn't know enough to directly confront this girl. He sighed and smiled again, deciding to save the question for later. "Nothing," he said, shaking his head. "Thank you for helping me." Seer smiled, seemingly satisfied with his answer. "It's no problem, Shirou. We'll miss you here. But I'm glad you found your own path." Shirou nodded, still sensing the scent of winter flowers in the air. He knew that this wasn't the end of this mystery. There were many things he still didn't understand about Seer, about this new world of his, and perhaps about himself. But for now, he decided to let everything flow, to follow its course. They continued packing, while Shirou's thoughts kept spinning, searching for answers among the unresolved questions. Shirou looked at Seer with genuine gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, Seer," he said softly yet firmly. "I really appreciate everything you've done for me. When I first arrived in Orario, you gave me a place to stay, and I feel indebted." Seer smiled warmly, her eyes shimmering with kindness. "You don't need to feel that way, Shirou. I just did what I thought was right. Besides, you've helped out a lot here. We all like you, you know?" Shirou smiled back, feeling slightly embarrassed by the compliment. "Still," he continued, "I want to repay your kindness. If there's anything I can do, anything at all, don't hesitate to ask." Seer looked at Shirou for a moment, as if considering his words. There was warmth in her gaze, but also something else, something almost unspoken. "I'll remember your offer, Shirou," she finally said. "Who knows, maybe one day I'll need your help." Shirou nodded. "Whatever happens, I'll always be ready to help you, just like you've helped me." Seer chuckled softly, her voice gentle. "You're too kind, Shirou. But all right, we'll see." Shirou felt relieved to have said that. Despite the many mysteries between them, he knew he had found a valuable friend in Orario. As he prepared himself for the next steps in his new life, he felt stronger with people like Seer supporting him. And behind Seer's friendly smile, he was sure there were more stories to be uncovered as time went on. Seer's POV. Seer stood near the door, watching Shirou continuously express his gratitude. Behind her smile, her mind was racing. "Loki Familia," she mused silently. "I didn't expect him to make it into the Familia that rivals mine." The Freya Familia and Loki Familia had a long history, full of rivalry and occasional clashes. But Seer hadn't expected that Shirou, who seemed so simple and kind-hearted, would get involved with him. Maybe I underestimated him, she thought. Her eyes glanced at Shirou, who was busy packing his belongings, his face full of the usual determination. Seer smiled faintly, recalling how Shirou was always so quick to respond to any request for help, no matter how heavy or trivial. He really can't refuse a call for help, Seer thought. Is it because of his kind heart? Or is there something deeper? Seer could see that there was something glowing within Shirou's soul, something burning with a strong desire to help others. But she could also sense traces of wounds there, something deeply etched and not easily healed. Was Shirou helping others because it made him feel better? Or was it a way for him to atone for mistakes he had made in the past? Perhaps, I should be more cautious, Seer thought. After all, Loki Familia is not an easy place for someone like Shirou. But he must have his reasons. She gazed at Shirou for a little longer, trying to read deeper into that seemingly rusty soul that sometimes shone brightly like the sun. Are you really the one I've been searching for, Shirou? Or just another soul passing by without leaving a mark? Seer wondered before finally deciding to observe Shirou more closely. Perhaps, with time, all her questions would be answered. As Seer returned to babble, she felt the aura around her change. Seer, who had previously seemed like an ordinary waitress, now walked with undeniable elegance, radiating a divine aura so powerful it was palpable. As she passed through the door into her room atop babble, her form shifted into Freya, the beautiful goddess of beauty. Freya approached the balcony, looking down at the bustling city of Orario. Her gaze penetrated deep into the crowd, like an eagle searching for its prey. Among the throngs of people walking below, her eyes settled on a young man with white hair and red eyes. The young man seemed new to Orario, his steps innocent and awkward, his face filled with curiosity and enthusiasm. Him. Freya paused for a moment, her soul seemingly jolted by the sight. The soul of that young man, so pure, so innocent, so full of untapped potential. Is this what I've been looking for? She wondered. The young man's soul, shining with a brilliant white light, drew her in with such force. That light was different from Shirou's rusty and scarred soul. This young man's soul was still like a blank slate, ready to be filled with experiences, struggles, and emotions that would shape him. A soul still clean, untouched by the hardships of the world. Freya smiled faintly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Is this the otter I've been waiting for all this time? She whispered softly. So pure, so full of hope and dreams. This soul will be mine. She watched the young man a little longer, trying to feel every emotion radiating from him. Belcranel, Freya said slowly, guessing the young man's name with her divine intuition. Even though she didn't yet know his name, Freya knew that this soul would become the focus of her attention. He is the true otter, Freya thought. The one I've been seeking among the crowd of adventurers. The smile on her lips grew wider. With newfound excitement, Freya knew she had to have this young man, had to bring that pure soul into her grasp. I will see how far you can go, Belcranel, and how you can become the best of them all. Freya turned away, her dazzling and ambitious gaze shining brightly. She knew the hunt had just begun, and Belcranel would be the next target of her boundless desires and beauty. I need more voters for the next illustration. You can support me by joining at patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 15. Shirou woke up in his new room at Twilight Manor, still somewhat disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. The room was small, no larger than a storage space, but it was clean and tidy. The simple wooden bed in the corner felt comfortable enough, though it couldn't compare to the bed in his old home. He stretched for a moment, inhaling the cool morning air through the small window beside him. As his gaze swept across the room, Shirou felt a strange mix of emotions. There was a sense of relief because he finally had a permanent place to stay, but also a sense of awkwardness because he was now part of the Loki Familia, one of the strongest adventurer groups in Orario. He knew how high the expectations might be for him, and how difficult it would be to prove himself among much more experienced adventurers. Shirou decided to get up and prepare himself. This is my first day as a member of the Loki Familia, he muttered to himself, trying to motivate himself. I need to make a good impression. Standing up, Shirou donned lighter and more comfortable clothing. His mind drifted back to the conversation he had with Loki earlier about Excelia and how he must continue striving to improve his abilities. This will be the toughest adventure of my life, Shirou thought as he looked at his reflection in the small mirror on the wall. But I have to do it. For my dream, to keep moving forward. He recalled his last conversation with Seer before he moved to Twilight Manor. There was a warm feeling of gratitude in his heart for the girl who had kindly helped him when he first arrived in Orario. But there was also an unsolved mystery about the sin of winter flowers that reminded him of a divine presence. Maybe someday I'll get answers about Seer, he thought, as he took the dungeon guidebook he had borrowed from the Loki Familia library. He put the book into his small bag. But for now, my focus must remain on becoming stronger. Shirou walked out of his small room, feeling the fresh morning air on his skin. The morning sunlight was starting to peek through the windows, and he could hear the sounds of activity outside. Other members of the Familia were already up, some training in the courtyard, while others seemed to be preparing for missions or heading to the dungeon. Shirou took a deep breath and steeled his resolve. Today, my adventure in Orario truly begins. He stepped out of the room toward the new world that awaited him, with the goal of finding his place among the greatest adventurers in the city. Shirou walked towards the kitchen with a light step, his eyes scanning the room as he saw several Loki Familia members getting ready for breakfast. The sound of pots and pans clinking, the aroma of freshly baked bread from the oven, and the laughter among the adventurers filled the room with a warm atmosphere. In the middle of the kitchen, he saw a young elf girl busy preparing food ingredients. Her long, silky blonde hair was neatly arranged, and her face looked focused as she carefully chopped vegetables. Shiro approached her, feeling that now was the right time to introduce himself and start helping out. Hi, good morning, Shiro greeted warmly. I'm Shiro Emiya, the new member of Loki Familia. Can I help prepare breakfast? The elf girl paused for a moment, looking at Shiro with her big blue eyes, appearing surprised but quickly composing herself. Ah, good morning, she replied with a slightly nervous voice. I'm Lafia Voridis. Nice to meet you, Shiro. And of course, help is always welcome in the kitchen. Shiro smiled and immediately picked up a knife that was lying on the table. What can I help with, Lafia? Lafia seemed a bit awkward at first, but then she gave instructions to Shiro. Could you chop these vegetables for the salad? And maybe, prepare the bread too. Shiro nodded and started chopping the vegetables with skill. Each movement was quick and precise, showing that he was already used to working in the kitchen. Lafia observed from the corner of her eye, amazed at how adept Shiro was at cooking. You seem quite familiar with this, Lafia commented with a smile. Shiro chuckled lightly. I have some experience in the kitchen. Back in the old place, I often cooked for a lot of people. So, this isn't new to me. Lafia smiled wider, feeling more comfortable with Shiro's presence. That's great. We always need extra help, especially with hungry members every morning. They continued preparing breakfast while chatting. Shiro was glad to be able to interact with Lafia, and Lafia seemed more at ease and started talking more. Shiro listened attentively as Lafia shared stories about the various missions she had been on with other Familia members, as well as her admiration for Ace Wallenstein. As they prepared the food, Shiro realized that although Lafia appeared awkward and shy, there was a strong spirit within her. Lafia, you seem to care a lot about the Loki Familia, Shiro said while kneading the bread dough. You must be very talented as a magician. Lafia blushed at the compliment, but smiled shyly. Thank you, Shiro. I'm still learning a lot, but I'll try my best. Shiro nodded enthusiastically. That's a good spirit. I'm still learning too, so let's get better together. They continued working together in the kitchen with more laughter and warmth. Shiro felt that he was beginning to be accepted into the Loki Familia, and Lafia seemed happy to have a friendly and easygoing new friend. That morning, in the kitchen of Twilight Manor, Shiro and Lafia began to build a friendship that might carry them through many future adventures. After breakfast was ready, Shiro and Lafia brought the dishes to the Loki Familia dining table. Ace was already seated in one of the chairs, her eyes filled with anticipation as she saw the food being brought in. Her characteristic smile appeared when she saw Shiro, as if indicating that she had been looking forward to this breakfast. Around the table, several other Familia members began to gather. Among them was Bet Loga, sitting with his arms crossed, looking not too enthusiastic. His face showed a skeptical expression as he saw Shiro joining the dining table. Fin Dame, the captain of Loki Familia, sat at the head of the table with his usual calm and authoritative demeanor. After everyone began to sit down, Fin directed his gaze at Shiro and spoke in a calm yet firm voice. So, Shiro, you want to join us as an adventurer, yes? Shiro nodded politely. Yes, I want to learn more about the dungeon and contribute to the Familia. Bet, with a dismissive expression, growled softly, a rookie like him? He'll just be a burden in the dungeon. Ace immediately turned sharply towards Bet, but Finn raised his hand, asking for peace. We were all rookies once, Bet, he said calmly. We shouldn't judge before seeing someone's true capabilities. Finn then turned his gaze to Lafia, who looked a bit nervous. Lafia, he said, I want you to mentor Shiro. Accompany him on the early floors of the dungeon, show him the basics, and make sure he understands what it takes to survive down there. Lafia was surprised to hear the request, her face reddening slightly. But Shiro is older than me. Am I really suitable to be his mentor? Riveria, standing near Lafia, gave a gentle nudge with her calm smile. Lafia, this will be a good learning experience for you too. Shiro may be older, but you have more dungeon experience. Think of this as a chance to grow together. Lafia nodded slowly, though she still seemed shy. Okay, I'll try my best, she said with determination. Ace, who had been waiting patiently, finally smiled at Shiro. You'll be fine, Shiro. Lafia is a great magician, and you can learn a lot from her. Shiro smiled, feeling relieved to see the support from Ace and Riveria. I appreciate the opportunity, Finn, and thank you, Lafia. I'll do my best to learn as much as I can. Finn nodded, satisfied with the outcome of the discussion. Good. Let's see how quickly you can adapt to life in the dungeon. Bet just sighed in annoyance and leaned back in his chair, while the other Familia members seemed pleased with the cooperation. They then began to enjoy breakfast together, the atmosphere becoming warmer with laughter and light conversation. Shiro felt more motivated than ever, ready to face the challenges ahead, and began to understand the dynamics of the Loki Familia better. After breakfast was over, Lafia took Shiro to the Loki Familia library. Shiro followed Lafia through the large corridors inside Twilight Manor until they arrived at a room filled with tall bookshelves, packed with various books and neatly arranged manuscripts. The soft morning sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the pages of books scattered on the wooden tables. Lafia pulled out one of the large books titled Dungeon Monsters, a Beginner's Guide. She placed it on the table in front of Shiro and carefully opened it, revealing pages full of monster illustrations and detailed descriptions. In the dungeon, Lafia began to explain, monsters don't just appear on the floor's surface. They actually spawn from the walls of the dungeon. The deeper the floor, the stronger the monsters we will encounter. Shirou watched attentively as Lafia pointed to different pictures of monsters. These are goblins and kobolds, Lafia continued. These monsters are usually found on the early floors. They aren't very strong, but in large numbers, they can be dangerous. Lafia flipped through a few more pages, showing images of progressively larger and more terrifying monsters. On the deeper floors, we start encountering much stronger monsters, like minotaurs and Goliaths. These monsters can pose a serious threat even to high-level adventurers. Shirou nodded, absorbing every detail Lafia explained. So, the deeper we go, the greater the risk we face, he said, trying to piece the information together in his mind. Lafia nodded seriously. That's right. And not only that, these monsters can appear at any time from the dungeon walls. We have to always be on guard because the dungeon is ever-changing and never truly safe. Shirou looked at the book with an increasingly serious expression. I understand. I need to learn a lot to survive in the dungeon, especially if I want to help this familia. Lafia smiled, pleased to see Shirou's seriousness. I'll help you as much as I can. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me or any other members of the Loki familia. Shirou nodded. Thank you, Lafia. I really appreciate your help. With that, they continued their study in the library, with Lafia explaining various monsters, traps, and other phenomena in the dungeon. Shirou felt eager to learn, knowing that he needed to be prepared for whatever might come. With each piece of information he learned, he felt more ready to face the challenges awaiting him in the depths of the dungeon. Lafia continued her explanation to Shirou, this time about the concept of levels in the adventurer world of Orario. Shirou, in Orario, every adventurer starts at level 1, Lafia began. Over time, if an adventurer overcomes difficult challenges and accumulates Excelia, they can level up. Excelia is a kind of experience gained from defeating monsters or facing tough situations. And when enough Excelia is gathered, a god or goddess can update the adventurer's status and raise their level. Shirou nodded, trying to fully understand. So, leveling up can only happen if we face tough challenges? Lafia nodded. That's right. The greater the challenge, the more Excelia you get. But not all adventurers can level up quickly. It requires incredible courage and determination. Lafia then explained further, I've reached level 3 myself, though I still feel like a beginner compared to other members in Loki familia. Shirou nodded attentively. And the other members in this familia? Lafia smiled and continued, Finn, Gareth, and Riveria are the high-level adventurers in our familia. They've all reached level 6. They are the leaders and pillars of strength in Loki familia. Shirou's eyes widened slightly, impressed by the number. Level 6. They must be really strong. Lafia nodded. Indeed. Their level is far above the average adventurer. Meanwhile, Ace, Bet, Tiona, and Tioni are already at level 5. They are very talented adventurers who have been through many battles. Shirou looked at Lafia seriously, realizing how vast the power difference was between them. So, levels affect how strong we are, right? Yes, Lafia explained. Level not only affects physical strength but also speed, endurance, and even magical abilities. Every level increase makes an adventurer much stronger than before. Shirou nodded firmly, accepting this information wholeheartedly. He knew that to survive in this world and be useful to Loki familia, he had to grow stronger. The journey to higher levels seemed like a long and challenging path, but he felt ready to face it. After finishing their lesson in the library, Lafia led Shirou to the guild office to officially register him as an adventurer. The streets leading to the guild were bustling with various kinds of people, adventurers, merchants, and Orario residents busy with their daily activities. Shirou observed his surroundings attentively, feeling excited to be at the center of the world's activity. When they arrived at the guild office, Lafia quickly took the lead. Here we will register you as an official adventurer, Shirou. This is an important step before you can explore the dungeon. Shirou nodded, following Lafia through the grand and imposing entrance. The guild office was filled with adventurers making requests, reporting achievements, or seeking information. There was a busy yet orderly atmosphere there. Lafia approached one of the registration desks, where a guild official stood with a professional demeanor. The official turned to them, smiled, and said, Welcome. How can I assist you? Lafia explained, We'd like to register Shirou as a new adventurer. He has just joined the Loki familia. The guild official nodded, then began filling out forms and preparing the necessary documents. All right, Shirou. As a new adventurer, the guild usually recommends a mentor to guide you through the early stages of dungeon exploration. However, we can also note if you already have a mentor from your familia. Before Shirou could speak, Lafia added firmly, Shirou doesn't need a mentor from the guild. I'll be his mentor. The guild official nodded while noting the information. Very well, if Lafia from the Loki familia will be the mentor, we'll mark that in the records. You have enough experience and reputation for this. The official continued by giving some basic guidelines and rules about the dungeon, although Lafia was already familiar with most of what was said. Shirou listened intently, making sure not to miss any details. After the registration process was completed, the guild official handed Shirou an official adventurer's card, symbolizing that he was now part of the adventurers of Orario. Welcome to the world of adventurers, Shirou. May luck always be with you in the dungeon. Shirou accepted the card with respect, feeling more prepared than ever to begin his adventure. Lafia smiled proudly and said, "Congratulations, Shirou. Now, you're officially an adventurer. Let's get ready for our first adventure." With high spirits, Shirou and Lafia left the guild office, ready to face the challenges that awaited them in the dungeon. As they walked out of the guild office, Lafia turned to Shirou and asked, "Shirou, do you already have weapons and armor for adventuring? We need to make sure you're ready before entering the dungeon." Shirou paused for a moment, thinking. As a magus, he was used to using projection, a technique that allowed him to create weapons and other equipment from his memory. With this technique, he didn't actually need physical weapons. However, Shirou decided not to reveal his magecraft abilities for the time being, especially in a world unfamiliar with magic like his own. With a slightly forced smile, Shirou replied, "Actually, I don't have any weapons or armor yet. I just arrived in Orario, so I haven't had the chance to prepare anything." Lafia sighed deeply, looking a bit worried. But then, she puffed out her chest with determination. "In that case, we need to get you some good gear right away. Don't worry, I'll treat you. We'll go to the Hephaestus Familia shop. They're known for having the best weapons and armor in Orario, even for beginners." Shirou was surprised by Lafia's kindness, but he also knew that refusing the offer might raise suspicion. "Thank you so much, Lafia. I really appreciate your help." Lafia smiled brightly, happy to assist. "No problem. Besides, I want to make sure you're really ready for our adventure later. As your mentor, it's my responsibility." With enthusiasm, the two of them hurried to the Hephaestus Familia store, where Shirou would get the gear he needed to begin his journey as an adventurer in Orario. Shirou felt a bit nervous but was grateful to have a friend like Lafia who cared so much and was ready to help. At the Hephaestus Familia store, the atmosphere was lively with customers selecting various adventuring gear. Lafia eagerly guided Shirou through the shelves filled with armor and weapons. "Since you're an archer," Lafia said, pointing to one of the shelves, "I think this lightweight chainmail will be perfect for you. It allows for better mobility without sacrificing protection." Shirou looked at the chainmail offered, feeling it was a good choice for his fighting style. Even though he could replicate the armor's blueprint in unlimited blade works, he appreciated Lafia's advice and decided to go with her choice. "Thank you, Lafia. This chainmail seems just right for me." Lafia continued, "We also need to pick a bow, quiver, arrows, and a dagger as your backup weapon." They went to the weapons section, and Lafia showed him several bow options with varying quality. Shirou chose a bow that seemed balanced between power and precision. They also selected a comfortable quiver and arrows specifically designed for long range. As they were near the racks full of displayed weapons, Shirou noticed some weapons forged by Hephaestus smiths. With high craftsmanship and experience, these weapons looked very impressive. Shirou felt compelled to take a closer look. "Lafia, I'd like to take a closer look at these weapons," Shirou said, indicating the rack filled with high-quality weapons. Lafia nodded and led Shirou to the area. "Of course, go ahead. These weapons are the hard work of Hephaestus smiths, some of the rarest items in Orario." Shirou examined the weapons closely, noting how complex and detailed each one was. He then copied the blueprints of the weapons into unlimited blade works, feeling that this knowledge would be very useful in the future. With his new equipment ready, Shirou felt more prepared to begin his adventure in Orario. Lafia seemed satisfied with their purchases and was ready to continue training and preparing before they entered their first dungeon together. As Shirou and Lafia explored the Hephaestus Familia store, Shirou's eyes were drawn to a room that caught his attention, a special room filled with magic swords. Lafia noticed Shirou's interest and invited him inside. Inside the room, various magic swords were neatly displayed. Each sword had a different shape and aura, representing various magical elements like fireball, ice shard, and other magical powers. Each sword seemed to have a strong magical aura, though it was clear that these swords could only be used once. "These swords are quite expensive," Lafia explained. "But they're very practical in emergencies. If you face a monster that's too strong or find yourself in a dangerous situation, these magic swords can give you a big advantage." Shirou nodded, pretending to be interested in Lafia's explanation, though in his mind, he was planning something different. Using his unlimited blade works ability, Shirou began copying the blueprints of the magic swords, memorizing the details of their magical structures one by one. To him, this was like finding a treasure trove. Shirou felt as though he had found a cheat in this world. With his projection ability, he could simply copy what Hephaestus smiths had created through hard work, while they could only make these swords for one-time use. However, for Shirou, with unlimited blade works, he could make them repeatedly and possibly without limit. "Interesting," Shirou said calmly, hiding his excitement. "Thanks for showing me this, Lafia. I think knowing about these weapons will be very useful." Lafia smiled, glad to see Shirou interested. "Glad to hear that, Shirou. These weapons can really make a difference in the dungeon. But remember, they're only one-time use, so use them wisely." Shirou nodded again, feeling that this little secret of his would give him an advantage that other adventurers didn't have. With this new information and knowledge, he felt even more ready for the adventures ahead. With his new equipment, lightweight chainmail, a bow, a quiver full of arrows, and a spare dagger hanging at his waist, Shirou felt the spirit of adventure flowing through him. He and Lafia headed toward the dark and mysterious dungeon entrance. Lafia expertly led the way, looking calm and confident, while Shirou followed behind her. When they arrived at the first floor of the dungeon, Lafia stopped and turned to Shirou. "This is the first floor," she said, her voice calm but serious. "The monsters here aren't too strong, but still, don't underestimate them. Always stay alert to your surroundings." Shirou nodded, fully understanding Lafia's message. Even though he had faced dangers in his life before, this was his first time in a real dungeon. He checked his bow and arrows, making sure everything was ready in case something happened. Lafia smiled softly, trying to reassure Shirou. "Don't worry, Shirou. I'll be here the whole time. If you're in danger, I'll save you right away." Although Lafia said that, Shirou could sense the elf girl's confidence. He knew Lafia wasn't underestimating the dungeon's threats, but she was also confident in her own abilities. Shirou felt a bit of pressure not to let Lafia down, but he remained calm and focused. "All right," Shirou replied, adjusting his grip on his bow. "I'll do my best. Thanks for your support, Lafia." Lafia nodded and began leading them into the dark dungeon corridors. The stone walls around them glimmered faintly in the light of Lafia's torch, casting moving shadows on the floor. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the empty hallway, taking them deeper into the dungeon. "Let's start our adventure," Lafia said excitedly, staying alert and ready for any danger that might come. Shirou also prepared himself, sharpening his senses and getting ready to face whatever awaited in the darkness. Shirou calmly raised his bow and nocked an arrow. In an instant, he pulled the bowstring and released it, aiming straight at a goblin monster that had just emerged from the darkness. The arrow shot quickly and hit the target right between the goblin's eyes, causing it to fall to the ground and disappear into dust. Lafia, standing next to him, could only gape. Shirou moved with a calmness and precision that fascinated her. Every time a monster appeared, whether from the dark corridors or suddenly from the dungeon walls, Shirou handled it efficiently. There was no wasted movement. In a few steps and with a minimal number of arrows, the monsters vanished one by one. When a kobold suddenly appeared in front of them, growling and ready to attack, Shirou quickly switched to the dagger hanging at his waist. With one swift movement, he slid forward and dodged the kobold's claw swipe. Shirou spun around and slashed his dagger precisely at the kobold's neck, beheading it in one strike. The kobold fell to the ground and disappeared into ashes in an instant. Lafia stood frozen, her eyes wide. How can you move so quickly and accurately?" she asked, unable to hide her surprise. Shirou shrugged, smiling lightly. "I'm just doing what needs to be done," he replied calmly. "I've been trained to fight since I was a kid, although never in a place like this." Lafia swallowed, still amazed at how skilled Shirou seemed. She remembered how clumsy she had been when she first entered the dungeon, panicked attacks, screams, and nervousness. But Shirou showed no signs of fear or confusion. "Amazing. You move like an experienced adventurer," Lafia said with admiration. "I guess I don't need to worry too much about you." Shirou just smiled again. "I still have a lot to learn," he said humbly. "But thank you for the compliment, Lafia." They continued their journey deeper into the dungeon, while Lafia kept observing Shirou with growing admiration. She knew that Shirou wasn't just an ordinary beginner, there was something more to him than just his combat abilities, and she was beginning to understand why people like Aiz and Loki were drawn to him. After defeating several monsters, Shirou and Lafia began collecting the magic stones that dropped from the monsters' bodies. Shirou, still new to this, watched as Lafia skillfully gathered the magic stones from the monsters' ashes. "Make sure you check every spot where a monster fell, so you don't miss any," Lafia said with a smile. Magic stones are the main source of income for adventurers in Orario. Shirou nodded and began collecting the magic stones more carefully. "I understand," he replied, trying to mimic Lafia's method. After some time, they finished gathering a good amount of magic stones. Lafia then suggested they return to the guild. There, they went to the exchange counter to trade in the magic stones they had collected. The guild staff at the counter greeted them warmly and began counting the magic stones they handed over. After the exchange process was complete, the staff gave them a certain amount of Valis as compensation. Shirou looked at the money he received and felt a bit amazed. Though it wasn't a large sum, this was his first earnings as an adventurer. Lafia smiled widely as she saw Shirou's expression. "Well, that's your first paycheck from the dungeon," she teased with a small laugh. Shirou smiled and chuckled lightly, feeling relieved and happy. "Thank you, Lafia. I couldn't have done it without your help." Lafia blushed slightly, pleased to have helped Shirou. "No problem, Shirou. After all, we're in the same familia now. I'm sure you'll become a great adventurer in time." Motivated by Lafia's words, Shirou was determined to keep learning and improving. "I'll work even harder," he promised. The two of them left the guild feeling satisfied, Shirou with his first earnings as an adventurer, and Lafia glad she could help her new companion navigate life as an adventurer in Orario. When Shirou and Lafia arrived back at Twilight Manor after a day of dungeon crawling, they were greeted by the twins, Tiona and Tioni, two powerful adventurers from the Loki familia, who were lounging near the entrance. Tiona, with a wide smile on her face, waved at them. Hey, Lafia. Shirou. How was your day? Tioni, who was more often the mischievous one, immediately noticed how happy Lafia seemed. She smiled slyly and walked over to them. Oh, look who's here. How was your date in the dungeon, Lafia? Fun, huh? She teased, winking. Lafia immediately blushed, her face turning bright red. It wasn't a date, Tioni. She stammered. I was just teaching Shirou how to fight in the dungeon. He's my student, that's all. Shirou, standing beside Lafia, couldn't help but smile a little as he saw how flustered Lafia was by Tioni's teasing. Lafia was really helpful, he said, trying to calm the situation. She showed me how to deal with the monsters and made sure I stayed safe the whole time. But Tioni didn't stop there. Oh, so Lafia really took on the role of teacher, huh? And how about her student? Was he obedient? Lafia, still embarrassed, tried to shift the focus away from herself. Shirou was amazing. He handled the monsters on the first floor with ease. Much better than I did when I first entered the dungeon. Tiona looked interested. Really? That's awesome. Maybe we can see you in action sometime, Shirou. Shirou just smiled, feeling a bit awkward with all the sudden attention. I just did my best. Lafia, still red-faced, tried to end the conversation quickly. Yes, Shirou is very talented. But now, we need to rest. See you later, she said, pulling Shirou inside Twilight Manor. Tiona and Tioni giggled as they watched the still flustered Lafia. All right, see you later. Tiona called out teasingly, while Tioni just smiled, satisfied with Lafia's reaction. As they walked inside, Lafia tried to calm herself and looked at Shirou awkwardly. Sorry about them. They always like to tease like that. Shirou just chuckled softly. It's okay, Lafia. I'm glad I could learn from you today. And thank you for helping me. Lafia smiled, feeling better after hearing that. You're welcome, Shirou. I'm glad I could help you too. Chapter 16. A week had passed, and Shirou quickly adapted to the rhythm of life as an adventurer in Orario. With Lafia's supervision, he managed to explore the dungeon up to the 4th floor, an early level but still challenging. Lafia watched his every move, carefully observing how Shirou handled each situation. Surprisingly, Shirou was able to defeat all the monsters they encountered without much difficulty. Goblins, kobolds, and even the larger, more aggressive wolves on the 4th floor were all taken down by Shirou with impressive efficiency. Despite being a rookie adventurer at level 1, he displayed exceptional combat skills and strategy. His arrows always hit their mark, his movements were agile and calculated, and his instincts in facing monsters were sharp. Lafia, tasked with supervising Shirou in the dungeon, grew increasingly amazed by his abilities. It's strange, she thought. Shirou doesn't seem to need any help from me. It's as if he's been doing this his entire life. What puzzled Lafia even more was the fact that Shirou had not relied on the blessing of the goddess Loki. His status hadn't been updated since he first received it, meaning his current strength was purely from his innate human abilities, without any enhancements from Falna. Each time they completed a floor, Lafia tried to offer her assistance, but Shirou always managed to overcome all the challenges on his own. You must have done this before, Shirou, Lafia commented on the 7th day they were together. Shirou simply gave a faint smile and nodded. You could say that. I've faced things more difficult than this. But here, I feel something different. I want to prove that I can do it with my own strength. Lafia smiled at Shirou's words. That's a good thing, but don't push yourself too hard. There's still a lot you can learn in this dungeon, especially on the deeper floors. Shirou nodded in agreement but felt a slight relief in his heart. Although he didn't want to show too much of his strength, he was also aware that there was a limit to how much he could rely on his abilities without the goddess Loki's blessing. For now, however, he felt confident enough to continue his exploration without having to rely directly on the divine power of the goddess Loki. As they prepared to return to the surface, Lafia became increasingly impressed with Shirou. Though he had not yet reached a high level, his determination and innate abilities hinted at the great potential within him. And for Shirou, each day in this dungeon was an opportunity to better understand his limits in this world full of wonders. After exchanging the drop items from the monsters they defeated at the guild, Shirou and Lafia returned to Twilight Manor. As they entered the main hall, the atmosphere was more lively than usual. Many members of the Loki Familia were gathered, speaking with high spirits. Shirou noticed Finn, the Familia's leader, standing in the center of the room with Riveria, Gareth, and several other high-level members. Finn raised his hand, calling for everyone's attention. Listen up, everyone. The next grand expedition will start next week. Our goal this time is to explore deeper floors, reaching areas we've never been to before, Finn announced in a voice that was loud yet full of authority. Prepare your gear, ensure your physical condition is optimal, and make sure to double-check all your preparations. Cheers greeted Finn's announcement, especially from high-level adventurers like Aze, Bet, Tiona, and Tioni. They seemed very excited about this expedition. Shirou, standing next to Lafia, listened attentively. He realized how important this moment was for the Loki Familia. However, Finn continued more seriously, and for those who are still at a low level, including newcomers like Shirou, this expedition is not something you can participate in. The floors we will be exploring are much deeper and more dangerous. Level 1 will not be enough to face what we'll encounter down there. Shirou nodded, understanding the situation. Although he felt disappointed that he couldn't join this grand expedition, he also knew that at this time, his level and experience weren't sufficient to face the challenges in the lower floors of the dungeon. Lafia, standing beside him, patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, Shirou. This is normal. Expeditions like this aren't for beginners. There's plenty of time for you to grow and strengthen yourself. You can learn a lot from training on the surface or in the early floors. Shirou gave a small smile. I understand. I'll keep training and improving myself. One day, I also want to join an expedition like this. Lafia smiled encouragingly. That's the right spirit. We've all been in the same position as you. So, never give up. Although Shirou couldn't join the expedition this time, he felt more motivated to strengthen himself. He knew there was a lot he needed to learn and improve before he could face the dangers of the deeper dungeon alongside the other members of the Familia. For now, he would focus on his training and preparation while waiting for the next opportunity to prove himself. That night, Shirou sat alone on the balcony of the upper floor of Twilight Manor, gazing at the full moon shining brightly in the night sky. The night air was cool, and a gentle breeze blew, carrying the scent of blooming flowers from the garden below. Shirou held a cup of warm tea in his hand, inhaling the calming aroma of the tea. He recalled moments from his childhood with Kiritsugu, sitting in the backyard and enjoying the night under the same full moon. After a while, light footsteps were heard behind him. Shirou turned and saw Riveria, who was dressed casually tonight but still looked graceful in a long, flowing robe. Her long green hair was left loose, giving a peaceful and dignified impression. May I join you? Riveria asked with a small smile on her face. Of course, please, Shirou replied, smiling and inviting Riveria to sit beside him. Would you like some tea? I just brewed it. Riveria nodded. Thank you. I'm very fond of tea, she said as she accepted the cup of tea Shirou offered. She inhaled the tea's aroma with great interest before sipping it slowly. This is good tea. You have quite a skill for making tea, Shirou, she commented, smiling warmly. They sat in silence for a moment, enjoying the tranquility of the night. The moonlight gently illuminated the balcony, creating a soothing and calming atmosphere. Shirou stared at the full moon, lost in thought, before Riveria finally broke the silence. Are you feeling a little down because you can't join the expedition? Riveria asked, staring straight ahead. Shirou was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes, a little. But I know I'm still too weak to participate. I'm not ready, he said honestly. Riveria gave a slight smile and gently patted Shirou's shoulder. There's nothing wrong with that, Shirou. Every adventurer starts from the bottom, and levels don't increase overnight. What matters is that you keep working hard and don't give up. Even if you're left behind this time, it doesn't mean you're not valuable. You have great potential. Shirou gave a small smile, feeling touched by Riveria's words. Thank you, Riveria. I'll try not to lose heart and keep training, he said with renewed determination. Riveria looked at Shirou with a gentle yet firm gaze. And remember, one day, when you level up, you can join the expedition as a supporter. Everyone has their role in the dungeon. Maybe you're not ready as a frontline fighter, but you can support the team with your other abilities. Shirou nodded, feeling more optimistic. I'll prepare myself as best as I can. And when the opportunity comes, I want to be someone who can be relied upon. Riveria smiled, taking another sip of the tea Shirou made. I'm sure you can do it. Don't rush. Enjoy the process, and become stronger over time. Everyone in the Loki Familia will support you. The night continued to pass with a soothing silence. Shirou and Riveria remained there, enjoying tea and the full moon, bonded in a pleasant silence and mutual understanding, savoring a simple yet meaningful moment of togetherness. After spending enough time enjoying the calm night with Riveria, Shirou finally decided to say goodnight. Thank you, Riveria, for this conversation. I really appreciate it, Shirou said as he stood up. Riveria smiled warmly. You're welcome, Shirou. Remember, we're always here for you. Shirou nodded and walked to his room. Upon reaching his room's door, he was surprised to see Lafia already waiting there, her face looking a bit anxious. Lafia? What are you doing here? Shirou asked, puzzled. Lafia bit her lip for a moment before finally speaking. I wanted to apologize, Shirou, for not being able to accompany you during the expedition. I know you're still new, and I feel responsible as your mentor. But because I have to join the expedition, I won't be here to help you. Shirou smiled reassuringly. It's okay, Lafia. I understand. This is an important mission for the Loki Familia, and you also have an important role there. But I want you to be careful when exploring the dungeon while we're away. Please don't try going beyond the 4th floor before I get back. The danger increases sharply, and I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Shirou noticed how serious Lafia was, and he responded gently, I understand. I won't take unnecessary risks. I'll stay on the safe floors until you return, Lafia. Lafia seemed relieved to hear Shirou's promise. Thank you, Shirou. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please take care of yourself, okay? Shirou nodded with a warm smile. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Just focus on your expedition. Lafia smiled, reassured, and said, All right, see you soon. I hope your dungeon training goes well. After their farewell, Shirou entered his room, closing the door with a slightly lighter heart. He knew he needed to be cautious while the Loki Familia was on their expedition, but he also felt more motivated to keep training and prove his worth among them. At dawn, with the soft light enveloping Twilight Manor, Shirou woke up earlier than usual. He headed to the quiet kitchen and began preparing breakfast for the Loki Familia members who would leave for the expedition today. He knew that adventurers needed a good meal before facing the great challenges of the dungeon, so he decided to make a warm and filling dish. Skillfully, Shirou chopped vegetables, toasted bread, and cooked meat with simple yet delicious spices. The aroma of the food began to fill the kitchen and spread throughout the room. One by one, the members of the Familia started arriving, drawn by the enticing smell. Ace was one of the first to arrive. She approached the dining table with a slightly sad expression, her eyes landing on Shirou, who was busy in the kitchen. "You really woke up early for this, Shirou," she said softly. Shirou smiled at her. "I just wanted to make sure you all had a good meal before heading out. It might be the last time I can cook for you before the expedition." Ace nodded quietly, taking one of the plates Shirou had prepared. As she took a bite of her food, a soft smile appeared on her face. "The food is as delicious as always, Shirou. I'm going to miss this." Other members of the Loki Familia began gathering around the dining table, following Ace's example. They nodded in agreement, some of them smiling. "Yeah, you're right, Ace. We're going to miss Shirou's cooking," said Tiona as she took a bite of rice. Tioni, in a teasing tone, added, "I agree. Maybe we should ask Loki to recruit a special chef since Shirou won't be cooking for us during the expedition." Even Bet, who was usually more cynical, nodded in agreement. "At least we won't have to eat boring food this time." Finn, the leader of the Familia, gave a small smile while enjoying his breakfast. "Thank you, Shirou. This is just the boost we needed before heading out." Shirou smiled warmly, happy to help in this small way. "Take care out there, everyone. I'll be waiting for you all to return safely." As the Familia members began preparing to leave, Ace looked at Shirou once more with a determined expression. "Thank you, Shirou. We'll be back as soon as we can." Shirou nodded. "I believe in all of you. I hope your expedition is a success." With high spirits and determination, the members of the Loki Familia set off, leaving Shirou behind, waving with a hopeful smile, though his heart felt a little empty knowing they would be gone for a long time. As the sun rose higher, Shirou began his own adventure, filled with determination even though the members of the Loki Familia had departed for their expedition. With careful preparation and a strong resolve, Shirou entered the dungeon, ready to face the challenges waiting for him in the depths he had yet to explore. As usual, he quickly reached the 4th floor without much difficulty. Once there, Shirou decided to do something a bit different. He searched for a large crevice in the stone to hide his valuable gear. After finding the right spot and marking it, he stashed away unnecessary equipment and weapons to ensure he wouldn't burden himself with items he didn't need as he continued deeper to the 5th floor. Then, Shirou decided to use his projection ability to create a replica of the mask and cloak of Hassan ibn Sabath. Wearing this disguise, he hoped to conceal his identity from any monsters or adventurers who might be in the dungeon. Though he felt a little uneasy about doing this, he believed it would help him explore deeper without drawing attention. As Shirou moved onto the 5th floor, he felt a bit anxious. He knew he was breaking Lafia's orders not to go beyond the 4th floor alone. Nevertheless, the desire to explore and prove his abilities drove him to push forward. On the 5th floor, stronger monsters began to appear, but with his sharpened archery skills, Shirou was able to deal with them efficiently. He proceeded cautiously, using his mask and cloak to stay under the radar. Despite the lingering guilt, Shirou felt a sense of satisfaction from overcoming these challenges and pressing on. Whenever he found a safe place to rest, he took notes about what he had encountered and learned. He wasn't just focused on fighting, but also on observing the monster patterns and the deeper structure of the dungeon. Shirou knew this knowledge would be invaluable for future adventures. As night fell and Shirou grew tired after exploring the 5th floor, he decided to rest for a while and planned his next steps. He prayed for Lafia and the members of the Loki Familia to return safely from their expedition, and he hoped to one day show them the results of his hard work and learn from this experience. Shirou continued his exploration on the 5th floor with heightened caution. The atmosphere became more tense as he encountered stronger monsters than before. One particular type of monster that caught his attention was the War Shadows, notorious creatures known by the nickname Newbie Killers. War Shadows were dangerous, possessing exceptional strength and speed. Shirou quickly realized that his arrows were not effective against them, and he knew that ordinary tactics wouldn't work. Faced with this challenge, Shirou decided to change his strategy. Swiftly, he activated his ability and uttered the incantation, Trace On. In an instant, a pair of swords, Kansho and Bakuya, materialized in his hands. These swords, known for their speed and sharpness, glowed with a cold light as he wielded them. Shirou focused his attention on the War Shadows, who were trying to surround him. With rapid and precise movements, he began slicing through the monsters one by one. Kansho and Bakuya proved highly effective, cutting down the enemies with ease and reducing the threat level quickly. While he moved with impressive speed, Shirou remained cautious, always ensuring he kept a safe distance and never allowed himself to be overwhelmed. His archery skills, often relied upon before, were now replaced by deadly close combat techniques. Once all the War Shadows were defeated, Shirou felt relieved yet remained vigilant. He knew that although he had triumphed over these powerful foes, many more challenges awaited him deeper within the dungeon. He took the opportunity to gather magic stones from the fallen monsters and check his gear and supplies. With renewed confidence and an increasing sense of self-assurance, Shirou continued his exploration of the 5th floor, determined to face whatever lay ahead and learn as much as he could from the experience. Shirou returned to Twilight Manor with a sense of relief and satisfaction after successfully overcoming the challenges of the 5th floor. Kancho and Bakuya had proven highly effective against the monsters, allowing Shirou to collect a larger number of magic stones than usual. However, he realized the consequences of breaking Lafia's orders by going beyond the designated floor. If he exchanged the magic stones at the guild without Lafia, the staff might suspect that he had ventured deeper into the dungeon on his own, disobeying orders. Carefully, Shirou decided to store the magic stones for the time being. Back in his room, Shirou quickly hid his loot in a desk drawer. He made sure to cover the magic stones with a few books and clothes, ensuring they wouldn't attract attention if someone searched his room. Afterward, Shirou sat down, reflecting on his actions. While he felt guilty for disobeying Lafia's orders, he also felt proud of his own capabilities, which had proven sufficient for surviving on the 5th floor. Still, he knew this was only the beginning, and the challenges in the dungeon would grow more difficult with time. Determined to grow stronger, Shirou vowed to contribute more to the Loki Familia in the future. Deciding not to take any further risks, Shirou planned to wait until Lafia returned before exchanging the magic stones at the guild. Until then, he would continue training and honing his skills in the dungeon without drawing unnecessary attention. Loki knocked on Shirou's door with her usual casual style, and Shirou opened it with a faint smile, trying to stay calm. Loki looked Shirou over from head to toe, ensuring he was in good shape. There were no obvious injuries or signs of exhaustion, and Loki seemed satisfied with what she saw. "Hey, newbie, you doing okay? How was the dungeon today? You stayed on the 4th floor, right?" Loki asked playfully, though her sharp eyes seemed to be searching for any small hints of dishonesty. Shirou knew that lying to a goddess wasn't a good idea, but he also realized that telling the full truth might not be the best option either. He decided to give a half-truth. "Yeah, I'm fine, Loki-sama. I stayed on the 4th floor, trying to memorize the terrain and monsters there, just like Lafia suggested." Loki smiled widely, seemingly pleased with Shirou's answer. Good, good. That's what you should be doing. Don't rush things. There's no point in being reckless in the dungeon. Just because you're new doesn't mean you have to prove yourself in one night." Shirou nodded, feeling a moment of relief. While he knew Loki might be more perceptive than she let on, it seemed the goddess hadn't yet realized that he had ventured to the 5th floor. Loki continued with some light-hearted conversation, joking about the ongoing expedition and how some of the Familia members would definitely miss Shirou's cooking. After a while, Loki bid farewell, reminding Shirou to rest well and not overexert himself. Shirou closed the door after she left, his heartbeat slightly faster. He knew he had to be more careful in the future. Playing with the truth in front of a goddess could be a dangerous game. The next day, Shirou decided not to venture into the dungeon. Instead, he began working on a project he had been planning for the past few days, transforming an old and used shed in the corner of Twilight Manor's garden into a magus workshop. The shed looked dilapidated, with a nearly collapsed roof and dust accumulated in every corner. However, Shirou saw its potential as the perfect place for discreet magecraft training. Before starting, Shirou made sure to ask for permission from Loki. Loki simply waved her hand with a laid-back attitude and said, just take the shed. No one's using it. I don't care what you do there, as long as you don't burn the manor down." Shirou smiled and nodded, thanking Loki for her approval. Shirou then spent several hours cleaning the shed, sweeping away cobwebs and discarding old and used items. Afterward, he began setting up the basics, magic circles, ritual tools, and magecraft materials he had managed to gather. The shed, though simple, started to resemble a proper workshop fit for a magus. To maintain privacy and security, Shirou decided to set up a simple bounded field around the shed. This field would detect anyone approaching and alert him if someone tried to peek or enter without permission. Though the field wasn't particularly powerful, it was sufficient to provide early warnings. As he completed the setup of the bounded field, Shirou felt a sense of peace he hadn't experienced in a while. Despite being in a foreign world, having this workshop made him feel a bit more at home, a place where he could return to his roots as a magus. Trace, on, Shirou intoned the mantra calmly yet firmly. A blue glow began to radiate from his left hand as he initiated the process to project a magic sword. He felt the flow of prana rush through his body, surging into his outstretched hand. With his mind's eye, Shirou visualized the first sword, a magic blade capable of unleashing a large fireball when swung. In an instant, the sword appeared in his hand, complete with the magical aura emanating from its blade. Shirou could feel the sword drawing a significant amount of prana from his body, as if the magical energy within him was being drained by the object. Undeterred, Shirou continued with the second, third, and more swords. Each sword had unique characteristics. One emitted freezing ice blasts, another generated crackling lightning strikes, and yet another created shockwaves that could knock down enemies in the vicinity. With each projection, Shirou felt the prana in his body gradually depleting. By the time he projected the fourth sword, Shirou began to feel fatigued. His heartbeat quickened, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. However, his resolve remained unshaken. With labored breaths, he visualized the fifth sword, a more complex magic sword adorned with intricate engravings along the blade, signifying a higher level of craftsmanship. As the fifth sword materialized, Shirou realized his body was nearly drained of prana. Every passing second felt heavier, and each movement sapped the last reserves of his energy. He stood in the middle of his workshop, surrounded by 5 glowing magic swords, feeling the remaining prana flow out of his body. As I suspected, Shirou thought, taking a deep breath, the higher the craftsman's skill, the more prana required to replicate their magic swords. Though he succeeded in projecting the 5 swords, Shirou was now almost entirely out of prana. He looked at the swords with a mixture of pride and caution. He knew his limits and recognized that, while this was a significant achievement, repeating this process too often could be dangerous. Slowly, Shirou lowered his hands, allowing his body to rest as his prana began to recover gradually. At least he had proven that his ability to replicate magic swords in this world remained intact, the only cost being the much larger consumption of prana. Shirou opened a small bottle filled with a shimmering blue liquid. The potion felt cool in his hand. Without hesitation, he drank it. A sharp, slightly bitter taste spread across his tongue, but the effects were almost immediate. He felt a fresh flow of prana surge through his magic circuits, like a wave of warmth enveloping his entire body. This is incredible, Shirou thought, feeling the relief wash through him from his fingertips to the rest of his body. He could feel his magic circuits recharging rapidly, far faster than anything he had experienced before. In his world, recovering prana this quickly would take hours of meditation or complex rituals. Now, just drinking a potion did the trick in seconds. Shirou gave a bittersweet smile. If magi from my world knew about this, they'd be willing to do anything, perhaps even kill, for a potion like this, he mused. The world of mages he came from was filled with fierce and often bloody competition for stronger and rarer magical resources. This potion, while seemingly simple to adventurers in Orario, was an invaluable miracle to a magus. He briefly imagined how magi from the Clock Tower or even the Einsburn family would react if they discovered a way to instantly replenish prana. Their ambition and ruthlessness could turn this world into a new battleground. How ironic, Shirou smiled faintly, that in this place, such an item is cheap and can be bought from a regular shop. He felt deep gratitude for being in a world that offered new ways to survive, but also a sense of caution, knowing he couldn't become too reliant on such items. After a moment, Shirou stood tall again, feeling ready to resume his training or perhaps experiment further with more magic swords. This potion is truly a valuable asset, he murmured. He glanced around at his small workshop, thinking of how best to utilize his time and prana moving forward. Shirou stealthily moved through the dark corridors of the 5th floor of the dungeon, cloaked in the assassin's robe and mask to conceal his identity. His footsteps were nearly silent, only the faint sound of his breath audible in the damp air. He knew the lair of the killer ants was just ahead. When he finally arrived, he saw the bustling activity of the monsters, large killer ants with sharp mandibles gleaming in the darkness. They posed a serious threat to beginner adventurers, especially due to their sudden and overwhelming group attacks. Shirou took his position and summoned the first magic sword he wanted to test, a sword that glowed with a warm red hue, signifying its fire element. This sword, the work of a skilled blacksmith from Hephaestus Familia at level 3, looked both beautiful and deadly. Shirou could feel the prana coursing through the sword, like molten lava ready to be unleashed. All right, let's see how strong you are, Shirou muttered, gripping the sword tightly. He swung it toward the killer ant nest, activating its magical power. In an instant, a massive burst of fire erupted from the sword, like a fiery dragon devouring the air. The flames quickly spread throughout the nest, engulfing everything in their path. Shirou stepped back, shielding himself from the intense heat. The killer ants had no time to react. The fire was too fast, too powerful. Shirou watched in awe as the flames consumed the nest, incinerating the killer ants to ashes in mere seconds. Their dying screams were brief before being drowned out by the roaring inferno. This is clearly overkill, Shirou muttered, slightly surprised by the result. I only wanted to test the sword, but the outcome far exceeded my expectations. The fire soon died out after exhausting its fuel, leaving behind an empty nest and charred dungeon walls. Shirou observed the remaining magical particles evaporating from the sword, signaling that the weapon had reached its limit and would soon disappear. He watched as the sword slowly dissolved into light particles before vanishing entirely. He sighed. This is just one of many magic swords I now possess. If this one is already this strong, what could the more powerful swords do? Still, he knew that such great power came with risk. Using a magic sword with effects that were too flashy could attract unwanted attention. He would need to be more cautious moving forward. With a slight smile hidden behind his mask, Shirou turned and began heading to another part of the 5th floor. There was still much he wanted to test, and the dungeon was the perfect place for it. Shirou, still disguised in the assassin's cloak and mask, continued deeper into the dungeon. Unconsciously, he had used the remaining 4 magic swords he had projected earlier. Each time a monster appeared, Shirou swiftly activated the power of the magic sword, annihilating them with a single devastating strike. As Shirou ventured further, he found himself reaching the 6th and then the 7th floors, not realizing that he had crossed the boundary Lafia had set. Each swing of his magic swords resulted in spectacular displays, icy blasts freezing monsters in an instant, lightning bolts stunning them, and sharp energy waves slicing them in half. Monsters like war shadows, frog shooters, and imps stood no chance, being obliterated under Shirou's overwhelming power. Over time, Shirou became so engrossed in the battles and testing his magic swords that he didn't realize he had used up all 4 of the remaining swords in a short span. After each magic sword was used, Shirou watched as they evaporated into light particles, like shooting stars fading away in the grim atmosphere of the dungeon. By the time he reached the 7th floor, he paused to catch his breath, realizing just how far he had come. Shirou noticed that his final magic sword had dissolved into light particles, leaving him without any more swords to use. "I've gone too far," he thought. Shirou's eyes widened as he realized his grave mistake. He had broken his promise to Lafia not to go beyond the 4th floor, and now he was on the 7th floor, much deeper than he had intended. Shirou also realized that he had exhausted all of the magic swords he had projected, leaving him without additional protection beyond his original skills. "I shouldn't have done that," he whispered, a hint of worry in his voice. However, Shirou also felt adrenaline coursing through his veins. He had come this far, and even though he knew there would be consequences, he couldn't turn back now. "I'd better head back to the upper floors before anyone realizes I've been down here," he thought. But before he could move, a distant rumbling sound caught his attention. It was like the heavy footsteps of a large group of monsters, growing closer with every second. Shirou knew he would have to face one final challenge before he could retreat safely. He sighed, readying himself for whatever might emerge ahead. As the rumbling grew louder, Shirou saw a group of frog shooters, large, frog-like monsters with bulging eyes and wide mouths capable of firing poisonous projectiles from a distance. They approached in a large pack, their eyes glowing red in the darkness of the 7th floor. Shirou immediately understood that his advantage lay in maintaining distance. "Trace on," he whispered softly. Instantly, Shirou projected a large black bow, one commonly used by archer, sturdy and elegant in structure. He also projected arrows that were all too familiar to him, designed to pierce through enemies with immense force. Shirou quickly drew the bowstring, feeling the magical energy flow from the projection into his hands. Calm and focused, he aimed and released the first arrow. It whistled through the air, embedding itself in the head of one of the frog shooters, killing it instantly. The monster dropped to the ground with a heavy thud as the others became aware of the distant danger. Shirou kept moving, maintaining a safe distance from the monsters. With each step, he loosed arrow after arrow, each one striking true. Every shot hit its target, piercing through heads, bodies, or limbs of the frog shooters, leaving them powerless and quickly destroyed. Some of them tried to get closer, firing their poisonous projectiles, but Shirou agilely dodged their attacks, always keeping himself just out of their range. In time, the number of frog shooters dwindled until Shirou had eliminated them all. Breathing steadily, his sharp eyes scanned the area, ensuring no more monsters were approaching. Satisfied the area was safe, Shirou quickly gathered the dropped items left behind by the frog shooters, magic stones of small to medium size, as well as some monster materials that could fetch a high price on the market. He placed them all in a cloth bag he carried, noting that today's haul was far better than he had anticipated. With the bag growing heavier from the dropped items, Shirou decided to return to the surface before the situation became more dangerous. "That's enough for today," he thought with a faint smile, pleased with his accomplishments, though slightly anxious about the potential consequences of his actions. After ensuring all the dropped items and magic stones were securely collected, Shirou quickly made his way back up to the 4th floor. Upon reaching it, he immediately sought out a hidden spot where he could return to his true self without being seen by other adventurers. Behind one of the large stone pillars, Shirou stood still and took a deep breath. With full concentration, he silently chanted, "Trace off." The assassin mask and cloak that had been concealing his body began to fade, dissolving into shimmering magical particles that disappeared into the air, leaving Shirou in the simple clothes he had been wearing before. Once back to his original form, Shirou moved toward the crevice in the stone he had marked earlier. Carefully, he retrieved the standard equipment he had hidden there, putting it on piece by piece to ensure nothing looked suspicious. His bow, arrows, quiver, and backup dagger were all neatly strapped to his body. With his equipment now appearing normal and without any signs of suspicious activity, Shirou breathed a sigh of relief. His heartbeat slowed, and he felt calm once more. "I need to be more careful," he thought as he stepped out of his hiding place. With steady steps, Shirou began making his way back toward the staircase leading to the surface, ensuring that each step did not attract unwanted attention. Shirou hoped that all his actions today would remain unnoticed by others, especially Lafia and Loki, who had placed their trust in him. Once back in his room, Shirou carefully stored the dungeon drop items in the drawer of his bed. Feeling both relieved and exhausted, he noticed that night had fallen, and the usually bustling manor was unusually quiet without Loki, who was out drinking. Deciding to make use of the quiet, Shirou opted to rest. He sat on the edge of the bed, reflecting for a moment on his days in Orario and the various challenges he had recently faced. His thoughts drifted to his encounters with members of the Loki Familia and how he had ventured deeper into the dungeon using his diverse collection of magic swords. Shirou sighed deeply, realizing he was beginning to understand this world better, even though there was still much to learn. He felt satisfied with today's achievements, but he also knew he had to remain cautious and not forget Lafia's warnings about the dungeon's dangers. After organizing his gear and putting away unnecessary items, Shirou lay down on his bed. He thought about his plans moving forward, including how he would continue his training while keeping his identity safe. Finally, Shirou closed his eyes, trying to release all the tension and worries before drifting into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Shirou encountered Loki, who still appeared a little hungover from her night of drinking. Loki, sitting lazily with an empty glass in hand, responded sluggishly to Shirou's questions. The expedition usually takes about a month, Loki croaked. You know, exploring the deeper parts of the dungeon takes time. Plus, we have to be careful. Shirou nodded, understanding that during this time, he would be on his own in the dungeon without Lafia or the other members of the Loki familia. However, he also saw this as an opportunity to further hone his skills and perhaps find ways to adapt more fully to his new world. Armed with this information, Shirou decided to continue his preparations and return to his daily routine while anticipating the familia's return and the new experiences he would face during their expedition. Shirou walked to his workshop, determined to test an idea that had suddenly occurred to him. After entering the small room he had outfitted with various tools, he began projecting one of the magic swords he had copied from Hephaestus Familia's shop. With the magic sword glowing in his hand, Shirou attempted to imagine firing the sword using the large black bow wielded by Archer, the weapon he commonly used for unleashing magical arrows. However, as soon as he drew the bowstring, he immediately sensed something was wrong. The magic sword lacked the aerodynamic shape needed and felt too heavy and unbalanced when placed on the bow. Shirou tried several times to imagine a scenario where the magic sword could be fired perfectly, but in reality, the sword was too bulky and unsuitable for his archery technique. Each time he pulled the bowstring, the feeling of discomfort grew stronger, and Shirou realized that this idea wouldn't work. I'm forcing something that doesn't fit, Shirou muttered, sighing. He released the bowstring and allowed the magic sword to dissipate into magical particles. Although he failed in his experiment, Shirou saw it as a valuable lesson. He understood that not all concepts could be combined seamlessly, and sometimes, special modifications were needed to make something work perfectly. With this in mind, he decided to return to the basics and consider other ways to maximize the use of the magic swords he had copied. Shirou paused for a moment, recalling how Archer, his future self, used techniques that were highly unconventional for a magus. One of the most impressive techniques he had witnessed was how Archer transformed the large sword of Fergus MacRoich, Caladbolg, into a high-powered projectile that could be fired from his bow. The technique was known as Caladbolg II, a modified version of the original sword that had a spiral form and deadly speed. The process of transforming a large sword into a projectile was called alteration, a magecraft technique where Shirou or Archer could alter or modify the form and properties of a projected object to suit their needs. In the case of Caladbolg II, Archer not only altered the sword's shape to make it more aerodynamic, but also enhanced its destructive power by turning it into a rapidly spinning projectile, obliterating everything in its path. Inspired by this memory, Shirou began considering the possibility of applying alteration to the magic swords he had projected earlier. If he could reshape the magic swords to be slimmer and more suited for use with a bow, he might be able to fire them like Caladbolg II. Trace on, Shirou whispered calmly, focusing his concentration on the alteration technique. He felt the prana flowing through his body, reshaping the structure and form of the magic sword in his hand. Slowly, the sword, once large and unwieldy, began to change shape, becoming longer and thinner, with a sharp, aerodynamic point, like a giant arrow ready to be loosed from a bow. Carefully, Shirou placed the altered magic sword onto Archer's large black bow. This time, it felt more comfortable and balanced. The sword now seemed far more suitable for firing, and Shirou could sense that its destructive power had remained intact, perhaps even increased due to its new form. Shirou took a deep breath, focusing his mind, and steadily drew the bowstring. As he released it, the projectile shot forward at an incredible speed, leaving a trail of light as it streaked through the air. Shirou smiled with satisfaction, realizing that the alteration technique could become one of his most powerful assets in the more dangerous dungeon battles. This could be really useful, Shirou thought, as he prepared further plans to explore deeper floors. For over a week, Shirou locked himself inside the small workshop he had built in the corner of Twilight Manor. With strong determination, he focused on honing his ability to use alteration to transform a dozen magic swords into their ideal forms as projectiles. Every day, Shirou practiced this technique, paying attention to every small change in the structure of the swords he projected. He ensured that each altered magic sword not only had the right aerodynamic shape but also retained its magical power when fired. Time seemed to fly by quickly. Shirou often became so focused that he lost track of time, only realizing it when exhaustion overtook his body, forcing him to fall asleep in the cold, hard corner of the workshop. Several times, he woke up with soreness in his back and neck, but he ignored the discomfort. He simply continued his training and refining the magic swords, striving for perfection in every step. Occasionally, he would stop to drink the remaining mana potions, feeling the flow of prana replenish his body, then return to his work. Shirou noticed his magecraft skills gradually becoming sharper, and he began altering the magic swords faster and with more precision than when he first started. During this period, Shirou hardly left the workshop. He didn't go to the dungeon, nor did he interact with anyone, completely immersing himself in his training. Sometimes, when he was extremely tired, he would fall asleep on the workshop floor, surrounded by scattered magic sword equipment. Even though his body was worn out, his mind stayed focused on his task. Day by day, his efforts began to show. The magic swords he had modified now had the perfect shape for projectiles, with much better balance and aerodynamics compared to his initial attempts. Shirou felt pleased with this progress, but he knew it was only the beginning of his preparations. While he was happy with the improvements, he also understood that the true test would come when he used these weapons in the more dangerous dungeons. After more than a week, Shirou finally felt that he had reached the point where the weapons were ready to be tested. With a sense of relief, he decided to rest for a moment, leaning back in the wooden chair in the workshop, savoring the quiet after a long stretch of hard work. The next step is to test all of this, he thought as he stared at the workshop ceiling, allowing his eyes to close for a moment before he resumed planning his next moves. Chapter 17. As morning arrived, Shirou awoke with renewed energy, ready to test the results of his experiments in the dungeon. However, as he prepared in front of his workshop, he encountered Loki, who seemed to have been waiting for him. Her eyes sparkled, though there was still a hint of a hangover from the previous night. "Heh, you've been busy in that shed for a week, haven't you?" Loki said with a mischievous grin, as if she knew exactly what Shirou had been up to. "Don't worry, I won't interfere with your secret training. But I hope you have something interesting to show me later." Shirou could only smile, trying to hide his surprise. He hadn't expected Loki to know about his activities, though he wasn't entirely sure how much she was aware of. "Just wait for the surprise, Loki," Shirou replied, his tone casual yet filled with determination. Loki chuckled softly, giving Shirou a light pat on the shoulder. "I love surprises, especially from enthusiastic new members like you. Don't let me down, okay?" After Loki left, Shirou felt relieved but even more motivated. It felt like he had received a direct challenge from the goddess. With stronger resolve than before, he prepared himself to descend into the dungeon, ready to test the fruits of his hard work and intense training over the past week. He gathered the equipment he had prepared, packing the modified magic sword projectiles into the storage pouch on his back. Today, he would test everything: his skills, his quick thinking, and his courage to face greater challenges. Shirou was sure this day would be unforgettable. Shirou moved swiftly through the early floors of the dungeon, once again donning the assassin's mask and cloak to conceal his identity. With every step, he felt the adrenaline rush through his veins. Floors 4 to 6 no longer posed a challenge for him, thanks to his intensive training and strategic prowess. He relied on his black bow to eliminate enemies from a distance with unerring accuracy, while Kancho and Bakuya remained at the ready for any enemies brave enough to approach. As he entered the 7th floor, Shirou realized the threats had become more complex. The monsters were more aggressive and faster, as if they sensed an intruder in their territory. Nevertheless, Shirou stayed calm and vigilant. He dodged their attacks with fluid movements, turning the tide with deadly counterattacks. When a group of war shadows emerged from the darkness, Shirou quickly responded. He fired arrows from his black bow, striking their weak points with precision. However, as their numbers grew and the distance closed, Shirou summoned Kancho and Bakuya. With both blades in hand, he danced through the battle, cutting through the shadows with lethal accuracy. Within minutes, the 7th floor, once filled with danger, was now littered with defeated monsters. Shirou paused to catch his breath, satisfied that he had reached this floor without using any of his modified magic swords. "It looks like I'm truly ready to test them now," he thought, raising one of the magic arrows he had prepared earlier. His eyes gleamed with determination. Thus, he continued his journey, seeking the opportunity to unleash the new power he had carefully prepared. Shirou ventured deeper into the 8th and 9th floors, expecting a significant increase in difficulty. However, after a while, he realized his expectations were somewhat exaggerated. Instead of greater challenges, the main changes were in the environment, which became more expansive and varied. The rooms grew larger, the corridors shorter, and the ceilings rose to nearly 10 meters, creating a more open and threatening atmosphere. Moss-covered walls and short patches of grass added an unexpected natural element to the dark dungeon. Bright phosphorescent light from the ceiling resembled sunlight, creating an odd sensation of being outdoors despite being deep underground. Monsters from the previous floors returned with greater strength, but their types remained the same. Stronger goblins, kobolds, and more shadows attacked from all directions. Nevertheless, Shirou handled them with the same efficiency as before. With his black bow and magical arrows, Shirou made accurate long-range shots, eliminating threats from afar. When monsters drew near, Kancho and Bakuya danced in his hands, cutting down those that dared approach. His movements remained agile, quick, and calculated, taking every opportunity to reduce the number of enemies coming his way. The 8th and 9th floors required extra effort, but they were not the grand challenge he had anticipated. "I overestimated this," Shirou thought as he ventured deeper. However, he knew it was better to be overly cautious than overly confident. While these floors were not the end of his quest, they offered the perfect training ground to further sharpen his skills. With fewer monsters left, Shirou began feeling increasingly confident about facing the greater challenges ahead. It seems like it's time to test these magic arrows, he whispered, gripping the modified arrow in his hand, ready to face the next level of difficulty. As Shirou descended to the 10th floor, he immediately sensed a drastic change in atmosphere. The air around him felt heavier, and a thick fog enveloped the entire floor, significantly limiting his visibility. Shirou paused for a moment, realizing this fog could be a serious problem if he couldn't see the approaching enemies. Quickly, Shirou activated the mantra Trace On and reinforced his vision using prana in both of his eyes. Immediately, the thick fog that cloaked the floor began to fade, allowing Shirou to see farther and more clearly. Every small detail of the floor became visible, the cracked walls, the soft sound of dripping water, and shadows moving in the distance. The change in monster types became apparent as he noticed the presence of larger and stronger creatures. Monsters like orcs, with massive bodies and rough skin, lumbered toward him. They wielded large hammers and clubs, their faces twisted with hatred and aggression. Shirou fired a few arrows to take them down from a distance, but their thick hides absorbed some of the initial attacks. Undeterred, he chanted Trace On once more, summoning Kancho and Bakuya, then quickly engaged them in melee, slashing and cutting through his foes with precision and efficiency. However, just as Shirou felt the situation under control, an infant dragon emerged from the darkness of the fog, roaring loudly and releasing a small burst of fire that nearly struck him. Shirou leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the flames. The dragon's yellow eyes glared at him with malice. Shirou knew this wasn't an ordinary enemy. Despite being young, an infant dragon had significant strength and much stronger defenses than orcs. Shirou decided it was time to test one of his modified magic arrows. With his black bow ready, he drew the string with full force, channeling prana into the arrow. He aimed directly at the dragon's head and released the shot. The arrow shot forward at high speed, leaving a trail of magical light that blazed through the thick fog. As soon as the arrow struck the dragon's thick scales, the magic within it exploded, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. The infant dragon's roar echoed throughout the floor, and Shirou could clearly see the result of his attack, scales and blood scattered, marking the success of his strike in penetrating the dragon's defenses. Seeing the effect of his magic arrow, Shirou smiled slightly. It seems the modification worked, he muttered, feeling more confident as he prepared to continue his journey through the fog-filled floor, ready to face the new challenges ahead. Shirou pressed on until he reached the 12th floor, with only one magic arrow, the strongest in his arsenal, left. This arrow was different from the others, heavier, more solid, and pulsing with intense magical energy. It was the result of a modification made to the fire blade forged by Tsubaki, the captain of Hephaestus Familia, who was a level 5 adventurer. Shirou knew how difficult it had been to modify that weapon into an arrow, consuming a lot of his prana and focus during the process. He recalled the time in the workshop when he had worked tirelessly to transform Tsubaki's fire magic sword into a projectile. The process had taken longer than he anticipated. Merging the sword's structure and magical properties into an arrow was no easy task. Every attempt had ended in failure, with the arrow either exploding during the process or losing its magical properties. However, after many trials and errors, he had finally succeeded in creating a powerful arrow that retained the essence of the sword. Now, holding his strongest arrow, Shirou knew he had to be cautious in its use. This arrow wasn't meant for ordinary situations, it was a last resort, reserved for the most dangerous encounters. He realized that one shot from this arrow could annihilate an entire group of enemies in a single strike, maybe even more. He just hoped he wouldn't need to use it unless absolutely necessary. As he ventured deeper into the 12th floor, Shirou felt the pressure increase. The air around him grew heavier, and he sensed vibrations from the ground beneath his feet, signs that stronger monsters were near. In the distance, he heard the rumbling of footsteps, signaling the approach of a large group of monsters. When they emerged from the darkness, Shirou saw a sizable number of orcs and several infant dragons, far more than he had faced before. Shirou took a deep breath, assessing the situation. This isn't the time to use my last arrow, he thought. He decided to save the strongest magic arrow and rely on the other weapons an unlimited blade works to defeat the monsters one by one, conserving his stamina and prana. One by one, Shirou fired projected arrows, striking the enemy's weak points with deadly accuracy. As the monsters closed in, he summoned Kancho and Bakuya into his hands, swiftly cutting them down with precision. Shirou continued moving, dodging the monsters' attacks while searching for opportunities to counterattack. However, as the number of monsters grew and they closed in on him, Shirou realized he might have to use his last arrow. I need to make sure this ends in one shot, he thought, tightening his grip on his black bow. Shirou drew the bowstring, positioning the last and most powerful magic arrow. Prana flowed into the arrow, causing an intense heat to radiate from it, evaporating the mist around him. Shirou aimed at the center of the mass of monsters, calculating his shot for maximum damage. With one final breath, Shirou released the arrow. It flew like a shooting star, glowing with fiery red light. Upon impact, a massive explosion erupted. Flames engulfed the 12th floor, incinerating the orcs, infant dragons, and other monsters in a fiery inferno. The roar and screams echoed throughout the floor. Shirou quickly gathered all the drop items scattered across the 12th floor after the massive explosion. Magic stones and other materials left behind by the destroyed monsters lay around him. Shirou moved efficiently, filling his pouch with the valuable items that he could later sell at the guild. After ensuring that nothing was left behind, Shirou decided not to take any further risks. He began ascending back to the higher floors, following the path he had previously marked. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Shirou carefully searched for the stone crevice where he had hidden his equipment. He glanced around to make sure no one or no monsters were watching, then quickly retrieved and swapped out the gear he had hidden. Carefully, Shirou removed the assassin's mask and cloak that had concealed his identity, letting them dissolve into magical particles. He donned the light armor and ordinary bow he used as a beginner in the Loki Familia. After ensuring everything was back to normal, Shirou composed himself and prepared to return to the surface. No traces left behind, he thought, feeling relieved. He knew his actions today had been bold, perhaps even reckless, but he had managed to get through them without being discovered or seriously injured. Shirou then headed calmly toward the dungeon's exit, as if nothing had happened. Just a normal trip to the early floors, he reminded himself, keeping his guard up. As he stepped outside, Shirou felt a bit more confident. He knew he still had much to learn, but he also realized he had made significant progress in a short time. Back at Twilight Manor, Shirou returned to his room and carefully stashed away all the drop items he had collected in the drawer under his bed. The drawer was now almost full of magic stones and other valuable materials from the deeper dungeon floors. As Shirou was organizing his belongings, there was a sudden knock on his door. It opened to reveal Loki, the goddess leading the Familia, standing at the threshold with a bored expression. "Oi, Shirou. What are you up to? I'm bored. How about we update your status?" Loki asked with a wide grin, clearly hoping for some entertainment from Shirou's status results. Shirou felt his heart skip a beat. He knew that if Loki saw a significant increase in his stats, it could raise suspicion, especially considering how much progress he had made over the past few days. Realizing he couldn't hide his secret if his status was checked now, Shirou quickly thought of an excuse. Loki-sama, how about we wait a bit? I feel like it would be better to update after the Familia's expedition is over. I want to make sure I've done my best before we check the results, Shirou replied calmly, trying not to show his nervousness. Loki stared at him for a moment, her goddess eyes seeming to scrutinize every tiny movement Shirou made. But after a few seconds, she shrugged and sighed. Well, if that's what you want, I won't force you. But don't take too long to update. I'm curious to see how much you've progressed, Loki said with a meaningful smile before finally leaving Shirou's room. Shirou sighed in relief after Loki left. He knew this was only a temporary reprieve, but it at least gave him some time to figure out his next steps. Sitting at the edge of his bed, Shirou reflected, realizing he needed to be more careful in the future. Over the next few days, Shirou continued training and honing his skills, exploring the dungeon up to the 12th floor without using his magic arrows. He focused on relying on his proficiency with Kansho and Bakuya, the twin swords he had perfectly projected from unlimited blade works, as well as his long-range archery technique with his black bow. On the earlier floors, up to the 7th floor, Shirou easily defeated familiar monsters like war shadows and frog shooters, using a combination of close combat attacks and arrow shots. On the 8th and 9th floors, which were more challenging with their larger rooms and corridors, Shirou began taking advantage of the terrain. He used Kansho and Bakuya for quick close-range combat, while his bow allowed him to shoot down enemies from afar, keeping them in check. When he reached the fog-covered 10th floor, Shirou activated reinforcement to enhance his vision, allowing him to see clearly through the thick mist that blanketed the area. Battling orcs and infant dragons required more strategy. Shirou used his speed and agility, reinforcing his body with magic to dodge attacks and target the blind spots of these larger foes. As each battle passed, Shirou became more aware of how important it was to manage his stamina and prana during long fights. He developed a rhythm, adapting to each deeper and more dangerous floor. On the 11th and 12th floors, where the threats grew even stronger, Shirou relied on his reflexes and combat experience to overcome the hordes of orcs and new monsters he had never encountered before. Even without magic arrows, Shirou used a combination of projection and reinforcement techniques to ensure each strike was deadly. He learned to make better use of the dungeon's environment, moving swiftly and cautiously to avoid attacks while steadily pushing forward. At the end of each day, Shirou returned to Twilight Manor to rest, storing the drop items he had collected in his room and preparing for his next venture. He knew that each step he took in the dungeon was preparation for even greater challenges ahead. With every journey, his skills matured, and he gradually understood how to survive and thrive in Orario's world. Loki hadn't become suspicious of Shirou's rapid progress because he always returned to Twilight Manor unscathed. From Loki's perspective, Shirou seemed like a cautious adventurer who didn't take unnecessary risks. However, the truth was that Shirou did suffer minor injuries during his dungeon explorations. Whenever he got hurt, Shirou quickly used potions he bought from the Machigatte Familia. He made sure to restock these potions whenever his supply ran low, ensuring he was always ready for the next danger without raising any suspicions. Shirou was disciplined in using these potions only for minor wounds, keeping his stamina and prana stable. He didn't want Loki to know how far and how deep he had really ventured. In this way, Shirou managed to keep his secret while continuing to improve his abilities and knowledge of the dungeon, without attracting unwanted attention. Shirou realized that his achievements had already far surpassed those of other beginner adventurers, who usually needed a party and higher stats to delve deeper into the dungeon. However, his curiosity about the dungeon and his desire to become stronger pushed him to keep challenging his limits. He spent time in the Twilight Manor library, studying all the available information on the middle floors of the dungeon, particularly floors 13 to 17. He learned that these floors were far more dangerous than the previous ones, inhabited by much stronger and more diverse monsters. Shirou read about new types of monsters like hellhounds that could launch fire attacks, minotaurs with immense physical strength, and almiraj, fast, cunning white rabbits with sharp horns. He also studied the best strategies for facing these monsters and recognized the other traps or dangers present on these floors, such as mist zones that reduced visibility and slippery floors that could spell disaster for unwary adventurers. Shirou carefully noted all these important details, thinking of ways to overcome these challenges with his skills and magecraft. Even though he knew venturing into the middle floors without higher status or a party was a high-risk decision, Shirou felt confident that a combination of magecraft, projection, and his combat experience could help him survive. He decided to prepare himself even more thoroughly, develop new strategies, and ready himself to explore the middle floors as soon as possible. Shirou carefully prepared for his next expedition. He reviewed the map of the middle floors that had been marked by the Loki Familia members, studying the fastest routes and understanding the dangerous locations he might encounter. With this knowledge, he planned strategies to face the monsters and challenges on each floor. Before heading to the dungeon the next day, Shirou checked his supply of potions and made sure all his equipment was in good condition. He also planned to use the magic swords he had modified earlier for emergency situations or against particularly difficult monsters. Feeling ready and determined to penetrate the middle floors, Shirou hoped his preparation and skills would help him continue his progress without being detected. That night, Shirou decided to visit the hostess of fertility. He dressed casually and walked through the darkening streets of Orario, heading toward the familiar restaurant. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the warm and lively atmosphere, filled with the sound of laughter and conversation from the patrons. As Shirou entered, Seer, who was serving a nearby table, noticed him and greeted him with a warm smile. "Shirou, it's been a while. How have you been?" she asked as she set a tray down at a nearby table. Shirou smiled and replied, "I'm doing well, just busy with a few things lately." He avoided mentioning his plans to breach the middle floors, not wanting to worry anyone or raise suspicion. Mia Grant, the restaurant owner, glanced at Shirou from behind the bar and nodded at him with a half-friendly expression. "What brings you here tonight, kid? Need a good meal after a long day?" she asked in a friendly but slightly teasing tone. Shirou nodded. "Yeah, I guess I could use a little pick-me-up before a busy day tomorrow." Seer, overhearing this, looked at Shirou curiously. "A busy day? Huh? Is something special happening?" she asked while continuing her work. Shirou smiled and replied casually, "Nothing too special. Just some regular training." Seer nodded, though there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Shirou then ordered a simple dinner and sat at one of the tables in the corner. As he enjoyed his meal, he chatted with the waitresses and other customers, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere of the restaurant, trying to calm his mind before the big challenge he would face the next day. He kept his secret well, while still enjoying the night among the new friends he had made in this unfamiliar world. With the restaurant quieter than usual, the staff at the hostess of fertility had a moment to relax. Shirou noticed Ria Lion, sitting quietly by the bar, sipping a cup of tea. He had heard stories about Rio, knowing that she was once a very powerful adventurer. Taking the opportunity, Shirou approached Ryu and said, "Excuse me, Ria-san. I've heard you were a really strong adventurer in the past. I was wondering if you had any tips for a beginner like me." Ria turned to look at him, her gaze sharp yet gentle. "Tips for a beginner?" she repeated, her voice calm and soft. The dungeon isn't something to take lightly, even for those with experience. But for a beginner, there are a few things you should keep in mind. Shirou nodded seriously, paying close attention to every word Ryo was about to say. Ryu continued, "First, never underestimate your enemies, no matter how small they may seem. The dungeon has its own way of punishing arrogance." She paused, taking a sip of her tea before continuing. "Second, always be aware of your surroundings. Monsters can appear from the walls at any time, and natural traps can be anywhere. Developing a sense for danger will serve you well." Shirou nodded, taking mental notes of these points. "And the third?" he asked. Ria gave a faint smile. "Third, always have a backup plan. The dungeon doesn't always go according to plan. Having an escape route or a fallback strategy can save your life." Shirou felt that Ria's advice was invaluable. "Thank you very much, Ria-san. That's incredibly helpful," he said sincerely. Ria simply nodded. "Be careful out there, Shirou. The dungeon is not a place to take lightly, and you never know what you'll encounter." Shirou felt more prepared and confident with Ria's advice. With gratitude, he returned to his table, reflecting on the tips she gave him as he finished his night at the restaurant. That night, Shirou knew he had gained valuable insight from someone with real dungeon experience, and he felt more ready for the challenges ahead. As Shirou began exploring the middle floors of the dungeon, he absorbed every word of the advice Rio had given him the night before. His steps were cautious, his ears alert to any strange sound, and his eyes constantly scanned the surrounding walls, remembering that monsters could appear at any moment. He decided not to underestimate his enemies, even when facing monsters that appeared weak like lizard men and blue papilio. With his black bow, he kept a safe distance and shot with precision, ensuring each attack hit a vital spot. Shirou knew that conserving stamina and energy was crucial in the deeper floors. As he ventured further, Shirou heard a faint rumble in the distance. He immediately assumed a defensive stance, ready to face whatever might come. In an instant, a group of hard-armored monsters emerged from the wall to his right. According to the map he had studied, these monsters typically appeared in groups and had high defense. He recalled Ria's tip: never underestimate your opponent and always have a backup plan. Shirou grabbed one of his modified magic arrows and drew it in his bow. With a clear target, he aimed at the center of the group and released the arrow, which radiated with strong magical energy. When the arrow hit the ground in front of the hard-armored group, a massive explosion occurred, burning and destroying them all in a single strike. Shirou smiled, satisfied with the result. One arrow for many enemies. Not bad, he muttered. After that, Shirou continued his journey more cautiously. While traversing narrow corridors, he maintained a position that always provided a clear escape route. He checked the walls and floors for signs of danger or natural traps. Whenever he sensed something unusual, he stopped and prepared himself, making sure not to walk into a dangerous situation without proper preparation. Gradually, Shirou began to feel more comfortable. With Kancho and Bakuya in hand, he cut down approaching enemies, and for distant foes, he used his black bow. Shirou also made sure to save his remaining magic arrows for more dire situations, just as Rio had suggested. Shirou proceeded with more confidence, carefully planning each step and calculating each attack. On a few occasions, he even found some spots that appeared to be natural shelters, where he could rest briefly and recover his strength before moving on. By applying all of Ria's tips, Shirou successfully navigated the middle floors with greater efficiency and safety. He felt increasingly confident and prepared for the bigger challenges awaiting him in the deeper levels of the dungeon. With the help of a map marked with the fastest routes by the Loki Familia members, Shirou moved with full confidence. He followed the paths indicated on the map, using every marker and sign as a guide. This map not only showed the quickest routes but also identified known trap locations and areas where monsters tended to appear. To further heighten his awareness, Shirou used the Trace on spell and reinforced his eyes with magic. This spell sharpened his vision, allowing him to see details invisible to the naked eye. Every crack, crevice, or inconsistency in the floor and walls became clearly visible to him. With this ability, Shirou could detect hidden traps that would otherwise go unnoticed, like loose floor tiles that could trigger spike traps or cracked walls where monsters might hide. Whenever Shirou found signs of a trap, he slowed his pace and chose a safer alternate route, always keeping the map's directions in mind. If there was no other option, he carefully stepped only on the stable parts of the floor and avoided suspicious areas. He also inspected the surrounding walls, looking for cracks or gaps that could indicate hidden arrow traps or monsters waiting to ambush. On one occasion, Shirou noticed an almost invisible mark on the ground, like a footprint that didn't match the surrounding surface. With his reinforced vision, he saw a hidden mechanism beneath the floor. He avoided the area and marked it on the map, making sure to avoid it in the future if he had to pass through that route again. As he continued deeper, Shirou became more skilled at reading signs of traps and other potential dangers. He found several other traps, such as concealed pitfall traps covered by moss and walls that showed signs of imminent collapse. Each time, his enhanced vision allowed him to avoid danger before he was caught in a difficult situation. With the ability to see invisible threats, combined with a better understanding of the map, Shirou successfully navigated the middle floors more safely and quickly. He moved forward with high efficiency, steadily progressing toward his next goal deep within the dungeon, always ready for whatever came his way. When Shirou entered the 15th floor, he sensed a different atmosphere compared to the previous floors. The aura of greater power loomed closer. Without warning, a horde of minotaurs emerged from the darkness, their eyes glowing red with seething rage. These large monsters, with muscular bodies and terrifying horns, charged forward, releasing roars that echoed through the corridor. Shirou knew minotaurs were not ordinary monsters. They had immense physical strength, and though he had honed his skills, their numbers made the situation even more dangerous. Without hesitation, Shirou drew the large black bow he had modified. He called forth two magic arrows he had prepared earlier, one imbued with fire and the other with ice. "Trace on," Shirou whispered, and the two magic arrows appeared, glowing with powerful magical energy. He aimed carefully, positioning the fire and ice arrows precisely. He knew that combining these two elements could generate an enormous explosion with enough destructive force to wipe out a group of monsters at once. Shirou pulled the bowstring with full strength, his focus sharp, and released both magic arrows. The first arrow, made of fire, flew swiftly, igniting the air around it and illuminating the area with a blazing orange glow. The second arrow, made of ice, followed immediately, leaving a frosty trail behind it. When the two arrows collided in the middle of the Minotaur horde, their opposing elements caused a massive explosion that shook the entire floor. The combined explosion of fire and ice created a devastating wave of energy. The opposing forces of fire and ice tore apart the Minotaur's bodies, shrouding the area in thick steam. As the smoke and steam cleared, Shirou could see the results of his attack. The Minotaur's bodies lay scattered on the floor, shattered and frozen, with a few still smoldering from the remaining flames. Shirou sighed in relief, realizing he had successfully dealt with the major threat without sustaining serious injuries. However, he also knew he had used 2 magic arrows at once, reducing his remaining supply. Shirou stowed his bow and decided to proceed more cautiously, aware that he needed to conserve his remaining magic arrows for potentially greater challenges ahead. Shirou realized that the 15th floor was a completely different world from the previous levels. Here, the atmosphere was heavier and more tense, as if every corner and crevice hid a new threat. The monsters that appeared were no longer creatures that could be ignored. They were far stronger enemies, with greater speed, toughness, and intelligence. These were monsters that had evolved to level 2, making them much more dangerous than anything Shirou had faced before. Facing stronger foes, Shirou could no longer rely solely on physical strength or his basic abilities. Just like Archer in the past, who constantly fought against far stronger servants, Shirou knew he had to use all the tactics, intelligence, and skills at his disposal. He kept moving, always maintaining distance, carefully observing each monster's movements. He encountered a silverback, a humanoid silver-coated gorilla with immense physical strength and terrifying speed. Using his black bow, Shirou fired a series of precise shots to cripple the silverback's legs, reducing the monster's mobility. When the silverback tried to charge at him in fury, Shirou summoned Concho and Bakuya and leaped toward the monster, delivering quick and accurate strikes at its weak points. The next battle was even more challenging, as Shirou faced a group of Almiraj, white rabbits that seemed ordinary but possessed impressive speed and agility. With quick movements and zigzag attacks that were hard to follow, the Almiraj attacked in a pack, trying to outmaneuver Shirou from all directions. Shirou recalled Archer's lesson: never get caught in a blind attack. He waited patiently, observing their attack pattern. When one Almiraj jumped too close, Shirou spun and quickly fired an arrow from his bow, piercing the rabbit and stopping the group's assault. During these battles, Shirou felt the growing strain of power and pressure on him. In a way, he was reminded of Archer, who always fought at the limits of his abilities against stronger and faster opponents. Archer relied on ingenuity, experience, and the ability to read situations quickly. Shirou decided to apply the same principles. He wouldn't fight with brute force against monsters stronger than him, but with technique and strategy. On the 15th floor, every step Shirou took was a test of endurance and courage. Even while facing stronger enemies, Shirou remained focused, keeping his breathing and movements calm. He knew he had to persevere, exploiting every small advantage he could find and adapting quickly to new challenges that might arise. With this mindset, Shirou continued to move forward, cautious yet determined, navigating the dangers of this floor, ready to face any challenge that came his way, much like how Archer had always prepared for seemingly unwinnable battles. Shirou stepped onto the 18th floor, his body beginning to feel weary, with a few bruises decorating his skin. The potions he carried were all used up, and though he could still stand tall, Shirou knew he had to replenish his stock soon. Given his condition, Shirou decided to head toward Rivera, a town of adventurers located on the 18th floor, where he could acquire the supplies he needed. Aware that Rivera was filled with adventurers from various familia, Shirou removed his assassin mask and cloak. He wanted to avoid drawing unwanted attention and didn't want to arouse suspicion among the other adventurers. Although he had successfully reached the middle floors on his own, Shirou knew that maintaining his disguise could cause more trouble than it was worth in a place like this. As he entered Rivera, Shirou immediately sensed a different atmosphere compared to the other dungeon floors. Rivera was a relatively safe haven, known as Paradise or a temporary home for adventurers needing rest after exploring the middle floors. Shirou observed groups of adventurers chatting near a small tavern while others were busy trading goods with traveling merchants offering various supplies. Shirou approached one of the experienced potion vendors and began negotiating to exchange the drop items he had collected from floors 13 to 17 for some healing potions and mana potions. The vendor, an older man with sharp eyes, stared at Shirou for a moment before agreeing to the trade, though he warned that the prices would be higher due to the deeper floor location. "Potions are pricier here, kid," the vendor said with a smile, "but down here, your life is worth more than a few extra valis." Shirou nodded in agreement and accepted the potions he needed. Though he knew the prices were steep, he had little choice. He felt more at ease after replenishing his supplies and felt his body rejuvenate after drinking one of the potions. With the transaction complete, Shirou decided to walk around Rivera for a while. He saw various shops selling equipment, weapons, and food, as well as adventurers from different familia interacting with each other. There was a sense of camaraderie, but also tension, as Rivera was a place where adventurers with different goals often crossed paths. Shirou chose to keep a low profile and not draw too much attention. He knew that while Rivera was a place of rest, it was still within the dungeon, and danger could come from anywhere. After ensuring he had everything he needed, Shirou prepared to continue his journey. However, before leaving, he decided to observe more about Rivera, hoping to gather useful information that could help him in his exploration of the deeper floors. As Shiro wandered around Rivera, he realized that despite being deep within the dungeon, the town had its own charm and lively atmosphere. Known as a stopover for adventurers delving into the deeper floors, Rivera had a very different feel from the other parts of the dungeon. The town was situated in a relatively open area, with polished stone walls adorned with small lamps that provided a soft glow during the night. While not as bright as the cities on the surface, Rivera exuded a warmth and comfort for its visitors. Shiro passed by various establishments lining the town streets. There were food stalls offering dishes made from ingredients that couldn't be found on the surface, like monster meat and vegetables that only grew in the depths of the dungeon. The tantalizing aromas made Shiro feel hungry as he noticed a few adventurers sitting at small tables, cheerfully enjoying their meals and drinks. Nearby, there was a bustling market selling essential adventuring gear like weapons, armor, and other tools. The merchants selling these goods appeared friendly and experienced, with some offering discounts to regular customers or adventurers who bartered with dungeon drop items. Shiro also noticed several smaller shops selling a variety of goods, from medicinal potions and remedies to accessories and strange items that seemed unique to Rivera. Each shop had its own character, with some offering rare and exclusive items for the more daring adventurers willing to venture into the deeper floors. There were also entertainment spots like bars and lounges where adventurers gathered to relax and share stories after a long day of hard work. The atmosphere in these places was filled with laughter and conversation, providing an opportunity for adventurers to form bonds and share their dungeon experiences. In another corner of the town, Shiro found a small shrine dedicated to gods and entities revered by adventurers. The shrine had a serene and peaceful appearance, offering a place for those who wish to pray or seek spiritual protection before returning to the dungeon. Meanwhile, along Rivera's streets, various groups of adventurers interacted with one another. Some appeared to be planning their expeditions to the deeper floors, while others seemed to be resting after returning from exploration. This diversity created a dynamic and colorful atmosphere in the town. Shiro was impressed by how Rivera managed to function as an oasis for adventurers enduring the challenges of the dungeon. Though it couldn't match the grandeur of the cities on the surface, Rivera had its own uniqueness and warmth, making it a special place for those venturing deep into the dungeon. As Shiro strolled through the streets of Rivera, he was captivated by the bustling yet comfortable atmosphere of the town. He observed the various shops and businesses that dotted the underground city, from the enticing food stalls to the busy marketplace filled with rare goods. Every corner of the town offered its own distinct charm, making Shiro feel as though he were in a world vastly different from the dungeon he usually explored. While he walked, a familiar voice suddenly caught his attention. It was Lafia's voice, speaking with a few other adventurers who had just returned from an expedition. Her cheerful and energetic tone filled the air, a stark contrast to the quiet surroundings around Shiro. Shiro immediately stopped and turned, trying to locate the source of the voice. When he saw Lafia in the distance, chatting enthusiastically, he felt as if time slowed down for a moment. His well-trained instincts told him he should remain hidden. Quickly, Shiro pulled his hood down further to cover his red hair, trying not to stand out to Lafia or anyone else around her. Shiro quietly moved away, ensuring he didn't draw any attention. Although he wanted to greet her or give her an update, his presence in Rivera and what he had been doing there was not something he could easily explain. He decided to maintain his distance and continue his exploration, silently hoping that Lafia wouldn't notice him in the town. Shiro quickened his pace, moving away from the busy areas of Rivera toward a more secluded part of the town, a small forest that offered cover from prying eyes. Carefully, he moved between the trees, attempting to disappear completely from view. However, as he ventured deeper into the forest, he heard the sound of footsteps following behind him. Whether it was his sharp adventurer's instincts or mere luck, he knew Lafia had tracked him. In an instant, Shiro pulled out his assassin mask from his bag and quickly put it on. He then used the alteration technique to modify his voice, ensuring it sounded different and unrecognizable. Shiro stopped for a moment among the trees, preparing himself to confront Lafia. With his voice altered, he planned to speak with Lafia, doing his best to disguise his identity. He waited attentively, listening to Lafia's footsteps as they drew closer, ready for whatever might happen next. Lafia, moving quickly with the skill of an experienced adventurer, finally arrived at the spot where Shiro was hiding. When she saw the cloaked figure wearing a skull mask, suspicion and concern immediately filled her. Standing in the eerie forest, Lafia approached the mysterious figure with a sharp, cautious gaze. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice firm with suspicion. "What are you doing here? Don't think I'll let anyone cause trouble around here." Shiro, with the skull mask concealing his face, tried to calm the situation. His voice, altered through magic, sounded as if it came from far away. "You shouldn't judge someone based on appearances," he replied in a calm tone. "Sometimes, appearances can be deceiving. I'm just a wanderer who doesn't want to attract attention." Lafia remained cautious, her eyes fixed on the figure before her. Although she couldn't see Shiro's real face, she stayed prepared for any potential confrontation. "So, what exactly are you doing here?" she asked, still unsure whether she could trust him. Realizing Lafia was still suspicious of him, Shiro tried to explain the situation logically and convincingly. "In truth," he said in his altered voice, "I'm an adventurer who's been trying to avoid some enemies chasing me. I stashed my belongings here temporarily to avoid drawing their attention." Speaking in a tone that attempted to sound reassuring, Shirou continued, I really don't want to get involved in any more trouble, and I chose to keep my distance from anyone who might make things worse. I hope you understand my position. Lafia, still not fully convinced but sensing some sincerity in Shirou's voice, furrowed her brow. If that's true, then I won't hold you any longer. But if I find anything suspicious, I won't hesitate to act. Shirou nodded in understanding, feeling relieved that he had managed to explain the situation without a fight or further complications. Thank you for understanding, he replied. I'll be on my way now. I wish you success in your expedition. With that, Shirou resumed his steps, moving away from Lafia, still alert to any possible developments. As night began to fall in the city of Rivera, Shirou observed the camp set up by the Loki Familia on the outskirts of the town, close to the areas frequently visited by adventurers. Under the moonlight illuminating the surrounding forest, he noticed the large tents encircled by campfires. The faint sounds of laughter and conversations from the Loki Familia members could be heard from a safe distance. It seemed they had just finished a long day of their expedition. Shirou decided to avoid any confrontation and head back to the surface. He knew that getting too close to the Loki Familia, especially while they were resting, could lead to him being recognized or raise unwanted questions. With the speed and caution that defined him, he moved through the forest, avoiding paths that might reveal his presence to the vigilant Familia members. Under the quiet night sky, Shirou followed a route he knew well, carefully avoiding any light that could give away his position. He focused on each step, ensuring he left no trace, while the forest foliage provided a natural backdrop that offered additional cover. After some time, Shirou reached the entrance of the dungeon and began his journey back to the surface. When he finally emerged above ground, the nighttime atmosphere of Orario felt very different compared to the bustling Rivera. The clear and tranquil sky of Orario was far removed from the adventurers' activities and the vibrant lights of the crowded city. Shirou took a deep breath, relieved that he had successfully avoided any encounters with the Loki Familia members. He checked his equipment again, ensuring all his items were secure, before continuing on his way to Twilight Manor. Though exhausted, his spirits remained high due to his significant accomplishments while exploring the dungeon up to the 17th floor. He knew that before tackling further challenges, he needed to recover his strength and carefully plan his next steps. Once at Twilight Manor, Shirou carefully stored all the drop items he had collected in the drawer beneath his bed and checked his potion supplies. With the day's activities extending late into the night, he finally decided to rest, ready to face the upcoming days and prepare himself for the challenges ahead in the dungeon. Chapter 18. The next morning, the sky over Orario was bright with sunlight beginning to bathe the city. Shirou stood at the large gates of Twilight Manor, dressed casually. Beside him, Loki, the mischievous and cheerful goddess, was brimming with excitement. Her sharp eyes scanned the street in front of them, waiting for the members of her familia who had just returned from a long expedition in the dungeon. The members of the Loki Familia began appearing in the distance, slowly emerging one by one. Some looked tired, but their faces showed satisfaction after a successful expedition. Shirou watched closely. He recognized a few familiar faces: Ace Wallenstein, Tiona, Tioni, and Finn, the captain, leading the group confidently. Among them, Lafia looked exhausted, but there was a glimmer of pride in her eyes. Shirou knew how important this expedition had been for all of them. Loki, who had been impatient, suddenly leapt forward with an overly excited expression. You're back. I missed you all so much. She shouted loudly, her eyes gleaming with joy. Without heeding the protests of the other Familia members, Loki spread her arms wide, ready to hug anyone standing in front of her. However, the Loki Familia members, knowing their goddess's antics well, skillfully dodged. Ace quickly sidestepped, Tiona and Tioni stepped back a few paces, and Finn cleverly moved behind another adventurer. Loki rushed forward, hoping to catch someone, but she only embraced empty air as everyone managed to avoid her. Lafia, however, wasn't quick enough. She had just realized what was happening when Loki was already in front of her. Before she could react, Loki had grabbed her in a tight hug, laughing heartily. Lafia, you can't escape from me, she cried, hugging the elf girl so tightly it seemed like she would never let go. Lafia froze, her face turning bright red. Loki-sama, she protested, trying to free herself from the overly enthusiastic goddess's grip. But Loki only laughed harder, showing no intention of letting go. Why are you embarrassed, Lafia? Loki teased, gently patting Lafia's cheek with a playful grin. You just keep getting cuter. The other members laughed at the scene, while Lafia blushed even more, clearly embarrassed by the unwanted attention. Finally, after a few moments, Loki released her with a satisfied smile, patting Lafia's shoulder as she looked flustered. Shirou, watching from nearby, couldn't help but smile. These warm, light-hearted moments showed just how close Loki was to her Familia members, despite her eccentric behavior. Though Loki could be annoying at times, she truly cared about all of them. After Loki released Lafia, the other Familia members gathered around the gate to report the results of their expedition to the goddess. Loki listened intently, occasionally making jokes or comments, while Shirou stood by her side, feeling a strange warmth from the colorful, familial dynamic. Deep down, he felt a bit relieved that their return meant he was no longer alone in Twilight Manor, and that he could now ask more about their experiences in the dungeon. Following the warm and cheerful moment at the gates of Twilight Manor, the Loki familia began to gather to report on their expedition results. The atmosphere was lively and enthusiastic, but this time, there was something different in their tone. Shirou, standing not far from Loki, listened more carefully. He realized there was something important and serious about this expedition that had caught everyone's attention. Dame, the captain of the Loki familia, stood in front of the assembled members. His sharp eye showed concern, though he tried to hide it. During this expedition, he said firmly, we encountered something unusual, a new type of monster we've never seen before. We've named it Virga. Shirou, listening intently, felt a surge of curiosity. Virga? The name sounded strange and unfamiliar to him. He noticed how the other familia members reacted differently. Some appeared worried, while others frowned as if recalling their battles with the monster. Finn continued his explanation. The Virga looks like a large caterpillar, but don't be fooled by its appearance. They shoot a powerful acid capable of melting any metal it touches. Even our weapons and armor couldn't withstand it for long if they came into contact with the acid. A low murmur spread through the group. Acid that could melt metal was a significant threat, especially for adventurers who relied on their gear for survival in the dungeon. Shirou felt a chill run down his spine as he imagined how dangerous a monster like that could be. Finn then added with a more serious tone, even worse, when the Virga dies, its body explodes. The explosion is not only dangerous to anyone nearby but also spreads acid over a wider area. So, even if we manage to defeat them, the threat from the explosion remains. Shirou swallowed hard. This was an entirely new challenge for him. He recalled how important it was to consider tactics and strategies in battle, especially when facing monsters with abilities like this. The Virga wasn't just physically strong, it was also cunning in how it used its attacks. But what Finn said next truly grabbed everyone's attention. We also noticed, he said, lowering his voice slightly, that these Virga don't just attack us, they also attack other monsters around them. They consume the magic stones from the other monsters as if they were a source of power. The atmosphere grew tense. Monsters attacking other monsters to take their magic stones? This was something completely out of the ordinary. Normally, monsters in the dungeon only attacked adventurers or other creatures as part of their survival instincts, but consuming magic stones was something new and alarming. Shirou pondered the implications of this discovery. If monsters like the Virga continued to evolve and consume magic stones from other monsters, they could grow stronger and harder to control. The dungeon itself could become more dangerous than ever, especially for beginner adventurers like himself. Loki, who had been listening carefully the entire time, finally spoke up. This is something we need to report to the guild immediately. They need to know about this threat, and we may need to devise new strategies if we plan to return to the floors where they appear. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Ace, usually calm and composed, seemed to be seriously thinking about something. Shirou could sense how important this issue was to the Loki familia. It wasn't just about facing a new monster, it was about considering their safety and how they could protect other adventurers as well. As the conversation continued, Shirou felt that he had learned a lot just by listening to them. Even though he hadn't been part of the expedition, the experience and information they shared were valuable. It made him more aware of the dangers lurking in the dungeon and how essential it was to always be prepared for whatever lay ahead. In his mind, Shirou resolved to keep improving his abilities. He knew that one day, he too would face monsters like the Virga. And when that time came, he had to be ready not just to survive, but to protect the people who mattered to him. Inside Twilight Manor, the atmosphere gradually relaxed after all the Loki familia members returned from the expedition. Those with higher levels, Ace, Lafia, Tiona, and Tioni, were allowed to rest and clean up first. They quickly headed to the bath area, chatting lightly about what had happened during the expedition. Laughter and conversation echoed down the halls, creating a lighter mood after the tension of the dungeon. Shirou, feeling not too tired yet, took this opportunity to prepare lunch. He walked to the kitchen, opened the pantry, and checked the ingredients available. As he began chopping vegetables and preparing meat, his thoughts lingered on the conversation about the new monster, Virga. The thought of the monster still weighed on his mind. If I had to face them, what strategy would I use? He wondered. His hands moved quickly and skillfully, cutting and preparing the food. Though his mind was busy, his movements were precise. Over the past few weeks at Twilight Manor, Shirou had learned a lot about the tastes and preferences of the familia members. He knew that after a long expedition, they would want delicious and nutritious food to replenish their energy. Shirou chose to cook roasted meat with fresh vegetables, accompanied by a thick, hearty soup. The aroma of the food began to fill the room, catching the attention of several familia members who were resting. While Shirou was busy preparing the meal, some of the other familia members took care of their gear and weapons, cleaning and repairing them for future use. Many of them continued discussing their experiences in the dungeon, particularly about the new monster, Virga. They talked about the monster's fast regeneration and aggressive nature, as well as how dangerous its acid was, capable of melting metal. Once the meal was ready, Shirou began serving it on the large dining table. One by one, the familia members who had finished cleaning up and resting began to arrive, drawn by the delicious smell of the food. Lafia, looking a bit more cheerful after her bath, smiled as she saw Shirou serving the meal. "Thank you, Shirou," she said sincerely. Shirou nodded with a smile, happy to help. Shortly after, Loki appeared with a wide grin. her face full of enthusiasm as usual. "All right, everyone," she called out, clapping her hands to get everyone's attention. "Now it's time for a status update. We'll be doing it one by one. This time, we'll start with 10 people. So, who's going first?" The atmosphere instantly became lively. All the Familia members looked excited, especially since they knew their status would reveal how much progress they had made after the long expedition. As usual, Ace moved quickly and efficiently. She stood up and raised her hand. "I'll go first," she said in a calm yet firm voice. No one was surprised by A's initiative. As one of the strongest adventurers in Loki Familia, she was always eager to see the improvements she had made. Lafia, Tiona, and Tioni, who had just finished eating, followed Ace towards Loki's room with eager expressions. They were eager to find out the results of their training and battles during the expedition. However, in the corner of the room, Shirou felt a bit anxious. He knew that if he updated his status now, Loki might immediately notice something unusual. Shirou had explored the dungeon deeper than he was supposed to, and a sudden increase in his status might raise questions. He wasn't ready to face that kind of suspicion, especially from a goddess like Loki, who was known for being sharp and hard to deceive. Shirou decided to step back and observe the situation first. "I won't update my status this time," he said slowly, trying to act as casually as possible. "I'll wait for the others to go first." Loki gave him a curious look but eventually shrugged, not too concerned. "All right, if that's what you want, Shirou. But I expect to see bigger progress from you next time." Shirou smiled, trying to hide his nervousness. "Of course, Loki. I'll make sure of it," he replied. Inside, he felt relieved to have avoided the questions that might have come if he had updated his status right then. Ace entered Loki's room with steady steps, followed by the others. Shirou remained in the dining room, watching them with a faint smile. He knew this wasn't the right time to reveal all his secrets. Instead, he would use this time to continue improving his abilities in a more cautious way. As he watched the Familia members prepare to update their statuses, Shirou thought deeply about his next steps. He knew many challenges awaited him in the future, and he needed to be more prepared than ever. That evening, the atmosphere in Twilight Manor's garden was calm and peaceful. A soft breeze swept through, rustling the leaves gently around them. The moonlight reflected on the surface of a small fountain in the center of the garden, casting shimmering shadows on the grass. Shirou and Lafia sat on one of the garden benches, quietly enjoying the tranquility of the night. This setting was such a contrast to the chaos and dangers they faced in the dungeon. Shirou, with a calm gaze, looked at Lafia, who seemed a bit tired but still full of energy. They had just finished dinner, and it seemed Lafia wanted to spend more time with Shirou to talk about their experiences. Shirou still felt hesitant to fully reveal his secrets. He knew that Lafia was kind-hearted and sincere, but too much was at stake if he revealed too much. To start the conversation, Shirou decided to talk about safer, simpler experiences in the dungeon. "I've been exploring some of the earlier floors in the dungeon recently," he said calmly. "Honestly, those floors are pretty easy for me. The challenges aren't too tough, although I did have a few interesting moments. But I guess it's not much compared to what you all experienced during the expedition." Lafia turned to him with curiosity, her face brightened a little by Shirou's story. "Really? What was it like exploring those early floors?" she asked, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Shirou smiled and then continued with light stories about how he dealt with small monsters like goblins and kobolds, and how he managed to avoid basic traps on the earlier floors. He also mentioned Loki, how the goddess often went out drinking while the Familia members were on expeditions. Lafia chuckled softly at the stories about Loki. "Yeah, I've heard about Loki's habits like that," she said with a smile. "She's different from other goddesses. Maybe that's what keeps us all drawn to her. Though sometimes, she can be quite a handful." Shirou chuckled, nodding in agreement. "True, but she always has her way of showing she cares for her Familia," Shirou replied. He felt a bit relieved that Lafia seemed to enjoy his stories. He knew this was a safe way to share without revealing too much. After a moment, Lafia shifted in her seat and started talking about their recent expedition. "I really wish I could have helped more," she said with a more serious tone. "My idol, Ace. She's so strong and amazing. I always hope to become strong enough to stand by her side, to be able to help more in every battle." Shirou listened attentively, watching how Lafia's eyes shone with passion when she mentioned A's name. Lafia continued, "During this expedition, I tried my best. There were moments when I could use my magic to protect others or provide support to A's with my spells. They were small moments, but I was happy to do something." Shirou nodded, admiring Lafia's determination. "You must have worked really hard," he said sincerely. "A's is very lucky to have someone like you by her side." Lafia blushed slightly, but there was a hint of pride in her expression. "But there was one moment that made me feel powerless," she continued with a more somber tone. "The floor boss in the lower levels was a new kind we'd never encountered before, Virga. It's like a giant caterpillar that spits acid strong enough to melt metal. It was terrifying. Our weapons started breaking one by one." Lafia paused for a moment, taking a deep breath before continuing. "Finn, our captain, decided to let A's fight the boss alone. We were all ordered to stay back because A's weapon was the only one unaffected by the acid. It was nerve-wracking, watching her fight the monster alone. I wanted to help, but I knew I'd only be a burden if I disobeyed Finn's orders." Shirou nodded, understanding the weight of Lafia's emotions. I can understand how you feel, he said softly. It's hard to just stand by and not be able to help, especially when someone you admire is in danger. Lafia nodded, her face deep in thought. Yes, that's true, but I know it's also part of our duty. I have to learn to trust A's and our captain's decisions. Still, I hope that one day I can become strong enough to stand by her side, not just as a follower, but as someone she can rely on. Shirou smiled at those words, seeing the strong resolve in Lafia's eyes. You're already on the right path, he said. And I'm sure, with your determination and hard work, you'll become someone A's and the others can depend on. Lafia smiled gratefully. Thank you, Shirou. Your words mean a lot to me, she said softly. The two of them sat in silence for a moment, enjoying the peaceful night in the garden, sharing stories and understanding. Shirou felt a little more at ease, knowing that even though he couldn't share everything, he had found a friend who understood the journey and struggles he had to face. The next morning, the sunlight streamed through the large windows of Twilight Manor, waking up all the members of the Loki Familia who had rested after their long expedition. The hustle and bustle of preparation could be heard throughout the manor. Adventurers were tidying up their gear while others carried large bags filled with drop items from the expedition. The atmosphere in the mansion was full of energy and excitement, signaling that today was the time to reap the rewards of their hard work in the dungeon. Shirou stood at the edge of the manor's courtyard, watching as everyone gathered in an orderly manner. The Loki Familia, renowned as one of the strongest familias in Orario, was not only known for their combat prowess but also for their efficiency in gathering and utilizing resources. Shirou felt a bit of admiration for how organized they were. Once everything was ready, the large group moved toward the trading district in the center of the city. The morning streets were bustling with activity. Merchants were opening their stalls, selling all kinds of goods and supplies needed by adventurers. The sounds of bargaining filled the air, and the aroma of food being grilled over wood stoves wafted through the streets. Upon arriving at the trading district, the Loki Familia headed straight to the place where they would sell their drop items. Shirou followed from behind, observing the many large bags filled with drop items and magic stones that they carried. They had everything from monster hides that could be turned into armor, rare materials with high value, to magic stones that glowed dimly inside thick cloth sacks. When they arrived at the guild, where all the magic stones would be sold, Shirou saw a small team from the Loki Familia, made up of more experienced members, already coordinating with the guild staff. Finn, the captain of the Loki Familia, led the group with his usual calm demeanor, ensuring that everything went according to plan. The guild staff seemed eager, welcoming them with broad smiles, not surprising, given that the guild would receive a commission from each transaction. Shirou watched as the Loki Familia skillfully handled the sales process. One by one, large bags of magic stones were brought out, carefully inspected by the guild staff, and quickly counted. The light from the magic stones gave off a bluish-purple glow, reflecting off the marble floor of the guild, creating a mesmerizing scene. Shirou couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the sheer amount of resources they had gathered. He then thought about his own efforts so far, how he had painstakingly gathered drop items in the dungeon by himself. The comparison was stark. Shirou had only a few small bags of drop items and magic stones, far less than the piles carried by the Loki Familia. However, he didn't feel disheartened. Instead, it motivated him to keep working hard and improving. Once the sale of the magic stones at the guild was complete, the Loki Familia moved on to other trading areas to sell various specialized drop items, such as monster materials that could be used to craft weapons or special armor. They stopped at several different stalls, negotiating with merchants who were already eagerly awaiting their arrival. Some of the merchants even seemed excited and slightly competitive to acquire the goods they brought, signaling how valuable the expedition's results were. Shirou observed how the Loki Familia members expertly negotiated. Some, like Tiona and Tioni, appeared to have extensive experience in assessing the quality of goods and didn't hesitate to speak up with the merchants to get the best prices. On the other hand, A's and Lafia, who were more reserved, mostly watched and learned from their seniors. Loki herself, with a mischievous smile on her face, occasionally teased the merchants to raise the prices, making the atmosphere livelier and more jovial. As the transactions continued, Shirou realized how much knowledge could be learned from this moment. He noticed how they interacted with merchants, how they assessed the quality of the goods, and how they knew when to accept or reject offers. Every step seemed well thought out, showing that being a successful adventurer wasn't just about combat strength, but also about intelligence and negotiation skills. After everything was done, the Loki Familia members seemed satisfied with the results they had obtained. Finn signaled to the others to gather and prepare to return to Twilight Manor. Shirou, still standing on the sidelines, watched everything closely. He felt inspired and determined to improve, not only in combat but also in his understanding of the dungeon and the world around him. As they made their way back to the manor, Shirou reflected on everything he had seen today. He knew the road to becoming a powerful and influential adventurer was still long, but he was ready to face every challenge. He understood that every step, no matter how small, would bring him closer to his goal. With renewed determination, he prepared for the next adventure, resolved not only to survive but also to thrive in this world full of danger and opportunity. The lively atmosphere at the Hostess of Fertility suddenly turned tense when Bet, heavily drunk, began bringing up an incident that seemed to have been troubling Ace for a long time. Staggering and with slightly glazed eyes, Bet brought up a topic that suddenly made the cheerful party feel awkward. Bet, with a loud and slurred voice, began recounting a story that gradually caught the attention of the group. Hey, remember when Ace saved that rookie adventurer from the Minotaur? The one with the white hair. Bet laughed cynically, as if he had just remembered something hilarious. Ace, sitting in the corner of the table, suddenly tensed up. Her usually calm face grew somber, and she turned away as if trying to avoid the conversation. She quickly refused to discuss it further, not wanting to embarrass the young man anymore. Bet, please stop, Ace requested with a slightly cold tone. However, in his drunken state, Bet continued with his mocking tone. Ace, do you remember how ridiculous that kid looked? The Minotaur cornered him, and he got covered in blood like a smashed tomato. He really looked pathetic. Bet laughed again, and some of the members of Loki Familia chuckled at the story. Ace grew increasingly uneasy. Even though she knew Bet was only joking, she couldn't ignore the humiliation the boy must have felt. Bet, enough, Ace sighed, trying to suppress her emotions. He was just a beginner. We shouldn't talk about him like this. But Bet didn't stop there. Oh, Ace, don't take it so seriously. Besides, I bet you've already forgotten how funny it was when he ran away from you after being saved. The entire Loki Familia was laughing at how someone could run away from a girl as sweet as you. Ace became even more withdrawn, looking like she wanted to hide her face in her hands, clearly uncomfortable with Bet's excessive teasing. Yet, Bet, in his drunken state, didn't seem satisfied. But hey, Ace, if you had to choose between me or that weak kid in terms of romance, who would you pick? Ace immediately rejected the idea, her face turning red, clearly anxious. Of course, Aya. Before Ace could finish, Bet interrupted her with a loud laugh. But what if that kid really likes you? Would you accept his love? Bet asked with a curious look that wasn't entirely clear due to the alcohol. Ace fell silent, clearly caught in a dilemma she had never considered before. She couldn't find the words to respond to the sudden and meaningful question. Meanwhile, behind the counter, Bell Crannel, the white-haired boy they were talking about, happened to overhear the conversation. His face turned red with embarrassment and disappointment. Bell, still unnoticed by the members of Loki Familia, felt torn between shame and sorrow. Upon hearing that Ace could never accept his love, a deep sense of disappointment overwhelmed him. With a heavy heart, Bell decided to leave immediately. He ran out of the tavern, heading toward the dungeon, without looking back, wanting to escape the extremely humiliating situation. Ace, suddenly realizing Bell's departure, quickly stood up and considered chasing after him. But she hesitated, knowing that in such an emotional state, she might only worsen Bell's hurt and be unable to provide the support he needed. Guilt and helplessness filled her as she watched Bell disappear into the night. Loki, who had been watching everything from across the room, seemed confused and a little surprised by the sudden change in atmosphere. What just happened? She asked Finn and Riveria, who also appeared to be unsure about the situation that had just unfolded. Outside the tavern, Bell kept running through the night, ignoring his fatigue and heartache. He felt frustrated and weak from a situation that made him feel incredibly inferior. Bell wanted to return to the dungeon in this state, forcing himself to become stronger so that he could stand beside Ace. Back at Twilight Manor that night, the atmosphere was peaceful after the earlier party at the Hostess of Fertility. Members of the Loki Familia, still looking tired from their expedition, were now enjoying their moments of rest. Some gathered in the lounge for casual conversations, while others headed to their rooms. In one corner of the lounge, Ace Wallenstein, still looking a little downcast, sat staring out the window. Though her sweet smile was always a charm to many, today there was a hint of tension in her expression. Shirou, who had just finished some tasks, approached Ace out of curiosity. Ace, you seem a bit troubled. What's going on? Shirou asked gently, not wanting to miss the chance to offer his support. Ace glanced at Shirou, her eyes showing a bit of anxiety. Oh, Shirou. Actually, I just feel a little confused about what happened last night. Maybe I'm worrying too much about things that aren't important. Shirou, sensing that Ace might be reflecting on the events of the night, tried to lighten the mood. Maybe you just need some time to yourself. But I'm curious, are you afraid or bothered by something? Ace was slightly taken aback by Shirou's question. Actually, I've been wondering if I come across as scary to others. Maybe Bell was scared because he saw me in such a tense situation. Shirou smiled softly, trying to give a reassuring answer. I don't think a girl as beautiful as Ace could ever seem scary to me. You always have this calm and elegant aura, even in the most intense situations. Ace felt a bit comforted by the compliment, though a hint of doubt lingered in her heart. You've never seen me fight. Maybe you don't know how intense I can get when facing monsters. Shirou looked at Ace with confidence. I'm sure that when you fight, Ace, you look incredibly brave and impressive. In fact, I bet you look even more beautiful when you're in battle. There's something captivating about seeing someone so focused and determined to reach their goal. Ace was surprised by the praise, and her face turned slightly red. Shirou's words left her a bit flustered, and she felt a little awkward. As seriously? You really think that? Shirou nodded seriously. Of course. How could someone with as much spirit and dedication as you not become even more captivating when fighting? Ace was silent for a moment, processing Shirou's words. Though she wasn't entirely confident in herself, Shirou's compliment gave her a slight boost in self-esteem. Well, if you really think so, I'll wait for the chance to fight alongside you someday. Maybe you'll see for yourself how I fight. Shirou smiled wider, pleased to see A's starting to feel better. I look forward to it with excitement. I'm sure it'll be an amazing experience. A's, her face still a bit flushed from the praise and slight awkwardness, finally returned Shirou's smile. Thank you, Shirou. That really means a lot to me. The two sat together for a while, enjoying the peaceful moment amidst their busy lives. The atmosphere, once filled with worry and doubt, gradually lightened, and they both felt a little more ready for the days ahead. As the night wore on, members of the Loki familia gradually gathered to rest, leaving A's and Shirou still conversing with enthusiasm in the Twilight Manor's lounge. Shirou felt satisfied to have lifted A's spirits, while A's felt a bit more at ease and ready to face the challenges to come. Chapter 19. The next day, the atmosphere at Twilight Manor felt fresh with the morning light streaming through the large windows. Shirou, having just woken up and completed his morning routine, felt that today was the perfect opportunity to continue his mission. He had been thinking of asking Loki for a 2-week break. While it seemed like a big step for a beginner like him, Shirou was confident it was the right decision to allow him to explore the dungeon without too much worry. After breakfast and tidying up, Shirou felt ready to meet Loki. He found the goddess sitting in the living room with a relaxed expression, seemingly enjoying a cup of tea in the morning. Shirou approached Loki with confidence. Loki-sama, may I speak with you for a moment? Shirou started the conversation politely. Loki turned and smiled cheerfully. Oh, Shirou. What's up? Don't tell me you're going to ask for something. Shirou nodded firmly. Actually, I would like to request a 2-week break. I want to spend time training and resting so I can return more prepared for the upcoming missions. Loki raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Already asking for a break after just starting to explore the dungeon? Haha, but fine, if that's what you want, I'll allow it. Just don't stray too far from here, okay? Shirou nodded gratefully. Of course, Loki-sama. Thank you very much. With the permission granted, Shirou began preparing himself to return to the dungeon. His plan was to descend to the 18th floor, a feat that required caution and thorough preparation. He ensured that all his gear and potions were ready before proceeding. As Shirou finished his preparations, he met Ace, Lafia, Tiona, and Tioni in the front hall of the manor. They seemed excited about going shopping in Orario. Ace was dressed more casually than usual, while Lafia, Tiona, and Tioni looked very enthusiastic. Hey, Shirou. Lafia called out cheerfully. Want to join us? We're planning to shop at the market today. Shirou smiled and shook his head. Thanks, Lafia, but I already have some plans today. I need to take care of a few things. Tiona and Tioni approached him curiously. What kind of plans do you have? Are you going far? Tioni asked. Shirou paused for a moment, trying to maintain secrecy about his true intentions. Just some personal errands. I think it's better if I go alone today. Ace, who had just finished checking her gear, looked at Shirou with curiosity. Good luck with everything, Shirou. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you, Ace. I'll keep that in mind, Shirou replied with a smile. After bidding them farewell, Shirou left Twilight Manor and headed toward his planned destination. He felt relieved that he had provided a smooth explanation without raising suspicion. The shopping trip and the other plans of the Loki Familia team helped him stay focused and keep his true goals hidden. With determined steps, Shirou made his way toward the forest and then to the dungeon, ensuring that his identity remained concealed. Along the way, he made sure to use his time wisely to return to the 18th floor and continue exploring the dungeon more effectively. Meanwhile, Ace and her group left for their shopping trip, chatting about various things they encountered during the expedition and enjoying their time together outside the dungeon. Their cheerful mood added brightness to their days in Orario, while Shirou carefully carried out his mission, taking each step cautiously and effectively. After successfully reaching the 18th floor of the dungeon with only minor injuries, Shirou felt relieved by his progress so far. He made sure to exchange all the drop items he had collected for potions in Rivera, using the opportunity to replenish his supply. After the transaction was complete, Shirou felt ready for the next step in his plan. Shirou decided to ask some of the local residents about the permits needed to build a structure in Rivera. With plans to construct a hut that would serve as a magus workshop, he needed to ensure that he followed all the necessary regulations. Shirou approached an old man who seemed knowledgeable about the Rivera area. The man sat on a bench near the market, enjoying his leisure time while observing the traffic around him. Excuse me, sir, Shirou began politely. I'm planning to build a structure around Rivera, and I'd like to know about the rules or permits required. The old man looked at Shirou attentively before responding. Oh, you want to build something? Well, if you're building within the city of Rivera, you'll need to get a permit from the town hall. It's important to make sure everything follows the rules and doesn't disrupt life in the city. Shirou took note of the information seriously. What about building outside the city? Are there any specific requirements there? The old man nodded. Building outside the city is much easier. You can build almost anywhere as long as you're not taking land that's already inhabited or owned by someone else. However, I recommend informing the local authorities just to avoid any future issues. Shirou thanked the man for the information and began planning his next steps. He knew that building the hut outside the city would give him more freedom in terms of location and setup, while avoiding the potential red tape involved in building within the city. Shirou soon made his way to a quiet area outside of Rivera. He scouted for a location that was far enough from any settlements but still easily accessible, so he could build the hut that would serve as his Magus workshop. After finding an ideal spot, Shirou started planning the design and materials needed for construction. With clear intentions, Shirou began gathering materials from various sources around Rivera. He used some of the potions and materials he had to start the building process. Shirou knew that building this hut was a key step in supporting his magecraft activities and ensuring he had a safe place to train and store his equipment. Over the next few days, Shirou worked tirelessly to construct his hut. He made sure the structure was strong and secure, equipped with everything necessary to manage his magecraft efficiently. Though the building process was time-consuming and labor-intensive, Shirou felt satisfied knowing it was part of his plan to delve deeper into magecraft and explore the dungeon more effectively. Finally, after some time, the hut was completed. Shirou looked at his work with pride, feeling that he had achieved an important milestone in his journey. With the hut now serving as his Magus workshop, Shirou was ready to continue his mission, replenishing the magic arrows he had used and preparing for further dungeon exploration with more efficiency and planning. After finishing the hut, Shirou quickly organized and set up his Magus workshop to begin his experiments and magecraft training. He started by installing a bounded field around the area of the hut to provide protection and detect anyone approaching the workshop. This was an important step to ensure he could work in peace without worrying about disturbances or stolen information. Shirou carefully selected the location for the bounded field, ensuring the surrounding area was well covered. Using his magecraft skills, he employed various ritual materials to create a magical barrier that could detect the presence of people or creatures outside the area. This bounded field would give Shirou enough warning if anyone approached, allowing him time to prepare or hide his activities if necessary. After completing the bounded field, Shirou began setting up his workspace inside the hut. He arranged various tools and materials needed for his magecraft experiments. Shelves around the workshop were filled with magical tools, ritual materials, and several magic swords that would be the focus of his experiments. He also ensured there was enough space to work comfortably and safely. Shirou then turned to experimenting with the magic swords that hadn't yet been modified into magic arrows. He had brought several enchanted swords from the dungeon and planned to modify them to be more effective in battle. Step 1. Analyze the magic swords. Shirou began by analyzing the magic swords he intended to modify. He examined the quality and magical power of each sword, using his projection and reinforcement abilities to gain detailed information about them. This included their elemental properties, base magical strength, and how they performed in combat conditions. Step 2. Modify and experiment. Shirou then carefully began the modification process. Using alteration techniques, he started changing the form and properties of the magic swords to create magic arrows. This required high concentration and skill, as each modification had to be meticulously planned to ensure the magic swords could function effectively as projectiles. He created several prototype magic arrows from the available magic swords, experimenting with various elements and effects. Each time he finished modifying a sword, he tested the resulting magic arrow to see how it performed. These tests were conducted in a designated area within his workshop, with targets designed to assess the effectiveness and strength of the modified magic arrows. Step 3. Evaluation and adjustments. Shirou recorded the results of each experiment and evaluated the performance of the magic arrows. He looked for ways to improve their effectiveness, power, and stability. This process involved a lot of trial and error, and Shirou spent countless hours refining his modifications. Step 4. Storage and organization. After successfully modifying several magic swords into effective magic arrows, Shirou carefully stored them in the workshop. He ensured that each modified magic arrow was placed properly and was easily accessible when needed. He also organized a storage system for the materials and tools used during his experiments. With his workshop now fully functional and his equipment ready for use, Shirou felt more prepared to face the next challenge in the dungeon. He knew that the experiments and training he had undergone would help him face enemies more effectively and explore deeper levels of the dungeon with greater confidence. Shirou looked at his work with satisfaction. Although the journey and experiments required a lot of time and effort, he felt that every step he took was a crucial part of his path to becoming stronger and more skilled in magecraft. With all the preparations completed, Shirou was ready to continue exploring the dungeon and face greater challenges in the future. After a full week of intense experiments and modifications, Shirou successfully completed the transformation process and produced 9 unique magic arrows. Each magic arrow had different powers and characteristics, making them incredibly valuable for exploring the dungeon and facing various challenges. Here's the list of the 9 magic arrows that Shirou successfully modified. Inferno Arrow. Origin: Tsubaki's Fire Sword. Description: this magic arrow holds immense firepower, thanks to the use of a magic fire sword forged by the captain of Hephaestus. When shot, it generates a massive fire explosion that scorches enemies with painful burning effects. It is one of Shirou's strongest magic arrows, highly useful against groups of monsters or enemies with strong defenses. Frostbite Arrow. Origin: Ice Magic Sword. Description: this magic arrow releases a freezing effect on its target and surroundings. When hit, enemies are slowed down and take additional damage due to the freezing effect. This arrow is highly effective for hindering enemy movements and making it easier for Shirou to handle larger groups of enemies. Thunderstrike Arrow. Origin: Lightning Magic Sword. Description: this magic arrow possesses powerful lightning elements that cause an electrical explosion when hitting a target. Enemies hit by this effect take massive damage from the electric shock and may experience disruptions in their combat abilities. This arrow is highly useful against enemies sensitive to electricity and for creating chaos in battle. Quicksilver Arrow. Origin: Liquid Metal Magic Sword. Description: this magic arrow has a liquid metal effect that makes it extremely fast and hard to dodge. Once fired, it chases the target, making it harder to evade. It is a great choice for dealing with fast-moving or flying enemies. Shadow Step Arrow. Origin: Shadow Magic Sword. Description: this magic arrow can cloak itself and move within shadows. Once fired, it disappears briefly and reappears in a different position, making it very difficult to predict. This arrow is ideal for deep strikes and provides a tactical advantage in battle. Gale Arrow. Origin: Wind Magic Sword. Description: this magic arrow uses wind power to create a strong air wave. When it hits its target, the arrow generates a wind blast that can knock enemies down or push them in unwanted directions. This arrow is perfect for dealing with enemies that require space and distance to move. Searing Light Arrow. Origin: Light Magic Sword. Description: this magic arrow emits an extremely bright light, burning enemies with intense light effects. In addition to causing direct damage, it can blind enemies and reduce their combat abilities. It is highly useful against enemies that rely on vision or are weak to light. Toxic Venom Arrow. Origin: Poison Magic Sword. Description: this magic arrow contains a powerful poison effect, causing continuous damage to enemies after being hit. The poison gradually weakens and slows down enemies, providing additional tactical advantages in prolonged battles. Echoing Impact Arrow. Origin: Soundwave Magic Sword. Description: this magic arrow uses sound waves to create a powerful impact when hitting a target. The sound effect can shake enemies and cause greater damage while also disrupting their concentration. This arrow is effective against enemies relying on balance or strategy. With these 9 magic arrows, Shirou felt more prepared and stronger to face the deeper challenges of the dungeon. Each magic arrow offered various effects and abilities that could be used in different combat situations, providing flexibility and additional strength in exploration and battle. Shirou was confident that the combination of these magic arrows would help him overcome stronger enemies and break through deeper levels of the dungeon more effectively. Shirou sat in his workshop, surrounded by the magic arrows he had carefully modified. In front of him, the 9 magic arrows lay spread across the workbench, each with different shapes and colors, reflecting their unique elements and powers. Shirou's gaze shifted from one arrow to another, observing every detail he had meticulously worked on. The Inferno arrow appeared to be ablaze, with flames seemingly still flickering at its tip, the red and orange hues blending in a pattern that ignited his determination. The Frostbite arrow had a frozen appearance, with cold crystals clinging to its shaft, as if holding the chill of winter. The Thunderstrike arrow gleamed with flashes of yellow and blue lightning, as if electricity was coursing through its body. The Quicksilver arrow reflected light with the shimmer of liquid metal, making it look almost like a sparkling fluid. The Shadow Step arrow was black, with a shadowy effect vibrating across its surface, creating the illusion that it could disappear at any moment. The Gale arrow featured an elegant design with swirling wind patterns along its shaft, giving the impression that it could fly at incredible speed. The Searing Light arrow shone brightly with a golden white light, its brilliance captivating and striking. The Toxic Venom arrow had a dark green hue with bubbling effects, hinting at the dangerous poison it contained. The Echoing Impact arrow displayed vibrating sound wave patterns along its shaft, as if holding a sonic force that would project its impact onto enemies. Shirou examined each magic arrow with pride and satisfaction. While these magic arrows were far weaker than noble phantasms, legendary artifacts with extraordinary power, Shirou realized that these arrows had their own advantages. Each one was designed with efficient costs and was much easier to modify than the efforts needed to alter noble phantasms like Hrunting or Calidbog II, legendary weapons belonging to Archer. The process of modifying these magic arrows, though time-consuming and energy-intensive, turned out to be far more practical, allowing Shirou to tailor each arrow to his specific needs. Every change and adjustment made to these magic arrows yielded satisfying results, perfectly aligning with Shirou's planned combat strategies. Shirou reflected on how each magic arrow, with its unique traits and powers, would aid him in tackling the many challenges within the dungeon. Though not as powerful as noble phantasms, these magic arrows offered invaluable flexibility and adaptability in various combat situations. With the success of these modifications, Shirou felt more prepared and confident to face the deeper floors of the dungeon and the stronger enemies he would encounter in the future. He felt eager to test and wield these magic arrows in real combat. Each arrow represented not only the hard work and dedication he had poured into them, but also a symbol of the progress and new abilities he had gained. With strong resolve, Shirou was ready to continue his journey, overcoming every obstacle before him with his newfound courage and skills. As Shirou sat at his workbench, gazing at the modified magic arrows laid out in front of him, his thoughts drifted to a technique he had witnessed from Archer, the ability to overload a noble phantasm, transforming it into a broken phantasm. A powerful form that could only be used once before it completely shattered. Although highly risky, this technique could produce power far beyond the normal limits of the weapon. In the calm of his workshop, Shirou pondered how this technique could be applied to the magic arrows he had created. He imagined how the modified magic arrows, with their various elements and powers, could be overloaded to produce effects far more devastating than usual. However, he also understood that experimenting with this in an uncontrolled environment, especially within the city, could cause unwanted chaos and draw unnecessary attention. Shirou decided that the best place to conduct this experiment was in the dungeon, far from crowds and the risk of attracting unwanted attention. He chose the 19th floor as the location for his trial, a decision based on the fact that this floor was notorious for its large groups of monsters, providing the perfect opportunity to test the power of his magic arrows without worrying about disturbing others. The following morning, after preparing all the necessary equipment and gear, Shirou readied the magic arrow to be tested. He selected a magic arrow imbued with fire, the Inferno Arrow, as its destructive fire effects would provide a clear indication of the extra power that could be generated from the broken magic arrow technique. Carefully, Shirou packed all his supplies, including healing potions, and double-checked the bounded field he had set up around his workshop to ensure no one could enter the area. Once everything was ready, Shirou set off toward the 19th floor, making sure to stay hidden and avoid densely populated areas. Upon reaching the 19th floor, Shirou began his experiment by preparing the modified magic arrow. He chose a spot far from busy areas to ensure the results of his trial wouldn't damage the surroundings. Shirou drew his black bow and notched the Inferno Arrow, readying himself for the overload process he was about to perform. Shirou recalled the steps needed for Archer's technique. He began by focusing prana into the magic arrow, feeling the energy flow and building power within it. Using the overload technique, Shirou increased the magical energy flowing into the arrow, intensifying the fire element inside it to near its maximum capacity. This process significantly drained Shirou's prana, and he felt the heavy strain on his magic circuits as he continued to pump energy into the arrow. When the Inferno Arrow reached its overload point, Shirou drew his bow and aimed at the horde of monsters in the distance. With one deep breath, he released the arrow, watching as the Inferno Arrow transformed into an intensely dangerous blaze, far stronger than usual. As the arrow flew and hit its target, the resulting explosion of fire completely obliterated the monster horde before him. The burning flames that engulfed and destroyed the surrounding area confirmed that the broken magic arrow technique had been successfully applied. However, after the massive explosion, the magic arrow was entirely destroyed, leaving a significant amount of damage in its wake. Shirou felt satisfied with the results of his experiment, though he had to acknowledge that this technique required careful prana management and carried high risks. Ensuring that there was no further danger or disturbance, Shirou then gathered the drop items from the defeated monsters and made his way back. Realizing that this experiment had given him a clear idea of the potential he could further develop in his magic arrows. After confirming that everything was back to normal and nothing suspicious remained, Shirou returned to his workshop, planning his next experiments and continuing his preparations for deeper dungeon exploration. Upon returning from the 19th floor and reaching the 18th floor, Shirou noticed the usual calm that surrounded the area. However, this peaceful atmosphere was suddenly disturbed by a worrying scene. Around the city of Rivera, which was typically serene, chaos had broken out. Plant-like monsters known as violas, large creatures with sharp leaves and stems capable of deadly attacks, were assaulting the city's inhabitants. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Shirou quickly realized that he couldn't just stand by. He swiftly checked his equipment and gear, making sure that all his weapons and supplies were ready for use. Donning his assassin mask and cloak once more, he changed his appearance to conceal his identity. This was a wise move, as his presence in Rivera under these conditions would be very conspicuous, and he didn't want to attract unwanted attention. With his arrows ready, Shirou stepped out of the workshop and headed toward the chaos. He quickly adapted to the unexpected situation, choosing to use regular arrows from a distance to deal with the threatening violas. Shirou knew that engaging them up close could be extremely dangerous, so he opted for a strategic approach, attacking from a safe distance first. Shirou found a strategic position that provided him with maximum protection and observed the horde of violas attacking. The violas appeared to be using their tentacle-like vines to attack randomly, smashing objects and striking anyone in their path. Some of them seemed to be launching poisonous plant attacks, while others used their stems to strike down anything nearby. Using his black bow, Shirou began firing arrows from a safe distance, targeting the vulnerable parts of the viola's bodies. His arrows flew swiftly and accurately, hitting the monster's critical points. Each time an arrow struck a viola, the plant monster let out a growl and began to tremble, indicating that his shots had pierced through their plant-based defenses. As he continued firing arrows, Shirou kept an eye on his surroundings. He noticed several adventurers and townspeople trying to fight the Velas directly, but they appeared overwhelmed. Shirou realized that this situation required more than just long-range attacks. He began calculating the right time to use his magic arrows if the situation worsened or if stronger enemies than the Velas emerged. Shirou remained alert, carefully monitoring the unfolding events. Suddenly, he heard cries from another direction, signaling that a larger and stronger group of Velas was approaching. This was a tense moment, and Shirou knew he had to prepare for the worst. He observed the movements of the approaching Velas, assessing the magnitude of the threat they posed. In the midst of the increasingly intense battle, Shirou quickly decided that he would use his magic arrows if necessary. He conserved his magic arrows for dealing with stronger monsters and avoided wasting too much energy on weaker foes. With strong resolve, Shirou continued fighting the Velas, protecting the city's inhabitants and adventurers caught in the chaos. As the situation worsened and the Velas spread to wider areas, Shirou knew he had to act swiftly to safeguard the city of Rivera. With strategy and precision, he kept fighting, staying sharp and prepared for any further threats that might emerge. As Shirou searched for a target among the crowd of Velas attacking the city, his attention was drawn to a movement in the distance. There, amidst the chaos, he saw Ace Wallenstein fighting against a short-haired woman with red hair, who appeared incredibly strong. The woman moved with remarkable speed and power, faster and tougher than Ace. Ace herself seemed to be struggling, barely avoiding the woman's swift and powerful punches and kicks. Nearby, Shirou also spotted Lafia, leaning against a wall, breathing heavily. Her face was pale, and it was clear she had been injured in a previous battle. Shirou felt his chest tighten at the sight. Ace, the sword princess, usually undefeated, was in great danger, while Lafia was unable to help. Without hesitation, Shirou drew one of his strongest magic arrows from his quiver. The arrow glowed with an aura of magical energy, and Shirou knew this was his best chance to make a difference in the fight. He pulled back his bow with full strength, aiming directly at the red-haired woman attacking Ace. Trace, on. Shirou muttered, activating his tracing ability. The arrow was released, shooting like lightning through the air, hitting the red-haired woman squarely in the shoulder. A small explosion occurred upon impact, releasing a burst of light and energy. The woman staggered back slightly, a small wound visible where the arrow struck, but the wound quickly began to heal at a terrifying speed. Ace, who had fallen and was injured, looked up and spotted Shirou from a distance. Her eyes widened for a moment, seeing the masked figure who had just saved her from a more severe attack. However, she didn't have time to say anything. The red-haired woman chuckled softly, her laugh cold and piercing. "Oh, looks like someone's trying to play a hero," the woman said mockingly, her gaze locking onto Shirou. "How long do you think you can distract me with cheap tricks like that?" Shirou knew his attack had only bought him a little time. He couldn't afford to hesitate. He quickly drew another magic arrow from his quiver and fired it at the woman, hoping to buy more time to come up with a plan. The second arrow flew at high speed, striking the woman in the chest and creating a larger explosion of energy than before. Yet the woman merely smirked, stepping forward as if she felt no pain at all. "Is that all?" she said, raising an eyebrow. "Let me show you how to fight properly." With unbelievable speed, the red-haired woman rushed toward Shirou. His eyes narrowed as he swiftly fired a third arrow, aiming for her legs to slow her down. However, the woman leaped gracefully, dodging the attack and continuing her charge toward him. "Ace, fall back now," Shirou shouted, trying to give Ace time to retreat and recover. Ace gave a quick nod, following the command of the unknown figure and using the last of her strength to jump back, trying to distance herself from the red-haired woman. But the woman laughed again, and with a quick movement of her hand, she delivered a powerful kick to the ground, creating a shockwave that sent Ace tumbling back down. "Not so fast, darling." The woman sneered, her voice dripping with mockery. Shirou frowned, realizing he had to act fast. He took a deep breath, calming his mind, and prepared his next magic arrow. This time, he remembered the broken phantasm technique, overloading the arrow with more energy to make it explode with far greater force, though it would sacrifice the stability of the arrow. "If I can't hurt you with this," Shirou muttered, "then I'll have to destroy you." He drew his bow once again, charging the arrow with more prana than usual until it began to vibrate with intense energy. "Trace. Overload," he chanted, focusing all his energy into the magic arrow. The arrow began to glow with a bright, blazing light, releasing more and more energy. The red-haired woman seemed intrigued, pausing momentarily, then smiling even wider. "Interesting," she said, waiting for Shirou to release his attack. Shirou knew he had to wait for the perfect moment. He couldn't waste this opportunity recklessly. He had only one shot before the woman figured out his trick and attacked more aggressively. His heart raced, but his eyes stayed focused. He had to make sure this arrow hit its target. "This is for you," Shirou shouted, releasing the arrow. The overloaded magic arrow shot forward, leaving a trail of bright light behind it, aimed directly at the red-haired woman. Shirou remained alert, prepared for whatever would happen next, as the battle raged on around the city of Rivera. The arrow Shirou had launched, Quicksilver Arrow, was one of his finest creations. The arrow had a unique property. It didn't just fly straight toward its target, but could also change direction suddenly, relentlessly pursuing its enemy. A shimmering silver light trailed behind the arrow, creating a magical path that twisted through the air. At first, the red-haired woman smirked dismissively when she saw Shirou draw his bow. With quick movements, she dodged the arrow as it shot toward her. However, she hadn't expected the arrow to sharply turn and chase after her like a predator hunting its prey. "What?" she exclaimed, her expression shifting from confidence to mild surprise as the arrow curved and targeted her back. She tried to evade again, leaping to the side with incredible speed, but the arrow veered once more, following her movements like a hawk tracking its target. The woman scowled, now visibly annoyed. "What kind of arrow is this?" she muttered, turning her gaze toward Shirou, who remained standing in the distance with his bow aimed at her. With a swift motion, the woman shot into the air, attempting to escape the arrow chasing her. But the quicksilver arrow didn't relent. It soared upward, cutting through the air, following her at nearly the same speed. "Persistent, aren't you?" she growled, glancing back at the arrow still pursuing her. Finally, the red-haired woman stopped her movement, and with a confident gesture, she spun toward the approaching arrow. "Then let me destroy you." She swung her hand at the arrow with incredible force, striking it with overwhelming power. However, the moment her strike hit the arrow, it exploded into a burst of silver energy. The blast was strong enough to push the woman back a few steps. Her wounds were clearly visible, though her body began regenerating quickly. Her face now showed a mixture of frustration and impatience. "I'm tired of you," the woman yelled, her anger rising. She turned, focusing her gaze on Shirou, who still stood with his bow in hand. "You dare interfere with my fight? You'll regret that." Shirou took a deep breath, remaining calm despite the clear thread in her words. "Don't think I'll let you touch them." Shirou responded, his voice clear and steady. The red-haired woman sneered. "You've got guts, I'll give you that," she said, her eyes narrowing. "But courage won't save you." In an instant, the woman dashed toward him with incredible speed. Her steps were so fast that the ground beneath her shook, and debris flew into the air. Shirou knew she would reach him in seconds. He didn't have time to draw another arrow. He had to think fast. "Then let's see who's faster," Shirou shouted, jumping back, trying to keep the distance between him and his opponent. His hand moved quickly to grab a regular arrow from his quiver, preparing his next attack while continuing to move. However, the woman was closing in, her face filled with determination to finish Shirou. "You won't escape me," she yelled, her voice full of rage. Shirou leaped to the side, avoiding the woman's frontal attack, which nearly shattered the ground where he had been standing. "You're really fast," Shirou muttered, drawing his bow with a single regular arrow already in hand. He fired the arrow, but the woman easily deflected it with her bare hand. "Your arrows are weak," she shouted, advancing towards Shirou with long strides. Shirou smiled faintly behind his mask. "I just need time," he replied shortly. He shot a few more arrows, this time aiming to lure the woman toward a specific spot, all while maintaining a safe distance. The woman growled, clearly growing more frustrated. "Stop playing games, coward," she yelled, but she continued to follow Shirou's arrows, forced to play along with his tactics. At the same time, Shirou kept an eye on A's and Lafia from the corner of his vision. A seemed to be recovering slightly and looked ready to rejoin the battle, while Lafia, though still in pain, was trying to gather the strength to cast a spell. Shirou knew time was running out. He had to keep this woman occupied long enough for A's and Lafia to recover and rejoin the fight. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out the last arrow from his quiver. Not a magic arrow this time, just a regular one, meant to distract and keep the enemy's focus on him. The woman chuckled. "You're finished. What more can you do now?" she taunted. Remaining calm, Shirou replied, "I just need to hold out long enough. As long as you're fighting me, you can't touch them." The woman paused, realizing that Shirou was deliberately diverting her attention. However, she shook her head, smirking, her eyes gleaming with malice. "If that's your plan, you'll regret it." In an instant, she lunged again at lightning speed. Shirou knew this attack would be harder to avoid, but he vowed not to give up. As the tension rose, both fighters braced for the next clash, neither willing to back down. The red-haired woman smirked as she saw Shirou in a seemingly weakened and weaponless state. "What are you thinking now, coward?" she sneered, launching her fist at Shirou's chest with blinding speed. But Shirou remained calm, having anticipated her frontal attack. With a swift motion, Shirou summoned Kancho into his hand. The short sword appeared, glowing with a white light, just in time to block the woman's punch. "What?" the red-haired woman exclaimed, surprised as her fist collided with hard metal rather than flesh. A loud clang echoed as her punch met Kancho. The impact sent her reeling back, her confident expression shifting to shock. "Ah!" she screamed in pain as a small cut appeared on her hand, black blood oozing from the wound. For the first time, she felt something different. Though the wound was small, it caused great pain, and her usual rapid regeneration was much slower. Why isn't my regeneration working?" she muttered, her eyes wide as she glared at Shirou. "What did you do to me?" she screeched, fury and confusion in her voice. Shirou stayed silent, realizing this woman wasn't human. Kansho and Bakuya. These swords have anti-monster properties, he whispered to himself, breathing heavily. Her body is like a monster from the dungeon. That's why the wound isn't healing quickly. The woman snarled, feeling a strange pain in her arm. I'm going to kill you for this. With burning rage, she charged at Shirou with even more brutal and faster attacks. Shirou knew he couldn't keep dodging her strikes forever, and he also didn't have time to draw another weapon. He decided to change tactics. With one quick move, he tossed Bakuya into the air, seemingly discarding the weapon. Bakuya spun through the air, moving away from the fight. The woman grinned, thinking Shirou was now truly defenseless. You're done, she yelled triumphantly, launching another punch at blinding speed. She managed to knock Shirou to the ground, leaving him almost helpless, blood seeping from his wounds. But just as she was about to strike the final blow, Bakuya, which Shirou had thrown, reversed course midair, speeding toward the woman. What? She shouted, realizing the trap too late. With a sharp sound, Bakuya impaled the red-haired woman in the shoulder. Ah! She screamed in pain as black blood poured from a fresh wound. She dropped to her knees, clutching her shoulder, her face twisted in shock and anger. This can't be happening. What are you? She shrieked furiously. Shirou, though in immense pain, smiled faintly behind his mask. I'm just a dreamer, he said, his voice labored. Trying to be a hero. The woman hesitated for a moment, her eyes flickering with rage. But before she could attack again, the sound of rapid footsteps approached. Finn and Riveria arrived, their expressions showing shock. Finn quickly commanded, Ace, guard Lafia. Riveria, prepare your magic. Ace, though wounded and swaying on her feet, raised her sword again, while Lafia struggled to gather her strength to cast a spell. Ready, Finn, Ace shouted, though her body still felt weak. Riveria raised her staff, her spell already beginning to form. She's strong, but with these wounds, we can defeat her, she said calmly, her eyes focused on the now staggering red-haired woman. The woman realized she was surrounded and trapped. The wounds from Kansho and Bakuya refused to heal, her regeneration hampered. You'll all pay for this, she yelled in frustration. She leapt back, choosing to flee at an incredible speed. Finn raised his spear, ready to give chase, but Riveria stopped him. No, Finn. She's injured, but we need to save those who are hurt here, she said firmly. Ace and Lafia rushed to Shirou, who lay on the ground, his breathing labored. Who are you, really? Ace asked, her voice full of concern, though she couldn't see his face behind the mask. But before Shirou could answer, he began to lose consciousness. The pain from his wounds overwhelmed him, and his vision blurred. Ace and Lafia's voices grew distant, and eventually, everything went dark for him. Ace bit her lip, looking at Finn. We need to get him somewhere safe, she said with determination. Finn nodded, agreed. Riveria, assist me with emergency healing spells. We have to move quickly. Together, Finn, Riveria, Ace, and Lafia worked to help the gravely injured Shirou. They knew that whoever this masked figure was, he had saved them from a great threat, and they wouldn't leave him behind. But they were also aware that this battle wasn't truly over yet. Ace POV. Ace Wallenstein watched intently as the red-haired woman stood before her, her golden eyes narrowing in focus. The woman seemed like a shadow, a menacing figure full of rage, with a strength Ace had never anticipated. Ace had already used her wind magic, Aerial, to enhance her speed, but the woman's attacks were so powerful that each strike felt like being hit by a massive monster. The woman spoke in a cold tone, her voice trembling with mixed emotions. Arya, you're Arya, aren't you? Why are you here? She glared at Ace with deep hatred, as if she saw more than just an enemy. Arya, Ace asked herself, confused. That name belonged to her mother, but she didn't understand why this woman was calling her by it. What does she mean? Why does she think I'm my mother? Ace tried to recall the lessons her father had taught her years ago, his soft but firm words echoing in her mind. Ace, one day you'll find a hero. Someone who will protect you when you need it. Her father always spoke of a hero, but that hero had never appeared. All this time, Ace had tried to become her own hero, protecting herself and fighting against every challenge. As the attacks from the red-haired woman intensified, Lafia tried to help with her magic, but the woman easily deflected it with her bare hands. Lafia, fall back, Ace shouted, trying to protect her already wounded friend. Lafia collapsed in the corner, powerless, while Ace felt a deep pain in her body. Why? Why am I not strong enough? Ace muttered, her breath ragged. She tried to stand again, using every ounce of strength she had left. The woman launched another fierce attack, sending Ace crashing to the ground, injured and exhausted. But amidst the despair, something changed. A glowing arrow appeared from afar, striking the red-haired woman. Who is that? Ace whispered, her eyes widening at the sudden appearance of the arrow. From the shadows emerged a figure in a black cloak, wearing a skull mask. The figure calmly readied another arrow, firing without hesitation, even though their opponent was clearly much stronger. Ace didn't recognize this person. Who is he? She wondered, but she sensed something different. Though the figure appeared weak, they showed no fear in facing the woman who had just overpowered Ace. The masked figure kept firing arrows, distracting the red-haired woman. The arrows glowed with an eerie light and relentlessly pursued her. How is he doing that? There's no spell, Ace thought in awe. He's summoning those weapons like it's nothing. Though the attacks seemed weaker compared to the woman's power, the arrows had an unusual effect. They managed to slow down her regeneration, which was much slower than it should have been. Why is he helping me? Ace asked herself. No one had ever come to her rescue like this. Could he be that hero? The red-haired woman grew enraged and charged toward the masked figure with even greater force. Ace, weak and injured, watched the figure hold their ground. They manipulated weapons that kept appearing in their hands, trying different tactics to wound the woman. But the woman became even more brutal. You think you can defeat me with such petty tricks? She shouted, leaping at the masked figure. The masked figure seized the moment to summon their sword again, wounding the woman with an unexpected strike. Arg! The woman cried out, clutching her shoulder where the blade had hit. Her regeneration seemed further hindered, and she stepped back. Seeing the woman retreat, Finn, Riveria, and Lafia moved closer. Ace staggered forward, despite her weakened body, needing to ensure the masked figure was okay. Are you all right? She asked, her voice filled with concern. The masked figure didn't respond, their breathing heavy as they began to lose consciousness. Ace looked at them, surprised by the calm expression behind the skull mask, even though they were clearly in critical condition. Finn turned to Ace. We need to get him to safety, he said firmly. Yes, Ace replied with a nod. She carefully lifted the masked figure. We can't leave him here. Lafia approached, still wounded, but looking worried. Who is he really, Ace? Why did he help you? She asked, staring at the unconscious figure. Ace shook her head. I don't know, she replied softly, her voice trembling with emotions she couldn't quite explain. But I feel like he came to save me. They carried the masked figure to the nearest inn, with Finn and Riveria leading the way to ensure the path was clear. As they walked, Ace kept her eyes on the masked figure, her heart filled with conflicting feelings. Could he be my hero? Ace wondered, and for the first time, she felt a new sense of hope growing within her. At that moment, Ace knew that even though this figure seemed weak and injured, their courage and sacrifice had saved her. Thank you, Ace whispered softly. Whoever you are, I owe you my life. The masked figure, whom they had found badly wounded after the fierce battle, was carefully laid on a bed in one of the inn's rooms. Riveria quickly moved to his side, beginning a healing spell with her hands hovering over his body. A soft green light radiated from her hands, trying to close the wounds covering his body. However, the longer Riveria tried to heal him, the more it became clear that her magic wasn't enough. The wounds were far deeper than she had initially thought. Riveria frowned, her face full of concern. It's not enough. His injuries are too severe, she said with a firm but worried tone. We need to give him an elixir right away, or he won't survive. Ace, standing beside her anxiously, held the bottle of elixir that Riveria had handed her. She looked down at the masked figure's pale, injured face, her heart pounding. I'll do it, she said softly. With trembling hands, she carefully began to remove the skull mask. As the mask came off, the figure's pale, wounded face was revealed. Everyone in the room fell silent for a moment, shocked by what they saw. Shirou, Finn exclaimed, his voice full of surprise. This kid, the newcomer who just joined? How could he be here? Lafia stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was seeing. He's just a beginner, right? How could he have made it to the 18th floor alone? She asked, confused. And he fought that red-haired woman who's at least level 6. Riveria swallowed hard, observing Shirou's pale face with a serious expression. This is beyond anything we expected, she murmured. But now isn't the time for questions. We need to save him. Ace clutched the elixir bottle tightly in her hands. She brought the bottle to Shirou's lips, but quickly realized that his mouth was too tightly closed for him to swallow. As Ace tried carefully, Shirou, still unconscious, spat out the elixir, causing most of it to spill. Finn looked at her seriously and said, We don't have time. If we don't get this elixir into him another way, he won't make it. Finn lifted the elixir bottle and moved closer to Shirou. Ace quickly stopped Finn. No, she cried firmly. I'll do it. Her face flushed red, but her eyes were filled with determination. Finn gave a faint smile and stepped back, giving Ace space. Lafia, looking nervous, glanced at Ace. Ace, are you sure? She asked with a worried yet slightly envious tone. Ace didn't answer but nodded softly. She looked down at Shirou's pale, injured face, feeling an inexplicable urge in her heart. He saved me. I have to do this, she whispered to herself. With some hesitation, Ace opened her mouth and poured the elixir in, then leaned down close to Shirou. Gently, she pressed her lips against his, transferring the elixir slowly. Drink this, Ace whispered in her mind, waiting for Shirou to swallow every drop she gave him. Her heart pounded as she carefully administered the elixir. After a tense moment of silence, Shirou finally began to swallow, little by little, the elixir that Ace gave him, and his breathing seemed to steady. Ace pulled away, her face flushed, but a small smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Finn nodded in approval, his eyes gazing at Shirou with newfound respect. This boy is more than we thought. Maybe we underestimated him, he said seriously. Riveria smiled faintly. Indeed, he's not just any beginner. There's much more to learn about Shirou. Lafia looked relieved, though still a little anxious. Thank you. Ace, you did great, she said with a shy smile. Ace only nodded softly, still watching Shirou, who now started to recover, though he was still sound asleep. You've helped me so much, Shirou. Thank you, she whispered softly. Shirou slept peacefully, his wounds slowly healing under the elixir's influence. And in that room, they all felt a sense of relief knowing that the mysterious figure, the hero who saved Ace, was still with them, at least for now. I need more voters for the next illustration. You can support me by joining at patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 20. Shirou slowly opened his eyes, his eyelids heavy and his vision slightly blurred as the morning light streamed through the window. He felt a dull pain throughout his body, but it wasn't as strong as he expected. It felt like he had been asleep for a long time, and as his consciousness fully returned, he realized he was lying on a soft bed, surrounded by unfamiliar wooden walls. He tried to move and noticed something holding his hand. When he turned his head, he saw Ace asleep, sitting beside the bed, her head resting on the mattress with a calm expression on her face. Her long blonde hair was spread messily over the sheets, yet it still looked beautiful in its own way. Shirou felt his heart race, a bit nervous. Ace-san, he whispered, not wanting to wake her up too abruptly. He noticed the mask he had once worn now lying beside the bed, and he suddenly realized that his identity had been revealed. So, they know who I am now, he thought. He wasn't sure how to feel about that, but at least he was alive. For now, that was enough. As Shirou gazed at the sleeping Ace, she suddenly stirred and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Shirou awake, her usually calm and expressionless face changed. She looked surprised, then her face brightened with a rare smile of relief. You're awake, Ace exclaimed, her voice louder than usual, filled with a mix of happiness and concern. Shirou, surprised by her reaction, leaned back slightly but smiled softly. Yes, I'm okay. Shirou responded gently, trying to reassure Ace. I'm fine now. Thank you for everything, Ace-san. Before Ace could reply, footsteps echoed from outside the door. The door swung open, and Lafia rushed into the room with a worried expression. Shirou, you're awake, she cried, but her expression quickly shifted to anger. How could you do something so reckless? Shirou was confused by Lafia's sudden change in mood. Huh? What do you mean, Lafia? He asked, trying to understand the situation. Lafia approached him, her eyes a mix of anger and worry. You were supposed to be on vacation, weren't you? Why did you put yourself in danger by going back to the dungeon? And worse, you went to the 18th floor. You didn't even follow my orders to stay on the 4th floor. Her voice rising, showing just how worried she had been. Shirou sighed, trying to explain himself. I just wanted to explore further, Lafia. I felt like there was something I had to do, he said, feeling a little guilty. Riveria, who entered the room calmly, listened to their conversation. Lafia, calm down, she said in a firm yet gentle tone. She then looked at Shirou with a concerned gaze. But Lafia's right, Shirou. What were you doing on the 18th floor by yourself? It's very dangerous, especially for a beginner like you. Shirou nodded, trying to stay composed. I know it might seem reckless, but I had my reasons. I just couldn't sit still. I felt I had to try harder, to prove to myself that I could. Ace, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, she said softly but firmly. You already saved me. That's more than enough. Shirou looked into Ace's eyes, sensing the sincerity in her words. I was just doing what I could. After all, aren't we all part of the same familia? Fighting enemies and protecting our friends is part of that. Ace gave a small smile, gentle but relieved. You're right. And you're an amazing adventurer, Shirou. Lafia, still a little angry but more relieved than before, sighed heavily. Just, next time, if you plan to do something dangerous, let us know. Don't act on your own like this. We're a familia now, right? Shirou smiled warmly at Lafia. I'll remember that, Lafia. Sorry for making you worry. Riveria also smiled, relieved to see Shirou recovering. Rest, Shirou. You need time to fully heal, she said wisely, though her eyes reflected a newfound admiration for the seemingly ordinary young man who had shown courage and skill far beyond his appearance. In that room, there was a strange but comforting warmth. Shirou felt a deep sense of relief, not only because he had survived, but also because he realized that, among these people, he had perhaps found a place where he truly belonged. As the initial conversation quieted and the atmosphere in the room became more relaxed, Riveria looked at Shirou with a thoughtful gaze. There was something on her mind, and after a few moments, she decided to ask her question. Shirou, Riveria began cautiously. How did you manage to reach the 18th floor on your own? I've seen many experienced adventurers, but for a beginner like you, who just joined Loki Familia, this is highly unusual. Ace and Lafia, standing nearby, also looked curious, though Lafia was still a bit upset, but her curiosity was undeniable. Shirou felt that now was the time to be honest, especially since they had saved his life and already knew part of his secret. Shirou sighed and then explained, I use something I call projection. It's a technique that allows me to create replicas of weapons from my memory and imagination. With this technique, I was able to face the monsters in the dungeon. Riveria seemed very intrigued by Shirou's explanation. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of curiosity and admiration. Projection? That's an incredible technique. Can you demonstrate it for us? Knowing he had no reason to refuse, Shirou nodded slightly. All right, I'll show you, he said as he carefully stood up from his bed, mindful that his body was still not fully recovered. He stood in the middle of the room, closing his eyes for a moment to concentrate. He extended his hand forward, and with a calm voice, he began to chant a familiar phrase, one he had used many times before. Trace on. In an instant, energy flowed through his body, and a faint light formed in his hand. Within seconds, a sword materialized, created from nothing. It was a replica of Kansho, one of his favorite weapons, with a black blade and an elegant curved design. Ace, Lafia, and especially Riveria watched in awe as the sword took shape in Shirou's hand. Incredible, Riveria whispered, her eyes filled with admiration. How is this possible? This isn't like ordinary magic. Shirou spun the sword in his hand before dismissing it, causing it to vanish like dust. Projection is something unique to me. I don't need long incantations, just focus and a deep understanding of the weapon I want to create. Riveria nodded slowly, processing the information. And you used this technique to survive in the dungeon? That explains how you managed to fight enemies that should have been beyond your ability. Shirou gave a modest smile, feeling a bit awkward with the praise. Yeah, projection lets me summon the weapons I need to survive. But it doesn't make me invincible. I'm just doing my best. Riveria looked at Shirou with newfound respect. This is truly impressive, Shirou. But I'm curious, how does this technique work? Are there any limitations or risks you face? Shirou was about to explain further, but before he could answer, the door opened, and Finn entered with quick steps. He glanced at them all, then spoke in a calm but firm tone. Riveria, perhaps we should save this discussion for when we're back at Twilight Manor, Finn suggested. Shirou has been through a lot, and I think it's best if we discuss everything later when everyone can hear the explanation at once. Riveria looked at Finn, then at Shirou, and after a few moments of consideration, she nodded in agreement. You're right, Finn. We don't need to push him now. Shirou, rest. We'll continue this conversation later. Shirou felt relieved at hearing that. Thank you, Finn. Riveria. I'll explain everything when we're back at the manor. Ace, who had been quiet until now, seemed satisfied with the decision. She sat back down next to Shirou, showing that she intended to stay by his side until he was fully recovered. Lafia also nodded, though her expression still showed deep concern. With the mood more relaxed, Shirou lay back down, trying to ease his still weary body. While he knew there was still much to explain, for now, he could rest, surrounded by his comrades. The next morning, preparations to return to the surface began. The remaining members of the Loki Familia at Riviera hurried to pack their things and ensure everything was ready for the long journey back to Orario. Shirou, though still feeling a bit tired from his previous battle, also packed his things. Ace, who was usually calm and composed, seemed different that day. She stayed close to Shirou, often glancing at him with an expression that was hard to describe. Every time their eyes met, Ace would quickly turn away, her cheeks slightly flushed. Shirou, unaware of the reason behind Ace's behavior, felt slightly confused. He tried to grasp the situation but couldn't recall anything unusual that might have happened between them. Ace, are you okay? Shirou finally asked, trying to figure out what was going on. Ace snapped out of her thoughts, her face flushing slightly as she responded. Yes, I'm fine. She answered with a hint of nervousness, which was very unlike the usually calm and confident Ace. Shirou nodded, though he still sensed something was off. You seem different today. Is something wrong? Ace hesitated for a moment, but then quickly shook her head. It's nothing, really. I'm just happy to see you recovered, Shirou. Hearing that, Shirou felt a warmth in his heart. He knew Ace wasn't someone who expressed her emotions easily, so those words held great significance. Thank you, Ace. I'm glad to be here with you, and everyone else too. Ace gave a small smile, but her mind was still occupied with the events of the previous night. She remembered when she had given Shirou the elixir, an act she performed without thinking too much at the time. However, now she realized that she had given her first kiss to Shirou, albeit for medicinal purposes, and couldn't shake off the feeling of embarrassment. As they walked towards Rivera's gates, leaving the 18th floor, Ace continued to reflect on her feelings. She didn't know why, but something made her want to stay close to Shirou, as if he was someone very important to her. Meanwhile, Shirou could only sense that something had changed in their dynamic, though he couldn't figure out what it was. He felt comfortable with Ace by his side, but every time he tried to talk to her, Ace seemed to get more nervous and flustered. Ace, if there's something you want to say, you can tell me anytime. You know, Shirou said softly. Ace nodded slightly, not trusting herself to say more. She knew that eventually, she would have to confront her feelings, but for now, she just wanted to enjoy being together without overthinking. On their way back to the surface, Ace stayed close to Shirou, even closer than usual. For the other members of the Loki familia, this might have been a common sight. They had seen Ace looking after Shirou before, but for Ace, every step she took alongside Shirou felt more meaningful. Midway through the journey, Lafia, unable to contain her curiosity, approached Ace as they took a short break. Ace-san, you've been paying a lot of attention to Shirou lately, she said with a tone mixed with curiosity and a bit of jealousy. Is something going on? Ace looked at Lafia with slightly widened eyes, unsure of how to respond. No, nothing's happening, she replied, though her blushing face gave away her true feelings. Lafia eyed her suspiciously but didn't press further. Well, I'm glad. I just wanted to make sure you're okay, she said with a small smile, though she couldn't shake off the strange feeling seeing A's change in behavior. Meanwhile, Shirou watched their brief conversation from afar, still puzzled by A's behavior. However, he decided not to dwell on it too much. What mattered most to Shirou was that they were all safe and ready to return to Orario. As they continued their journey, Ace remained at Shirou's side, silently enjoying the presence of the young man who had become her hero, even if Shirou himself wasn't aware of it. For Ace, these feelings were new and unfamiliar, but maybe, just maybe, she was beginning to find someone who could be more than just a fellow adventurer in the dungeon. When the group returned to Twilight Manor, they were greeted by Loki, who had just arrived from her business at the guild. Loki seemed excited but also a little confused seeing Shirou with them. Why is the kid back? I thought you were still on break, Shirou. Loki joked, her eyes narrowing with a wide grin. Finn stepped forward and calmly replied, A lot happened, Loki. Let me explain everything. Loki placed her hands on her hips. All right, I'm listening, she said, curious. She noticed the serious expressions on Finn and the other Familia members and started sensing that this wasn't a typical situation. Finn sighed and began explaining. It all started with the death of Hashana, a member of the Ganesha Familia, who was found dead in Rivera. We were sent to investigate and discovered that there was more to it than a coincidence. When we arrived, we were immediately attacked by Viola's monsters that seemed to be controlled by a red-haired woman. Loki frowned. A red-haired woman? And Viola's monsters attacking Rivera? That already sounds messy. Riveria nodded. Yes, exactly. The Violas, which are normally non-aggressive, were moving as if someone was controlling them. Finn, Tiona, Tioni, and I were busy fighting monsters around the city, while Aze and Lafia faced the woman, Revis. Loki raised an eyebrow. Revis? That name's unfamiliar, but go on, Finn. Finn continued. Revis was incredibly strong. Even Aze, using her wind magic, was overwhelmed. She fought hand-to-hand against Aze and Lafia, deflecting Lafia's magic attacks with no effort. Ace, standing next to Shirou, nodded slightly to confirm Finn's statement. Lafia looked a bit tense, recalling how difficult the battle had been. Loki then asked, And what about Shirou? What was he doing there? Finn smiled slightly. Now, here's the interesting part. Despite being only level 1, Shirou appeared in the middle of the chaos, wearing a mask to hide his identity. He got involved in the fight to protect Aze and Lafia. In fact, he managed to injure Revis, something not many high-level adventurers could do. The room suddenly fell silent. Loki, who was usually cheerful and laid back, widened her eyes in shock. What? You're serious, Finn? Shirou, a level 1, injured Revis, a level 6. Her voice filled with disbelief. Finn nodded, with a small grin. That's right. He used some sort of technique that resembled magic or a special ability. And he was quite effective in distracting Revis, giving us enough time to strategize and eventually force her to retreat. Several members of the Loki Familia, hearing the story for the first time, began whispering among themselves in disbelief. No way, a rookie fighting a level 6. One of them murmured. Riveria added, It's true. We all saw it with our own eyes. Shirou used some mysterious ability to summon weapons from the air, as if without a chant. And those weapons, somehow, they pierced through Revis's defenses. Loki, still looking stunned, asked, Weapons that could pierce Revis's defense? Shirou, who are you really? Her tone, now more serious than usual. Shirou felt awkward under everyone's gaze. I just did what I could to help, he said humbly, trying to avoid the spotlight. Loki approached, her usually half-closed eyes now wide open, staring at Shirou with intense curiosity. You did more than just help, kid. You saved one of our best fighters, and that's no small feat. Tiona, who also looked surprised, patted Shirou's back hard, almost causing him to stumble. Wow, Shirou. I had no idea you had such incredible abilities. Tioni grinned. Maybe we should take you on expeditions more often. Lafia, standing next to Ace, added excitedly. Shirou, you were amazing. You showed up just when we needed help the most. Ace remained silent, but a small smile tugged at the corner of her lips as she looked at Shirou with newfound respect. Though she had seen his abilities before, she was now starting to see Shirou in a different light. Loki clapped Finn on the back. So, Finn, what's your plan now that we know this kid has such great potential? Finn smiled. I think, first of all, we need to learn more about Shirou's unique abilities. And maybe, consider involving him in bigger missions in the future. Loki chuckled, huh? Interesting. I'm curious to see what else this young man can do. The room buzzed with excitement, laughter, and enthusiasm, but one clear topic dominated the conversation. Shirou, the newcomer, had already shown extraordinary potential among the mighty adventurers of Loki Familia. Loki, full of energy, threw open the door to her room and stood before the entire gathered Loki Familia, grinning widely. All eyes were on Shirou, who stood behind Loki, his face slightly tense but calm. Listen up, everyone. Loki shouted, her voice echoing through the hall. I've got big news. Shirou, our seemingly ordinary new adventurer, has just achieved a double level up. The crowd of Loki Familia members fell silent for a moment before an explosion of excitement and disbelief filled the room. What? Bet yelled in shock. Double level up? How's that even possible? Lafia, standing near Ace, also looked stunned. He surpassed even Ace-san? She asked, unable to hide her astonishment. Ace simply smiled, clearly happy for Shirou, though she too was surprised. That's incredible, she murmured softly. Finn stepped forward, still in disbelief. Loki, are you sure about this? A double level up in just over a month? Ace took a year to reach level 2. Loki nodded enthusiastically. Yep. And not only that, all of Shirou's stats at levels 1 and 2 are ranked SSS. Tiona, who had been deep in thought, suddenly shouted with a wide grin. How about we give him the nickname Sword Prince? It fits perfectly with Ace, right? She's the Sword Princess, so Shirou can be the Sword Prince. The Loki Familia members began talking all at once, some agreeing with the idea, while others threw out their own suggestions. How about Masked Swordsman? Tioni joked, laughing. He always wears that mask when he fights. But before the discussion grew too lively, Shirou stepped forward with a serious expression. Thank you, everyone, he said calmly, but I have a request. The crowd quieted down, listening to what Shirou had to say. Loki, Shirou continued, could you keep this a secret from outsiders? I'm worried that if people find out about my level up and my weapon projection abilities, other gods and familias might start investigating or even exploit that information for their gain. Loki frowned, thinking for a moment. Oh, so you want to be seen as a level 1 adventurer by the outside world, huh? What? Shirou sighed. If my weapon replication ability is known to the gods, we could have problems with the blacksmith familias. They might boycott Loki Familia, which would harm everyone. Loki considered his words seriously, then smiled mischievously. All right, Shirou. I like the way you think. You're looking out for the whole group. Fine, we'll keep this a secret for now. You'll still be seen as a level 1 adventurer by outsiders. The Familia members seemed a little disappointed, but they nodded in agreement. Tiona approached Shirou and patted his shoulder. Well, if that's what you want, we'll respect it. But you're still our Sword Prince. Shirou smiled slightly, feeling relieved. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your understanding. Loki then turned to the group, ending the conversation with enthusiasm. All right, we'll keep this secret locked down tight. Don't let a single word slip out. And now, let's celebrate this achievement in true Loki Familia style. Cheers of joy filled the room again, and the night turned into a lively celebration full of excitement and laughter. While Shirou's true strength would remain a secret to the outside world, within the small family of Loki Familia, he had found a place where he was both accepted and valued. As everyone began preparing to celebrate Shirou's accomplishments, Loki pulled him aside, away from the noisy crowd. Her face showed a meaningful smile, as if she had something important to tell him. Hey, Shirou, Loki said, her tone more serious than usual. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Shirou raised an eyebrow, slightly confused. What is it, Loki? Loki pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket, a sheet that detailed Shirou's latest status. Since you leveled up twice, you can choose 2 development abilities. One for level 2 and one for level 3. Shirou looked intrigued. What development abilities can I choose from? Loki showed him the status sheet she held, nodding slightly. Here's what's available to you at level 2 and 3. Shirou's status. Level 1. Strength, SSS, 1122. Endurance, SSS, 1132. Dexterity, SSS, 1126. Agility, SSS, 1190. Magic, SSS, 1400. Level 2. Strength, SSS, 1123. Endurance, SSS, 1145. Dexterity, SSS, 1190. Agility, SSS 1176. Magic, SSS 1340. Available development abilities. Swordsman, enhances swordsmanship abilities. Hunter, increases Excelia gained when fighting certain monsters. Mage, enhances magic effectiveness and reduces chant time. Archer, increases accuracy and power of ranged attacks. Spirit Healing, slowly recovers MP during battle. Escape, increases ability to escape dangerous situations. Level 3. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Available development abilities. Martial Artist, increases unarmed physical attack power. Magic Resistance, reduces damage from magic attacks. Battle Healing, slowly recovers HP during battle. Sharpshooter, significantly increases accuracy of ranged attacks. Blacksmith, enables crafting and repairing weapons and armor. Loki continued, you can pick one from each level up, so think carefully. Each ability has its own strengths and can really change your fighting style. Shirou looked over the list thoughtfully. If I had to pick one for level 2, I think I'll choose Archer, he said, recalling his ability to use magical arrows. It'll enhance my long-range attacks and suit my fighting style. Loki nodded. Good choice. And for level 3? Shirou pondered for a moment before answering. For level 3, I'll go with magic resistance. I've been hit with magic attacks in the dungeon often, so I think that'll come in handy. Loki grinned with satisfaction. Smart choices, Shirou. And you also got a new skill. Shirou looked intrigued. A new skill? What is it? Loki pointed to his status and said, it's called Underdog. It makes you gain less Excelia when fighting enemies of equal or lesser strength, but increases the Excelia you get when battling stronger opponents. Shirou stared at the paper with deep interest. So, this means I have to keep fighting stronger enemies to grow faster. Loki nodded. Exactly. So don't be afraid to take risks. This is the perfect skill for someone like you. Shirou smiled. Thank you, Loki. I'll do my best. Loki looked at Shirou with admiration. Looking at your status now, it's truly amazing. Not only did you manage to level up twice at once, but you've also maintained the highest rank in all your attributes. Shirou gave a modest smile. I'm just doing my best, he replied humbly. Loki enthusiastically patted Shirou on the shoulder. Don't be too modest. You've just made history in this familia, maybe even in all of Orario. With this ability, you can achieve great things. Loki chuckled and patted Shirou's shoulder again. Great. Now, let's enjoy the party. You've surprised everyone today, but I'm sure they'll all appreciate your success. With renewed energy, Shirou and Loki walked back to the hall, ready to celebrate the night with all the members of the Loki familia. The surprise was still in the air, but Shirou felt more prepared than ever to face the challenges ahead. Shirou stepped out of the hall with a smile still on his face, but curiosity began to creep into his mind. Amidst the cheerful party full of laughter and cheers, he didn't see Lafia. Among the happy faces of the Loki familia members, Lafia's usually cheerful presence was nowhere to be found. Where is she? Shirou wondered, heading toward the garden outside the hall. As he got closer, Shirou saw Lafia sitting alone on a garden bench. Her face looked gloomy, and her eyes were staring blankly ahead, as if lost in her own thoughts, far away from the bustling party behind them. Shirou approached Lafia carefully, not wanting to startle her. Lafia, he called softly, his voice as gentle as the night breeze. Why are you here alone? What's wrong? Lafia started, quickly wiping away the tears that had fallen on her cheeks, trying to hide her sadness. Ah, Shirou, it's nothing. I just didn't want to interrupt your celebration, she replied in a shaky voice. But Shirou didn't give up easily. He sat beside her, looking at her attentively. I saw your face, he said gently. You looked sad. What's really going on? Lafia took a deep breath, her eyes flickering for a moment before she finally decided to speak. I feel bittersweet, she said softly. I'm happy to see you reach level 3 so quickly, matching me, but I also feel like I'm being left behind. Shirou listened quietly, not interrupting. Lafia continued in an even softer voice. I'm proud of you, Shirou. You used to be so innocent and clueless about the dungeon when you first arrived in Orario, and I was happy to guide you at the beginning. Tears started falling on her cheeks again. But I also feel guilty for telling you to stay on the 4th floor. I feel like I was holding you back. And now, you're able to walk beside A's my idol, while I'm left far behind. Shirou felt his heart move, hearing Lafia's deepest feelings. Without hesitation, he reached out and warmly hugged Lafia. Lafia, you never held me back, he said softly. You gave me guidance that meant a lot. Without you, I might have been in big trouble, or even worse. Lafia bit her lip, holding back her sobs. But now, I feel like I'm just a burden. Shirou shook his head firmly. No, Lafia, you're much more than that. You're a powerful magician and someone who cares deeply for her friends. Don't feel like you're being left behind, because I'll always reach out for you. Lafia was silent, stunned by Shirou's words. She felt her heart lighten, and tears continued to flow, but this time not just out of sadness. "Shirou, you're really a hero," she said in a choked voice. Shirou smiled gently. "And a hero never leaves a friend behind. We'll grow and become stronger together, Lafia. I promise you that." Lafia nodded, smiling with tears on her face, feeling warmed by Shirou's sincere presence. "Thank you, Shirou, thank you," she whispered. They sat there in comfortable silence under the starry night sky, feeling closer to each other than ever before. Shirou smiled at Lafia, who finally seemed more at ease. He then stood up, extending his hand to her with a look full of enthusiasm. "Come on, Lafia," Shirou said warmly. "The party's not over, and we can't let everyone have fun without us, right?" Lafia looked at Shirou's outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, then smiled and accepted the hand. "Yes, you're right, Shirou," she replied softly. "I don't want to miss out on moments with everyone either." Shirou helped Lafia stand, and they began walking back to the hall. Their steps were in sync, moving slowly but surely, leaving the quiet garden behind as they headed towards the lively party inside. As they approached the hall's door, the sound of laughter and lively music grew louder. Shirou could feel the energy radiating from inside, as if everyone inside was celebrating life to the fullest. When they entered, all eyes turned to their arrival. Some familiar members immediately greeted them with cheerful shouts. Tiona, always full of energy, waved enthusiastically. "Hey Shirou, Lafia, you finally came back," she shouted with a wide smile. Finn, who was standing near Tiona, smiled slightly as he raised his glass. "We thought you two might be having an important conversation," he said teasingly, causing Shirou and Lafia to blush for a moment. Lafia felt her cheeks heat up, but she chuckled softly. "We were just taking a little break," she replied, trying to cover up the feelings she had just poured out to Shirou. Shirou also laughed and nodded. "Yes, we just needed a little time to reflect on everything." Loki, who was busy filling her glass with wine, glanced at them with a mischievous smile. "Oh, look who's back. Lafia, you had us all worried. But it seems like you found what you were looking for," she said, winking at Lafia. Lafia bowed her head shyly, but her smile couldn't be hidden. "Thank you, Loki-sama," she replied politely. "I feel much better now." Tiona ran over to Lafia and pulled her into the middle of the room. "Come on, Lafia. Don't just stand there. This party is for Shirou, but it's also for all of us. Come on, let's have some fun," she said, laughing as she enthusiastically held Lafia's hand. Lafia laughed joyfully, feeling her spirits return. She glanced at Shirou, who also smiled and gave an approving nod. "All right, let's enjoy this party," she said in a more cheerful tone. Shirou looked around, seeing the joy on his friends' faces. He felt warmth inside, seeing how they all supported each other and celebrated together. To him, this was something precious, a rare moment of togetherness. Without realizing it, he grabbed the glass that Gareth handed him and raised it high. "To this familia, and to our future together," Shirou shouted loudly, his voice filling the hall. "To the Loki familia." Everyone shouted in unison, followed by laughter and the clinking of glasses. Shirou smiled, feeling truly accepted in this familia. Lafia stood beside him, her smile brighter than before. They both immersed themselves in the joy of the party, celebrating victories, defeats, and everything in between. They knew the journey ahead was still long, full of challenges awaiting them. But tonight, they would enjoy every moment with their new family, feeling the bond that was growing stronger. And amid the lively party, Shirou knew one thing for sure. He wasn't alone, and he would never feel alone again. I need more voters for the next illustration. You can support me by joining at patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 21. As the party ended, the atmosphere in the Twilight Manor's hall began to calm. The lights were gradually dimmed, and one by one, the tired members of the familia began heading to their rooms. Some of them seemed a bit unsteady after drinking too much. Shirou smiled as he helped Bet, who looked half-conscious, walk toward the stairs. On the other side of the hall, Riveria led several other members with a calm and orderly demeanor. However, not everyone was so easily managed. Loki, their goddess, was completely drunk, giggling as she tried to reach for another bottle of wine on the table. "Hey, who wants to keep drinking? Don't stop now. Let's keep the party going," she shouted loudly, even though she was already swaying on her feet. Shirou approached Loki cautiously. "Loki-sama, maybe it's time for us to head back to our rooms," he said gently, trying not to excite her further. Loki looked at Shirou with slightly blurred eyes. "Ah, Shirou-kun, our great new member. Come on, have one more drink with me," she said, trying to grab Shirou's hand to pull him down to sit with her. Riveria stepped closer, shaking her head with a patient smile. "Loki-sama, that's enough for tonight. Come on, let's take you to your room," she said firmly. "Ah, Riveria, always so strict." All right, I give up," Loki said finally, laughing softly. But when she tried to stand, her body wobbled, and she almost fell. The woman stopped her, caught the goddess, making sure she didn't collapse. "Thank you, Shirou," Riveria said, nodding appreciatively. "Let's get Loki-sama to her room." Together, They slowly walked toward the stairs, flanking Loki in the middle to keep her from falling. Along the way, Loki kept mumbling about all sorts of strange things, from her secret plans to conquer the world to how much she admired the greatness of her familia members. After finally getting Loki to her room, Shirou and Reveria sighed in relief. I never knew gods could be so troublesome, Shirou joked with a tired smile. Reveria chuckled softly. You'll get used to it, she replied. Loki is special, but she cares about all of us in her own way. Shirou nodded, feeling a warm affection for his new family. Yeah, I can feel that, he said quietly. After making sure Loki was safely asleep, they started walking out of her room. Reveria glanced at Shirou, looking like something was on her mind. Shirou, about your abilities. She began with a tone of curiosity. Shirou looked at her attentively. Is there something you want to know, Reveria-sama? Reveria nodded. Yes, I want to see your magecraft firsthand. Such abilities are very rare in this world. Would it be possible for us to do that tomorrow, in the mansion's front yard? Shirou smiled and nodded. Of course, Reveria-sama. I'll show you everything I can, he replied confidently. Reveria's eyes sparkled with excitement rarely seen. Good, I can't wait, she said with a broad smile, adding warmth to the cold night. Shirou smiled back, feeling the same enthusiasm. I'm also eager to share what I know, he said with a tone full of excitement. They continued down the corridor, helping a few other familia members who hadn't found their rooms yet, chuckling along the way. And although the party had ended, Shirou felt that this was just the beginning of many experiences he would have with his new family at the Twilight Manor. The next morning, Reveria and Shirou sat on a balcony overlooking the front yard of Twilight Manor. The bright morning provided a peaceful backdrop for their conversation. Reveria looked at Shirou with deep curiosity. Shirou, I'm curious about the concept of magecraft that you mentioned. I want to know more about how it differs from the magic we use in Orario. What fundamentally sets them apart? Shirou nodded, appearing ready for a long explanation. Magecraft is an art of magic developed and studied by magi. Every magus is born with magic circuits, which are energy channels within their body. This energy, which we call OD, is converted into prana that is used for magecraft. Unlike the magic in Orario, magecraft requires self-hypnosis to activate its spells. Reveria listened intently. So that means in magecraft, there's a more complex internal process compared to the spells we use here. That's right, Shirou answered. Magic in Orario, as you know, is limited to the number of spells that can be learned. Usually only 3 spells. However, magecraft has no such limitation. A magus can use various techniques and spells without limit, as long as they have the skill and knowledge to do so. Reveria was impressed. I see. So magecraft offers greater flexibility compared to the magic system in Orario. Yes, Shirou said. And because magecraft relies heavily on prana and learned techniques, each magus has a unique approach and method. That's why magi often keep their secrets very closely guarded. Reveria looked at Shirou with growing enthusiasm. I'm very eager to see how magecraft works in practice. Would you be willing to demonstrate some of your techniques in the mansion's front yard? Shirou smiled, pleased to see Reveria's interest. Of course. I've prepared a few techniques I can show you. We can head to the yard right now to see them. They both stood from the balcony and walked toward the front yard of the mansion, ready to start a magecraft practice session that would showcase Shirou's skills in the field. In the yard, Reveria seemed even more excited, while Shirou prepared to demonstrate the techniques he had mastered. In the mansion's front yard, Shirou stood before Reveria, who held her magic staff, Magna Alf's. The morning was calm, with only the sound of birds chirping in the distance. Shirou took a deep breath, focusing his mind on the first magecraft technique he would demonstrate. All right, I'll start with a technique called structural analysis, Shirou said. He stretched out his hand and touched Reveria's magic staff. His eyes closed for a moment, fully concentrating on the staff in front of him. The energy within his body, OD, began to transform into prana, flowing through his magic circuits. Slowly, Shirou started to sense the complex details of the magic staff, mapping every magical and physical structure contained within. I can feel its magical power, the engravings, and the flow of prana within the staff. It's truly remarkable. Reveria nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. What do you find? Shirou opened his eyes, smiling faintly. The structure of this staff is incredibly intricate. Magna Alf's contains various magical seals meticulously crafted to enhance the spell's cast. You've used this staff for years, and there are traces of prana that show how frequently you've wielded it in battle and practice. Reveria was amazed. Incredible, Shirou. You can detect all of that just by touching it. Shirou nodded. Now I'll try tracing, which allows me to trace the history and usage of this staff. Once again, Shirou focused, and this time he could sense how Reveria held the staff, the movements of her hands as she cast spells, and even the technique she had used. I can see, Reveria, the way you move this staff, certain motions when you cast spells. You've used this in a great battle, haven't you? Reveria smiled broadly. Exactly. This is a staff that has accompanied me in many battles, And you can see all of that just with that technique. Shirou responded with a brief nod. Now let's try projection. Shirou closed his eyes, and with sharp concentration, he began visualizing Magna Alfs. In an instant, a shimmering light appeared in his hands, forming a perfect replica of the magic staff. Shirou handed the replica to Riveria. Try this, Riveria. Riveria took the replica staff with curiosity. She channeled her fauna into it and cast a spell. The staff vibrated as if responding to the magic infused, and immediately, a ball of magical energy formed at the tip of the staff. Riveria was fascinated. This replica, it feels exactly like my original staff. How is that possible? Shirou smiled. That's the result of projection. I can replicate any object with very precise detail, including its magical properties. Riveria nodded, looking deeply impressed. Amazing, Shirou. You even managed to perfectly copy my staff. Shirou continued. Now, let's move on to reinforcement. He placed his hand on the replica of Magna Alfs, channeling prana into it to strengthen its structure. Holding the staff firmly, Shirou swung it towards a large rock nearby. With a swift strike, the rock shattered into pieces. Reinforcement allows me to enhance the physical structure of an object, making it much stronger and more durable. Riveria stared at the still intact fake staff in Shirou's hand, her eyes gleaming with amazement. This is incredible. You can even increase the strength of the staff to such an extent. Shirou smiled again, but he wasn't finished. And now, for the final demonstration, alteration. Shirou placed his hand on the replica of Magna Alfs and, with full concentration, changed the color of the staff from dark brown to bright red. Alteration allows me to change the shape or appearance of an object, though only visually. Riveria couldn't hide her admiration. This is truly remarkable, Shirou. All these abilities, they are so different from the magic we know in Orario. So many possibilities with magecraft. Shirou nodded. Exactly, which is why we magi often keep our secrets. Each ability can provide a significant advantage in battle or any other situation. Riveria looked at Shirou with deeper admiration and curiosity. I truly appreciate this explanation, Shirou. Magecraft is far more complex than I ever imagined. I can't wait to learn more from you. Shirou smiled, pleased to have piqued Riveria's interest. I'm happy to share, Riveria. If there's anything else you want to know, I'd be glad to explain. Riveria returned his smile warmly. Thank you, Shirou. I really feel this is just the beginning of many exciting things we will discover together. They exchanged a look of mutual respect, knowing that this was only the start of a greater adventure and learning experience ahead. Riveria stood alone in the front yard of the mansion after Shirou had left, her eyes still focused on the spot where she had just witnessed the wonders of magecraft performed by the young man. The introduction to Shirou's magical abilities had rekindled a spark of passion within her, one she thought had begun to fade. Magecraft, a new world she had never expected to encounter in Orario, opened up possibilities that even for an elf like her seemed limitless. So many possibilities. Riveria murmured, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. Though she had already mastered 9 types of spells, far more than the average mage in Orario, Riveria felt that there was still so much she didn't know. No limits. Endless abilities. This is what I've always been searching for, she continued, her voice filled with burning determination. Riveria recalled why she had chosen to leave the High Elf Forest, her safe and secluded birthplace. Why had she joined the Loki Familia and ventured far from her home? She wanted to learn different kinds of magic, not just the elf traditions. The world outside the forest offered more knowledge, more opportunities to learn, and Shirou's magecraft was tangible proof of those possibilities. Riveria pulled her green cloak tighter and took a deep breath. I can't let this opportunity pass me by, she thought. She replayed every detail Shirou had shown her, how he manipulated energy, altered forms and structures, created something from nothing. It all seemed simple yet complex, mysterious yet clear at the same time. She smiled. I have to ask him to teach me all of this. The next day, Riveria met Shirou again in the mansion's courtyard. Her sharp green eyes fixed on the young man with strong determination. Shirou, she called out softly but firmly. Shirou turned and smiled. Oh, Riveria-san. Is there something I can help you with? Riveria nodded. I want you to teach me magecraft. I know it might be different from the magic I've learned as an elf, but I want to understand how it works. Whatever you can teach me, I'm ready to learn. Shirou hesitated for a moment. Riveria-san, magecraft is something very specific. Not everyone can do it. A magus needs magic circuits in their body to convert OD into prana and manipulate it. Riveria smiled slightly, her eyes glowing with resolve. I understand that, Shirou. However, over the years, I've studied various forms of magic, not just elven magic, but others as well. I may not have magic circuits like you, but if there's another way, I want to try. Shirou sighed softly, realizing that Riveria would not give up easily. All right, he finally conceded. I'll give you a chance. But you must understand, this might not work, or it could even be dangerous if we're not careful. Riveria smiled broadly, something rarely seen by anyone in the Loki Familia. I'm not afraid of risks, Shirou. You may not know, but this is the reason I left the Elven Forest. To learn magic that goes beyond just my ancestral heritage. And now, I feel this is the opportunity I've been waiting for all this time. Shirou nodded, chuckling softly. All right then, we'll start with the basics. But remember, Reveria-san, this won't be an easy path. Reveria nodded confidently. I'm ready. Show me, Shirou. Show me how to see this world from a Magus's perspective. Shirou smiled again, this time with the same enthusiasm. I'll do my best. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin training. And don't worry, Reveria-san, I'll make sure we find a way for you to understand magecraft. Reveria felt her heart race. The opportunity to learn something new, something she had never tried before, had finally arrived. Her resolve grew stronger. She would not waste this chance. Magecraft, a new world, and a new challenge. All of this had reignited her passion for learning, bringing Reveria to the path she had always longed for. The next morning, the air was still chilly, and the morning dew adorned the leaves around the Loki Familia mansion. Reveria walked calmly, following Shirou as he made his way to a corner of the garden. The sunlight, just rising in the east, cast a faint warmth, but the atmosphere remained quiet, accompanied only by the sound of their footsteps on the damp grass. Shirou stopped in front of an old shed hidden behind thick trees. The shed looked simple and might have been overlooked by most people, but for Shirou, this place was more than just an old building. He turned to Reveria with a small smile on his face. This is the place, Shirou said, opening the wooden door of the shed. This is my simple workshop, a Magus's workplace of sorts. Reveria looked at the shed with curiosity. Although it appeared ordinary from the outside, once the door opened, she sensed something different. There was a subtle vibration, like an unseen ripple of energy, flowing in the air around her. Shirou stepped inside, followed by Reveria. I've set up a simple bounded field around here, Shirou explained, nodding his head. It's a kind of magical barrier to ensure privacy and safety. Its energy will prevent others from entering this area without permission and also alert me if anyone approaches. Reveria nodded in understanding, her eyes exploring the interior of the shed. Inside, the place was filled with various tools and materials she had never seen before. In one corner of the room was a wooden table cluttered with scrolls, ink, and pens. There was also a shelf filled with thick books and glass bottles containing colorful liquids. So, this is where you practice magecraft? Reveria asked with a curious tone. I can sense a different aura here, something unfamiliar, yet intriguing. Shirou smiled, a little sheepish. Yes, you could say that. The bounded field also works to conceal my presence when I'm training or experimenting. And, well, it's not a fancy place, but it's enough for my basic needs. Reveria stepped closer to the table, examining the scrolls filled with intricate symbols and diagrams. Is this part of your magecraft? She asked, pointing to one of the scrolls. Shirou nodded. Yes, those are notes and designs from some experiments I'm working on. For a magus, theory and practice always go hand in hand. The bounded field, for example, requires a deep understanding of structure and magical energy flow. Reveria nodded, studying the notes carefully. So, what are we going to learn today? She asked, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Shirou chuckled softly. We'll start with the basics, Reveria-san. I'll show you some of the fundamental techniques used in magecraft. The first thing you need to understand is how to sense and manipulate prana. For that, we'll begin with meditation and concentration exercises. Reveria gazed at Shirou with strong determination. I'm ready, Shirou. Whatever I need to do, I'll do it. Shirou nodded seriously. All right, first, sit comfortably and close your eyes. Focus on the flow of energy around you. Feel every shift and vibration. That's the first step to understanding magecraft. Reveria followed his instructions, closing her eyes and starting to concentrate. Shirou watched closely, making sure she was doing it correctly. Feel every vibration, every tiny movement in the air. Focus on your breathing, let your mind calm down. The atmosphere became quiet for a moment, with only the sound of their steady breathing filling the air. Shirou continued guiding her, his voice gentle but firm. Imagine the energy flowing within you, like a calm river. That's your OD, the source of your magic power. Once you can feel it, try to control it, just like you control your breath. Reveria followed his instructions, sensing the flow of energy within her body that she had never noticed before. After a while, she felt something change, a subtle sensation moving inside her. I can feel it, Reveria whispered, as if afraid she would lose focus if she spoke louder. Shirou smiled, knowing that their journey was only beginning. Good, Reveria-san. That's the first step. Now, let's see how far you can take this. That morning, in the simple workshop hidden in a corner of the garden, Reveria took her first step into the world of magecraft, while Shirou stood beside her, ready to guide her on a journey filled with challenges and new discoveries. Reveria slowly opened her eyes. Her face looked serious, with her brows slightly furrowed, indicating deep concentration. She could feel something flowing within her body, a faint energy swirling like a river current beneath her skin. But no matter how hard she tried, the energy seemed to resist being controlled. OD, Riveria murmured, half talking to herself. I can feel it, but I can't control it. Shirou nodded slowly, though his expression showed doubt. Yes, you can feel the OD. But to manipulate it, without a magic circuit, that's nearly impossible. Riveria looked at Shirou with eyes full of tension. So, there's no other way? She asked, her voice tinged with a bit of despair. Shirou shook his head hesitantly. For a magus, the magic circuit is the main foundation for controlling and using prana. Without it, the OD will just flow wildly through your body, untamed and unusable. Riveria bit her lower lip, unwilling to give up so easily. But there must be another way, right? You mentioned before that magecraft doesn't have the same limitations as magic in Orario. There has to be something I can do. Shirou hesitated for a moment. He knew Riveria was a very powerful magician, but the idea of using magecraft without a magic circuit was almost impossible. Seeing the determination on Riveria's face, Shirou finally sighed and decided to be honest. There is one other way, Shirou said quietly. A long time ago, when I didn't know much about magecraft and was still searching for ways to improve my magic, I tried something very dangerous. Riveria's eyes lit up with hope. What is it, Shirou? Tell me. Shirou paused for a moment before continuing cautiously. I once used my own nerves as a magic circuit. I altered the nerve pathways in my body to channel prana. But it's very risky, Riveria-san. It feels like your body is being burned from the inside. The pain is excruciating, and if not done with extreme care, it can cause permanent damage, or even death. Riveria was silent, absorbing Shirou's explanation. But there was a light of determination in her eyes that couldn't be easily extinguished. I want to try it, she said softly but firmly. If that's the only way, then I'm willing to take the risk. Shirou immediately shook his head, his expression showing strong disapproval. No, Riveria-san. I can't let you do that. Your body isn't accustomed to that kind of pain, and if something goes wrong, I wouldn't forgive myself. Riveria grasped Shirou's hand, looking at him pleadingly. Shirou, I can't stop here. You don't understand. I left the forest, my home, and the high elf race to seek and learn magic beyond what I've already mastered. If this is the only way, then let me try. Shirou looked into Riveria's eyes, full of determination and persistence. He knew how much she wanted to surpass her limits. But he also knew that the risk was too great. Riveria-san, I understand your passion. But this method is too dangerous, even for someone like me who's used to pain. You have great potential, but this isn't the right way. Riveria didn't break her gaze. Please, Shirou, at least let me try once. I need to know my limits, and if I fail, I'll accept that. But don't let me live with regret for not trying. Shirou finally relented, letting out a long sigh. All right. But just once, and I'll be here to monitor your condition. If anything goes wrong, we stop immediately. Understand? Riveria smiled, nodding eagerly. Thank you, Shirou. I know the risks, and I'm ready to face them. Shirou looked at her with concern. You're very stubborn, Riveria-san, but I can't deny your courage either. Carefully, he began explaining the procedure they would follow. They knew this was a dangerous experiment, but for both of them, it was an opportunity to learn something new and possibly surpass existing boundaries. That morning, in the simple workshop, two magicians from different worlds took their first steps on a journey filled with challenges, with great risks, but also with limitless possibilities. That morning, the air in the simple workshop felt tense. Riveria sat with labored breaths, trying to channel OD through her nerves according to Shirou's instructions. But suddenly, an overwhelming pain surged through her entire body. It felt like every nerve was being burned alive. Riveria gritted her teeth, trying to stay calm, but the pain was too strong to ignore. She couldn't hold back a scream of agony. Her body trembled violently, cold sweat drenched her forehead, and her hands gripped the chair tightly. This hurts too much. She muttered in a barely audible voice. Shirou stood beside her, watching with concern. He knew how excruciating this technique was, but he also knew how determined Riveria was to try. However, seeing Riveria like this, his heart couldn't stay calm. Riveria forced herself to ask amidst the pain. Shirou, how long did you use this technique? Her voice was filled with desperation, but she tried to stay focused on her question. Shirou took a deep breath before answering. Almost 10 years. Riveria's eyes widened, almost unable to believe what she had just heard. 10 years. She couldn't imagine how someone could endure such severe pain for that long. The pain she was feeling now was so intense, and Shirou had endured it for nearly a decade? Why did you do it? Riveria asked, her voice trembling with pain and shock. Shirou was silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting a dark past. My father, he didn't want me to learn magecraft. So, he taught me this way, hoping I'd give up because of the pain. He thought that by making me feel this suffering, I would stop. Riveria was silent as she listened to his explanation. She could feel the bitterness in Shirou's voice, but beneath it was something stronger, the resolve that had shaped who he was now. But, you didn't give up? Riveria asked, holding back the pain still stabbing her body. She knew the answer, but she wanted to hear Shirou's reasoning directly. Shirou shook his head. No. I kept doing it, over and over. Every day, every night. Even though the pain was almost unbearable, I never stopped. Until eventually, someone saw what I was doing and told me there was a proper way. They opened my magic circuit and taught me how magecraft should really be done. Riveria looked at Shirou, still panting heavily. She could feel tears welling up in her eyes, not because of the pain she was experiencing, but because she understood the burden Shirou had carried all this time. You are so strong, Shirou. I can't imagine what you've been through. Shirou took Riveria's hand, offering a bit of strength through the touch. It's not about being strong or not, Riveria-san. It's about determination. You might be able to do it, but I don't want you to go through what I went through. Riveria smiled weakly, still feeling the throbbing pain throughout her body. Thank you, Shirou. But I think I'm not as strong as you. Shirou looked at her with deep empathy. You don't need to do this, Riveria-san. There are many ways to become strong, and this isn't the only one. Riveria nodded slowly, accepting the reality. The pain in her body was still there, but her heart began to feel lighter. I understand. Maybe this isn't my path, but I don't regret trying. Shirou helped Riveria rise slowly from her chair, careful not to worsen her condition. You've done your best, Riveria-san. That's more than enough. They both stood in silence for a moment, feeling the cool morning breeze on their faces. Although Riveria hadn't succeeded in using that dangerous technique, she had learned something far more valuable: determination, resilience, and self-awareness. And beside her, Shirou, who had gone through long suffering, provided the strength she needed to accept this reality. With mutual understanding, they left the simple workshop, facing a new day that awaited them together. Riveria and Shirou walked slowly away from the simple workshop, their steps still sluggish. Although the pain in her nerves was beginning to subside, Riveria still felt a throbbing that made her regulate her breathing. Her mind wandered back to Shirou's earlier words about how his magic circuit had been opened by someone. An idea suddenly flashed in her mind, and she abruptly stopped, grabbing Shirou's arm. Shirou, she said seriously. Wait a moment. Shirou turned around, looking at Riveria in confusion. What's wrong, Riveria-san? Riveria took a deep breath, trying to gather the courage to voice her thoughts. You said someone opened your magic circuit, right? Could you check if I have a magic circuit too? Shirou looked surprised at the request. Riveria-san. I'm not sure. Not everyone has a magic circuit, especially those not born as magi. Riveria nodded, her eyes filled with determination. I understand. But if there's even the slightest chance, I want to try. I've come a long way from the elven forest to learn the magic out there. I can't miss this opportunity. Shirou was still hesitant, but seeing the seriousness in Riveria's eyes, he knew he couldn't refuse. All right, he said softly. But to check? I need to see more clearly if there are any magic circuit pathways on your body. Riveria blushed at the explanation, but she nodded slowly. What do I need to do? Shirou looked awkward, scratching the back of his head. I'm sorry, Riveria-san. But it would be easier if you took off your clothes. I need to see your skin to check if there are signs of magic circuit pathways on your body. Riveria was stunned, her face turning even redder. In an instant, she realized that this was the first time a man had asked her something like this. She was a noble princess of the high elf race, and maintaining her honor was very important to her. However, her desire to understand magecraft and expand her abilities was stronger than her embarrassment. I understand, she said softly, her voice trembling slightly. But don't misunderstand, Shirou. This is only for learning magecraft. Shirou nodded seriously, trying to keep his face neutral even though he also felt awkward. I understand, Riveria-san. I'll try to be as professional as possible. Riveria took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. Slowly, with slightly trembling hands, she began to remove her outer robe, then took off the upper part of her clothing until only her thin undergarments remained. Her face turned even redder, but she kept her gaze straight, looking into Shirou's eyes without wavering. Shirou felt his heart beating faster than usual, but he diverted his gaze to Riveria's body, focusing on his task. I'll start with structural analysis, he said, trying to keep his voice steady. He extended his hand, gently touching Riveria's shoulder. Prana flowed through his hand, and he closed his eyes, concentrating on feeling every flow within Riveria's body. Riveria winced slightly as she felt the foreign energy flowing within her, but she remained silent, waiting for Shirou's analysis results. After a moment, Shirou opened his eyes. I didn't find a magic circuit on the surface of your body, Riveria-san, he said regretfully. But I could try delving deeper to see if there's anything hidden in the deeper layers. Riveria quickly nodded. Just do it, Shirou. I'm ready. Shirou sighed, continuing with more depth using his power. He delved into Riveria's nerves, searching for any signs that might indicate the presence of a magic circuit. Sweat began to form on his forehead as this required intense concentration. Then, in the middle of his concentration, he felt something, a very faint energy current, almost imperceptible. Riveria-san. I feel something, he said in a low voice. But it's very weak, like a seed that hasn't grown yet. Riveria looked at him with hope. Does that mean I have a magic circuit? Shirou nodded slowly. Maybe, but it's still very closed. I might be able to try opening it, but it could be painful. Reveria bit her lip but nodded. I'm ready, Shirou. Do it. Shirou took a deep breath, then began channeling prana into the very weak pathway, trying to open the hidden magic circuit within Reveria's body. Slowly, he felt a strong resistance, but he didn't give up. Carefully, he forced the pathway open little by little. Suddenly, Reveria felt a wave of intense pain spreading from within her, stronger than anything she had felt before. She bit her lip, holding back a cry of pain. Ah. Shirou, it hurts so much. Shirou paused for a moment, looking at Reveria with concern. Reveria-san, I can stop if this is too painful. Reveria shook her head, tears starting to form at the corners of her eyes, but she remained resolute. No, keep going, Shirou. I want to know what it's like to use magecraft. Shirou nodded, continuing the process carefully. Slowly, he began to feel the prana flow more smoothly within Reveria's body. After a while, he finally felt that the magic circuit within Reveria's body had opened. Reveria let out a heavy breath, her body trembling from the pain she had just experienced, but there was also joy on her face. I can feel it, Shirou. Something different, more alive. Shirou smiled, though he still felt awkward. You have a magic circuit, Reveria-san. Maybe not as much as others, but enough to try magecraft. Reveria smiled, this time with newfound confidence. Thank you, Shirou. I know this wasn't easy, but I'm very grateful. Shirou nodded, smiling in relief. You're welcome, Reveria-san. Now, let's start from the beginning, learning how to use it properly. Shirou stared with deep concentration, following the flow of energy within Reveria's body. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his brows furrowing in surprise. What he saw was not a typical magic circuit. It wasn't like the delicate network of lines he usually saw in a human body. Instead, he saw something more complex and strange. On Reveria's back, a pattern resembling ancient runes appeared, forming a complex circle with various symbols he didn't recognize. This isn't like a normal magic circuit, Shirou murmured, still gazing at Reveria's back in awe. Reveria turned slightly, feeling anxious. What do you mean, Shirou? What do you see? Shirou swallowed, trying to find the right words. On your back, there's a pattern, like ancient runes, far more complex than a normal magic circuit. I've never seen anything like this before. Reveria raised her eyebrows, surprised by what Shirou said. Ancient runes? She asked, confused. I've never heard of this before. Could it be a heritage from the ancient elves? Shirou nodded slowly, his eyes still fixed on the pattern etched on Reveria's back. It's possible. Elves have a long history with magic and runes. Maybe this is something passed down from previous generations, something very old and rarely used now. Reveria tried to feel her back with one hand, even though she knew she wouldn't be able to physically sense anything. I've never heard of or seen this rune before, she said softly, her voice filled with curiosity. If it really is an ancient elven inheritance, why was I never told? Is it something so secret? Shirou pondered for a moment before replying, it could be. Perhaps the ancient elves didn't want all elves to know about it. Or maybe only those with certain magical potential possess it. But it's clear that this isn't something found in everyone. Reveria bowed her head, deep in thought. So, this is something very special, something even I didn't know about. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Maybe this is why I've been drawn to different kinds of magic. Perhaps this is my destiny, Shirou. Shirou gave a slight smile, pleased to see Reveria's excitement. It could be, he responded gently. And if this rune is indeed something ancient and rare, it might hold potential you haven't yet discovered. Reveria nodded eagerly, feeling a new sense of purpose within her. I need to find out more about this, she said with determination. I want to know what it means and how I can use it. Shirou looked at her, inspired by Reveria's drive. Then I'll help you, he said firmly. We can start by learning whatever we can about this rune. We might find information from other sources, or even ask the older elves. Who knows, they might know something about this. Reveria smiled warmly, touched by Shirou's sincerity. Thank you, Shirou, she said softly. You've truly opened a new door for me. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I feel like this is the beginning of something big. Shirou nodded. We'll find the answers together, Reveria-san. After all, this is what makes the world of magic so fascinating. There's always something new to discover. Reveria chuckled softly. You're right, Shirou. And I'm very excited to begin this new adventure. In the secluded workshop, which now felt like a secret learning space, Shirou stood before Reveria with a serious but attentive expression. Reveria's eyes were fixed on him, listening intently to every word that came from his mouth. To activate a magic circuit, Shirou began, you need to do something called self-hypnosis. It's a way to manipulate your own mind, making yourself believe that the magic circuit is being activated. Think of it like flipping a switch inside you. Reveria nodded, trying to grasp the concept. Self-hypnosis. So, I have to make myself believe that I can channel OD through my body. Exactly, Shirou nodded. For example, I imagine pulling the trigger of a gun. Every time I want to activate my magic circuit, I picture that trigger being pulled, and instantly, I can feel the OD flowing through my body. Reveria furrowed her brow, clearly pondering the idea. And what if I can't imagine a gun trigger? I'm not familiar with such things. Shirou smiled slightly. That's natural. Everyone has a different way to trigger self-hypnosis. I knew a magus who imagined his heart being pierced every time he wanted to activate his magic circuit. It's quite extreme, but it worked for him. Riveria was taken aback by this. Imagining your heart being pierced? That sounds terrifying. It is, Shirou chuckled. But it shows just how powerful the mind's influence is in activating magical abilities. You need to find a trigger that works for you, something you can imagine clearly and strongly, something that will trigger a response within you. Riveria looked at Shirou, contemplating his words. So I need to find something meaningful to me, something I can use as a trigger. Exactly, Shirou nodded. Try to think of something that has strong emotional or symbolic meaning. Something that makes you feel connected to your magic power. Riveria closed her eyes, trying to imagine something. She reflected on her childhood in the forest, when she first felt the vibrations of natural magic around her. Then she pictured an old tree standing tall in the middle of the forest, a tree that had always witnessed her growth. I might be able to imagine the roots of that old tree penetrating the ground, Riveria said slowly, still with her eyes closed. The roots dig deep into the earth, searching for water and nutrients, just like how I want to access the source of energy within me. Shirou smiled, realizing that Riveria was starting to find her thought process. That could work, he said with enthusiasm. Imagine those roots digging deeper into the ground, growing stronger, firmer. And when those roots find the water source, imagine the OD flowing throughout your body. Riveria tried to picture that scenario. In her mind, she could see the tree roots piercing the ground with strength, feeling the urge to reach the energy source. Instantly, she felt something very subtle, but real, as if there was a gentle vibration within her body. Maybe. I can feel it, Riveria murmured, opening her eyes slowly, looking at Shirou with a surprised expression. It's like something just opened, but it's still very faint. Shirou grinned, realizing that Riveria was beginning to find a way to activate her magic circuit. You're on the right track, Riveria-san. Keep practicing with that visualization, and over time, you'll become more familiar with that sensation. Riveria nodded with newfound enthusiasm, her eyes shining with excitement and curiosity. I'll try it every day. If this can help me understand magecraft better, I'll do it. Shirou chuckled softly. And I'll be here to help you. Don't be afraid to try new things, even if they seem strange at first. Riveria smiled warmly. Thank you, Shirou. You've given me new hope in this learning journey. Shirou returned the smile. I'm happy to help you, Riveria-san. I'm sure, with your determination and willingness, you'll find a way to master this magecraft. Every morning, as dawn began to break, Riveria would leave the comfort of Twilight Manor and head to the secluded workshop in the corner of the garden. The cold morning air was biting, but it didn't diminish her enthusiasm. She felt alive again, as if something new was flowing within her, something she had longed for, the passion to learn and explore. When she arrived at the workshop, Shirou was already waiting. As usual, they greeted each other with warm smiles. Today was no different. They resumed the training they had started a few days ago. How's your progress? Shirou asked in a friendly tone as he prepared the training area. Riveria nodded. I feel like I'm getting closer, Shirou. I can feel the OD more clearly each time I try to activate the magic circuit. The tree root visualization is really helping me. Shirou smiled at this. That's great. Keep imagining those roots digging into the ground and reaching the energy source. Remember, the stronger your visualization, the easier it will be for you to feel the OD flowing through your body. Riveria closed her eyes, letting her mind sink into that visualization. She took a deep breath, feeling the cold morning air around her, and slowly, she felt a gentle vibration, the OD trying to flow through her body. Time passed, day after day. Every dawn, Riveria would always come to the workshop to train with Shirou. Their sessions often lasted for several hours, even before the sun had fully risen. Shirou was always patient, giving instructions, correcting mistakes, and encouraging Riveria whenever she felt frustrated. However, as the days went by, that frustration began to fade. Riveria felt increasingly capable of understanding how to control her OD. She found herself smiling more often, feeling satisfied with the progress she was making. One morning, Tiona noticed Riveria leaving the workshop with a bright face. Riveria-sama, you've been looking so cheerful lately. What's going on? She asked curiously, her eyes sparkling. Riveria just smiled mysteriously. Oh, nothing. Just feeling more refreshed lately, she replied lightly, without giving away any more details. Tiona frowned, unsatisfied with the answer. Really? Because usually you're so serious, but now you seem more relaxed. I feel like something must be up. Lafia, who overheard the conversation, also felt curious. Does it have something to do with Shirou? She asked, trying to guess. Riveria just smiled wider, keeping her little secret. Just some morning exercise, that's all, she said as she waved her hand casually and walked away. Some other familia members also noticed this change. They often saw Riveria training with more enthusiasm and spirit. To them, this was something new, as Riveria was usually very serious and rarely showed a smile. Finn, their leader, also noticed the change. One morning, he approached Riveria as they were preparing for morning training. Riveria, you've seemed different lately. Is there something going on? He asked with a concerned voice. Riveria just laughed softly. Maybe I've just rediscovered my passion for learning something new. Nothing to worry about, Finn. Finn nodded, though still curious. That's good to hear. Keep it up. And just like that, the days continued to pass. Every morning, Riveria went to the workshop with Shirou. They continued their training, honing Riveria's skills and understanding of magecraft. The burning passion within Riveria was evident in her eyes, and she knew this was just the beginning of her new adventure. Riveria realized that she had found something more than just magic practice. She had rediscovered her passion for learning, growing, and uncovering new worlds beyond the limits she had ever imagined. I need more voters for the next illustration. You can support me by joining at Patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 22. In that secluded warehouse, the silence was broken only by the sound of breathing and the rustling of clothing. The dim light from the candles burning in the corners of the room cast long shadows on the walls, adding to the mysterious magical atmosphere. Riveria stood tall on one side of the room, her eyes tightly closed and her breathing steady. Meanwhile, Shirou stood on the opposite side, preparing himself to test his new limits at level 3. Riveria appeared serious, focusing all her attention and energy on training to activate her magic circuit. She imagined roots penetrating deep into the earth, trying to sense the OD flowing through her body. She could feel something there, something soft, almost like a whisper, but still difficult to fully grasp. On the other hand, Shirou controlled his breathing calmly. He felt a different warmth within his body, the magic fauna granted by Loki since joining the Familia. There was a strange sensation as he realized that this energy, different from the OD he possessed as a magus, could be converted into prana. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind on converting this energy. All right, let's try this, Shirou muttered quietly, almost as if speaking to himself. He raised one hand, closed his eyes, and concentrated on the fauna within him. Slowly, he began channeling that energy, converting it into prana as he would normally do with OD. As if following instructions ingrained within him, he began chanting a mantra with full concentration. Trace, on. Faint blue lines appeared around Shirou's hand and arm, signifying the flow of prana coursing through his magic circuit. He began visualizing each magic sword in his mind, drawing every detail with extraordinary precision. Riveria glanced slightly, curious about what Shirou was doing. She felt a mix of admiration and slight anxiety as she saw the blue light growing brighter around Shirou's hand. What are you doing, Shirou? She asked softly, not wanting to disturb his concentration. Shirou didn't respond immediately. He remained focused, ignoring all the sounds around him. In his mind, he redrew every sword he had ever seen, every sword that had ever been touched by his hands. The fauna energy converted into prana felt different, stronger, more stable than what he usually experienced. 1, 2, 3. Shirou began counting softly. Magic swords appeared one by one around him, like light emerging from the shadows. 10, 15, 20. Riveria watched with wide eyes, amazed by the increasing number of swords appearing. This is incredible, she said unconsciously. Shirou continued, the energy flowing smoothly. 25, 30. He could feel that his body was stronger, more capable of handling the energy load. The magic fauna granted by Loki truly made a significant difference. 35, 40. Shirou exerted more energy, starting to feel his limit, but he wanted to see how far he could push himself. 45, 50. Finally, 50 magic swords appeared around Shirou, forming a perfect circle in the air. Each sword glowed with the same blue light, displaying accurate details down to every curve of the blade. Shirou opened his eyes, looking at the swords surrounding him, smiling in satisfaction. Riveria could hardly believe what she was seeing. 50 swords? You can summon this many? Shirou nodded slowly, taking a deep breath, trying to calm his body after such a massive use of energy. Yes, before, without fauna, I could only summon 10 before running out of prana. But now, with fauna, my limit is much higher. Riveria approached, taking a closer look at one of the swords. Amazing. These aren't just rough replicas. These swords, they feel like real swords. This power, you've truly broken through your limits. Shirou smiled and shrugged. I'm just making use of what I have now. This fauna allows me to convert energy more efficiently. But I still have a lot to learn about my new limits. Riveria nodded, her gaze filled with admiration. You truly are remarkable, Shirou. With this, you've become even stronger. Shirou chuckled softly, aware of the challenges awaiting him. Let's hope so. But for now, let's continue your training. I want to see how you're progressing with activating your magic circuit. Riveria nodded eagerly, refocusing her mind and energy. The training continued, and the warehouse was filled with the sounds of two determined individuals standing on the edge of their newfound power, ready to push even further. After the dawn training session, Riveria and Shirou walked back to the mansion. The morning sunlight began to filter through the trees around the mansion, casting a gentle glow that made the atmosphere feel more peaceful. Both of them looked content, though slightly tired after the intense training they had just completed. Thank you for the training today, Shirou, Riveria said with a slight smile on her face. There was a clear sense of joy, knowing she had made some small progress in her efforts to activate her magic circuit. Shirou smiled and nodded. It's no problem, Riveria. I'm glad I could help you. We can try again tomorrow if you'd like. Riveria nodded enthusiastically. Of course. I'll come again tomorrow morning. They arrived at the front door of the mansion, and Shirou quickly headed towards the kitchen. That morning, as usual, it was time to prepare breakfast for the entire Loki familia. In no time, the aroma of food began to spread from the kitchen, the delicious scent of toasted bread, fried eggs, and warm soup. In the dining room, one by one, the familia members began to gather. Finn, as the captain of the Loki familia, sat at the end of the long table with a calm yet serious expression. He waited until all the members had gathered before starting to speak. Next to him, Tiona and Ace sat anxiously, knowing that something important was going to be announced that morning. After everyone sat down and enjoyed the breakfast Shirou had prepared, Finn raised his hand to get everyone's attention. All right, everyone, I have something important to announce regarding our next activity. All eyes turned to Finn. There was a bit of nervousness among the familia members, especially when Finn spoke in such a serious tone. Finn took a deep breath before continuing. We will be launching a new expedition soon, Finn announced, his voice steady. Our primary goal is to gather more Valis. Murmurs and whispers spread among the familia members. An expedition meant hard work and also danger. However, they all knew that with their courage and strength, the chances of finding treasure in the dungeon were always there. Finn continued with a lighter tone. I know some of you have debts that need to be paid off soon. He gave a slight smile, his gaze directed straight at Ace and Tiona sitting beside him. Ace lowered her head slightly, her face blushing. Sorry, that was because of the sword I broke during Monster Philia, she mumbled softly, but loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. Tiona laughed lightly, trying to lighten the mood. And me too. I'll after buying Urgatu, she said with a shrug. But hey, it's a great weapon. Finn smiled at Tiona's joke. Yes, we all know that, he replied. But still, debt is debt. We need to find a way to pay it off. That's why we're going on this expedition. Bet, who was sitting across from Tiona, interrupted with a rough voice. So, this is just about money? Does that mean we're avoiding the deeper floors? Finn looked at Bet with a calm but sharp gaze. Not entirely, Finn replied. We will still explore new areas and gather as much information as possible. But we need to focus on our main goal this time, which is to gather Valis. Loki, who had been silent in the corner of the room, suddenly let out a small laugh. Haha, I know you guys can do it. After all, Ace and Tiona, you don't want your reputation tarnished because of debt, right? Tiona nodded with a wide smile. No, of course not, Loki-sama. I'll work hard, as usual. Ace just nodded slightly, determination in her eyes. I'll do my best. Shirou, who had been quietly listening while preparing the food, realized that this expedition could be a good opportunity for him to test the strength he had gained since his last level up. However, he also felt that this could be a significant challenge, especially if they ventured further into the dungeon. Finn concluded his announcement with a tone full of enthusiasm. So, get ready, everyone. We'll be leaving in 3 days. Make sure you're prepared with all the necessary gear. The familia members began discussing among themselves, planning what they needed to bring and preparing themselves for the upcoming expedition. Shirou returned to the kitchen, ensuring that the morning meal was enough for everyone who was excited. Amid the commotion, Ace approached Shirou. Shirou, thank you for breakfast. You're joining the expedition too, right? Shirou smiled and nodded. Of course, Ace. I wouldn't miss this opportunity. Ace smiled slightly. Good. I'm glad you're here. They exchanged a look for a moment before Tiona enthusiastically interrupted them. Hey, Shirou. If we win big on this expedition, maybe I can buy you an Urga 3. She said with a laugh. Shirou laughed. I'd gladly accept that offer. The atmosphere at the Loki familia's dining table grew more lively, filled with the enthusiasm and laughter of its members who were ready to face a new challenge. That afternoon, the atmosphere in Orario felt calm after the morning's hustle and bustle. Shirou decided to use his free time to prepare for the upcoming expedition. He headed to a well-known adventurer's supply shop in the city, a place where various equipment for dungeons and adventures were sold. Inside the shop, Shirou searched for a large bag that could be used by a supporter. Even though he knew the bag wouldn't be used during the expedition, he still felt the need to buy it. The bag would serve as an effective disguise when he was on the surface, especially if he encountered other familia members in the dungeon. Shirou entered the shop and was greeted by various items displayed on the shelves. He began exploring the section for bags and supporter gear. His eyes caught sight of a large black bag that looked sturdy and big enough to carry a lot of supplies. This bag seems suitable, he muttered while examining it more closely. He noticed that the bag had many compartments and adjustable straps, making it ideal for carrying various supplies and materials from the dungeon. As he was inspecting the bag, a shopkeeper approached him. Good afternoon, is there anything I can help you with? The man asked politely. Shirou turned and replied, Afternoon. I'm looking for a large bag for a supporter. This one seems good. Can I try it? The shopkeeper nodded. Of course. That's one of our latest models. It's specifically designed for supporters with a large capacity. Shirou carefully inspected the bag and was satisfied with its quality and size. I'll take this one. I'd also like to inquire about some additional gear for supporters. What would you recommend? The shopkeeper immediately explained various additional supplies that could be useful, such as water bottles, medicines, and first aid kits. Shirou purchased several of these additional items to ensure he was prepared for any situation. After completing the payment, Shirou hoisted the large bag and left the shop. As he walked home, he reflected on his plan. He intended to use this bag as part of his strategy to disguise himself as a weak level 1 supporter when on the surface or when he crossed paths with other familiar members in the dungeon. Once home, Shirou examined the bag and gear he had just bought. He decided to store the large bag in a safe place in his room and would only use it when the time was right. In his mind, he envisioned various scenarios that could happen and the best ways to keep his identity hidden. The next day, as he prepared for the expedition, Shirou checked his bag again and ensured everything was in good condition. He also devised backup plans to handle any potential situations in the dungeon. In his final preparations, he recalled his conversation with Riveria and was determined to use all the skills and knowledge he had to face the challenges ahead. At the same time, he felt relieved that with the bag, he could disguise himself better and ensure he remained anonymous when needed. With the large bag in hand and his gear ready, Shirou was set to face the upcoming expedition with confidence. A's POV. A's was deep in sleep, but that night her dreams were filled with painful and emotional memories. In the darkness of her dreams, she found herself standing in the middle of a room enveloped in a thin mist. The room felt familiar, as if it was from a past that had never fully left her memory. In front of A's, she saw the figures of her parents, Arya and Albert Wallenstein. Arya, with her long, flowing blonde hair, and Albert, with his loving yet firm gaze, stood before A's. They appeared worried and full of sadness. A's heard her father's voice, booming yet gentle, full of hope. A's, you have to go. It's the only way to keep you safe, said Albert with a firm yet loving tone. Arya looked at A's with tear-filled eyes. You must become strong, A's. Don't let the sadness hold you back. Remember, you will find a hero just for you. Those words echoed in A's mind as the atmosphere around them grew more somber. The dream shifted, and now A's saw Shirou, the person who now held a special place in her life, fighting fiercely against a powerful enemy. Shirou looked exhausted but determined, fighting with all his might. In the midst of the battle, A's saw Shirou take a heavy blow and fall, blood pouring from his body. Shirou. A's screamed in her dream, trying to get closer, but her body felt bound and unable to move. Shirou lifted his gaze, looking at A's with a loving and weary expression before finally closing his eyes forever. The dream jolted A's awake, gasping for air. She sat up in bed, her body trembling, and cold sweat drenched her forehead. Her heart pounded wildly, and her eyes filled with tears. She stared at the ceiling, feeling trapped in deep worry and guilt. Why'd I have to be like this? She whispered to herself, her voice full of anger and sadness. Why do I always want to be protected? Why can't I protect those I care about? A's slammed her fist into the bed, feeling emotional and physical pain merge into one torment. I don't want to lose anyone else. Not like this. She then recalled her father's words, you will find a hero just for you. A's felt pressured by those words. A hero had come to save her. But he had made a great sacrifice to protect A's. She felt unworthy and too weak to fulfill those words. She felt guilty for only being a burden to those who wanted to protect her. With her breath still heavy, A's tried to calm herself. I have to become stronger. I can't keep going like this, she resolved with newfound determination. She stood and looked at the mirror beside her bed, vowing not to let that dream become reality. I will become strong, she said to her reflection. I won't let anyone, especially Shirou, get hurt because of me. With renewed determination, A's worked to calm her mind and focus on her goals. She knew she had to face her fears and become a hero for herself and those around her. Shirou POV. That morning, the sky over Orario was still a reddish-orange hue as the members of the Loki Familia prepared to embark on their expedition. Shirou stood at the back of the group, dressed in simple clothing that made him look like a beginner supporter. A large bag, typical of what supporters used, hung on his back, filled with various supplies and preparations. At the large gate leading to the dungeon, Shirou walked calmly, following the group that was already assembled. He knew his role this time was to stay at the rear, disguised as a weak level 1 supporter, while his true strength had to be concealed to avoid drawing attention from other familiars. As they walked toward the entrance, a soft voice called out to him from the crowd. Shirou. The voice sounded cheerful yet filled with concern. Shirou turned and saw Seer jogging over to him, her face adorned with her usual warm smile. Seer, Shirou greeted her in a friendly tone, pausing for a moment from the line. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Seer giggled slightly. I wanted to make sure I got to see you before you left. I heard you all are going on a big expedition this time. Shirou gave a faint smile and nodded. Yes, it will be a fairly long and potentially dangerous journey. But I'm sure we'll be fine. Seer looked at Shirou with attentive eyes. I know you're strong, Shirou. But I hope you'll still be careful, okay? The dungeon can be very unpredictable. Shirou felt touched by Seer's concern and nodded. Thank you, Seer. I'll do my best to stay safe. Seer gazed at Shirou a little longer, as if making sure every word she spoke truly reached his heart. And if you need anything, whether it's help or just someone to talk to, don't hesitate to find me. We all care about you. Shirou smiled wider this time, feeling more at ease with Seer's presence. I really appreciate that, Seer. Thank you so much. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Seer then stepped closer, gently placing her hand on Shiro's arm. Stay safe, Shiro. We'll all be waiting for your return. Seer's eyes reflected sincere hope, and Shiro felt a warmth in his chest. I will come back, Seer, he replied with conviction. I promise. With some reluctance, Shiro stepped back into line with the Loki Familia group, leaving Seer standing there, waving with her warm smile. Shiro continued to look ahead, but in his mind, he kept Seer's concerns and hopes as motivation to stay vigilant during the expedition. Meanwhile, Finn, at the front of the line, glanced back, noticing the brief interaction between Shiro and Seer. A small smile appeared on his face before he raised his hand to signal the Familia members. Let's go, everyone, Finn shouted energetically. A long journey awaits us. Make sure you're ready and don't let your guard down. The Loki Familia group began moving faster, stepping forward with confidence toward the large dungeon gate that would lead them into depths filled with mysteries and dangers. Shiro took a deep breath, calming his mind, and moved forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The journey to the 18th floor went smoothly for the Loki Familia. With their experience and skills, they passed through each floor without significant difficulty. The trained fighters knew exactly how to deal with the monsters on the early floors, and they did so with near-perfect efficiency. Shiro, positioned at the back, observed how every attack, formation, and strategy was executed with precise accuracy. When they finally arrived on the 18th floor, the atmosphere around them began to change. This floor was known as the safe zone, an area free from monster attacks. At the edge of the small town of Rivera, they decided to set up camp and rest. Rivera, with its twinkling lights and a few shops and small buildings, offered a more relaxed ambience compared to other areas within the dungeon. Finn, as the leader, quickly instructed the Familia members to start setting up tents and preparing the resting area. All right, we'll be staying here overnight, Finn called out, directing the members to get to work. Make sure all preparations are complete. We'll continue our journey tomorrow morning. Ace, already familiar with this task, quickly moved to help Tiona and Tioni set up the tents. Looks like we have enough time to rest this time, Ace commented in her usual flat tone. Tiona chimed in with a cheerful smile. That's right. Maybe we can have dinner early this time. I can't wait to enjoy the food Shiro brought, she said, lifting a supply bag excitedly. Meanwhile, Shiro, dressed like an ordinary supporter, also helped carry equipment and ensure everything was in the right place. Even though he was at the back, he still felt a sense of responsibility to help. Riveria approached Shiro, watching him work with enthusiasm. You're really good at adapting, Shiro, she said, her voice gentle yet firm. Even though this is your first expedition with us, you're not showing any signs of struggling. Shiro gave a small smile. I'm just trying to follow your pace. Besides, all of you are very experienced. I feel quite supported just by observing. Riveria chuckled softly. Don't be too modest. I noticed how you've been carefully watching our movements since the beginning. You clearly have a good instinct. As they talked, Bet, who was sitting not far from them, scoffed. Huh, no need to praise him too much, Riveria. The kid is just acting as a supporter. Nothing special about that. Shiro turned and smiled politely. I am just a supporter for now, Bet. But I'll do my best not to be a burden to you. Bet grumbled. Just make sure you stay at the back and don't get in our way, he said in a cold tone. Finn, who overheard the conversation, smiled and intervened. Calm down, Bet. Every member of the Familia has their own role. And Shiro has already proven himself valuable to us. As night began to fall, the atmosphere around the camp grew quieter. The Familia members sat in a circle around the campfire, enjoying their meal and chatting. Tiona, sitting next to Ace, turned to Shiro. Hey, Shiro. How's your first expedition going so far? Shiro thought for a moment before answering. It's very interesting. I've learned a lot from watching how you all work as a team. I hope I can continue to be useful to everyone. Tioni chimed in with a small laugh. Oh, you'll definitely be useful, especially if you can replicate weapons like you did before. Ace, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. You're doing well, Shiro, she said softly. I feel safer knowing you're around. Shiro smiled, slightly embarrassed. Thank you, Ace. I'll do my best to keep it that way. That night, amidst the warm glow of the campfire, the Loki Familia enjoyed their moment of peace on the 18th floor. They knew that the real challenges still awaited them ahead, but for tonight, they could rest and prepare for the next day. Shiro gazed at the fall sky hanging over Rivera, feeling excited yet cautious. In his mind, he was preparing himself for whatever might come next. The next morning, before continuing their journey to the deeper floors, the Loki Familia gathered around the camp, checking their supplies and preparations. Finn stood in the middle, giving instructions to all the members. Make sure you're all ready. We'll be facing tougher challenges on the next floor. Don't underestimate the monsters there. Shiro, standing on the edge of the group, felt there was something he could do to help. He approached Finn and Riveria. Finn, Riveria. I'd like to offer something, he said politely. Riveria raised an eyebrow, curious. What is it, Shiro? Shiro took a moment to breathe. I can use projection to add to our stock of magic swords. That way, in case of emergencies, we'll have more backup weapons. Finn smiled approvingly. That's a good idea, Shiro. Any additional weapons will be very useful if we run into trouble on the deeper floors. Shirou nodded, then closed his eyes. He felt the fauna energy within his body, mixing with the OD he possessed as a magus. Carefully, he visualized the shape and details of the magic swords he had seen and studied before. Trace. On, Shirou whispered. In front of him, several magic swords began to form from thin air, each blade glowing with magical energy. The swords appeared one by one, lined up on the ground, looking so real and solid. Tiona, who was watching from nearby, exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, you can create that many swords? This is really impressive, Shirou." Aze, standing close to Tiona, stared at the swords in awe. The shape and quality. It's almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Shirou gave a slight smile. They're replicas, but their quality is good enough for temporary use. They'll last long enough in battle. However, Shirou began to feel his body weaken as he projected more swords. Feeling a bit dizzy, he paused and took a small bottle from his pocket, a magic potion to restore his fauna and energy. Riveria observed closely as Shirou drank from the bottle. That potion is quite strong. Are you sure you're okay, Shirou? Shirou swallowed the last drop and took a deep breath. I'm used to this, Riveria. I just need a little time to recover my energy. Besides, this is a small thing compared to what we're going to face below. Finn looked at Shirou with appreciation. Thank you, Shirou. This addition could be very valuable for this expedition. Shirou nodded, smiling, relieved that his efforts could benefit the whole team. I just hope this helps us all come back safely. With the additional stock of magic swords, the Loki Familia felt more prepared to continue their journey. Shirou looked toward the entrance to the next floor, ready to face whatever awaited them below. After making sure all preparations were complete and securing the camp on the 18th floor, the Loki Familia resumed their journey toward the deeper floors. Shirou, usually seen as a supporter by the other Familia members, discreetly left the large bag he had been carrying. He hid it in a corner of the camp, concealed behind some other equipment. Shirou looked at the bag for a moment. I guess there's no point in carrying this any further, he murmured quietly, a faint smile on his face. Now, it's time to focus more on my true role. After leaving the bag behind, Shirou quickly moved to join the back row of the Loki Familia, projecting his black bow. He took a deep breath, feeling the prana energy flowing within him. He knew that every step forward meant getting closer to greater dangers, and his role would be crucial in supporting the team from a distance. Finn, at the front, signaled with his hand. Maintain formation. Make sure our defensive line is solid, he commanded firmly. Behind him, Riveria nodded, ready with her magic staff. Stay vigilant. Remember, the monsters on these lower floors are much stronger. Shirou stood a few steps behind Riveria, his eyes focused on the surroundings. He felt the atmosphere growing more tense and darker than the previous floors. Suddenly, he spotted a quick movement among the cave shadows. Without hesitation, Shirou drew his black bow, fitting an arrow infused with prana. Something on the right. Shirou shouted, warning the others. Aze, who was nearby, immediately reacted, raising her sword and preparing to strike. Where exactly, Shirou? She asked with focused attention. Shirou narrowed his eyes, scanning the shadows. There, about 30 meters ahead, between the large rocks. Finn quickly gave instructions. Tiona, be ready to intercept if it attacks. Aze, stay at the front to protect the defensive line. Without waiting any longer, Shirou released his arrow with incredible speed. The arrow shot through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Moments later, a small explosion could be heard as Shirou's arrow hit its target, a large ogre hiding behind the rocks. I got it, Shirou exclaimed with a hint of relief. However, the ogre only staggered for a moment before letting out an enraged roar. The attack had only managed to anger it. The monster began charging toward them, its large hands raised high. As a group of ogres emerged from behind the rocks, their roars echoed through the dark corridors of the lower dungeon floors. Yet, the members of the Loki Familia were not intimidated at all. They had faced far scarier monsters in the past, and a group of ogres was just a minor challenge to them. Watch the front. Finn gave a quick command, raising his spear, signaling his teammates to initiate their attack. Aze, positioned at the front line, leaped forward with the speed of wind. With a single slash of her rapier, 2 ogres were cleanly cut down, their bodies falling heavily to the ground. Tiona, wielding her urga, swung her massive weapon with tremendous force, crushing the head of one ogre with a single blow, blood spurting from the large wound in its skull. This is too easy, Tiona shouted enthusiastically. They're not even putting up a proper fight. Meanwhile, But sneered maliciously. This is really boring. With speed that was hard for the eye to follow, he attacked the remaining ogres that were still trying to charge, slamming his foot into their chests, shattering their bones instantly. Shirou, who was positioned at the back, observed all of this calmly. He kept his black bow ready, prepared to shoot an arrow if needed, but realized that this battle did not require much contribution from him. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, ensuring no threats escaped their notice. It seems to be over, Finn said as he surveyed the battlefield. Not a single ogre was left standing. All were either dead or severely wounded around them. Aze wiped the blood off her sword and turned to Shirou. Your first strike was good. Maybe if it were a bit stronger, we could have saved some energy. Shirou smiled slightly. I just wanted to make sure we knew what we were dealing with. Better to be cautious than regretful. Finn walked over, patting Shirou on the shoulder. You did your best. This wasn't a serious fight for us, but your vigilance is still appreciated. Riveria approached, observing the battlefield now filled with ogre bodies. It seems we can continue without further interruptions. The deeper we go, the stronger the enemies we'll face. Tiona, brimming with enthusiasm, raised her urga into the air. Let's keep going. I want to see what awaits us on the next floor. With spirits high, the Loki Familia began to move again, leaving the battlefield behind them. Shirou, back in his position at the rear, took a deep breath. He knew this was just the beginning and greater challenges lay ahead. But with the strength and abilities of his friends, he felt ready to face whatever awaited them. They moved forward, deeper into the dungeon, their minds focused on their mission and the camaraderie that bound them together. Floor by floor, the Loki Familia continued their advance, facing each challenge that emerged with the calmness and skill honed over years. Monsters of various kinds, hobgoblins, lizardmen, and even golems, appeared before them, only to be swiftly destroyed by this well-trained team. Shirou, stationed at the back, adapted to his role as a long-range archer. His eyes trained to spot openings among the attacking monsters. He drew his black bow, aimed, and released an arrow with incredible speed. The arrow sliced through the air with a hiss before striking directly into the eye of a lizard man, causing it to collapse instantly. Good accuracy, Shirou. Finn shouted from the front while swinging his spear to fend off another attack. Stay alert. Shirou nodded without taking his eyes off his target. I will, Finn. Don't worry. However, amid the battle, one of the golems managed to break through the front line. With quick movements, Shirou stored his bow and pulled out a pair of twin swords, Kancho and Bakuya, which gleamed under the dungeon's crystal light. The golem swung its stone arm, ready to strike the fighters in the back. Shirou leaped forward, twisting his body in the air, and slashed the golem's arm with his twin swords. The stone shattered with a loud crack, breaking into small fragments. I won't let you through, Shirou muttered as he took a stance, his swords moving swiftly and precisely, creating defensive patterns that kept the golem at bay. Tiona shouted as she jumped in to assist. Nice job, Shirou. I'll finish it off. Tiona slammed her urga into the golem's body, smashing the central part of the stone monster into pieces. She landed lightly next to Shirou, flashing a satisfied smile. You're really good with swords, Shirou. Shirou smiled back, sheathing Kancho and Bakuya. You too, Tiona. Your urga is truly impressive. Bet, standing nearby, scoffed while kicking the remains of the defeated monster. Don't get too proud just yet. We've still got a lot of floors to go. Riveria, who had been guarding the rear while chanting backup spells, observed Shirou carefully. Your coordination with the team is excellent, Shirou. You've shown your capabilities as part of the Loki Familia. Shirou nodded gratefully. Thank you, Riveria. I'm just doing my best to make sure we can all continue this expedition safely. Aze, standing not far away, glanced at Shirou with her golden eyes full of attention. You fought well. Your focus and movements were perfect. Being praised by Aze took Shirou by surprise. Thank you, Aze. I'm just trying my best not to be a burden to you all. Finn raised his hand, signaling for them to keep moving. Good. Stay alert, everyone. We need to reach the next floor before nightfall. With high spirits, they continued their journey, charging through every monster that blocked their path. Shirou felt more confident with each step, knowing he was now truly part of the Loki Familia, working side by side with the others on this mission. The Loki Familia pressed on, moving swiftly from one floor to the next. The monsters they faced grew stronger, but with solid teamwork and exceptional individual skills, they managed to defeat many enemies. Each defeated monster often dropped valuable items, from large magic crystals to rare materials highly sought after by the weapon makers and craftsmen in Orario. Shirou, positioned in the rear, fired several of his magic arrows, each glowing with a bluish-green light before striking monsters with enough force to stagger or even fell them outright. Keep it up. Don't let them get close. Finn shouted, leading the charge. He leapt forward, his spear spinning swiftly as it cut through the approaching creatures. Shirou chanted a spell in his heart and released another magic arrow, hitting a large barbarian that had just emerged from the shadows. The explosion shattered its horn, causing the creature to roar in pain. Aze darted between the remaining monsters, her sword flashing with incredible speed. Watch the right side, Shirou. She called out, glancing his way while slicing down another monster. Shirou nodded and focused his shots on the monsters on the right, ensuring none approached Aze. Got it, Aze. I'll handle this side. They continued moving forward, and the drop items began piling up. Finn watched closely, making sure they earned enough Valis to cover their debts. We've gathered a lot, but stay focused. Don't let greed make us careless, Finn ordered, weighing the situation. When they finally reached the 37th floor, the atmosphere changed. The air felt heavier, and the darkness was deeper. The monsters they faced were more vicious and dangerous. Shirou could feel the pressure from this floor, but he remained calm, ready to face whatever came their way. How are our supplies? Riveria asked while checking her pouch of potions and magic stones. Running low, Gareth replied, lifting a small bag containing the remaining potions and food supplies. We can last a bit longer, but maybe not enough to go much further. Finn nodded, looking around and considering their options. We've reached our Valis target. It might be time to head back before our supplies run out. Tiona seemed a bit disappointed. I still want to fight more, but if Finn says so, I understand. Shirou, standing nearby, observed everyone's expressions and felt relieved. I agree, better to head back before it's too late. We can always return with better supplies. Tioni, who overheard the conversation, sheathed her sword. Captain, whatever your decision, I'll always support it. Finn gave a small smile, pleased to see the support from all his members. All right, we'll start heading back. Everyone, stay alert. The way out is often more dangerous than when we entered. With their supplies dwindling, they decided to begin the journey home, but their spirits remained high. They knew they had achieved their target and proved their strength once more in the depths of this dark dungeon. As they prepared to ascend to higher floors, Ace suddenly approached Finn. A sharp look of determination was evident in her eyes. Finn, she said firmly, I want to stay on the 37th floor a bit longer. There's something I need to accomplish here. Finn looked at Ace sharply. Ace, we're running low on supplies. Staying here without enough provisions isn't a good idea. I know, Ace replied, her voice calm but resolute. But I feel there's something I need to do. It's important for my growth. Riveria, who had heard the conversation, stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Finn's shoulder. Finn, I can understand what Ace is feeling. I've felt that drive before. Let her try. I'll stay with her to ensure her safety. Finn sighed, clearly still feeling uncertain. Riveria, it's dangerous. Without enough supplies, you both will be at risk if something unexpected happens. Riveria gave a slight smile. We won't be reckless. Besides, Ace needs this chance. If we always protect her, she'll never grow fully. Finn thought for a moment, considering Riveria's words. Finally, he nodded slightly, showing his agreement. All right, then. But his eyes turned to Shirou, who stood not far away, listening intently to the conversation. Finn then continued, Shirou, you will stay here with them. Consider this an opportunity to gain more experience and ensure Ace and Riveria's safety. Shirou, slightly surprised by the decision, nodded respectfully. Of course, Finn. I'll do my best to assist them. Ace, who usually remained cool and focused, glanced at Finn briefly before nodding. Thank you, Finn. Finn gave Ace a faint smile, then looked at the three of them. Don't underestimate this situation. If there's any sign of danger, return immediately. We'll all be waiting for you at Twilight Manor. Riveria also gave a confident nod to Finn before turning back to Ace and Shirou. We'll be careful, Finn. Finn took a deep breath, seeming a bit more at ease after making the decision. All right, be careful. And remember, don't split up and keep an eye on each other. With that, Finn led the majority of the Loki Familia back to the higher floors, while Ace, Riveria, and Shirou remained on the 37th floor, ready to face whatever came in the darkness and silence of the dungeon. I need more voters for the next illustration. You can support me by joining at Patreon.com/Rayish.